Chapter 1. It is better to lose at the starting line than at the finish line, sparing my son a long run. In the land of Huaxia, in the bustling metropolis of Magic City, the large-scale live observational program Our Children Are Growing Up commenced its broadcast as scheduled. The live stream had already attracted over 200,000 viewers. At the center of the studio, host He Ling was elucidating the program's rules. The education of children has always been the foremost concern of parents. To provide everyone with more parenting experiences, we have invited 10 families from diverse backgrounds and age groups to participate in the program. We will witness the growth of these children through a live broadcast format. Meanwhile, viewers in the live chat will have the opportunity to vote once each day. Votes will be tallied every weekend, and the family with the fewest votes will face elimination, while the family with the highest votes will receive a million-yuan parenting fund provided by the production team. Now, let us embark on a journey to meet these 10 participating families. No sooner had He Ling finished speaking than the live feed switched, displaying the basic information of Family 1. Father, Deng Bo, born in the 1970s, a national first-level teacher. Son, Deng Yuxuan, 11 years old, a 5th grade student at the normal school affiliated primary school. Participation declaration. Hard work paves the way in the mountains of books, while diligence serves as the vessel in the sea of learning. In the frame, a large figure and a small one were seated at a study desk. The son, Deng Yuxuan, was diligently writing, his gaze focused and his movements earnest. Meanwhile, his father, Deng Bo, was checking his completed homework, occasionally nodding in affirmation. The atmosphere was thick with scholarly diligence, with reference books piled high against the walls and a thick stack of completed drafts laid aside. In stark contrast to the often chaotic scenes of other families struggling to assist their children with homework, this image radiated harmony. Observing this scene, the comment section erupted with excitement. Ah, look at those other kids doing their homework with loving fathers and obedient sons. Meanwhile, my child's homework time resembles a chaotic circus. What a remarkable child. When mine does homework, I have to silently chant he's my own flesh and blood 100 times to restrain the urge to scold him. What a diligent child. Surely he will achieve great things as he grows. Isn't the country advocating for children? I want this. Hahaha. Is there anything as efficient as express delivery? I can hear the cogs of your calculations all the way from Yin City. I must ask, how can one make their child so obedient during homework? I'm eagerly waiting for tips. Amidst the lively banter, the scene transitioned to Family 2. Mother, Yulan, born in the 1980s, a full-time housewife. Daughter, Tian Miao Miao, 9 years old. Participation declaration. Reading a myriad of books is no substitute for journeying 1,000 miles. I aspire to take my daughter around the world. In contrast to the first family's live stream, the second family showcased a travel vlog depicting the mother and daughter exploring numerous destinations both abroad and domestically. From bustling cities to quaint towns, from picturesque lakes and mountains to exotic landscapes, the visuals were both heartwarming and stunning, complemented by a soundtrack known for its uplifting melody. Wow, the world is so vast, I want to see it too. Stop it, I just got my paycheck. La la la, my credit card debt is about to hit 98,000. Oh dear, I can't watch this at work, my heart might take flight. Friends contemplating resignation must remain calm, think carefully about what remains to be sorted. Only the boss remains. This brief travel vlog sparked fervent discussions among netizens. However, being a parenting program, alongside the admiration, some parents voiced different opinions. Your child is already 9 years old and is gallivanting around instead of studying. If she doesn't get into a good school, you'll be left to weep. When this comment appeared, many viewers belatedly noted that the introduction for the second child did not mention her school. For a child of her age to be wandering instead of studying left many parents perplexed, even feeling it was a disservice to the child. As they began to type their responses, the second mother's reply appeared first. My child attends a private school abroad. An admission does not require examinations. The family's wealth ensures she need not rely on grades to carve her path. This response rendered the viewer silent. How could they have overlooked the fact that only children from ordinary families relied on education to change their destinies? That's a hard truth. The college entrance examination is not the watershed moment in life. It's the amniotic fluid that truly matters. The gap in class awareness is rather ironic. Some are born into wealth, while others are destined for labor. This is a bit discomforting. We'll just head downstairs for a cigarette. I won't take the elevator or the stairs. The comments section showcased a collective unraveling of emotions. Thankfully, this atmosphere did not linger long. The scene shifted to Family 3, Family 4. From Family 1 to Family 9, each family candidly showcased their parenting styles to the viewers. Some adopted a laid-back, free-range approach, while others were staunchly focused on academics, believing that as long as their children didn't fail, they should push them to their limits. Of course, some took unconventional paths, opting for international schooling or focusing on the arts and sports. The variety of parenting philosophies broadened the horizons of many parents, providing them with valuable insights. What was even more heartening was that countless parents, exhausted and on the verge of giving up due to their children's relentless demands, found renewed confidence upon witnessing such diverse and effective educational methods. There are no unteachable children, only irresponsible parents. In today's commodified educational landscape, the competition is not solely between children, but also between their parents. In the studio, the three experts on the judging panel nodded in satisfaction after observing the feedback in the comments. This is the attitude that parents should possess: earnest, responsible, and prioritizing the education of their children. If all parents embraced this mindset, the future of a nation would undoubtedly be filled with more promising talents. At that moment, the parents in the live chat appeared invigorated, eagerly desiring to acquire more parenting wisdom. They fixated on the screen, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Family 10. As the scene shifted, the basic information of Family 10 began to appear on the screen. Father, Cheng Shuo, born in the 1990s. Profession, Nobel laureate in literature. The mention of Nobel laureate in literature left viewers astounded. No wonder they saved this family for the grand finale. Their background was indeed impressive. However, their astonishment lasted but a moment before they burst into laughter at the completed display. Nobel Literature Award reader. Resume submitter to Fortune 500 companies. Participant in multi-million lottery projects. 0.001 million followers. Internet celebrity. Served 3 years as a special forces soldier in the game counterattack. Son, Cheng Shuo, 7 years old, student at a workers' children's school, 1st grade. Participation declaration. It is better to lose at the starting line than at the finish line, sparing my son a long run. This lengthy introduction nearly overflowed the screen, almost obscuring the son's profile and participation declaration. Expecting something grand, the viewers instead found it rather comical. The comments section exploded. While others flaunt their most impressive professions, do you even see what you've written? You've written a lot, yet it feels like you've written nothing at all. This is hilarious, folks. Are you serious about being a special forces soldier in counterattack? Out in the world, identity is self-assigned. Tell me, which part of his statement isn't true? Indeed, even a national first-level debater would agree with him. The most amusing part is still his participation declaration. What a magnificent state of mind. Chapter 2. Interviewed after the college entrance examination. Was the pressure intense this time? Young boy. Not as intense as the pressure of not achieving an A. In addition to parents, the live broadcast attracted many viewers who enjoyed the spectacle. While previous families adhered to conventional norms, this unconventional entry promised to deliver an engaging show. The audience online appeared to be thoroughly entertained, yet the expressions of the three experts in the studio told a different story. They exchanged glances, ultimately reaching a consensus that the father, Cheng Shuo, was merely seeking attention with his antics. Despite their discontent, they chose to endure the situation and continued watching. After the introduction of basic information, a young man appeared on screen. He was strikingly handsome, with a clean and refined visage, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that bestowed upon him an air of scholarly elegance. At first glance, it was impossible to reconcile his appearance with the comical introduction that preceded it. The disparity between his looks and demeanor was already stark, but what transpired next was even more astonishing. In the footage, Cheng Shuo held a plastic slipper in one hand while grasping the chubby little hand of Cheng Shuo with the other. It was clear to any discerning viewer that he intended to discipline the child. The barrage of comments erupted once more. This kid must be quite mischievous to provoke such a handsome father into a fit of rage. He probably doesn't want to do his homework. A little spanking will suffice. The slipper isn't enough. I suggest switching to a thicker one. Perhaps a more intense approach, like using a slipper dipped in antiseptic while administering the discipline. You spectators, always stirring the pot if the child goes online, he'll find nothing but trouble. The lively exchange among netizens led to a collective sigh of relief from the trio of experts in the studio. Initially, they had assumed that the father was rather unhinged, but soon became evident that this was a misunderstanding. A father willing to correct his child could hardly be deemed a failure. While corporal punishment is not advisable, if it serves an educational purpose, a few strikes could be permissible. Moreover, using a plastic slipper clearly had a more intimidating effect. Whether they were experts or viewers, they collectively speculated that Cheng Shuo must have erred or neglected his studies to warrant such punishment. No one seemed overly concerned, and they continued to enjoy the spectacle. However, when Cheng Shuo uttered his next statement, an immediate cloud of confusion enveloped the room. I can't believe I raised such a useless son. If you play games so poorly, what good is your education? If you can't even excel at gaming, you're nothing but a waste hostyling. 3 experts. Netizens. A flurry of question marks flooded the screen, and the chat fell silent for several seconds before erupting once more. Wait, what just happened? What does he mean education is meaningless? Is this really something a father would say? Surely not. Which father would speak like that? I would rather believe that the child was caught playing games and punished for it. Me too. I can't even imagine a father who would allow gaming over studying. The viewers in the live stream could hardly believe what they had just heard and scrambled to rationalize it. After all, many had their own childhood experiences of being caught playing games by their fathers, resulting in a sound thrashing. Furthermore, within the mindset of parents, games were often viewed as a destructive force, inevitably linked to a decline in academic performance. In extreme cases, it could lead to unlawful behavior. Many parents, in their efforts to shield their children from gaming, even withheld smartphones. The emergence of a father who not only allowed gaming, but also discouraged studying was simply unfathomable to them. They would rather suspect they had misheard than entertain the notion that such a father truly existed. The experts in the studio shared similar sentiments. While they had not reached the point of doubting their hearing, they remained silent, adhering to a principle of not generalizing from a single instance. They hoped for a twist in the narrative, but alas, their hopes were dashed. On screen, Cheng Shuo raised the slipper high, declaring, "If you hadn't faltered, we would have won. Why didn't you heed my advice? I told you not to rush in. I told you not to act recklessly. What is wrong with you?" With each accusation, the slipper came down heavily upon Cheng Shuo's small hand. Amidst tears, the child cried out, "Daddy, I don't want to play anymore. I want to do my homework." Cheng Shuo's sobs were heart-wrenching, yet his father remained unmoved. "Homework? Grab the rifle and follow your father into battle. He'll ensure you reclaim your glory." Ignoring his son's pleas, Cheng Shuo resolutely dragged him back into the fray, his determination as steadfast as if he were pledging allegiance. Witnessing this scene left the online audience utterly flabbergasted. Wait, are they really going to play games together? Is that even permissible? This is unprecedented. What about all the beatings I endured for playing games? Consider yourself lucky. I'm laughing. This truly is a father-son duo. Everything is flipped upside down. This world has become unrecognizable to me. The viewers found it hard to accept this spectacle, voicing their disapproval. However, such sentiments did not linger long. After all, the conventional parenting shows had grown tiresome, and this unexpected turn of events intrigued many. Particularly, Cheng Shuo's insistence on having his son play games resonated with numerous gaming enthusiasts online. The stark contrast of Cheng Shuo wailing, "I don't want to play games, I want to do my homework," amplified the comedic effect of the live stream, captivating countless viewers. Haha, this child may never have desired to study as much as he does now. Compared to the pressure from his father in gaming, academic stress pales in comparison. Can pressure even be considered pressure? If he doesn't perform well, he faces a real-life consequence, not to mention being forced to call him dad. Him dying of laughter every match feels like facing a vendetta. When asked post-exams, was the pressure intense? Shuo would respond, "Not as much as when I face my father in gaming." The comments were filled with merriment, but the atmosphere in the studio grew increasingly tense. Particularly, the older teacher, Zhong Xiuqin, was visibly enraged, her face flushed. This parent is utterly irresponsible. Allowing a child to play games instead of studying will only ruin him. As she spoke, teacher Xianghui echoed her sentiments, Children lack self-control when it comes to games addiction has severe consequences. The third expert, teacher Yang Xiaotong, though not vocal, nodded in agreement, thereby subtly affirming the stance of her colleagues. The consensus among the experts was clear. Cheng Shuo's approach was misguided. They had witnessed far too many children whose lives were devastated by gaming. Initially, host Ling shared this perspective. However, he keenly observed that Cheng Xiaola did not exhibit the same fervor for gaming as other youth plagued by addiction. While his father was engrossed in the game, the child remained detached. Ling pondered that it would be unwise to judge hastily based on a singular viewpoint. Each family segment had a fixed duration, and after the final family introduction, Ling smiled and stepped into the center of the studio. All right, we have met all 10 families. Now, I invite our online friends to cast their votes for their favorite family based on their first impressions. Chapter 3. The little shoulders ultimately shouldered everything for their father. As the voting commenced, the screen displayed the fluctuating vote counts of 10 families. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Cheng Shuo's mind. The host has elicited emotional responses from those around through reverse parenting, earning 3,000 emotion points. Current available emotion points, 3145. At the same time, Cheng Xiaolu's interest in gaming decreased by 20, while his interest in learning increased by 10. Emotion points can be exchanged at a rate of 1. 1 for soft sister coins, 10,000. 1 for attribute points, usable only by the son. And 100,000. 1 for lottery chances. Upon hearing this voice, a slight smile graced Cheng Shuo's lips. It seemed he had discovered the correct method to utilize the system. The reverse parenting system, as its name implies, creates emotional fluctuations in those around through unconventional parenting methods, thus earning emotion points. These points can not only be exchanged for soft sister coins, but can also enhance the child's attributes or even provide lottery opportunities. Although suddenly becoming a father through transmigration felt somewhat impolite to Cheng Shuo, upon reflection, having a child without the need for marriage saved him the expenses of purchasing a car, a house, and paying a bride price, an undeniable profit in his eyes. He accepted the reality of transmigrating with a child without any psychological burden. Moreover, he possessed a golden finger. Just a single live broadcast teaser could garner over 3,000 emotion points, equivalent to over 3,000 coins. He could scarcely imagine how much of a jovial father he would become after spending more time on this show. He would gain wealth while his son would acquire skills, and together they would forge a bright future. The first round of voting swiftly concluded. Although the live broadcast featuring Cheng Shuo and his son brought joy to viewers, they were bound to receive limited support in a parenting show that emphasized education. Out of nearly 100,000 votes, they garnered just over 1,000, landing at the bottom of the rankings, even trailing behind the Tiger Dad family that espoused the belief of no pain, no gain. Cheng Shuo remained unfazed by this ranking, acknowledging that his methods were indeed unconventional. However, he had already demonstrated through practice that this reverse parenting approach was effective, and once viewers recognized its merit, their votes would surely increase. Even if they could not grasp it, Cheng Shuo had ways to persist in the show. In his previous life, he had been a streamer, possessing exceptional improvisational skills. Voting was not solely based on parenting methods. As long as his popularity surged, he had no fear of lacking support. The production team would not be foolish enough to eliminate popular contestants. Cheng Shuo felt assured and was prepared to unleash his full potential. After the voting concluded, the live feed returned to the host, Ling. Following a brief announcement, viewers had gained some understanding of each family. Next, they would delve into their lives. Each family was provided with an independent live streaming room, allowing viewers to enter the corresponding room to watch and vote for their favorites. As soon as the announcement concluded, the screen split into 10 sections, each corresponding to a family. It was worth noting that the audience comprised not only parents seeking advice, but also numerous viewers drawn to the excitement. Thus, even though Cheng Shuo and his son ranked low in votes, it did not diminish the liveliness of their streaming room. As the split occurred, 30,000 viewers instantly flooded in to watch. With the influx of viewers, Cheng Shuo felt an increase in pressure, which only fueled his enthusiasm. In the heat of the moment, he pressed the keys furiously, his eyes glued to the screen, terrified of missing a single moment. His excitement was palpable, as if he were about to dive into the computer itself. In stark contrast, Cheng Shuo wore a face of despair, utterly disheartened. His nose was red from crying, and the tear stains on his face had dried. His little form, already pitiable, struggled to maintain a facade of enthusiasm to match his father's energy. This dramatic scene sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy. Haha, hiding behind dad to enjoy paternal love is impossible. The first child I've seen who doesn't want a game. Wanting to do homework here has become a niche phrase. Originally only capable of attending a second-tier university. Yet his father has forced him to aim for Peking University. I ask, do gaming partners now need to be born? Indeed, those born can be trusted to command. And it's amusing to scold. If having children isn't for fun, it's utterly meaningless grimace. The little shoulders ultimately shouldered everything for their father. While viewers found amusement, Cheng Shuo could no longer bear the pressure and began to wail. I don't want to play games. I want to do my homework. His cries resonated throughout the room. Any normal father would have chosen to indulge their child in such a situation. Yet Cheng Shuo was anything but ordinary. He pointed at his son. Stop wailing. If you continue, I'll send you to Panhong. Don't want to play doubles, huh? Then let us go solo. He offered his son no opportunity for refusal and immediately switched to a competitive mode. Bang, bang. As soon as Cheng Shuo dared to show his face, he was instantly eliminated. After being defeated 5 or 6 times in a row, he completely broke down. Well, please stop. I can't win. I'm not playing anymore. His cries escalated in intensity, accompanied by frantic kicking of his little legs. Every cell in his body radiated resistance. He attempted to awaken his father's love through this display, yet it was evident that Cheng Shuo's paternal affection was limited. Come on, let us continue. The program our child is growing up aimed to attract a larger audience by scheduling its premiere at the prime time of 8 in the evening. After completing the initial segments, they entered the observation phase, and the time approached 9 o'clock. The show had no script, relying solely on the participants' improvisation. While these parents might excel at educating their children, they fell slightly short in the realm of live streaming. Some felt there was nothing to do and resorted to black screens for sleep, while others broadcasted reading, tutoring, or casual chats. Although these activities aligned with the essence of a parenting show, they failed to satisfy the viewers who craved excitement. When the program lacked engagement, its popularity gradually dwindled. Initially, there were over 200,000 viewers, yet that number dwindled to below 100,000. However, this was expected. In a continuously live-streamed show, high viewer counts were fleeting, while a steady, moderate viewership was the norm. Just as the staff behind the scenes thought the excitement had waned and they could relax, they suddenly discovered one streaming room rising above the rest. Am I seeing this correctly? The total online count is 100,000, and this room alone has 50,000 viewers. Everyone flocked to see the 2 father-son duos playing games, yet this was ostensibly a parenting show, leaving the staff unsure whether to laugh or cry. However, there was no denying that the streaming room was indeed entertaining. Even I was watching. With such effective streaming and high interaction, the barrage of comments surged at 20 per second. This level of activity rivaled that of product-selling streams. This could be considered a breakthrough. Good news. We have contestants who have broken through the norm. Bad news. They broke through by playing games. The staff naturally welcomed this unconventional approach. Live streaming programs thrived on traffic, and traffic translated into revenue. To maximize publicity, some staff members had already placed their live feed prominently on the homepage. Chapter 4. This is a cautionary tale, a strong call for elimination. The impact of the homepage promotion is evident. Soon, the viewership in Cheng Shuo's live streaming room surpassed 100,000. It is essential to note that the total number of viewers across all streaming rooms is merely 180,000. The atmosphere in a live room is extraordinarily vibrant. Haha, I will undoubtedly die laughing in this live room eventually. I wish my father could play games with me. I genuinely envy those who can. To the person above, you only see the child playing games, but you fail to recognize the burdens he bears. Haha, finally someone has spoken up. Several times, it was clearly the father's mistake. Yet he stubbornly shifted the blame onto his son. This father only has 2 phrases at his disposal. selling out dad, and why aren't you keeping up? Everything is someone else's fault, and he bears no responsibility whatsoever. It's hilarious. A typical case of dad is right no matter what. If you're not good enough, you'll be reprimanded. Perhaps it's time to take the child for a checkup on his spine. Logically, at such a young age, he shouldn't be shouldering such heavy burdens. The popularity of a live broadcast also contributed to a significant accumulation of emotional value. Ding! The host's reverse parenting has elicited an emotional response, earning 10,000 emotional points. Current available emotional points, 13,623. Upon seeing such a substantial gain, Cheng Shuo's smile stretched from ear to ear. He became increasingly enthusiastic in his streaming, alternating between chaotic battles, duo matches, and solos. This, however, proved to be a torment for Cheng Shuo. Initially, he would protest, but now he has become numb and no longer resists. His actions in the game are devoid of emotion, purely reflexive. Cheng Shuo is reveling in the excitement, yet he has forgotten the existence of the judging panel. At this moment, the atmosphere at the judging panel is rather peculiar. The expressions of the three experts are far from agreeable, particularly that of teacher Cheng Shuo, who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Cheng Shuo. She clenches her fists, her face flushed with anger, clearly struggling to maintain her composure. When she observes the child being eliminated and instead of receiving comfort from his father, he is met with ridicule and derision, she can no longer contain herself. This is outrageous, utterly absurd. Allowing a child to play games is one thing, but to verbally and psychologically torment him is another. Does he not understand the potential harm such behavior can inflict upon a child? How can a person like this be deemed fit to be a parent? Education is no trivial matter. It pertains to the future of the nation and the hopes of the people. I hope all parents take this seriously. As for unqualified fathers like number 10, I strongly demand that the production team eliminate him. Teacher Cheng Shuo is an expert in parenting. Having dedicated her life to the field of education, she has authored books and conducted parenting seminars. Her viewpoints and advice have greatly benefited many parents. She holds significant prestige in the realm of parenting, and many parents have tuned into the program because of her. Hearing her articulate such sharp opinions has influenced the online audience, inciting irrational responses. Indeed, individuals like him are unworthy of the title of father. If one cannot bear the responsibility of education, choosing not to have children is a form of kindness. This is absurd, allowing such a young child to engage in gaming. What future prospects could he possibly have? Ridicule can lead to psychological issues for the child. Seeking attention is merely a desire to be famous, leading to the same old routine of live streaming and selling products. If this negative example is not eliminated, shall we keep it around for the new year? As the saying goes, a single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. Teacher Cheng Shuo's remarks not only caused an uproar on site, but also ignited fervor among the online viewers. It is unprecedented for someone to be eliminated so early in a program. The audience's attitude left He Ling, a seasoned host accustomed to grand events, taken aback. If mishandled, it could lead to a live broadcast disaster, and he could only rack his brain to appease the situation. Teacher Zhong is right. Educational issues have always been of paramount importance. However, I believe education should not lean towards one extreme. While criticizing the child's actions may be inappropriate, could it also be viewed as a means of building the child's resilience? After all, not everyone will communicate in a gentle manner. He Ling, being a professional host, swiftly regained control of the situation with just a few words. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the fragility of his argument and quickly signaled the other two experts for support, knowing that if a real problem arose, their jobs would be at stake. Fortunately, the other two experts understood the gravity of the situation. Thus, even though they shared teacher Cheng Shuo's sentiments, they had to align with He Ling's perspective. Indeed, the current trend emphasizes joyful education, alleviating pressure from children, and providing them with a delightful childhood is also commendable. Xiang Hui pondered deeply before formulating a statement, and as for why Cheng Shuo would mock his son, he could not devise an excuse, so he chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the more reticent expert, Yang Xiaotong, offered her insights after Xiang Hui finished speaking. While allowing children to play games may be inappropriate, I perceive it as a form of companionship. Many parents are exceedingly busy, their time consumed by various obligations. Not only do they lack the opportunity to play games with their children, but many parents also struggle to find time for meaningful conversations. When asked why they are busy, the answer often revolves around creating better conditions for their children. But is this truly what children desire? This simple question rendered the live chat momentarily silent. Countless parents began to reflect on whether they were spending enough time with their children. Yang Xiaotong continued her discourse. To my knowledge, many families face the issue of a lack of closeness between parents and children. I often hear parents lament that their children retreat to their rooms upon returning home, disregarding their parents. What causes this disconnect? Firstly, insufficient companionship. Secondly, a desire to avoid parental nagging. However, I believe the most crucial factor is the absence of shared interests between parents and children. Without common interests, how can there be topics to discuss? How can intimacy develop? Is communication merely limited to inquiries about grades and lunch choices? Thus, in my view, while playing games with children may not be ideal, it can facilitate both companionship and communication, which is still beneficial. As for pressuring children within the game, I must candidly state that many people use far harsher language when engaged in gaming than this father does. Yang Xiaodong concluded her remarks with a hint of humor, reviving the previously subdued atmosphere of the live room. This expert, what outrageous truths you speak. TSK, just report my ID then. It's too real. Compared to the intensity one bring to my teammates, this pressure is hardly noteworthy. This expert's analysis is quite astute. One must not merely scratch the surface, but delve into the essence of the matter. While the methods may be questionable, the intentions are commendable. Dissecting phenomena to reveal their essence, experts should be encouraged to speak more. In light of this, I too would like to offer my thoughts. First, I must clarify that I am not an expert in this field. After carefully considering everyone's statements, I still find myself at a loss for words. Just as I mentioned at the outset, I am not an authority on this subject, whose door was left ajar, allowing this to unfold. Chapter 5. The explosion of popularity, the surge of attention was overwhelming, as the online community, ever fickle, rallied behind any argument that resonated with them. The barrage of comments swiftly returned to a harmonious tone, leading many to believe the matter could be put to rest. However, the unyielding and antiquated mindset of Professor Zhong Xiuqin was grossly underestimated. The insights of the two experts failed to sway her. Instead, they were dismissed as mere sophistry. With no support left in the comments, she chose to leave the judging panel and retreated backstage. The experts' analyses were profound and their viewpoints refreshing. A blogger, recognizing the topicality of their discourse, promptly recorded and shared it online. Coupled with the prior promotional efforts by the production team for Cheng Shuo and his son, the discussion ignited like wildfire. Opinions were divided, with some in agreement and others dissenting. This debate only fueled the show's rising popularity, which skyrocketed from an initial audience of 180,000 to over 500,000, while tens of thousands tuned in to hear the experts. More than 30,000 flocked to Room 10, where Cheng Shuo was broadcasting. Cheng Shuo himself was taken aback, not realizing that his peculiar actions, intended merely to align with the system's requirements, could be interpreted by the experts in such a manner. Concepts of core values and essence behind phenomena were mere fabrications. His sole motive was to garner emotional points for the sake of a prize. Fortunately, engrossed in the game, Cheng Shuo was oblivious to the turmoil at the judging table. Otherwise, he might have been mortified. Yet even if he had noticed, he would have refrained from offering any explanations, for they were speaking on his behalf. As discussions raged online, Cheng Shuo remained engrossed in his game, while the backstage staff reveled in the unexpected surge of viewership. It was a seemingly joyous scenario until the backstage door swung open. "Director Chun, are you really going to let this slide?" Upon entering, Zhong Xiuqin marched straight towards the show's chief director, Chen Bo, her speed catching him off guard. "Professor Zhong, weren't you in the live broadcast room? What brings you backstage?" Chen Bo queried, rising to offer her his seat. However, Zhong Xiuqin stood resolutely before him, her expression tense, leaving him no choice but to stand awkwardly alongside her. "What am I here for?" "I'm here to question your selection of contestants." In what way do the actions of that father and son align with the program's purpose? What educational value lies in allowing children to play games? Cheng Shuo launched into a barrage of criticisms, leaving Chun Bo with no opportunity to defend himself. But how could he rationalize his choices? The selection process inevitably required a balance of various elements. With exceptional contestants, there would naturally be less favorable ones. The decision to include Cheng Shuo and his son was intended to serve as a cautionary example, primarily to highlight the excellence of other families. Such expendable participants were meant to be eliminated through the usual procedures. Yet, who could have foreseen that this seemingly unpromising duo would achieve such fame? Not only did the live broadcast garner immense attention, but the online discussions also reached unprecedented levels. If this continued, trending on social media was only a matter of time. Admittedly, Chun Bo's original intention for the show was educational. However, when the program's mission clashed with the allure of viewership, he found himself wavering. After all, who wouldn't he want to achieve stardom? Seeing Chun Bo's silence, Cheng Shuo's frustration intensified. I demand the elimination of this pair. They are already at the bottom in terms of votes, so their removal would be justified. If they remain, then I shall withdraw. Cheng Shuo left no room for negotiation, her words carrying significant weight for Chun Bo. He had invited her to lend her esteemed reputation to elevate the program's status. While he acknowledged that some of her views were somewhat outdated, her authority in the industry remained unchallenged. Moreover, Cheng Shuo's son was the program's largest sponsor. Her departure would result in substantial losses. Professor Zhong, please don't act impulsively. Rest assured, they will be eliminated. Allow me to negotiate, would you? Chun Bo pleaded, realizing that both Cheng Shuo and his son were crucial to the show's success. Losing either of them was not an option. Faced with the dilemma, he could only resort to delaying tactics. Unfortunately, Cheng Shuo was not easily placated. All right, once they are eliminated, I will consider participating in the recording. The stakes had escalated, and Chun Bo's attempts at manipulation had been exposed. It was clear that Cheng Shuo was resolute in her demand for answers. With no way to appease her, Chun Bo understood that losing the sponsor would jeopardize the program's viability. The allure of viewership would dissipate, rendering the show inconsequential. After weighing the pros and cons, he reluctantly resolved to eliminate. However, before he could articulate the word eliminate, a staff member frantically gestured for his attention. Following the staff member's cues, Chun Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. The data from Room 10 was astonishing. At that moment, the number of viewers had exceeded 500,000, with over 2 million interactions in the comments. The room had gained 350,000 followers, with 90 being new. An impressive 95 of viewers had watched for over 10 minutes, and 80 for over 30. The statistics were staggering, leaving Chun Bo utterly speechless. In just 3 hours since the broadcast began, they had amassed an additional 350,000 followers. Even more astonishing was that it was already 11 p.m. and 500,000 people were still engaged in watching. What level of achievement was this? It was no exaggeration to say that their performance rivaled that of the top streamers on major platforms. The data left him flabbergasted, but even more astounding revelations awaited. Following the staff members' prompts, Chun Bo observed the statistics across various short video platforms. Every clip featuring Cheng Shuo and his son boasted remarkable view counts. The most popular segment had garnered over 1 million likes and ranked fourth among trending videos. The virality of the content had also led to a significant rise in the associated account's followers. This was a situation Chun Bo had never encountered before. He knew they were gaining traction online, but not to this extent. For reasons unknown, Chun Bo felt a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. It was well understood that variety shows operated within their own hierarchy of disdain. Television broadcasts looked down upon online content, and shows featuring celebrities dismissed those with ordinary participants. Entertainment challenge shows often regarded observational programs with contempt. Yet, astonishingly, their seemingly unremarkable educational parent-child program had managed to capture significant online attention, and all without any artificial enhancement. If the production team intensified their efforts, he could hardly fathom the heights of success they might achieve. At that moment, the notion of elimination was completely forgotten. Chen Bo's eyes began to glimmer with hope as he envisioned the program becoming a sensational hit, receiving countless accolades, and himself emerging as a distinguished director, gloriously successful. Just as he reveled in this dream, Zhong Xiuqin doused him with a cold reality check. How far do you think they can go with actions that contradict the essence of the program? For now, viewers may find it novel and entertaining, but what happens next? Beware the backlash. Her words struck Chen Bo like a frigid wave, leaving him feeling utterly disheartened. Indeed, the rise of Cheng Shuo and his son stemmed from their unconventional approach. While others adhered to traditional parenting methods, they opted for a more chaotic style. This counterintuitive behavior piqued the curiosity of viewers, providing a sense of novelty. Yet, how long could this novelty endure? Once the allure faded, the reckoning would begin. The more popular they became, the heavier the subsequent criticisms would weigh. It was a precarious balance, and the potential for loss loomed large. However, he found it difficult to relinquish the immense flow of traffic. After much contemplation, Chen Bo could only say, "Teacher Zhong, please return home early to rest today. I assure you, I will provide you with a response first thing tomorrow morning." Chapter 6. It was only after leaving the protective umbrella of his father that he discovered there was no rain outside. The disputes in the background had no impact on Cheng Shuo whatsoever. Just as he became engrossed in his game, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! The host reverse parenting has triggered a massive emotional response, earning 100,000 emotional points. Current available emotional points, 114,600. Meanwhile, Cheng Xiaola's interest in gaming has reached the -100 achievement, granting him 1 in physical fitness. Upon hearing that he had suddenly earned 100,000 emotional points, Cheng Shuo was genuinely taken aback. After a brief investigation, he discovered that his video of playing games with his son had gone viral online. Although opinions were divided evenly between supporters and detractors, the vastness of the internet meant that each comment contributed significantly to his emotional points. This sensation felt akin to money falling from the sky. However, Cheng Shuo's pride was perhaps a bit premature. His unexpected rise to fame had encroached upon the interests of others, and soon, detractors began to emerge. Initially, only parents with differing views criticized him, but gradually, baseless slander began to surface. Some accused him of exploiting his son for publicity, while others claimed that the live stream had a scripted narrative to deceive viewers. There were even insinuations that Cheng Xiaola was not his biological son, which justified his alleged poor parenting methods. Seeing such malicious comments made Cheng Shuo's blood boil. He could brush off the rest, but the notion that Cheng Xiaola was not his son was utterly intolerable. Given their strikingly similar features, who could doubt their connection? As for why he was so hard on his son in the game, it was merely a tactic to wean him off gaming addiction. When he first crossed over, the boy was utterly obsessed with gaming, to the point of straining his eyes. If it weren't for the system instructing him to take a contrary approach, he would, like other parents, be at his wit's end. Cheng Shuo was furious. He wanted to finish this game quickly, in the live stream, and confront the detractors. It was indeed late, and his son had school the next day. Cheng Shuo had already planned to sign off, but Cheng Xiaola, whether due to the pressure from his father or feeling aggrieved after being eliminated by an opponent, suddenly erupted with emotion. He slammed the keyboard down, declaring, "I'm done. I won't play anymore. If I play again, I'm your son." He bared his teeth, his small fists clenched, and his round eyes glared at Cheng Shuo with indignation. This display left no doubt that if Cheng Shuo uttered a single word, "continue," the boy would likely fight back with all his might. Whether he would actually put up a fight was uncertain, but the viewers found the scene utterly hilarious. "Ha! P.S. angry. P.S. truly upset. How amusing." They chuckled. "You are his son? This oath doesn't count. Let us redo it. Little bro, the uncles and aunts aren't targeting you. We're just lacking in manners. You've brought us joy today. We're not watching for free. We're giving you a thumbs up. What good is a thumbs up? Voting is what truly matters. If they don't advance, everyone here is responsible. Today's votes are all gone. Tomorrow and beyond, the votes belong to them." Agreed. As soon as the voting channel opens, I'll cast my vote. The viewers were enjoying the spectacle, while Cheng Shuo felt pleased with his son's attitude. He was willing to stand up for himself and express his opinions. unlike before when he would meekly comply despite his discontent. Such a lack of individuality was disheartening. This new assertiveness was much better. You don't want to play anymore? Fine, but I still need one more kill. This relentless desire to win was insatiable. Who could understand the frustration of playing all night without a single victory? Equally, he wished to test whether his son had truly lost all interest in gaming. Then just kill me. Cheng Shuo responded without hesitation, directly inviting his father to take action. In the past, this would have been utterly inconceivable. The outcome pleased Cheng Shuo immensely. However, satisfaction aside, he was still tempted to play a trick. All right, pick up the gun. Cheng Shuo, confused, asked why he needed to pick up the gun if he was just going to kill him. Though he protested verbally, his body obediently followed his father's instruction. Chapter 7. Many parents require time to accept the fact that their children are merely ordinary individuals. Child's innocence, unrestrained candor, a skill designated solely for youngsters. Eliciting emotional reactions through child's innocence can also yield emotional value. Upon reading the system's explanation, Cheng Shuo finally grasped a fragment of understanding. It is nothing more than unfiltered speech. This skill is quite beneficial for him, as he often speaks without restraint. But for his son, Cheng Shuo felt it would have little impact, considering the most outrageous thing he had ever heard his son say was, "If you keep playing, I am your son." It bore no semblance of harm and was even somewhat amusing. Compared to his own tendency to speak with his parents as the focal point and relatives as the radius, it was entirely on a different plane. Nevertheless, since he had drawn it, he might as well bestow it upon his son. After all, the system did not permit him to use it. Spending 100,000 emotional value to acquire such a seemingly useless skill left him with a sense of futility, were it not for the additional gains for his son. He opened his son's attribute panel. Name, Cheng Shuo. Age, 7 years. Physique, 92, average. Intelligence, 95, average. Articulation, 88, weak. Reaction, 93, average. To be truthful, many parents take time to accept that their children are simply ordinary. Cheng Shuo was no exception. In his imagination, his son ought to be both scholarly and martial, excelling in every aspect. Yet the reality was that Cheng Shuo was just a very average child. Physique, average. Mind, average. Reaction, average. Everything was quite ordinary, with articulation being notably weak. This was a crushing blow for a parent who aspired for greatness in their child. In truth, he should have recognized earlier that when his son was reluctant to play games, he would repeatedly say, "I don't want to play. I want to do my homework." Such a limited vocabulary was concerning. Cheng Shuo could not tolerate it. Mere moments ago, he had wanted to let his child develop naturally. Now, he felt slapped in the face. His child could not be ordinary. Exchange for 4 points in articulation. Cheng Shuo was indeed willing to spend, exchanging all remaining 40,000 emotional value, leaving just a fraction. He rarely displayed such generosity, yet the system was unhelpful. Friendly reminder, attribute points can only be exchanged for 1 point at a time, with a cooldown period of 72 hours. This notification left Cheng Shuo momentarily stunned. There was a purchase limit? Not only that, but also a cooldown? Did they truly believe everyone possessed such abundant emotional value to cultivate their children into geniuses? When people are at a loss for words, they often find themselves inexplicably laughing. Well, being able to exchange for 1 point is better than nothing. Exchange successful. Consume 10,000 emotional value. Articulation, 89, weak. Although articulation remained weak, he felt a slight sense of comfort within. At that moment, Cheng Shuo recalled that when the game interest hit -100, the system had also granted him 1 point in physique. This was a valuable asset. Others wouldn't refrain from hitting you because of your eloquence, but they would certainly retreat 3 steps due to your imposing physique. Adding on, when he saw his son's physique increase from 92 to 93, Cheng Shuo suddenly experienced the joy of nurturing. It felt as though his child was gradually becoming exceptional under his guidance, and the satisfaction of being a father nearly overflowed his chest. In reality, Cheng Shuo was not as weak as imagined. Throughout his father's unconventional parenting approach, he had garnered numerous hidden attributes, including learning interest, practical skills, concentration, and stress resistance. Though these hidden attributes would not be displayed on the panel, they would be ingrained within him. Thus, even with mediocre talent, these hidden attributes would assist him in gradually becoming outstanding. This was something Cheng Shuo would only realize much later. After all was said and done, it was already the early hours of the morning. Looking at Cheng Shuo, who had long since fallen asleep beside him, he leaned over and gave him a kiss. "Good night, my son." In a certain villa area in the bustling metropolis, Zhong Xiuqin returned home, still seething with anger. As soon as she stepped through the door, she couldn't help but begin to complain. Are they really hesitating? Just wait until the whole internet criticizes them. I want to see what they will do then. And those two experts as well, insisting on painting the black as white. If allowing children to play games is considered a good thing, then what has my years as an education expert amounted to? Under normal circumstances, her words would elicit agreement from those around her. But today, the house was eerily quiet. The family had always maintained a habit of gathering in front of the television to support her whenever she appeared on a show. Could they be too engrossed? Feeling frustrated, Zhong Xiuqin walked into the living room, only to discover the television was on, displaying the very program she had participated in. However, the living room was empty. Yet, she faintly heard some commotion coming from the adjacent bedroom, which was her grandson Yu Xiaolei's room. Speaking of her grandson made her even angrier. Despite being an expert in education, she was unable to teach that little rascal of hers properly. At 10 years old, instead of focusing on his studies, all he did was play games, particularly that game called Honor of Kings. When he got into it, he would even forego meals. The anti-addiction measures had proven ineffective against him. The family had tried numerous methods to help him quit gaming, from psychological therapy to physical withdrawal. They had practically exhausted every option. They had even smashed several phones and iPads, yet none bore any fruit. Now at this hour, there was still noise coming from his room. It was clear he had lost track of time while gaming. Initially irritated by the program featuring a contestant gaming with their child, she returned home to find the situation. Zhong Xiuqin could no longer contain her temper and stormed over. Twisting the doorknob, before even pushing the door open, she called out, "Yu Xiaolei, are you being naughty again?" But upon seeing the scene inside, her voice abruptly ceased. After a long pause, she finally managed to choke out, "What is this rebellion?" Thinking the room contained only her grandson, she was taken aback to find the whole family gathered. She hadn't noticed what her daughter-in-law was doing. Her eyes were immediately drawn to the father-son duo, each engrossed in their own mobile devices, thoroughly enjoying their gaming. Zhong Xiuqin's shout startled everyone inside. The three turned to look at her, expecting a change in behavior upon seeing her. However, the father-son duo merely glanced at her before returning to their game, their fingers moving so swiftly they nearly sparked. They clearly did not regard her presence at all. Zhong Xiuqin felt a pang of frustration. "You all, Mom, let them play." She had barely begun to speak when her daughter-in-law interrupted her. Zhong Xiuqin was even more astonished. To help her grandson quit gaming, her daughter-in-law had exerted immense effort. At times, she had been so anxious she couldn't sleep for several days. Why the sudden change? Allowing them to play? At that moment, Zhong Xiuqin looked at her daughter-in-law as if she had seen a ghost. Perhaps it was because her grandson's gaming addiction had persisted for quite some time, and realizing that anger was futile, she ultimately had to relent. Moreover, if the mother had said such a thing, what could the grandmother do? However, she thought of something else. "Xiaorong, tell Jiangua to withdraw the sponsorship. That program misguides children. There's no need for investment. I want to be going tomorrow." She still felt uneasy about such an unreliable father-son duo being featured in a parenting program. It was likely her grandson, after seeing their live broadcast, insisted on playing with his father. Just the thought of countless innocent children, like her grandson, looking up at their parents with naive faces and asking. Other dads let their kids play games and even join in, made her head ache. It has gone awry, utterly awry. Chapter 8. Only through learning can one discern right from wrong. Every misstep in a game is solely my fault. Just the thought of that scene made Zhong Xiuqin feel a wave of dizziness. Since she could not intervene, she chose to withdraw, lest her reputation be tarnished. For such a modest request, Zhong Xiuqin assumed her daughter-in-law would readily comply. To her surprise, she was met with a refusal. "Mom, can we discuss this later?" "Later?" Zhong Xiuqin was taken aback. Just as she was about to question further, her son erupted with an expletive. "You Xiaolei, how did you die again? You truly are worse than a delivery service." The words dropped like a bombshell, leaving Zhong Xiuqin agape. Her studious son cursing? Such vulgarity during gaming was something she had only witnessed in her grandson. Wouldn't this provoke a confrontation? Yet, the reality was that her grandson not only refrained from retorting, but wore a pained expression as he defended himself. "I've already told you, my highest rank is Diamond. You insisted on dragging me into a match at the King S level. It's no wonder I'm dying." Her son's explanation fell flat. As Yu Jiangwo's tongue lashed out like a sharpened blade, playing daily yet still so inept. "You won't even be hired at a novice S station. Once you step out that door, don't dare claim you're my son." His father's words were as sharp as a weapon, and his teammates were equally relentless. "Dude, quit sending me. If you can't handle it, just buy some gems for a safety net. I scattered some grains on my phone, and even the chickens could play better than you." Truly, it was infuriating. The opposing team was being carried by him. After one round, Yu Xiaolei was on the verge of tears. He had never encountered such humiliation before. Previously, he had only played matches below diamond rank, where most players were bots. Given his skills, he could easily dominate the field. This inflated his perception of invincibility. Now, faced with such ridicule, the impact on him was palpable. What had happened to this game? Was this still the game he knew? His hands, once deft, now seemed clumsy. Yu Xiaolei began to question himself, tossing his phone aside and rolling around in despair. His inability to accept reality elicited shared glances of amusement between Yu Jiangwo and his wife. Witnessing her grandson in such a state shocked Zhong Xiuqin. He could hardly wrest the phone from her grasp before. Now he was willingly discarding it? Could it be that playing games with his father had truly curbed his internet addiction? Yet, as soon as that thought crossed her mind, it was promptly dismissed. "I don't believe it. Let us try again." Just a second ago, he was utterly defeated, and now he was brimming with enthusiasm. As her grandson picked up the phone once more, Zhong Xiuqin shook her head in exasperation. Useless. Still useless. In stark contrast to her skepticism, the attitude of Yu Jiangwo and his wife was entirely different. "All right, let us go again. If you lose stars, your father will help you reclaim them. You two enjoy yourselves. I'll go cut fruits and fetch snacks." Now, not only did he have his father to play with, but his mother also provided support. Zhong Xiuqin was at a loss for words and resigned to staying nearby to observe just how far this family trio would go with their shenanigans. In the ensuing time, she truly witnessed the chaos that ensues when a hobby is treated as a task. "Ah, lost another star. No worries, son. Let us try again." "Dad, they're cursing at me." "No worries. Don't take it to heart. Just think of them as barking dogs." "Dad, I don't want to play anymore." "That's out of the question. You've fallen to starry rank. We must recover it. No sleep until we do." "Dad, stop playing. I have school tomorrow." "With your 3 subjects combined, your grades don't even raise my blood pressure, so missing school is no issue." "Dad, the game isn't fun. I want to study." "What is so great about studying? Playing well at games is just as impressive." "I want to study. Only through learning can one discern right from wrong. Every misstep in a game is solely my fault." The dialogue between father and son continuously reshaped Zhong Xiuqin's understanding. Her grandson's reactions were particularly astonishing. She had witnessed him once defy the entire family for the sake of gaming. This reckless child, once impervious to anyone's influence, was now uttering, "The game isn't fun. I want to study." Zhong Xiuqin rubbed her ears, fearful of mishearing. Yet, it was undeniable. She not only heard correctly, but she also witnessed her grandson voluntarily handing over his treasured phone to his mother. The sight brought tears to Zhong Xiuqin's eyes. This scene felt eerily familiar. Wasn't it reminiscent of a moment from a show? The dialogue was identical, the actions mirrored, even the expressions of resistance were the same. At that moment, Zhong Xiuqin felt a fleeting sense of confusion. For the first time, she questioned her educational philosophy. How could 2 children engaged in their passions end up so averse to them, even repulsed? Previously, she could not empathize with the show's portrayal. However, witnessing it firsthand, The shock struck her like a bolt of lightning, leaving her momentarily dazed. Equally astounded was her daughter-in-law, Xiaorong, staring blankly at the phone her son had handed over. She felt a surreal disconnect. Initially, she had approached the situation with a trial-and-error mindset, never expecting such efficacy. Xiaolei, are you really not going to play? Xiaorong couldn't help but probe. Not playing, the game isn't fun. What about tomorrow? She continued to test. This time, she was met with an exasperated tone. Not playing. If you want to go ahead. Quickly leave. I want to sleep. School awaits tomorrow. Yu Xiaolei unceremoniously ushered them out. Although his behavior lacked courtesy, no one cared about that at this moment. Just after they were pushed out of the bedroom, Yu Zhangwo grasped his mother's hand, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. Mom, you truly made the right choice with this show. Did you see that boy's transformation? That is priceless. Zhong Xiuqin nodded silently. Having witnessed it herself, she had longed for this day, and during that brief moment, she had discreetly wiped away tears multiple times. It was no small feat. The emotional swell brought forth a fresh cascade of tears. Her daughter-in-law joined in the sentiment, creating a deeply poignant atmosphere. Just as the mood reached its peak, an unwelcome voice shattered the moment. Mom, I overheard you say you wanted to withdraw sponsorship from a show. Why? Why did you have to bring that up? The atmosphere was instantly deflated. Zhong Xiuqin's expression shifted from tear-streaked to flushed with embarrassment. This wretched child certainly knew how to put her on the spot. Was she to confess that it was due to her disdain for the father-son duo engrossed in gaming that she threatened to withdraw sponsorship to eliminate them? Previously dismissive, she now found herself scrutinizing every detail. There was no greater slap in the face than this. You misheard. Mom meant to say you should increase the sponsorship. Sensing her mother-in-law's discomfort, Xiaorong stepped in to diffuse the tension. She concluded with her own thoughts, I believe this show deserves more than just online broadcasting. Tomorrow, I'll discuss with the station manager about possibly securing a dedicated channel for it. Xiaorong's role at the television station lent weight to her words, indirectly affirming the show's quality and its potential for great success. This only deepened Zhong Xiuqin's blush. All those notions of novelty and sustainability were merely her own misguided beliefs. Chapter 9. A father takes the plunge to help his son overcome internet addiction. Zhong Xiuqin's attitude underwent a profound transformation, while online debates, fueled by the relentless criticisms of detractors, escalated into a fervent uproar. Playing video games occasionally is acceptable, but indulging daily is excessive. Sneaking in some playtime at home might be tolerable, yet witnessing it on a public program is intolerable. It sets a poor example. Initially, I believed it was a parenting show meant to be enjoyed with children, only to find a father and son engrossed in gaming, leading to a vigorous reprimand from my wife. Although I contemplated joining in the scolding, the realization that the father was a member of the post-90s generation made the situation seem somewhat justifiable. The post-90s generation is often labeled as the lost generation, lacking ambition and allowing their children to adopt a lethargic approach to life. What is most disconcerting is the presence of so-called experts rationalizing this behavior. I'm genuinely astounded by the prevalence of such experts these days. In my opinion, this father-son duo ought to be eliminated from the show, and it would be best if the program ceased to exist altogether. However, let us not be so hasty. If more fathers like this emerge and more children become complacent, does that not reduce competition among our youth? The implications of Lei's statement, competitors are fools, seem to resonate even more profoundly now. Your child gains admission to Tsinghua, mine to Peking University, while those who play games end up at lesser institutions. Everyone is assured a bright future. The horizon appears brilliantly illuminated. Yet, with the presence of naysayers, there is scant approval in the comments. Rebuke, mockery, and sarcasm dominate the discourse, steeped in animosity. Consequently, not only the Cheng Shuo father-son duo, but also the program Our Family Has Children has found itself trending in a negative light. Some extreme parents have even resorted to reporting the show, leading Chen Bo, the beleaguered director, to feel as if the sky were collapsing upon him. Indeed, Zhong's prediction has come to fruition. The backlash is swift. Initially, He had hoped to leverage this surge of attention to enhance the program's visibility. Yet it has devolved into a cacophony of condemnation across the internet. He is aware that some individuals are deliberately orchestrating this chaos, but the online atmosphere is unforgiving, swayed by mass psychology. When 10 people criticize, it is mere criticism. When 100 do, it becomes a chorus. But when 1,000 join in, it is deemed justice. At this juncture, no one is concerned with right or wrong. In a live broadcast, perhaps a few experts could provide some insight and help mitigate the situation. Yet, it is now the dead of night. Experts are absent, onlookers are vocal, and the presence of hired commenters is overwhelming. All elements of fortune have abandoned him. I'm finished. Cheng Shuo slumped in his chair, observing the director in such a state of despair. The other staff members shared in his distress. Will our program be unable to continue? It's hard to say. The internet is rife with criticisms, and unless we can demonstrate the benefits of the Father S approach, we risk losing all sponsorship. That seems implausible. Do you believe in a turnaround, or do you think I am the first emperor of Qin? At this moment, it is best to refrain from making light-hearted jokes. Come dawn, I fear everyone may be packing their bags. Heaven above, I do not wish to be unemployed. If I can weather this storm, I vow never to approach a woman again. Such a declaration would have once elicited laughter from colleagues, but today is different. Everyone understands the immense difficulty in countering such virulent public opinion. Even Cheng Shuo considers it impossible. He has already begun to reminisce about his brief and mundane career as a director. Then, a father takes the plunge to help his son overcome internet addiction. When this trending topic emerged, Cheng Shuo was suddenly struck by a sense of impending fortune. Upon clicking, he discovered a video of a father and son playing games. Initially, he presumed it was a clip of Cheng Shuo and his son, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was not. Losing interest, he exited the video, thinking his moment of fortune was but an illusion. Just as he was feeling despondent again, a sudden outcry pierced the air. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" The series of exclamations left everyone present momentarily stunned. Has someone finally lost their composure? What is the meaning of this? If one is unwell, they should seek treatment. A staff member, irritated by the commotion, snapped back. Expecting a verbal clash, he was taken aback when the person being scolded seemed unfazed. Instead, he pulled the critic over to the computer screen and exclaimed, "Look at this. What on earth is this?" Initially dismissive, his tone escalated as he absorbed the content before him. "Oh my God!" His reaction was even more exaggerated than the previous outburst, drawing the attention of everyone, including Cheng Shuo, due to the exceptional quality and robust essence of your program. Our company has decided to increase the sponsorship by 5 million yuan and will meet tomorrow at 8 a.m. to discuss the details of the sponsorship. In the span of a few brief sentences, a group of individuals stared in disbelief for nearly 5 minutes. Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Slap. Wait. You actually did it. Amid playful banter, everyone regained their senses. What is happening? At this critical juncture, the sponsor is not withdrawing, but instead increasing support? This is unprecedented. When did our program ever receive such treatment? Does this sponsor not utilize the internet? Have we stumbled upon a rare stroke of luck? Open your titanium-coated eyes and see clearly. The company signing off is owned by Zhong's son. If he is not online, surely Zhong can communicate? But wait, did not Zhong intend to retract the sponsorship? What is unfolding here? You ask me? Who am I to inquire? Everyone appeared perplexed, their CPUs overheating as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Unable to fathom the reasoning, they all turned their gaze toward Cheng Shuo. He is the director. Surely he must know. Regrettably, Cheng Shuo was no more informed than they were. Just as he prepared to shrug and admit his ignorance, a thought struck him. Could it be related to the trending topic he had seen earlier? He could not conceive of anything else that might sway the sponsor's decision. Perhaps his premonition of fortune was not unfounded after all. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention shifted back to the trending list. In mere moments, a father takes the plunge to help his son overcome internet addiction had surged into the top 3 trending topics, while the prior negative trends had vanished from the list. This was Cheng Shuo's second time clicking on the trending topic. The video still featured the father and son engaged in gaming. The video was lengthy, lasting a full 2 hours. During playback, Cheng Shuo noticed a pinned comment from the account holder. Folks, I can attest to its efficacy. After a thorough gaming session, my son now fears games. Haha. The exuberance of the commenter was evident in the multitude of ha characters following their remark. Following this, thousands of comments flooded in. Is this true? Surely, a fellow compatriot would not deceive another. Could this be the legendary method of conquering magic with magic? Is it truly so miraculous? I must give it a try. Wait, I don't have a son. I'm watching closely, awaiting updates. If it proves effective, please notify me. Is it genuinely useful? I shall save it for now. Regardless of its practicality, I will save it nonetheless. Chapter 10. The most suitable parenting methods for Chinese babies. In the ensuing moments, the entire backstage fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Aside from the sound of the video playing, no other noises disturbed the tranquility. As the video reached its midpoint, a staff member finally voiced his frustration, likening the situation to that of the father-son duo from the 10th episode. Why are they celebrated while we face criticism for our efforts? His words were laced with bitterness, a reflection of deeper grievances. This emotional turmoil, if left to fester, could very well lead to tears. It soon became evident that emotional terminators exist in every realm. Just as the atmosphere was thick with unexpressed feelings, a voice pierced through, commenting on the absurdity of the situation. You've got two eggs hanging beneath your brows. All you do is vent your frustration without understanding the context. Others only behave this way after watching the program, and they even tagged our official account. After a night of pent-up frustration, the tension was palpable and the response was sharp. Fortunately, the collective focus remained on the video, with no signs of dissatisfaction amongst the audience. As he had rightly pointed out, the video creator had not only tagged the program as official account, but had also shared the live stream of Cheng Shuo and his son through a link in the comments. This strategic move had undoubtedly drawn a significant wave of traffic to their program. Goodness, we are witnessing history. The official account surpassed 1 million followers within just one day. Streaming programs typically create new accounts using the show's name for promotional purposes, starting from scratch. The number of followers hinges entirely on the program's reception. Previously, they had hosted similar shows, and it would have been a remarkable achievement to gain 1 million followers by the end of the series. The unexpected delight left everyone speechless, their astonishment palpable. Did we discover a contestant, or did we stumble upon a god of fortune? Although the trending topic did not feature Cheng Shuo and his son, the incident was undeniably rooted in their presence. Without them, none of this would have materialized. The astute individuals present could discern the significance of this revelation. Does this imply that our program will not be canceled? Another inquired. As long as the show continues, our jobs are secure. In this vast world, securing a livelihood is paramount. The cautious yet somewhat timid question elicited laughter from the group. Brother, what keeps you awake at night? A trending topic that secures 1 million followers on the first day of broadcasting? Not only will it survive, but it will thrive. And remarkably so. The bonuses will have you counting money until your hands cramp. Though the statement was slightly exaggerated, it resonated deeply with everyone's sentiments. The arduous labor put into the program was driven by passion and the desire for financial gain. Each individual had invested their heart and soul. None wished for their efforts to go unrewarded. Initially fearing a dismal outcome, they were unexpectedly greeted with a promising future. The exhilaration felt in that moment surpassed even the most indulgent of delights. At this juncture, every smile was genuine. I raise a toast. Let us strive together henceforth. In wealth and honor, let us not forget one another. While the duty roster prohibited alcohol, they had the energizing elixir of Red Bull. As someone raised a bottle of Red Bull, everyone instinctively reached for their own beverages, Coke, iced tea, and even thermoses brimming with goji berries. In wealth and honor, let's not forget one another. Cheers to the director. Cheers to the god of fortune. Cheers to our benefactor. The atmosphere backstage rivaled that of festive celebration. Despite everyone having pulled an all-nighter, each individual was vibrantly spirited and exuberant. Observing this scene, Cheng Shuo felt a surge of emotion, akin to surviving a calamity. No one understood the challenges of producing a show better than he did. Fortunately, it had all been a false alarm. The heavens had not forsaken him. Thus, he must tread forward with renewed determination. In wealth and honor, let us not forget one another. While joy permeated the air, he felt compelled to add a note of caution. Please, everyone, ensure you conduct yourselves appropriately. We cannot afford to invite negativity upon the program. We all understand the stakes involved. With the show trending, rival factions and critics are watching closely. If any scandal involving our staff were to break during this critical moment, it would be disastrous. Rest assured, we shall not tarnish the program's reputation. I have a girlfriend, a 1T stray. Who asked you? Everyone responded affirmatively, without hesitation. Yet, whether it was the infectious atmosphere or sheer overconfidence, one individual dared to dissent. Wealth cannot corrupt. What use is there in such riches? Speak your mind. But do so quietly, another retorted. Come here and say that to my face. Oh, I was merely jesting. Young man, I recall you claiming that if we made it through this challenge, you would abstain from women for life. I did not say that. You misheard. Shall I replay the footage to jog your memory? As the storm subsided, the program continued its recording. Early the next morning, as the clock struck 6, Cheng Shuo arrived at the production team. It was not that she rose early. Rather, she had not slept at all. The events of the previous night had completely transformed her understanding of parenting, leading her to reflect throughout the night. Ultimately, she concluded that her views had been stagnant and traditional. Fortunately, though she was older, she did not cling to her age as an excuse. Recognizing her shortcomings, she was determined to amend her ways. Thus, she arrived early at the production team, hoping to uncover more innovative parenting methods by observing Cheng Shuo and his son's livestream. Ah, Teacher Zhong, you are here early. Have you eaten? Upon entering the studio, she encountered Chen Bo, who was preparing to leave. Upon seeing him, a hint of embarrassment colored Cheng Shuo's face. Just yesterday, she had insisted she would not return, and yet here she was, arriving at such an early hour. Was she not merely contradicting herself? In contrast to Cheng Shuo's embarrassment, Chen Bo appeared unfazed, his demeanor relaxed. If you haven't eaten, there will be breakfast shortly. The two families had only just begun to stir. There was ample time to eat before work commenced. Truly, he was deserving of his directorial position, as he effortlessly eased the tension of Cheng Shuo's awkwardness, as if the previous day's argument had never occurred. Cheng Shuo, being perceptive, recognized Chen Bo's intent to smooth over the situation. She quickly seized the opportunity, stating, "All right, I will grab a bite before starting." Neither party mentioned the previous day's events again, and they each set about their tasks. The trending topic from the previous night had significantly raised the program's profile. As the main live stream opened, nearly 500,000 viewers flooded in. Is this the right program? Am I in the correct place? Indeed, that father-son duo from the 10th episode is likely still asleep. Let us chat here for now. Are we all here for that father-son pair? The gaming segment nearly had me in stitches. My reason for tuning in differs from yours. I came here because of the trending topic. Their method of countering toxicity was tailor-made for my son and yielded remarkable results. That is indeed an excellent approach. However, beware of the grandparents when employing it. Don't ask me how I know. Hahaha. I think I might have stumbled upon something scandalous. Chapter 11 was that a night I endured. It was but a fleeting freedom. As the broadcast commenced with such fervent enthusiasm, even the host, He Ling, found himself momentarily taken aback. He quickly straightened his posture, presenting his best self, and welcomed everyone to the live session of My Family Has Grown. I'm your host, He Ling. After delivering his opening remarks in a standard broadcasting tone, he shifted his demeanor, remarking how early everyone had risen. This seemingly casual chit-chat served to bridge the gap between him and the online audience, eliciting responses in the comments. Mr. He, is it possible that I haven't slept yet? Raise a paw, not a sleep one. Why do you all love staying up late so much? Puffed. Was that a night I endured? It was merely a brief taste of freedom. Did emo come up? Honestly, those present here are mostly here for that father-son duo. All right, it's me who has been refreshing the trending topics all night, and me who has up early. Who can resist their charm? Oh, you aimless ones, rising not to strive, but to watch others play games. I'm different. I've been watching since last night. Goodness, get the one upstairs out of here. The comments section buzzed with excitement, refreshing at such a rapid pace that one blink could cause the previous message to vanish. At this early hour, only 2 of the 10 contestants' live rooms were active, one featuring the 5th contestant's mother tidying up her space, and the other showcasing the 8th contestant's father shopping for groceries, both devoid of captivating content. To retain the audience's attention, Healing knew he must conjure engaging topics. The trending discussions from the previous night provided a ready-made topic. Evidently, many viewers had tuned into our show due to the 10th father-son pair. Surely, everyone had seen the myriad of differing opinions circulating online. With time on his hands, Healing wished to inquire about the audience's genuine views on the program. His questions, while appearing to foster interaction, were actually aimed at countering the deliberately distorted narratives circulating on the internet. As long as the audience remained satisfied, the naysayers would be powerless. That had an impact. I laughed all night. Indeed, my crow's feet were so pronounced I had to apply several masks to calm them. Crow's feet, you say? I was the true victim. I was beaten by my wife and ended up crying in the bathroom, but the live stream had me in stitches. My wife thought I was defying her, and I received another beating. Puffed. Ha ha. What initially seemed unamusing transformed into a source of mirth through the viewers' comments. The audience's comedic prowess was exceptional, transforming even serious inquiries into a stand-up comedy routine filled with laughter. Yet, amidst the humor, there were earnest replies. This program is genuinely quite good. The segment on overcoming internet addiction was particularly useful. Reverse education is indeed feasible. I must admit, the post-90s generation has a knack for handling their children. It's truly spot on. Initially, I thought it was nonsensical, but after trying it, I realized I was the ignorant one. What appeared as a father-esque severe internet addiction was, in fact, a strategic move. Who says otherwise? However, there is still a dilemma. Parents who cannot play games feel as though the sky is falling. Perhaps a ride-sharing service for gaming could be established. A class might suffice. Seeing the predominantly positive feedback, Healing finally eased his worries. After engaging with the audience for a while longer, the clock struck 7 in the morning. Many live rooms began to open one after another, and viewers flocked into the contestant streams. Among them, the 4th live room garnered the highest attention. Cindy, it's time to wake up. At the sound of the 7 o'clock alarm, Zhao Mei entered her daughter's room, drawing back the curtains to let in the first rays of morning light. Mom, I want to sleep a little longer. The sunlight streaming onto Tong Cindy's face prompted her to turn away, her voice still thick with sleepiness. She had been up until 11 o'clock finishing her homework, and she was truly exhausted. Being lazy isn't the mark of a good child. With that, Zhao Mei pulled her daughter up, cupping her small face and planting a kiss on her forehead. I prepared your favorite breakfast. After you eat, I'll take you to school. Now get up, sweetheart. Zhao Mei's tone was gentle, and her every gesture radiated maternal love, melting the hearts of the viewers. It turned out that a mother's kiss could awaken child. Who wouldn't envy that? Without comparison, there's no hurt. My mother merely yanked the blanket off me and told me to get up. You're fortunate. My mother would just give me a good smack, a quintessentially irritable mom. Ha! Same world, same mother. I wish for such a wake-up service. This mother, do you still need a child? Perhaps one aged 3 years and 200 months? You upstairs. Care for some milk? Unable to resist her mother's enthusiasm, Tong Cindy reluctantly emerged from her cocoon of blankets. Just as she was about to find something to wear, Zhao Mei presented her with a lovely dress. Cindy, would you like to wear this today? I specially had someone bring it from Hong Kong. It cost half a month's salary. Upon seeing the dress, Tong Cindy furrowed her brow slightly. Many girls adored wearing dresses, yet she was not one of them. Her lively spirit thrived on bouncing and jumping, but wearing a dress would render her unable to even stride comfortably. Moreover, her classmates preferred comfort and cost-effectiveness, often exhilarated by finding satisfactory clothing for mere dozens of dollars. Yet this dress was priced in the thousands, procured through a purchasing agent. The disparity made many classmates hesitant to play with her. Mom, I don't want to wear a dress. Tong Cindy attempted to refuse, but her objections fell on deaf ears. No way. How could you not want to wear it? Disregarding her daughter's feelings entirely, Zhao Mei thrust the dress into her hands. We are ladies, and ladies wear dresses. Zhao Mei's stubbornness was a familiar occurrence for Tong Cindy. If she resisted, Her mother would launch into a long-winded lecture about the difficulties of acquiring that dress, detailing her frugality and sacrifices made for it. Tong Sinny had no desire to hear any of that. Fine, I'll change. Once again, she acquiesced. Seeing her daughter comply, Zhao Mei's face blossomed into a radiant smile. While her daughter changed, she busied herself finding matching shoes, socks, and hair accessories. Even the backpack was swapped for one in a similar color scheme. Once everything was prepared, she began filling the basin with water for washing up, squeezing toothpaste, and placing the comb within easy reach. Finally, she brought out the prepared breakfast. Zhao Mei meticulously arranged every detail, ensuring her daughter had only to follow her lead. This level of attentiveness and care was noted by the 3 judges, who nodded in approval. It was evident that she was a devoted and responsible mother, considering every little aspect for her daughter. Just like nurturing a flower, she was raising her daughter to be a little princess. A child raised in such a household would undoubtedly find happiness. Chapter 12. I scored 99. And you asked me why I lost that 1 point? The approach of Zhao Mei, the mother of number 4, has garnered unanimous praise from 3 experts and countless compliments from netizens in the live broadcast room. Look, this is what an exemplary mother looks like. She possesses remarkable patience. Such a mother truly deserves to raise children. She has nurtured her child so well, but one must be cautious of the mischievous yellow-haired boys when they grow up. Ha! Indeed, let us not allow the delicate flowers we have carefully raised to be snatched away along with their pots. You certainly know how to strike a chord. Those with daughters have already begun to feel a pang of sadness. However, how did I discover that the child was not very happy? Perhaps it was merely morning grumpiness. Children can be like that. During the premiere yesterday, many parents were reserved and awkward. Today, after becoming accustomed to the camera, the live broadcast has evidently improved significantly. More and more live rooms have won the favor of netizens. At this moment, live room number 8 is presenting a live version of A Bite of China. Lu Dazhuang, the father of number 8, was once a chef. In order to make the broadcast captivating and ensure that his son, Lu Chong, eats well, he rose early to buy ingredients, eager to showcase his culinary skills at his son's breakfast. Dishes such as 3-flavor mushroom soup, shrimp dumplings, and fresh meat xiao mai were all prepared beautifully, appealing to the senses. Even a simple egg pancake was fried to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender within. A golden delight. Netizens were left in tears from hunger. Wow, such a sumptuous breakfast. I managed to avoid the late-night food temptations, but not the morning ones. It made me realize how hungry I was, and I quietly opened my meal prep app. Today's children certainly enjoy better food. During my childhood, I would eat a mouthful of yesterday's leftovers before heading to school. Who can argue that breakfast for us back then was merely a matter of getting by? Times have changed. Experts now stress the importance of nutritious breakfasts. Indeed, I have noticed that eggs and milk have become standard fare. After a busy morning, Lu Dazhuang gazed at the array of breakfasts on the table, nodding in satisfaction. The success of a day lies in the morning. Only by having a hearty breakfast can one have the energy to study. Excelling in studies leads to admission into prestigious universities, paving the way for a successful future. He deeply regrets not having studied diligently in his youth, which is why he places such emphasis on his child's education. As long as his child performs well academically, he is willing to rise early every day to prepare meals. Son, have you finished washing up? Hurry out for breakfast. Seeing that his son had not yet come out, he couldn't help but call out. Simultaneously, he was eager to see his son's reaction upon witnessing the breakfast he had lovingly prepared. His son's reaction did not disappoint him. Upon seeing the breakfast for the first time, Lu Chang's eyes instantly brightened. Wow, so much delicious food. He rushed to the table, grabbed an egg pancake, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and gave his father a thumbs up. Delicious, truly the best. Dad's cooking is unbeatable. The emotional value provided was immensely fulfilling. Eat as much as you like. As long as you study hard, I will prepare different dishes for you every day. Receiving his father's approval, Lu Dazhuang felt that all his morning efforts were worthwhile. He kept serving his son more dishes, hoping he would eat a little more. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, many netizens were touched. So full of love, it turns out that fathers can be this meticulous and caring. I, as a woman, cannot compare. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. This is no jest. Being able to prepare breakfast alone surpasses 99 of fathers nationwide. The key is that the son also reciprocated the praise, who understands the value of eating while complimenting. Yet another day of envying the deep bond between fathers and sons. As he watched his son devour the food voraciously, Lu Dazhuang quickly served him a bowl of soup. Slow down. No one is competing with you. These shrimp dumplings are so delicious. I could eat a whole plate myself. He stuffed another shrimp dumpling into his mouth, the exquisite flavor making Lu Chang's eyes squint with delight. After consuming several dumplings, he finally slowed down. At that moment, Lu Chang suddenly remembered something and cheerfully leaned toward his father. Dad, our class is organizing a trip to the zoo this weekend. I want to go. The zoo? Lu Dazhuang looked up. What's so fun about that? You'd be better off reading more books with that time. But all my classmates are going. Yeah, your classmates are scoring 100 points. Why not compare yourself to them? When it came to exams, Lu Dazhuang recalled something. Did the scores from last week's math quiz come out? Initially, when his father had declined his request, Lu Chang felt a bit disheartened. However, now that the quiz scores were mentioned, a glimmer of hope ignited within him. Yes, if I did well, will you let me go? Sure, Lu Dazhuang readily agreed. Show me your score. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang barely touched his food, quickly rising to fetch his backpack. He pulled out a well-preserved test paper. Dad, look! He presented it with both hands as if offering a treasure. A score of 100. He had attained 99 points. Aside from few perfect scores, he was the best. With such an impressive score, surely his father would praise him. Unfortunately, instead of accolades, he was met with inquiry. Why did you lose that 1 point? When Lu Chang heard this, he was momentarily stunned. His father seemed to focus not on the 99 points achieved, but rather on the single point lost. You've completed plenty of similar problems. How could you still make a mistake? Faced with his father's questioning, Lu Chang lowered his head in silence. What was once a delicious breakfast now tasted like wax in his mouth. His son was beginning to show signs of discontent. Yet Lu Dazhuang had no intention of quieting down. Do you realize how important that 1 point is to a student? During the college entrance examination, 1 point can eliminate an entire playground full of candidates. That 1 point can determine whether you gain admission to a good school and whether you secure a promising future. At this point, many netizens began to feel that the father's reaction was somewhat excessive. It was merely one exam. There was no need to escalate the situation so dramatically. Moreover, the child did not perform poorly. For many parents, 99 points is already an impressive achievement. There is no need for such severity. Many netizens found this reaction to be quite absurd, but even more extreme behavior was yet to come. The father's reproach rendered Lu Chang speechless. He could only silently bury himself in his meal, using it to mask his sorrow. However, in Lu Dazhuang's eyes, this behavior indicated an obstinate defiance of wrongdoing. His anger intensified, and he snatched the bowl from his son's hands, crashing it to the floor. Eat, eat, eat. All you know how to do is eat. Do your grades justify all the effort I put into this for you? This outburst not only stunned his son, but also incited fury among the viewers. What on earth is happening? I take back my earlier statement that he is a good father. This emotional volatility is extreme. Caring about grades is commendable. But this is excessive. It's merely 1 point. Such parents are frightening. Expecting a perfect score each time is unrealistic, even for the divine. I wish to empathize with this father's aspirations for his son, but such actions are truly unacceptable. Chapter 13. When the original document is blurred. Do not expect the photocopy to be crystal clear. The online community erupted in outrage, with a barrage of comments vehemently criticizing the situation. Upon witnessing this, the experts seated on the judging panel could no longer remain silent. The first to speak was teacher Xianghui. This father's educational methods seemed rather extreme. It is essential to lead and encourage, for Rome was not built in a day. As long as one observes the child's continuous progress, that is sufficient. Moreover, emotional stability is an absolute prerequisite for any parent. Teacher Xiang's remarks, though delivered with tact, subtly revealed a hint of displeasure. Bound by his position, he refrained from expressing his thoughts too boldly. Yet his expression suggested he was unwilling to let anyone off the hook, nearly inscribing "What kind of parent is this?" upon his face. In contrast to teacher Xiang's cautiousness, Teacher Zhong Xiuqin's comments were considerably bolder. Educating a child requires more than merely focusing on their shortcomings. One must also recognize and celebrate their strengths. Encouragement and acknowledgement hold far greater significance for a child than a meticulously prepared breakfast. One must not conclude that their efforts are futile simply because the child has not met their expectations. You are nurturing a child, not conducting a business transaction. Initially, one might think Teacher Zhong Xiuqin's comments were quite audacious, but after hearing Teacher Yang Xiaodong's remarks, it became apparent what true boldness entailed. If one cannot soar, they should not expect their child to take flight. When the original document is unclear, one cannot demand a flawless photocopy. With a direct and piercing critique, she laid bare the thoughts of father number 8 in just a couple of sentences. This is a common ailment among many parents. After enduring the harsh realities of society, they often find themselves regretting not having studied diligently in their youth. Over time, this mindset naturally transfers to their children. Under the guise of doing what is best for their child, they begin to impose relentless pressure, exercising a double standard with reckless abandon. They may not compare clothing or food, yet they do compare academic performance. They may suppress their own aspirations while demanding their child be outgoing and self-assured. They may have failed to achieve success, yet expect their child to excel. On one hand, they fail to provide their children with assistance and resources, while on the other, they question why others succeed when their own child does not. It seems they believe that mere verbal encouragement will suffice for their child to mature into a capable individual, a pillar of society. Such a perspective on education is utterly distorted. Even a momentary reflection upon it brings forth a suffocating sensation. Consequently, the discussions among netizens became increasingly fervent. Here's a disheartening truth. Such parents are not a rarity. Another painful truth is that parental affection is often conditional. They love children who are exceptional, love those who are flawless. Is it truly so difficult to accept that a child is merely an ordinary person? In comparison, I found myself somewhat sympathetic toward father number 7, who advocates for a no pain, no gain philosophy. He is strict with his child, resorting to physical reprimands for mistakes, yet he never resorts to emotional abuse. I resonate with this approach. Rather than labeling it as tiger parenting, it can be seen as a form of military-style discipline. Nowadays, many parents even wish to enroll their children in military academies. Father number 7 lamented, "Have I done nothing, and yet I have been exonerated?" I genuinely do not recommend such an educational approach. My own mother was similar. She would strike me if I scored below 100. Eventually, I rebelled and stopped studying altogether. In retrospect, when I sought to retaliate against her, I was also punishing myself. I have now become the very person she looks down upon, a delivery worker, and I deeply regret it. Do not harbor regrets. Professions do not distinguish between high and low status. To the gentleman upstairs, do not be disheartened. Delivery workers are akin to my royal guardians, especially during mealtime, when they become as cherished as a father. The program left me feeling uneasy, yet the comments revive my spirits. I prefer watching lighter, more relaxed content, like that of the father-son duo engaged in gaming. They too experience pressure, yet they handle it with remarkable finesse. Today's live stream was rife with captivating topics, and the interaction in the comments section remained exceptionally high. The popularity of each streaming room saw a substantial increase compared to yesterday, except for room number 10. Goodness, what time is it? Why hasn't the broadcast started yet? While others have finished their meals and are preparing to send their children off to school, there is still no sign of activity here. It seems they played games too late and overslept. I chuckled. Can such parents truly raise well-adjusted children? The notion that gaming can serve an educational purpose appears to be a serendipitous misconception. We should not hold excessively high expectations for the post-90s generation. Due to Cheng Shuo's continued delay in beginning the broadcast, the comments section erupted in chaos. A small faction of skeptics seized the opportunity to cast further doubt. Witnessing this scene, Chun Bo in the control room grew anxious. What is happening? Where are the individuals on site? The live stream not only involved the installation of fixed cameras in each family's home, but also included a dedicated cameraman to manage the situation. Following yesterday's incident, Cheng Bo had specifically assigned the most experienced and diligent cameraman, Lao He, to the number 10 family, hoping he could provide timely reminders and prevent any mishaps. However, as the clock neared 7:30, even if the father and son had overslept, Lao He should have roused them by now. An inquiry into the situation yielded only vague responses, leading to a direct call to Lao He. As soon as the call connected, before Cheng Bo could utter a word, Lao He launched into a tirade of complaints. Are you deliberately targeting me by assigning me to follow these two? I've knocked on their door for half an hour, and I've woken up the neighbors. Yet this family remains utterly silent. Is there even anyone inside? Lao He is known for his dedication, but he possesses a rather short temper. He despises individuals lacking a sense of time. While other families were ready for a 7 o'clock broadcast, he arrived punctually, only to find himself unable to enter. Not only was he unable to enter, but he also faced the ire of neighbors, which would infuriate anyone. Did you call them? Lao He's booming voice caused Cheng Bo to stutter. He never anticipated Lao He's anger would escalate further upon inquiry. I've called a dozen times, and no one is answering. Can this family even function? Lao He's temper is explosive. He shows no mercy even to Cheng Bo. His frustration boiled over, and he spewed words without restraint. Let me tell you, I refuse to be at the mercy of such participants. Hurry up and replace them with someone else. When summoned by a superior, he would come without hesitation, and while he could adapt to unfavorable conditions, unreliable participants were simply unacceptable. Following the filming crew means being present with the participants at all times, except for restroom breaks. If there is discord, working becomes exceedingly frustrating. It is fair to say that without even meeting Cheng Shuo and his son, Lao He had already formed a negative impression of them. Don't be upset. I will. Just as Cheng Bo was about to suggest a solution, he was abruptly interrupted by Lao He's voice. Forget it, the door is open. Moments ago, he had been complaining and contemplating quitting, yet upon the matter at hand, he swiftly transitioned into work mode. After much coaxing, the number 10 live stream finally commenced. Chapter 14. Those who are aware know he is off to school, while those who are oblivious might think he is heading to work. Despite the dissatisfaction expressed by netizens regarding Cheng Shuo's late broadcast, his popularity remained undeniable. As soon as he went live, 30,000 viewers flooded into the stream. Finally, the broadcast began. It's late, and I must express my discontent. Where is everyone? Such a large presence. Yet where are they? After a long wait, viewers were eager to reprimand someone. However, once the comments were sent, they soon realized the screen was empty. Nonetheless, it was evident that this was indeed Cheng Shuo and his son's home. The computer they used for gaming was prominently displayed within. Faintly, a few camera angles were visible. What's going on? Not only were the netizens puzzled, but even the cameraman, Lao He, was taken aback. At the moment the door opened, he immediately lifted his camera, expecting to capture something, but found nothing instead. What is happening? Lao He was bewildered, and just as he contemplated lowering the camera, he suddenly felt a tug at his clothing. Are you looking for my dad? A tender voice came from below. As Lao He looked down, the camera followed suit. It turned out the absence of figures was merely due to their height. The boy, Cheng Shuo, was a late bloomer, standing at only 1.2 meters at the age of 7, barely surpassing the minimum height requirement. He gazed up with wide, dark eyes, innocent and adorable. This scene could soften even Lao He's notoriously irritable temperament. Yes, I am from the production team. His voice, deliberately softened, caught the attention of Cheng Bo behind the camera, who was left speechless. He had never experienced such treatment. In his memory, Lao He typically spoke with his tonsils visible. Oh, please come in. Cheng Shuo stepped aside, adding that his father had yet to rise, and he would go wake him. At this hour, the parent still asleep? Lao He's expression instantly soured. However, he managed to suppress his frustration, mindful of the ongoing recording. While Lao He could endure, the netizens could not. What the heck? The child is already up, and the parent is still sleeping? I told you, parents of the 90s are unreliable. Calling a ruined generation is no exaggeration. They were the ones who were late to school, and now they are the ones who send their children late. Unforgivable. Doesn't he even pretend to be awake at this hour? The bad bamboo produced good shoots. The unreliable father contrasted sharply with the well-behaved son, who had tidied himself up quite neatly. In the camera frame, Cheng Shuo entered the bedroom. On the expansive bed, Cheng Shuo was lost in a deep slumber, occasionally snoring. "Dad, it's time to wake up." Cheng Shuo pushed him vigorously. No response. "Dad, I made breakfast. Get up and eat something." Cheng Shuo persisted in his efforts. Yet again, no reaction. "Dad, if you really can't get up, just call for someone to take me to school. Otherwise, I'll be late." After 3 attempts to rouse him, Cheng Shuo was ready to concede, settling on asking for a ride to school. While Cheng Shuo indulged his father, he could not. He was on a mission, and to prevent the online trolls from having a field day, he discreetly nudged Cheng Shuo a couple of times, out of sight of the camera. At last, Cheng Shuo stirred awake, rubbing his eyes. "Son, you're off to school, right? Let me call someone to take you." With his eyes still barely open, he began fumbling for his phone. This scene prompted a series of head shakes from the experts on the judging panel. Typically, when the camera shifted to the judges, they would offer comments. Yet, perhaps due to the painful backlash from yesterday's live broadcast or a desire to spare the popular contestant, none of the 3 judges uttered a word. While the experts remained silent, the comment section erupted with joyful chatter, overflowing with praise for Cheng Shuo. "He even made breakfast. What a remarkable son." Those in the know realize he is off to school, while those unaware might think he is off to work. They say having children is akin to giving birth to debt collectors, but this child appears to be here to repay kindness. A paragon of what others might refer to as a model child. Meanwhile, a certain university student was plotting to kidnap a child using her brain, which had lain dormant throughout the winter break. Only a university student could concoct such a scheme. After fumbling with his phone for a while without success, Cheng Shuo decided to abandon sleep altogether. "Fine, I will take you myself." He rolled out of bed, stretching widely and muttering, suddenly empathizing with the rooster. He too felt like screaming from the early hour. Seeing his father finally awake, Cheng Shuo turned and headed to the dining table to eat. Breakfast was simple, just a bowl of fried rice made from last night's leftovers. It was tea gourmet, but it would suffice to fill him up. Soon, dressed and ready, Cheng Shuo emerged from the bedroom. Habitually, he stepped onto the scale at the entrance, noting he had not been feeling well lately, appearing quite haggard. Being a first-time father undoubtedly came with its challenges. Yet, to claim he looked haggard was merely an excuse, a feeble complaint. He casually remarked this, but his son, mid-bite, suddenly looked up in response. "Not that you're feeling unwell, you've actually gained weight since stepping on the scale." A sharp and stinging remark that hit home. And indeed, he had put on 2 pounds. This left Cheng Shuo feeling quite embarrassed. What astonished him even more was that such biting words came from his son. With such impact, one might as well be screened at security. Just as he pondered how his son had become so articulate, a notification chimed in his mind. Earn 2,000 emotional points through the innocent remarks of a child, eliciting emotional reactions from those around. Innocent remarks? This was the skill he had drawn yesterday. So this is how it is utilized. Yet, why did Cheng Shuo feel as if this skill was somewhat aimed at him? Earning emotional points by being roasted felt akin to earning a meager salary at a dead-end job. Cheng Shuo chuckled in exasperation. His smile didn't fade. It merely shifted from his face to that of the viewers. "Ha! You claim to feel unwell, yet you've gained weight since weighing in?" The critique from your own son. He thought he had a caring little helper, but it turned out to be a thorny vest, one with leaks at that. The vendetta from yesterday's mistreatment was returned with just a single phrase today. "Hilarious. Can you believe such words came from an elementary school student? With such eloquence. It feels as if he is targeting me, yet I have no proof." Cheng Shuo's remark transformed the live stream into a hub of merriment. The viewership surged alongside the rising tide of enthusiasm. It had barely been 30 minutes since the stream began, and now, just 5 minutes later, the viewer count was nearing 50,000, and it continued to climb. Chapter 15. What distinguishes an angry mother from a terrorist? Cheng Shuo took a full minute to accept this rather humiliating way of earning a living. After all, no one would be foolish enough to turn down money. He reassured himself with a rationale. His son's eloquence had always been lacking. Now, however, it had improved slightly. The good news was that his speaking skills had enhanced. The bad news was that his newfound ability to retort was primarily directed at him. Who could he possibly reason with in this situation? He suddenly felt a sense of frustration welling up inside him, a bit irked and wanting peace. Don't ask who peace is. Dad, dinner's ready. Egg fried rice. Made by me. His son's voice pulled Cheng Shuo out of his gloomy reverie. He took a bite and found it quite palatable. His son's fried rice indeed had a delightful aroma. His mood lifted instantly. Yet halfway through the meal, he remembered. Why was he the one cooking today? Didn't Grandma Wong downstairs bring food? He recalled that his wife had provided a month's worth of breakfast money. This was the first time Cheng Shuo mentioned his wife on the show. Though the program mandated only one parent to appear with the child, it didn't strictly prohibit the other half from assisting. Viewers could, to some extent, sense the presence of their partners during the live broadcast. However, astute viewers had noticed that the child's mother had been conspicuously absent during last night's stream, leading many to assume that Cheng Shuo came from a single-parent household. But upon hearing Cheng Shuo mention the child's mother, even the viewers became curious. All ears perked up. My mom has been in her parents' house for a month now. It's the beginning of the month. Grandma wouldn't deliver anything else. Cheng Shuo had only been here for less than half a month, so he wasn't fully aware of his predecessor's marital affairs. He only knew that his wife was named Jiang Shuyu and that she looked quite lovely in the photographs he had seen. Beyond that, he was utterly oblivious. As for why she had returned to her parents' home, he had no inkling. Dad, I must say, why provoke her? Just look at how we're living now. At this point, Cheng Shuo was a loss for words. His dad was generally fine, but his cooking was truly terrible. Lunchtime at school was manageable, but dinner was a different story. It was either takeout or instant noodles. Occasionally, when his father felt inspired to cook, the results were undercooked. This led to his fried rice being utterly inedible. He thought his complaints might stir a sense of guilt in his father, but he underestimated his father's peculiar thought process. How did I provoke her? Cheng Shuo asked, genuinely curious. Hearing such a reaction from his father made Cheng Shuo roll his eyes. You really have a short memory. You were playing that game where you anger each other with just 3 sentences. You ended up saying 1 sentence. And my mom was furious enough to return to her parents' house. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo became even more intrigued. What did I say? He was astonished to learn that the original owner of this body had such devastating verbal prowess. While others needed 3 sentences, he had managed with just 1. Truly a role model. Cheng Shuo was on the verge of rolling his eyes to the heavens. He intended to engage, but he feared his father's incessant questioning would disrupt dinner. So he had to set down his chopsticks momentarily. Right after my mom mentioned that game, you immediately chimed in with your comment. As he recounted this, Cheng Shuo pinched his nose and mimicked his father's tone. My ex-girlfriend said the kind of game is childish and not fun. He continued with a theatrical flair, tilting his head in a comical manner, perfectly reenacting the moment. His youthful antics brought laughter to old he. Unlike old he, who stifled his laughter, Cheng Shuo erupted into hearty laughter several times. Ha. This was over before it even began. But for her to get so angry as to return to her parents' house. Your mother is too easy to provoke. Perhaps feeling it inappropriate to speak ill of the mother in front of the child, Cheng Shuo lowered his voice. Next time, I'll give in to her. After all, when a woman is enraged, she is not unlike a terrorist. This was the wisdom of experience. A heartfelt warning to his son to help him avoid pitfalls in future relationships. However, upon hearing this statement, Cheng Shuo's face reflected a serious demeanor. He tilted his head. Actually, there's a difference. Isn't there? What difference? Cheng Shuo replied absent-mindedly, not expecting a serious answer from his son. Terrorists can at least negotiate. Cheng Shuo's casual remark nearly caused Cheng Shuo to choke on his food. His face turned pale. So, your mother has access to the internet. Implicitly, he meant she would watch the show. He was not ready to meet his end just yet. Cheng Shuo's response was already amusing, and coupled with Cheng Shuo's wife-controlled demeanor, the humor was heightened to the maximum. Haha, it's not like this is a comedy show. Are you all planning on living dangerously? Damn it, terrorists can at least negotiate, Cheng Shuo exclaimed, realizing the absurdity of it all. However, he noted that terrorists didn't demand billions at a whim. What the hell? Sometimes being online feels utterly helpless. The one thing I wish to grasp instantly is advanced calculus, not the barrage of comments. Why would terrorists need billions? Shut up upstairs. Everyone else has hit the highway, and you're still here blabbering. Laughter echoed throughout the live stream, and the three judges at the panel, along with host Ling, were equally entertained. They had been fighting the urge to laugh ever since Cheng Shuo had first teased his father. Now, with his latest quip, their smiles were impossible to contain. Those who were more reserved covered their mouths to stifle their laughter, while others, like Ling, openly laughed with abandon, showcasing their delight. No one expected this young boy to possess such a remarkable command of language, rivaling that of adolescence. His logical reasoning was also commendable. He articulated his points with clarity, a skill many adults struggle to master. The most commendable aspect, however, was the interaction between parent and child, a dynamic many families lacked. When teacher Yang Xiaodong remarked on this, the previously jovial panel fell silent. Through observation, it became apparent that each family harbored some issues. Yet, the most significant problem dawned upon them in that moment: communication. Many families appeared warm and loving, yet they could not engage in open dialogue. Either the parents dominated conversations, controlling everything while the children passively accepted their roles, or the children, with their strong personalities, dictated terms, leaving the parents to comply. No family exhibited the rapport that Cheng Shuo and his son shared. They could engage in conversation, share jokes, and even poke fun at one another. What did this signify? It indicated a healthy parent-child relationship, devoid of unilateral control. It suggested equality. Rather than merely father and son, they were akin to friends. Chapter 16, the child's remarks exude a sense of madness that hints at a desire to escape life. A lifetime spent immersed in the intricacies of reading comprehension. The Chinese observer delves into the hidden meanings behind the simplest observations. What is clearly a joyous moment transforms into a somber affair through their analysis, which in turn affects the tone of the comments in the live stream, shifting them towards seriousness. Indeed, the meticulous care exhibited by mother number 4 can be interpreted as a form of subtle control. Her daughter, who detests wearing skirts, lacks even the courage to refuse. I have also noted that if one cannot muster the bravery to decline, what hope is there for genuine communication? Father number 8's authoritarian approach to education merely fosters increased insecurity and introversion in the child. Just yesterday, someone remarked that father number 10 was putting undue pressure on his child in games, potentially leading to psychological issues. Yet, observe the child now. Does he appear troubled? I would never dare speak so freely to my own father. His boldness is indeed remarkable. A child who speaks freely indicates a genuinely healthy family dynamic. Had they ever faced punishment, such openness would be unlikely. When it comes to parenting, father number 10 certainly stands out, and today he has garnered support. Cheng Shuo has done nothing, yet his reputation has inexplicably improved. Even his reluctance to prepare breakfast for his child has been interpreted as an attempt to cultivate his child's independence. This has inspired many parents to follow suit. The tone of the comments has ascended to discussions of education, yet the atmosphere remains joyful, particularly for old he, whose face has crinkled with laughter. All anger and frustration have been cast aside. Cheng Shuo's acceptance of his son's candidness is partly due to the emotional value it brings him. More importantly, the unfiltered speech of children is a privilege of youth. Fresh minds often harbor peculiar thoughts and unrefined expressions, which Cheng Shuo cherishes deeply. Those who have navigated the adult world, filled with contradictions and convoluted communication, recognize the rarity of such innocence. Cheng Shuo has wholeheartedly embraced his son's occasional outbursts, mentally preparing himself for the inevitable surprises. However, while he has readied himself, it is evident that his preparation is lacking. Just as he reassured himself, his son unexpectedly remarked, "I suppose it's time to go pick up Grandma from the next city, right? Oh, dear, such a distance. Couldn't you find a local wife next time?" Cheng Shuo couldn't contain his laughter, his expression akin to one who has just survived an earthquake, momentarily stunned. The cameraman, old he, was even more exaggerated, his face reddening to a tomato hue, his lower lip bearing the marks of his teeth. The comments flooded the screen with laughter. "Haha, next time? Does your mother know about this?" The child's candid words conveyed a sense of reckless abandon. This program has not disappointed. It has been hilariously entertaining. One might say, be careful not to get hit, but rest assured, your antics have brought us such joy that we wouldn't stand idly by as you face consequences. Indeed, we would simply close our eyes. Cheng Shuo felt a twinge of headache. He waved his hand, saying, "Son, that was excellent, but let us keep it to ourselves next time." He hastily finished his egg fried rice, urging his child to eat quickly before school. Today, he had no desire for further conversation, fearing yet another life-threatening remark from his son. He stood up, entering the room to retrieve his backpack. "Have you prepared everything? Let me check." At this moment, everyone saw a glimpse of Cheng Shuo as a father. Pencils sharpened, books packed, homework included. As he rummaged through the backpack, he suddenly pulled out a test paper. "Huh, you had an exam?" The child's emotions were transparent, and upon seeing his father produce last week's test, Cheng Shuo de visiblement said. His eating came to a halt, his face betraying his anxiety. Everyone present understood the situation. "I can predict it. Brother Child must not have done well." There was no need for divination. His expression practically screamed failure. Would Father number 10 also resort to a dramatic display akin to Sichuan opera face-changing? One could only hope that while play and jest may be acceptable, one must never joke about grades. A reprimand would suffice. No need for corporal punishment. As Cheng Shuo tensed, the viewers in the live stream shared his concern. Their predictions were confirmed. He had performed poorly, scoring a mere 59. Cheng Shuo placed the test before his son, his tone stern as he pointed to the score. The sight made Cheng Shuo's eyes well up with tears. He was utterly distressed. He had never encountered such an amusing child, and the thought of him crying was unbearable. Yet, scoring 59, especially in the first grade, warranted a serious discussion about his future. He silently resolved to intervene should things escalate. Concern rippled through the evaluators and host, recalling the impact of Father number 8's previous actions. If another incident occurred, how would they react? With apprehension in the air, Cheng Shuo paced the room, muttering, "How could it be 59? How did this happen?" His frustration was palpable, nearly spilling over the screen, while Cheng Shuo felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles. "Dad, ultimately the child could no longer bear the tension. Embracing the philosophy of the sooner one dies, the sooner one transcends, he prepared to admit fault and assure his father that he would perform better next time. However, before he could finish, his father's exasperated voice cut through. "I could feign integrity and award a perfect score for the teacher's evaluation. Why can't you grant my son a mere passing mark?" Cheng Shuo, the three experts at the judge's table. Host Ling. Everyone was left speechless. The comments, after a brief silence, erupted in a frenzy. "Hahaha, I can't breathe. He could pretend to give the teacher a perfect score. Why can't the teacher give his son a passing grade?" It seemed so reasonable that I found myself unable to refute it. This statement left me in shock, the kind that would require 1,000 years of contemplation. Did I hear correctly? The child's failure is the teacher's fault? This could spell disaster. Should an education expert catch wind of this? Would they not unleash a torrent of critique? Chapter 17. The Crucial Huaxia Individuals of a Lifetime. Through the unconventional method of reverse parenting, emotional reactions from those around him garnered an impressive emotional value of over 13,000. Currently available emotional value stands at an astonishing 178,000. Just last night, he had dwindled to a mere 40,000. It was only after a brief investigation that Cheng Shuo discovered the reason. It was indeed the result of his trending topic from the previous evening, which had amassed nearly 100,000 emotional points. It is no wonder that people are striving fervently to become internet celebrities. Who can withstand such pressure? The adage that traffic equates to wealth has taken on a tangible meaning for Cheng Shuo. Of course, this also owes much to his son's innocent remarks. Once again, he forgave his son's audacity, encouraging him to speak freely. While Cheng Shuo reveled in his emotional gains, others around him were not as pleased. Upon hearing his father's words, his son Cheng Shuo rubbed his ears in disbelief. Could it be that his father, instead of reprimanding him, acknowledged the difficulty of achieving a score of 59? Was this truly his father? The large eyes reflected an even greater confusion. The most amusing reaction came from old he, who had already prepared a speech to mediate the situation, even bracing himself to take a few hits if necessary. Yet, the outcome was far from what he had anticipated. Blaming the teacher for a child's poor performance was ludicrous enough, but the rationale was even more abstract. This was simply surreal, seeing their reactions. Cheng Shuo smirked and continued his monologue. It might be somewhat challenging to award extra points, but surely, a clean paper should merit at least 1 point for presentation, right? Is it really so easy for a child to score only 59? Today's teachers seem to lack a basic understanding of human relationships. With each of Cheng Shuo's words, Cheng Xiaola's eyes shone brighter, eventually nodding in agreement. This dramatic scene left netizens utterly astonished. Such an educational perspective was simply explosive. Wait a moment. Was my approach incorrect? Is it the normal reaction supposed to involve punishment? Why not address the child's issues and instead blame the teacher for not providing a passing grade? Is it truly such a challenge for a first grader to achieve a passing score? If my son scored so low, I would be compelled to assess his IQ. The lack of achievement in a child places considerable responsibility on the parents. Blaming teachers or others, while avoiding self-reflection, seems to align perfectly with the mindset of the post-90s generation. For many parents, Cheng Shuo's actions could be interpreted as shirking responsibility and irresponsible behavior. The barrage of criticism in the comments reflected this sentiment. Yet, there were also many netizens who felt this approach was innocuous and not worthy of excessive concern. Some even began to joke in the comments, questioning how he could give the teacher a perfect score in the evaluation while expecting the teacher to pass his child. After all, he was demanding a perfect score. Furthermore, if a child fails, does that absolve the teacher of responsibility? And what about the test paper itself? If we continue to shift blame, we might as well accuse the viewers in the live stream of wrongdoing. Amidst the lively barrage of comments, the reactions from the 3 experts in the judging panel varied significantly. Teacher Zhong Xiuqin, having learned from a past misstep, maintained her composure. With a smile and pursed lips, her demeanor was appropriate, yet she remained silent. Teacher Yang Xiaotong appeared lost in thought, perhaps pondering a reading comprehension exercise. In contrast, Teacher Xiang Hui, known for his tendency to mediate, was the first to speak up, asserting that a child's poor performance could not solely rest on the teacher's shoulders. After all, it is often said that a master can only guide one to the door. The journey of learning is up to the individual. With a teacher overseeing dozens of students, how can one expect to monitor each student meticulously? For a child to excel academically, not only must they exert effort, but parental cooperation is also essential. Yet, the father in question, instead of fulfilling a supervisory role, merely made excuses. How can a child recognize their own problems under such circumstances? Can their grades improve? Is there hope for the future? Initially, Teacher Xiang Hui could evaluate the situation with facts in mind, but the realization that Cheng Shuo, as a parent, reacted to his child's poor performance by blaming the teacher for not awarding extra points incensed him. His words became sharper. In educational terms, he was not wrong. Improvement in a child's performance, indeed, requires a collaborative effort, especially for younger children who possess limited autonomy. The guidance and oversight of adults are crucial. However, his error lay in making sweeping generalizations. To judge a child's future potential based on a single performance was a faulty premise, prompting teacher Yang Xiaodong to interject, arguing that it was inappropriate to link a single score to future outcomes. However, this brief exchange ignited teacher Xiang Hui's indignation. How can you say that? The first grade is critical. One might even say it is essential. His passion escalated to the point where he struck the table. Yet, loudness does not guarantee agreement. Originally, netizens found some merit in Xiang Hui's argument, but that one gesture transformed their perspective entirely. Ah, how familiar this sounds. It appears that I must endure this refrain at every stage of my educational journey, with each phase deemed crucial. Does that not render me merely a cog in the machine? The school becomes the place of pivotal moments. Hilariously, this phrase carries a weight of truth. Each stage represents a pivotal juncture. If life comprises so many critical points, perhaps I shall take a moment to rest. Netizens showed no mercy, engaging in unrestrained mockery. If mere jesting was all, it would be harmless, but many comments address the core of the issue. In the past, first graders learned foundational skills. Yet now they are expected to grasp complex concepts without prior instruction. How can a child excel under such circumstances? Indeed, many will argue that parents should take on this role. But is it fair to shift the burden of teaching foundational knowledge onto them? The current curriculum seems poorly planned. It is no wonder the children struggle. I've long felt this way, and you, my internet allies, articulate my sentiments perfectly. Chapter 18. If my father does not disdain my failing grades, how could I possibly disdain his financial status? In the barrage of comments, the discussion initially focused on children's academic performance, but quickly escalated to criticisms of unreasonable educational planning. This concern has long been voiced by numerous parents. With the topic now publicly debated on a program, it naturally drew the attention of countless netizens, with online participation nearly reaching 150,000. In particular, the number of viewers in Room 10, where Cheng Shuo was located, swelled to an astonishing 80,000, accounting for more than half of the total. The comments flew thick and fast. In the past, sending children to school was a simple task for parents, requiring little more than enrolling them. Now, however, parents are expected to take on a multitude of educational responsibilities, pre-class preparation, homework correction, and more. While there is understanding for teachers' heavy workloads, who empathizes with the pressures faced by parents? I can begrudgingly comprehend the academic expectations, but I find it perplexing that we must frequently engage in safety awareness quizzes, photograph, and upload various social practice activities. What purpose do these tasks serve? Indeed, there was an instance when a teacher assigned homework that required mothers to wash their children's feet, with photographic evidence required. My 3 daughters took turns capturing the moment. I hadn't even dipped my feet in the water yet. What educational value does that hold? It's disheartening to hear that children's poor performance is attributed to parental neglect and guidance. When we examine the multitude of responsibilities placed upon parents, one wonders where the energy for tutoring children is meant to come from, especially when we must also maintain our jobs. Is it feasible to have grandparents assist? Let us be realistic. Grandparents may struggle to help with homework, and even deciphering assigned tasks can be challenging. Who was the genius that decided to assign homework through WeChat groups? The frustration expressed in the comments could likely resurrect 3 vengeful spirits. This left even teacher Xiang Hui, who initially felt justified, in a state of silence. A teacher managing dozens of students is undoubtedly weary, but parents bear their own burdens. They not only shoulder the responsibility of providing for their families, but also juggle their children's education and extracurricular activities. In families with better economic conditions, hiring a nanny or having one parent stay home full-time can make things manageable. Yet, he understands that most households lack such resources. Reflecting on his own situation, he cannot confidently claim to balance everything. At this moment, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he could only lower his gaze further. Fortunately, amidst the discussions, netizens were more focused on the happenings in Room 10, oblivious to his discomfort. On the live stream, Cheng Shuo and his son successfully made their way out. They lived in a resettlement area within the city, where the environment was subpar and the demographic was quite complex. The bustling vegetable market below added to the noise. Their mode of transport was a somewhat dilapidated electric tricycle, complete with a plastic canopy. If it were an elderly person riding it, it would be unremarkable. But Cheng Shuo was a refined and handsome young man, which made it seem rather out of place. The barrage of comments erupted once more. Isn't that the tricycle my grandmother rides to buy vegetables? That vehicle is probably older than the child. He has got no shame. I wouldn't be caught dead riding such a tricycle to drop off my child. We should be mindful of the details. Riding this to school might instill a sense of inferiority in the child. Yes, children are prone to comparison, while others are picked up in stylish vehicles. The stark contrast with their own tricycle would be hard for anyone to bear, even adults. Even if conditions are poor, one could at least invest in an electric bike. Those aren't prohibitively expensive. It's no wonder the netizens reacted this way. Even the cameraman, Lao He, was taken aback upon seeing the tricycle. Is this suitable for picking up children? Really? It is well known that residents of this city have a penchant for maintaining appearances, regardless of their actual circumstances. They go to great lengths to uphold a FAAD. Owning a vehicle is considered standard. Even without one can rely on public transport or taxis to preserve dignity. At the very least, riding a small electric bike can be justified with claims of convenience and avoiding traffic. But a tricycle? Its practicality remains uncertain. But it is clear that a young man riding one does not exude prestige. Lao He stood frozen, reluctant to move. Meanwhile, Cheng Shuo effortlessly opened the door, tilted his head, and said, "Come on, son." "All right." Cheng Xiaola climbed in, set down his backpack, and patted the seat beside him. "Uncle, come sit here." As the cameraman, Lao He was obligated to follow wherever they went, and Cheng Xiaola was aware of this. So, after settling himself, he naturally left room for Lao He. Truth be told, Lao He was not keen on joining them. However, unable to resist Cheng Xiaola's enthusiastic invitation, he eventually squeezed onto the back seat. "Hold on tight. Let us go." With a call to action, the tricycle set off, wobbling as it moved. Cheng Xiaola attended a school for the children of workers, which primarily caters to the offspring of migrant laborers. This implies that the school's facilities were less than stellar, and the surrounding area was far from the orderly environment of other institutions. As they approached the school, traffic congestion began to build. Fortunately, the impact of traffic on the tricycle was minimal. It simply slowed their progress without halting it entirely. "Su Meng Meng," a line of egrets flies high. "Your car is stuck in the middle of the road. Haha. Just be careful not to be late." "Xiao Yang, freezing like a dog? Ask your dad to put a canopy on your car. Look how warm I am." While Cheng Shuo maneuvered through the gaps in traffic, Cheng Xiaola was not idle either. Spotting a classmate, he leaned out to greet them. Yet, his greeting carried a tinge of schadenfreude, and his words were as sharp as ever. The viewers had already been exposed to Cheng Xiaola's unfiltered remarks, so they were no longer surprised. However, his confident and cheerful laughter resonated with many, leaving others perplexed. Isn't he insecure? Why isn't he envious to see others arriving in nice cars? It's hilarious. Not only is he unenvying, he seems to look down upon them. Indeed, I could sense his air of smugness even through the screen. Why is my child so different? Not to mention the vehicle. Even when I go to pick her up dressed modestly, she is not pleased. Yes, children compare everything, clothes, toys, and even their parents. And then there's Cheng Xiaola, who compares nothing and remains confident and generous. One cannot help but admire the fact that while Cheng Shuo may appear unreliable, he has raised his child exceptionally well. Netizens were generous in their praise. Cheng Xiaola's response also caught Lao He's attention, prompting him to ask, "Won't your classmates laugh at you for coming to school in this vehicle? Won't they mock you for being poor? Do you ever look down on your dad?" His question stemmed from witnessing too many children who relish in comparisons, often pressuring their parents for things beyond their means, leading to various issues. Such occurrences are all too common on the internet. Upon hearing this question, Cheng Xiaola appeared visibly confused. This bewilderment caused Lao He's heart to skip a beat. Could it be that he harbored such sentiments? Yet, just as this doubt surfaced, Cheng Xiaola beamed a broad smile and replied, "If my father does not disdain my failing grades, how could I possibly disdain my father for being poor?" In an instant, Lao He was left speechless. Chapter 19. As long as parents are sufficiently lazy, children will exhibit remarkable diligence. Not only was Lao He taken aback, but even the viewers in the live stream were profoundly shaken by this statement. My dad doesn't even mind my failing grades. How could I possibly look down on him for being poor? Astonishingly, a child possesses such clarity of thought. It must be said that this young boy is indeed an embodiment of enlightenment, a truth that eludes many adults. I wish to share this with my father. I have never complained about his lack of wealth or knowledge, yet he cannot accept my own shortcomings. It is truly heart-wrenching, living in a manner that is less fortunate than a child. How can this not be seen as a mutual pursuit? I vow never to criticize my child's academic performance, for I too am a father lacking in abilities. I had presumed that after graduation, I would be free from lessons. Yet a single live stream has imparted lesson after lesson upon me. No one anticipated that such a minute fragment could provoke profound reflections among countless parents. Meanwhile, the three experts seated at the judges' table were also deep in thought. It is unclear when the aspiration for children to excel became an obsession for many parents. Consequently, Academic performance has naturally evolved into a standard by which a child's character is judged. Thus, when parents like Cheng Shuo appear, they are regarded as anomalies. They cannot fathom that a father might genuinely disregard his child's grades. Conversely, children, motivated by comparison, urge their parents to strive harder. Yet, the emergence of Cheng Shuo reveals that one can be confident without succumbing to comparison or material pursuits. The original harmony between the two has devolved into mutual harm, with parents resenting their children for lack of ability, while children lament their parents for lacking resources to uplift them. This vicious cycle ultimately boomerangs back to inflict harm upon oneself. When muddiness becomes the norm, clarity is perceived as eccentricity. At this moment, all three experts bore expressions of shame. When did education transform into this? As the experts engaged in yet another round of reading comprehension, Cheng Shuo's tricycle finally arrived at the school gate. Coming to a halt, he exhaled deeply. Son, go on. Once the divine beast was delivered to school, he felt a sense of relief. All right. Cheng Shuo hopped off the vehicle, turned to wave to his father, and reminded him, there is some fried rice left from breakfast. Make do with it for lunch. Remember to wash the clothes you changed into yesterday, and after washing, hang them up. Don't let them get stinky like last time. And then, he had nothing more to say. Cheng Shuo quickly interrupted his son, not wanting him to continue rambling. This child, once socially anxious, now exhibits an overabundance of enthusiasm. Must he not be afforded some dignity? His mouth seemed to be a sieve. Cheng Shuo felt embarrassed, his toes digging into the ground. Yet the viewers in the live stream found the situation utterly amusing, and the atmosphere returned to its lively state. Is this right? Who is the son here, and who is the father? The young boy quipped. This family would fall apart without me. I have to worry about it. Indeed, it has been proven that as long as parents are sufficiently lazy, children will demonstrate remarkable diligence. Writing an essay titled Me and My Useless Father. Hahaha, this father-son duo is too delightful. The comments section was abuzz. After an initial bout of embarrassment, Cheng Shuo managed to smile, acknowledging, I know, you can head inside now. Once given his consent, Cheng Shuo felt reassured and began to walk toward the school. However, just 2 steps away, his father's voice called out from behind. Son, if you can learn to, if not, take a nap. Just don't disturb your classmates. Cheng Shuo's loud voice not only caught the attention of other parents nearby, but also drew the gaze of teachers, leaders, and even the gatekeeper standing at the entrance. Under the scrutiny of so many, Cheng Shuo felt a twinge of embarrassment. It is a fact that people exhibit many inexplicable behaviors when feeling awkward. Cheng Shuo was no exception. He scratched the back of his head and added, and make more friends and eat well. Such a nonsensical remark escalated the humor. Can you not? I almost spit out my drink. Haha. The notion of making friends and eating well is simply too hilarious. This cheerful disposition is indeed 1,000 years ahead of my father's. It is rather kind of him to recognize the need not to disrupt his classmates. There is a hint of decency, albeit not much. If every father were like this, the incidence of children suffering from depression could be reduced by 90%. Through reverse parenting, eliciting emotional responses from those around, emotional value gained. 13,000. Current available emotional value. 195,000. The emotional value gained made Cheng Shuo's embarrassment instantly vanish, leaving only a yearning for wealth upon his visage. How long has it been? And yet so much has been added to his account. At this rate, how far is he from reaching the pinnacle of life? Moreover, he discovered that his reverse parenting method did not provoke disdain from viewers. Does this imply that he could aim for the grand prize offered by the program? Balancing his efforts to earn emotional value while striving for the grand prize, simply contemplating this prospect filled him with hope for the future. Cheng Shuo began to envisage a bright path ahead. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the increase in learning interest had sparked a newfound passion for study within Cheng Shuo. Upon hearing this, he shot his father a skeptical glance. Are you really my father? What kind of father lets his son sleep in class? Of course, he is. Cheng Shuo approached and ruffled his son's hair, saying, if there are any changes, I will inform you. With a cheeky response, he pushed his son through the door. Quickly go in. Don't delay my chance for a nap. This statement was strikingly genuine. Only a brave soul can rise early to send their child off. Yet even heroes require rest, especially for someone like Cheng Shuo, who lacks a proper job. What is the point of staying awake? In the main live broadcast hall, the parenting styles of each family were laid bare before us through recent observations. Now, we open the voting portal for the first time. Please cast your votes for the families you admire. After sending their children off to school, the live stream entered a period of calm. This moment was perfectly suited for voting. During this voting interval, the three experts at the judges' table engaged in discussions. Observing closely, I found myself particularly fond of the parenting approach of the fourth mother. It can be said that she covers all bases. The seventh father is commendable as well, employing a militaristic approach to manage his son. Although the eighth father's methods are somewhat extreme, his intentions are commendable, and there remains room for improvement. As the critiques continued, the other contestants could each be discussed in detail. However, when it came to contestant number 10, Cheng Shuo, all three experts found themselves at a loss for words. Praising him seemed difficult, as he not only fails to adequately care for his child, but also exhibits indifference towards academic performance. Conversely, decrying him seemed unjust. For his son, Cheng Shuo is undoubtedly the most well-adjusted in the group, exuding confidence and cheerfulness. It is evident he has been well raised. Such contradictions left the experts momentarily speechless. While the experts struggled to find their words, viewers began to fervently debate in the comment section, eager to rally support for their favorite contestants. Vote for number 3. I have never encountered such a meticulous mother. You call controlling behavior meticulous? That child seems to lack even the courage to refuse. She must be unhappy. I've noticed that child is far from joyful. I've never seen her smile. Number 10 is the best. I'm voting for number 10. Chapter 20. The son is still young. Missing a meal is inconsequential. As for me, being of advanced age, each meal counts. Initially, netizens rallied merely for their favored contestants. Gradually, the content of the comments evolved. Number 10's father appeared to be neglecting his parental duties. Yet one must not be quick to judge. What appears as neglect is, in fact, a profound awareness of reality, understood only by those who have endured oppressive education. Indeed, let the era of such education conclude with our generation. The hardships of the past no longer serve the post-90s, having borne the brunt of adversity. The paramount concern is for the happiness of the children. I concur. The current generation of netizens articulates their thoughts remarkably well. In the next life, I wish to be their online companion. As the debate continued, the voting approached its climax. Perhaps Cheng Shuo's actions resonated deeply with many, as his vote count consistently led from the outset. By the end, the total reached an astonishing 300,000 votes, which is half of the 60,000 netizens who participated. This figure astonished the chief director, Chen Bo. My goodness, what was thought to be a fleeting moment turned into a daily surprise. Quickly, he arranged for the highlights of this father-son duo to be edited and promoted across all platforms. Our show is destined for success. Chen Bo rubbed his hands in excitement, and his team members, equally proactive, wasted no time. Before long, the related videos topped various platform charts. As long as you are lazy enough, your child will repay you. Unyielding filial piety, my family's thorny vest. Post-90s parenting philosophy, let oppressive education end with our generation. This sparked a whirlwind of discussions. What a revelation. Can it really be this way? Haha, at 7, he knows how to cook for his dad. Meanwhile, my rebellious child struggles to eat even when served. It is indeed rare to see such maturity in a child, telling uncle his favorite color for a sack. This father is commendable, despite his limitations. His progressive parenting philosophy makes him an exemplary father. I declare this show my new electronic snack. I must follow it. With just a hint of promotion, the official account's followers skyrocketed. From just over 1 million before the broadcast, it surged to nearly 2 million. Concurrently, the viewership in various live streaming rooms also soared. With increasing popularity, parents felt compelled to join the fray. Even if their children were at school, it did not impede their participation. In the third live stream room, come and see. Fresh seafood. Just arrived at 3 in the morning, guaranteed fresh. The third dad, Zhu Fu, is a businessman in the seafood trade. Years of hard work had lifted him from poverty. Yet, having endured hardships in the past, he maintained a frugal lifestyle despite his modest wealth. Wife, let us set aside the dead ones for ourselves. A bit of porridge in the morning will suffice. Just pick some pickled vegetables for a meal. Oh, and the breakfast leftovers from our son. Heat them up for me. Making money, isn't easy. Zhu Fu's voice filled the screen, a testament to his diligence. Rising at 2 or 3 in the morning to procure goods, he had everything organized by 5, only to then attend to his son's needs, waking him, feeding him, and sending him off to school. Even after dropping his child off, his busyness continued, leaving the cameraman breathless. This scene drew gasps from netizens. Hardworking and frugal, he certainly deserves his success. Rising consistently at 3 in the morning, one with such determination will surely achieve greatness. Moreover, even with money, he refrains from frivolous spending. I find myself eating better than he does. No wonder I can't save money. All my earnings go to indulgence. With such a father as a role model, a child is unlikely to stray. The comments overflowed with praise. Even teacher Cheng Shuo, seated among the judges, could not suppress her admiration. Parents are child's first teachers, and with such exemplary fathers, their children are bound to excel. As the eldest judge, she empathized the most. Having endured her own hardships to provide a better life for her child, she saw in Zhu Fu invaluable qualities, moving her deeply. However, this budding emotion was abruptly disrupted by teacher Yang Xiaotong, who remarked, "Isn't this just forcing down food without having suffered?" This statement irked her immensely. How could one equate this with unearned privilege? Hard work and frugality have always been cherished virtues in our culture. Notiching zhong siukin ire yang xiaotong. Adhering to a respect for elders principle, chose not to engage in a dispute, but stubbornly repeated in a hushed tone, "It's just unearned privilege." At that moment, two differing ideologies clashed. Although Yang Xiaotong refrained from arguing, many netizens perceived the reality. How could one who is wealthy settle for leftover fish? Eating his son's scraps should be a source of pride. If, in the future, the son misbehaves, the father might retort, "I endured on your leftovers," which would be devastating. Years later, he might say, "To ensure you eat well, I subsisted on your scraps. Your current attitude towards me, despite my kindness, is ungrateful. I raised you for nothing." My goodness, the haunting memories overwhelm me, suffocating through the screen. Will parents cease this self-sacrificing behavior? We do not require it, do we? I certainly wouldn't. I would privately indulge in delectable treats. The child is still young. Missing a meal is insignificant. I am older. Each meal matters. Haha. While the post-80s endured hardships, the post-90s enjoy their privileges. The netizens, too, exhibited a collective clarity. Initially, they praised Zhu Fu's industriousness and frugality. Gradually, they discerned his actions as a guise for moral coercion under the pretense of love. Despite having no financial need, he chose to act this way. But the netizens were not deceived, especially the post-90s, who championed the ethos of not forcing oneself into hardship. The barrage of comments left Zhong Xiuqin speechless. Fortunately, the host, He Ling, intervened to smooth over the situation, asserting that different parents possess varied philosophies of child-rearing. One cannot subjectively determine who is right or wrong. What benefits the child is what matters. He Ling's diplomatic skills appeased both sides, allowing Zhong Xiuqin a graceful exit from the contention. Ultimately, neither side was incorrect. Merely, the perspectives had shifted. The post-80s seek long-term benefits, while the post-90s live in the moment. Each has its pros and cons. Personal satisfaction is paramount. Disputes are a natural occurrence in such programs. And after this brief interlude, the netizens' attention shifted to other live-streaming rooms. Chapter 21. Take one step at a time. If all else fails, perish along the way. In the 6th live broadcast room, the scene unfolds with Father Zhou Jun, clad in a sharp suit. One hand clutching an iced Americano and the other grasping a notebook, hastily weaving through the towering skyscrapers. He mutters to himself, seemingly orchestrating his impending tasks. His fervent pace leaves no room to appreciate the radiant sunshine and azure sky nearby. As he moves, An array of corporate logos flit across the screen, evoking a chorus of genuine reactions from viewers. It becomes evident he is an employee of a major corporation, explaining his frantic demeanor, his hurried gait almost blurring into an afterimage. Despite being a worker in a large enterprise, he is but a cog in a machine, fixated solely on his duties, perhaps oblivious to the morning's breathtaking scenery. The piercing chill of the Americano serves as a lifeline in this relentless grind. In this uncertain world, we are all dark horses, and at the sound of the alarm, we become mere beasts of burden. Unlike these creatures who recognize the need for rest, you must resort to a coffee to invigorate yourselves. Damn it, I am ready to compete with you all. Meanwhile, various live broadcast rooms are abuzz with humor and lively discussions. Yet, the 10th room, boasting the highest popularity, is eerily silent. The barrage of comments trickles out sporadically. Has he truly succumbed to slumber? Indeed, I have been watching him for half an hour, and he has not stirred a muscle. How is it that while other parents toil away, he seems so at ease? Upon entering earlier, he was asleep. Now, he remains in that state. Is this a sleep broadcast? Does he not have to go to work? I cannot abide his nonchalance. Other full-time fathers, after dropping off their children, engage in household chores. Yet he luxuriates in sleep. What a charmed life. Undoubtedly, it is a charmed existence, with breakfast prepared by his son. It is no wonder viewers are left speechless. Even the cameraman, old he, rolls his eyes in exasperation. While other cameramen are overwhelmed with work, he sits idly, seemingly unaware. Idleness is not inherently negative. However, the contagious nature of sleep is undeniable, especially with someone snoring nearby. It is enough to sap the last vestiges of his energy. Just as he succumbs to his 9th yawn, Cheng Shuo finally stirs. Revitalized, he appears refreshed after a restorative slumber. Anticipating a return to serious business, old he swiftly readies the camera, transitioning into work mode. Yet, contrary to expectations, Cheng Shuo merely stretches his limbs and then reclines languidly on the sofa, smoothly extracting his phone. Oldie is left astonished. Aren't you supposed to be working? He cannot help but inquire. Work? Cheng Shuo shakes his head dismissively. Not a chance. In my previous life, I overworked myself to death. So in this life, I refuse to be tethered to a job. He is not financially distressed. How do you survive without working? Oldie surveys the modestly decorated room, noting the outdated furniture and appliances. It hardly appears to be a household of affluence. While Cheng Shuo may avoid expenditures for himself, he cannot neglect the costs of raising a child. With a modest savings, he resolves to take life one step at a time. Cheng Shuo embodies a carefree spirit, exuding a sense of pride in his nonchalance. However, he struggles to provide a more compelling justification for his lifestyle, as relying on a system for sustenance is not something one openly boasts about. In light of the current economic climate, securing employment is increasingly challenging. Rather than subject himself to the judgment of others, he finds solace in embracing a life of perceived idleness. If he cannot contribute positively to society, then he will at least ensure he imposes no detrimental effects. This is Cheng Shuo's clearest self-assessment. Take one step at a time. Oldie can scarcely believe such words emanate from father's lips. The sentiment is shocking. Yet at that moment, Cheng Shuo unwittingly adds, take one step at a time. If all else fails, perish along the way. This remark elicits collective disbelief from viewers in the broadcast room. Such a sentiment. Are you preparing for graduate school? Your state of mind is far ahead. Should I commend you, or simply marvel at your relaxed existence? Brother, you seem to live far too leisurely. It is no wonder your child is so dependable. This father is truly beyond reliance. Cheng Shuo's attitude invites criticism, yet each individual carries their own approach to life. Moreover, the show's intention is to present parents from diverse backgrounds, making Cheng Shuo's presence unsurprising. It can be attributed to the harrowing scenes of his son under pressure during gameplay that have prepared viewers for his current outlandish statements, rendering his previous remarks trivial by comparison. The audience's capacity for acceptance has evidently expanded, yet old he remains unable to embrace such a perspective. That cannot be right. Young people should strive and take risks. Despite his earnest counsel, Cheng Shuo displays impatience. As a father, He cannot escape the perennial nagging of the older generation. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he is about to hear tales of how the previous generation persevered through hardships. In our day, as anticipated upon hearing these words, Cheng Shuo feels as though his ears might develop calluses. To spare his ears from further torment, he interjects, Hey, times have changed. At 25, your generation charged forward for glory. In our era, at this juncture, Cheng Shuo deliberately pauses, allowing old he to lean in with curiosity before he resumes with a cheeky grin. Your generation at 25 charged forward for glory. Our generation at 25 ignores risks and continues to install. With that, he bursts into laughter, leaving old he's lips twitching in disbelief. In the face of absurdity, there lies a kernel of truth. Today's society is markedly different. Opportunities for self-made success are dwindling. The expectation of a direct correlation between effort and reward was commonplace in their era. However, in the contemporary landscape, under the relentless demands of a 996 work culture, the disparity between input and output is glaring. It is not that the youth lack diligence. Rather, the opportunities afforded to them are alarmingly scarce. With this realization, Oldie finds himself grappling with discomfort, momentarily feeling self-conscious. Initially, when he broached this topic, viewers suspected it was a deliberate educational segment orchestrated by the production team, already expressing their disdain. Yet, upon hearing Cheng Shuo's retort, their annoyance transforms into laughter. Haha, ignoring risks and continuing to install. That perfectly describes me. Laughter ensues. My mother at 25, starting her own business. Me at 25. Mom, can I eat what's in the fridge? Haha. No more pretenses. I too am a slacker. My father in his youth. A car, a house, a monthly salary exceeding 10,000. Me? No cilantro. Please, add more garlic. Haha. Seeing you all in this light reassures me. Chapter 22. Establishing a home where one falls. Burying one's dead where one falls. The barrage of comments was filled with laughter and joy, yet the expressions of the three judges were decidedly grim. The attitude of Cheng Shuo was already a source of great concern, but to find that so many netizens shared his sentiments was unexpected. As experts in the field of education, they regarded the encouragement of ambition as their paramount duty. Yet now, a sense of impending doom enveloped them. If the experts felt this way, one could only imagine the reactions of older viewers in a live stream, who were particularly inclined to take a stern stance on educational issues. It seemed there was no hope. The current generation of youth appeared irredeemable. They felt no shame, only pride, an unfortunate reflection of society. This so-called lost generation lacked the drive that characterized their predecessors. It was worrisome, not only for themselves, but also for the children who seemed to follow suit. Was there truly no one to guide these young people? Most of those sharing Cheng Shuo's viewpoint were born in the 1990s and 2000s. They possessed a common trait, a refusal to accept defeat. Even when criticized openly, they would naturally retaliate. Oh yes, you're absolutely right. You occupy the best resources, yet blame us for not striving harder. In an opportune moment, even a pig can soar. Don't inflate your own importance. Let them talk, they declared. Life is a tapestry of experiences, and they remained indifferent. We establish our homes where we fall, and bury our dead where we fall. Discontent? Come at me. Indeed, they adopted a carefree attitude, unbothered by criticism. As the exchanges intensified, the volume of comments surged dramatically. The viewership of the main live stream soared past 1 million, and the top room maintained an astonishing 1.5 million viewers, an unprecedented milestone since the show's inception. While the audience engaged fervently, Cheng Shuo remained unperturbed, continuing his leisurely demeanor. He lounged on the couch, scrolling through his phone at lightning speed, occasionally pausing to offer his commentary, exuding an air of a self-appointed online strategist. Witnessing this, He felt utterly exasperated. Despite the challenging environment, such a lax attitude seemed unacceptable. He could not help but voice his concerns again. You have accomplished nothing. Can you truly use youth as an excuse? But what about the future? How long can you rely on that excuse? Cheng Shuo smirked at this. I've already devised new excuses for that time. He was taken aback, realizing he would not hear any commendable sentiments from Cheng Shuo. "You're simply too old to be useful," Cheng Shuo chuckled, an audacity that utterly bewildered Lao He. Nevertheless, he had to concede that such excuses were frustratingly effective. Yet excuses were merely that, excuses, and only fueled Lao He's disappointment. "If you continue like this, you are destined for a life of mediocrity. Shouldn't you reflect on your actions?" Lao He embodied the philosophy of their generation. In his view, living like Cheng Shuo would inevitably lead to regret in old age, regret for squandering precious time, regret for not striving harder, and a constant longing for a second chance. Lao He spoke from the heart, yet the viewers were disinclined to hear such wisdom. "Don't preach to me. I want to listen to your moralizing. Was it truly that I didn't want to strive? If there were money on the ground, why not pick it up? I tuned into this program for enjoyment. If I wanted a lesson, I'd watch an educational channel." Time had dulled the youthful edge, robbing them of the fervor of the older generation. Indeed, time had smoothed my own edges, transforming me from a myriad of personalities into a singular essence. The previous debates had already stirred emotions among the viewers, and now, the tension was palpable once more. Meanwhile, the staff monitoring the comments sensed a disruption. In the realm of online broadcasting, catering to audience preferences is paramount, especially for a program focused on early childhood education. Recognizing this, they promptly advised Lao He to change the topic. Lao He was ready to move on. However, Cheng Shuo was invigorated by the notion of reflection. "Why should I reflect? I was not born into wealth, have never won accolades, and have lived over 20 years without breaking the law or harming anyone. When faced with challenges, I endure. If I cannot bear it, I push through. If I, a decent person, remain unaccomplished, should I reflect? No, the society should." Cheng Shuo's unexpectedly earnest declaration left Lao He momentarily speechless. The viewers, however, erupted with enthusiasm in the comments. "How insightful." I give that response an 82. A remaining 18 points sent as 666 for emphasis. "This guy truly articulates my sentiments. His words bring me relief. While others might resort to violence, he simply indulges in his phone at home. What need is there for reflection? Indeed, we've attended school for 20 years and worked for 30. What more should we reflect upon?" Well put. If this guy were to sell products on a live stream, I'd purchase a coffin just to send to my ex-boyfriend. No joke. Cheng Shuo's words resonated profoundly with the audience, generating a chorus of approval in the comments. Yet the expressions of the judges and Lao He were contorted in dismay. They had witnessed shamelessness, but never to this degree. It infuriated them that despite recognizing Cheng Shuo's flawed reasoning, they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. They feared he might escalate the matter further, ultimately bearing the brunt of the situation in silence. Fortunately, the topic shifted as swiftly as it had arisen. Just then, Cheng Shuo's phone chimed with a new message. The class group chat for Year 6. Had it been any other notification, Lao He would have dismissed it, but given the program's focus on child rearing, any message from the class could be relevant. Thus, he instinctively directed the camera towards Cheng Shuo's phone screen. After all, feedback from a school was part of their observations. On the phone screen, a message from the homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, appeared. "The following students have not completed their assignments satisfactorily. Parents, please take notice." Accompanying this was a photo featuring 7 or 8 children awkwardly standing at the podium. Both boys and girls. Their youthful faces were etched with anxiety and trepidation. While this would not be unusual in itself, one child stood out, a beaming Cheng Shuo, grinning widely and giving a thumbs up. Cheng Shuo instantly recognized this distinctive child. Chapter 23. You may not stand on the podium, but he certainly will not stand on the rooftop. Seeing that lad laugh so carefree, Cheng Shuo couldn't help but smile slightly. He did not perceive the public criticism as a grave matter. Nonetheless, this scene struck a nerve with many parents. My goodness, to directly take a photo and post it in the group chat, utterly embarrassing. How is it that teachers across the nation all adhere to this method? Today's children possess a strong sense of self-esteem. Such actions seem inappropriate. Not only the children, but even the parents must tremble in fear. This teacher is indeed bold. Here, we dare only to photograph clothing or shoes, never the face, lest we be reported. Today's children have poor resilience. Confronting them directly can leave psychological scars. Are there really scars? Just look at Cheng Shuo. He is laughing as if he couldn't be happier. This lad, like his father, is anything but conventional. A simple group message ignited a flurry of comments. Netizens were relentless in their criticisms. The uproar was undoubtedly fueled by the many parents who have experienced the dread of being at the mercy of class group messages. It's one thing to be publicly scolded like Cheng Shuo. Even a simple notification is enough to send shivers down one's spine. After all, everyone agrees that class groups resemble NPCs. Opening them triggers a quest. When Teacher Wang sent the message, the parents named began to respond. Huang Zicheng's mother. Received. Will definitely take it seriously. Luo Shi's father. Received. Will certainly correct it. Lu Wei's mother. Received. Will indeed amend. These parents exhibited proper attitudes, responded promptly, and maintained a unified front. One by one, the other parents of the children expressed their agreement, leaving only Cheng Shuo. However, when he sent his edited response, he was dumbfounded, and the netizens were equally taken aback. Instead of acknowledging or recognizing a mistake, he simply stated, "My son is truly handsome." A mere 5 words left He in shock. The netizens were astonished. After a brief pause, the comments erupted once more. Is your focus slightly misplaced? The teacher is criticizing your child for poor homework completion, and you say your son is handsome? With both a Wulong and a Fengshu. Their family has 2 of kind. For some reason, confronting the teacher brings me a sense of satisfaction. I share the sentiment. In my son's group, whenever the teacher speaks, a chorus of sycophants follows. Such an unorthodox response feels inexplicably refreshing. The fervent discussions among netizens drew the judge's attention back to this side. Cheng Shuo's previously lackadaisical attitude had already drawn some criticism from the 3 judges, but as it did not conflict with the show's essence, they had remained silent. However, now that Cheng Shuo was responding to the teacher's criticism in such a manner, they felt compelled to speak. Teacher Zhong Xiuqin was the first to voice her opinion. This attitude is unacceptable. If a child does not complete their homework and is criticized, they must correct it, rather than deflecting the issue. If parents do not confront the problem, the child will not recognize their mistakes. Zhong Xiuqin's remarks were quite pertinent, and both Xiang Hui and Yang Xiaodong nodded in agreement. However, her implication was clear. She believed Cheng Shuo's behavior was inappropriate. At times, the judge's remarks can directly influence the tone of the comments, especially among the live viewers, many of whom were parents who did not approve of Cheng Shuo. Seeing the judges express such sentiments naturally led them to follow suit in criticism. Indeed, is it amusing to make light of the situation now? Is it something to be proud of if a child has not completed their homework? Perhaps he was too busy playing games yesterday. It would be surprising if he managed to do his homework. From my perspective, this is ruining the child. If my son behaved this way, he would have received a sound thrashing from me. How can a father be so unreliable and expect the child to fare any better? Voices of criticism and doubt echoed through the comments. However, more prevalent was the concern regarding the consequences of Cheng Shuo's actions. After all, parents are acutely aware that if they offend the teacher, their child will undoubtedly suffer at school. Therefore, for the sake of their children, they would endure even the most outrageous words from teachers. Over time, many teachers have gradually risen to a position of authority. The concerns of the netizens proved to be well-founded. After Cheng Shuo's response, Teacher Wang once again tagged him. Class head Teacher Wang, Cheng Shuo's father. The above are the students who have not completed their homework, with Cheng Shuo being the most severe case. If this continues, I suggest transferring him to a special school to prevent hindering the learning progress of the majority of classmates. Perhaps accustomed to parents' flattery, Teacher Wang was naturally displeased by such a contrary response and spoke with not only severity but also a hint of sarcasm, even carrying a touch of threat. Any other parent would have retracted their statement and apologized by now. But Cheng Shuo was undeterred. He sent another message, "Well, my son is still handsome." This infuriated Teacher Wang to no end, leaving her speechless for a considerable time. Initially, netizens felt Cheng Shuo's actions were inappropriate, and many comments were critical of him. However, As those who shared similar experiences witnessed this unfold, a profound resonance emerged collectively. The tone of the comments began to shift. Cheng Shuo may not ascend to the podium, but he certainly will not find himself on the rooftop. Why do I feel a twinge of sadness? As a child, I always believed failing to complete homework was a grave sin, one deserving of global humiliation. If only my father had acted this way, perhaps I wouldn't feel so inadequate. The other party rejected your shaming education and gave you a slap in return. Through reverse parenting, eliciting emotional responses from those around, earning 23,000 emotional points. Current available emotional points, 221,000. Simultaneously, Cheng Shuo's confidence 10. Cheng Shuo's response stemmed from having undergone similar experiences in his youth. To him, his son is still young. Mental health far outweighs academic performance. Today's children often struggle with psychological resilience, a significant portion of which can be attributed to pressure from teachers and parents. He aims to alleviate this pressure as much as possible for his son. Little did he expect that such actions could also garner emotional points. Thus, Cheng Shuo became even more enthusiastic. Though teacher Wang remained silent, he sent another message. Xiaola did not complete his homework well. He should be made to stand as punishment, and if he obediently accepts the punishment, he can also receive praise. Cheng Shuo is quite adept at flattering. Although it was Cheng Shuo who made the mistake first, he still finds ways to commend his son. Such a father is undeniably in tune with the netizen sentiments. Previously, they envied him for having a capable son. Now, they envy his son for having such an extraordinary father. With a father like this, the child is bound to be free from the wounds of a dysfunctional family. In the next life, my first wish upon reincarnation is to become his son. Brave souls enjoy the world first. Paternal figure above, I bow to you. Chapter 24. Excellent grades serve the nation. Poor grades yield to parental authority. The actions of Cheng Shuo garnered both approval and dissent, particularly from the staunch traditionalists. With teacher Zhong Xiuqin being the most vocal representative, it is undeniable that some of the educational methods employed by Father Number 10 are commendable. However, his current demeanor is evidently not that of a competent father. Everyone understands the significance of academic performance for a child. Teachers are willing to invest effort in their guidance. Yet, when observing him, it becomes apparent that he is not only uncooperative but also confrontational. He serves as a prime example of what not to do. Cheng Shuo's unconventional approach to parenting through gaming has indeed earned the recognition of teacher Zhong Xiuqin, but this does not imply her unconditional acceptance of all his methods. Whenever she perceives a misstep, she will undoubtedly voice her concerns. Following Zhong Xiuqin's remarks, teacher Xiang Hui expressed his agreement, stating that parents must help children recognize their mistakes and assist them in rectification. Blindly shielding them will only lead to harm. Both educators articulated their points with compelling reasoning, and it was expected that the youngest teacher, Yang Xiaotong, would concur. However, she found herself lost in contemplation. The validity of the two teachers' perspectives was irrefutable. For students, academic achievement must take precedence. Failing to complete assignments or performing poorly on exams is a matter of utmost gravity, universally acknowledged by parents. But does consensus equate to correctness? Does learning truly supersede all else? At that moment, Yang Xiaodong recalled a report she had previously encountered depicting a group of ill children in a hospital, diligently completing their assignments while receiving intravenous treatment. The narrative extolled their indomitable spirit, suggesting that this is how the future of the nation ought to be. Yet, should not the health of a child take precedence over academic obligations? Is it right to prioritize concerns over unfinished homework while neglecting the child's well-being? Furthermore, she had interviewed several students who harbored extreme aversion to learning. At their lowest points, they contemplated violent actions against their school, but never considered dropping out. Is such a mindset normal? For a long time, she grappled with these questions, but after witnessing Cheng Shuo's unconventional approach, clarity dawned upon her. It became evident that contemporary children lack the freedom of thought. When their parents assert that education is the only pathway to success, they comply. The most frequent praise they receive throughout their upbringing is for being obedient. The phrase "it's all for your own good" permeates their childhood, rendering any deviation from adult wishes unforgivable. Poor grades, incomplete assignments, tardiness, or failure to wear a uniform are magnified into monumental issues. However, in retrospect, are these truly significant matters? The burdens that once felt suffocating during her youth seem trivial now. While academic performance holds importance, it pales in comparison to the health of a child, both physical and mental. At this moment, she found herself envious of Cheng Shuo, who, unencumbered by parental pressure, could confront the humiliation imposed by teachers with such equanimity. Cheng Shuo's actions, rather than mere indulgence, appeared more as a protective shield for his child's fragile psyche. While she could not predict whether Cheng Shuo's future would be remarkable, she felt assured that he would grow into a profoundly confident individual. The criticisms from the two educators did not reach Cheng Shuo's ears, nor did he believe his actions were erroneous. Rather, he experienced a sense of liberation in expressing himself. This sentiment was shared by several parents in the group, many of whom wished to chime in but lacked Cheng Shuo's courage, ultimately resorting to sending thumbs-up emojis as a silent form of support. Yet, from Teacher Wang's perspective, such behavior was undoubtedly provocative. While others merely expressed their feelings through emojis, he could not address them directly, leading him to make Cheng Shuo his target. "Sir, you seem to take pride in this. Poor grades and ranking last in exams. If these do not jeopardize your inheritance and company, then perhaps I am overstepping my bounds." Teacher Wang, a man of culture, conveyed his disdain through his words, each typed phrase suffused with sarcasm. It was evident that Cheng Shuo attended a school for the children of workers, where the students are predominantly offspring of migrant laborers. Those with slightly better circumstances might be the foreman, while others belong to the ranks of security guards and cleaners, individuals who are far removed from inheriting wealth. The irony in Teacher Wang's remarks was palpable, so much so that even old he, beside him, furrowed his brow in disapproval. This was no longer merely an attack on the child. It extended to the parents as well. Cheng Shuo's countenance grew serious upon reading such words, not out of anger towards the teacher's mockery, but out of concern for his son's experiences at school. Should poor academic performance warrant such treatment? Would teachers act this way? And would classmates consequently distance themselves from him? Without friends, what joy remains in childhood? It appeared imperative to pay closer attention to his son's academic performance. At the very least, he should not be at the bottom. As a first-time father, he felt woefully inexperienced. Cheng Shuo had yet to become angry, but the online community was incensed. Goodness, this teacher's words are infuriating. After 7 years of playing on my OG, I finally witnessed true hypocrisy today. They profess to educate yet wield their knowledge against parents. The distinction between past and present educators became stark. Former teachers were likened to candles, sacrificing themselves to illuminate others, while current ones resembled light bulbs that refused to shine without payment. The livestream audience was abuzz with discussion. After a brief moment of introspection, Cheng Shuo regained his focus. Although he recognized the necessity of monitoring his son's academic progress, this did not imply he would acquiesce to the teacher's condescension. He typed furiously, "My son has a name. He is not defined by his poor grades or his position at the bottom of the class. His name is Cheng Shuo. I wish to convey that if teachers possess the ability to elevate every child's performance, then even if my son ranks last, he is not the worst student. Furthermore, my son is merely underperforming. He is not beyond redemption. What he requires is encouragement from both parents and teachers, not to be paraded as a cautionary tale for ridicule." In terms of combativeness, Cheng Shuo was in no way lacking. If the teacher could mock him for his financial status, he would counter with a critique of the teacher's lack of capability. He knew exactly where to strike the hardest. Such statements, once articulated, would surely leave anyone who had ever taught feeling utterly humiliated, not to mention the teacher in question. Whether or not it was a result of being provoked, Teacher Wang remained silent for an extended period after Cheng Shuo's message was sent. Perhaps too many parents had endured similar experiences, prompting them to suddenly find their voices. "Well said. My child is merely underperforming. He is not irredeemable. He may be nameless on the honor roll, but that does not mean he lacks a future. Academic excellence serves the nation, while poor performance renders one a mere dependent. Teachers should reflect on their own methods. Have they improved their teaching skills over the years? Have they truly endeavored to educate? Chapter 25. The class group takes a stand against the teacher, rejecting shameful education. Old He's camera was fixed on Cheng Shuo's phone, capturing the myriad of parents' comments flooding in, igniting a torrent of reactions in the comment section. For the first time, the messages in the class group were not mere uniform copies or sycophantic praises. How could they dare to speak out, unafraid of offending the teacher? Offending one person might be manageable, but a collective dissent would certainly overwhelm the authority of a single teacher. It was amusing to note that Xiao Li's father seemed to possess some strategic insight, leading all the parents astray. Was this truly a diversion? This was the voice of justice, the sound of normalcy. Indeed, it felt as if an odd presence had infiltrated the proceedings. And Brother Eyebrow Pencil's audacious remarks were indeed meant for this moment. Have they even tried to teach? Who could comprehend such inquiries? The exhilaration of such questioning was palpable. Viewers were thoroughly entertained, and the comments surged forth with an astonishing velocity, each message disappearing in the blink of an eye. This battle concluded with Cheng Shuo inflicting a self-destructive blow while attempting to confront the teacher. He had vented his frustrations. Yet the outcome was that Teacher Wang summoned the parents under the pretext of adjusting Cheng Shuo's learning methods, requesting them to visit the office after school. Now it was Cheng Shuo's turn to feel discontent. The cycle of parental summons had returned, a source of resistance that left him feeling uneasy. At that moment, he recalled another troubling matter, a heavy burden that dampened his spirits. He lost interest in his phone, retreating back to the sofa, staring at the ceiling and sighing deeply. Just a moment ago, Cheng Shuo had been eloquent and full of vigor. Now he resembled a defeated rooster, prompting further speculation from the online community. What had happened? Wasn't he just brimming with confidence? No matter how resolute one might be, the inevitable fate of parental summons loomed large. Temporary bravado could only lead to a parental reckoning. Amusingly, it seemed he had never truly engaged in this before. Fear not. Proceed bravely. The boat will naturally find its way to shore. Not only did the teacher hold him accountable, but so too did the others present. While the comments flowed with enthusiasm, Old He's curiosity was piqued by Cheng Shuo's unusual demeanor. He had witnessed Cheng Shuo's prowess before, quick-witted and even quicker with his fingers. His typing speed had nearly ignited sparks from his phone. Yet, how had he suddenly deflated? Could it be that he was only now grasping the gravity of the situation and realizing that offending the teacher was unwise? Was his reflective process rather prolonged? Seeing that nothing else was happening, Old He directly asked, "What's the matter?" He hoped that if he could elicit a hint of regret from Cheng Shuo, it might salvage his reputation. Old He was not alone in this sentiment. Even the production team shared the same hope, as no one wished to provide critics with ammunition. All eyes were on Cheng Shuo. In response, Cheng Shuo let out a long sigh, lasting 5 seconds. As the final note faded, he turned to Old He, his expression sorrowful as he confessed, "I feel as though the sky is falling." His sigh was accompanied by a furrowed brow. Coupled with his tone, it was clear that he was not regretting his previous actions. Understanding this, Old He felt a sense of quiet triumph. How could he feel that the sky was falling? Cheng Shuo, however, was eager to communicate. "You saw it too. My son's homework is poorly done, and the teacher wants him transferred to a special school." Perhaps genuinely concerned, he emphasized the term special school. What does special school imply? In essence, it is a place where students who are disinterested, exceptionally gifted, or struggling with various challenges converge, often seen as a last resort. Teacher Wang's suggestion for Cheng Shuo to transfer, there was nothing short of a harsh insult. "I don't believe that S warranted," Old He interjected. Although he hadn't known Cheng Shuo for long, he had observed numerous commendable traits in the boy: diligent, intelligent, articulate, and above all, cheerful. Beyond academic struggles, he had few flaws. To demand a transfer over such a minor issue as homework completion seemed excessively harsh. Did the teacher bear no responsibility? Old He found his sense of balance beginning to tip. Just moments ago, he had asserted the importance of completing assignments as a student. Yet now it seemed trivial. Perhaps influenced by Cheng Shuo, he began to believe that a child's happiness and joy were paramount, subtly shifting his perspective. I'll speak with the teacher later. It's not that serious. Old he continued to reassure him. Yet Cheng Shuo shook his head, looking as despondent as a frostbitten eggplant. You don't understand. Another sigh escaped him. Oldie found himself perplexed. What was so difficult to comprehend? If he simply paid attention to his child's homework, the next time would surely be better. I believe that as long as you take it seriously, his homework will be just fine. Old He's encouragement was warm and earnest. He swore he had never treated his own family with such tenderness. His colleagues, accustomed to his sour demeanor, were left astonished. Was this truly the cantankerous Old He they knew? Yet, this heartfelt consolation only caused Cheng Shuo's lips to twitch in irritation. Oldie was left even more baffled. It was merely first-grade homework. The sky would not fall. If only he would make a slight effort, just as he attempted to console Cheng Shuo once more. He was interrupted. I feel as though the sky is falling because I did my son's homework. Oldie was taken aback, his voice caught in his throat. He had never anticipated such a revelation, left astounded and momentarily speechless. Cheng Xiaolu's homework had been completed by Cheng Shuo. Because of poor homework, the teacher suggested a transfer to a special school. Did this imply? Oldie's lips began to twitch. Meanwhile, the online audience erupted in laughter at Cheng Shuo's confession. After you did the homework? Haha, this is hilarious. Who needs the Spring Festival Gala when we have this show? All responsibility falls on the father. Almost misjudged the child. Son, it was excellent. Don't do it again next time. Turns out you're the one lacking in education. 9 years of moral education wasted. It must be noted that the atmosphere in Cheng Shuo's livestream had shifted from educational to purely entertaining. Had he behaved like this in the past, helping his son with homework would have drawn scorn from viewers. Yet now, only laughter filled the air. Cheng Shuo's world was not crumbling, for he was already amidst the ruins. After witnessing so many of his peculiar behaviors, would one more truly matter? At that moment, the three experts seated at the judges' table wore a range of expressions. Some shook their heads, while others stifled laughter. Yet, none seemed inclined to speak. What could they say? That he couldn't even manage first-grade homework? The experts' heads began to ache. Amidst the lively discussions, a trending topic titled "The Class Group Takes a Stand Against the Teacher," rejecting shameful education, quietly ascended the charts. This trend not only captured the attention of numerous parents, but also resonated across various professions and fields, further amplifying the program's popularity. As the instigator, Cheng Shuo engaged in casual conversation with Old He, a subtle smile graced his lips. Chapter 26. The plot of the TV series unexpectedly occurred at school. The power of trending topics is indeed remarkable. A single hot search can draw countless bloggers to analyze, interpret, and even criticize. Consequently, a plethora of videos blossomed online. This not only garnered widespread attention for the program, but also propelled the name Cheng Shuo to viral fame. Such remarkable popularity naturally attracted the attention of the television station. Is this the parenting show recommended by Director Liu? It appears quite promising. In a conference room, several station leaders and relevant personnel were intently watching the live broadcast. Among them was Lu Xiaorong, the daughter-in-law of teacher Zhong Xiuqin. As soon as the leaders mentioned her, Lu Xiaorong promptly interjected, affirming that she found many segments thought-provoking. Although there were shortcomings, it stood out among similar programs. Lu Xiaorong maintained an objective stance, refraining from exaggerating the show merely due to her son's transformation. She focused on the facts. To ensure impartiality, she even invited several station leaders to observe. The data was impressive. 3 million viewers were online at peak times, ranking first among similar programs, with several metrics rivaling many popular variety shows. The statistics alone were compelling enough. However, would the actions of this father spark controversy? It was Huang Shan, another director, who raised this concern. He, being involved in educational programming, was acutely aware that high popularity often accompanies high controversy. Particularly within the educational sphere, any misstep could lead to accountability. Cheng Shuo's statements had, on several occasions, danced perilously close to these pitfalls. This prompted them to deliberate cautiously. Huang Shan's words plunged the station leaders into contemplation. Since Liu Xiaorong had recommended this program, they had been closely monitoring it. From allowing children to play video games to confronting teachers in class groups, the discussions online had been fervent. Voices of both support and dissent echoed. Logically, they desired the program to gain traction, but at times, excessive popularity could be a double-edged sword. If it were merely an online broadcast, it wouldn't pose much concern. However, airing it on television meant adhering to numerous regulations. Thus, they had no choice but to tread carefully. While the program was indeed controversial, its educational significance was profound. Furthermore, based on the online viewership data, broadcasting it would significantly bolster the station's revenue. Liu Xiaorong continued to advocate passionately, casting eager glances at the station leaders. If even a little rascal like her son could be reformed, surely other children held promise as well. Moreover, introducing such a high-profile program could yield benefits in sponsorship and advertising. The program's notoriety would also be further elevated. A threefold win. What could be more appealing? Liu Xiaorong's words stirred the interest of the station leaders. The impact of the internet had rendered television programming increasingly challenging. If the response were indeed positive, all parties could reap the benefits. Yet, despite Liu Xiaorong's persuasive arguments, at the crucial moment, none of the station leaders spoke up. Those who attained leadership positions were astute. If the program succeeded, it would be a collective triumph. If it faltered, the first to endorse it would bear the responsibility. Thus, even if they found it feasible, no one was willing to take the initial leap. Liu Xiaorong, well aware of the leaders' internal deliberations, sighed in resignation and continued, suggesting a collaboration with the program team for a special feature on the Safe Campus initiative spearheaded by the Education Bureau, which was set to occur in the coming days. This approach would not only showcase the program's impact, but also lend credibility from the Education Bureau, thereby mitigating the risks of negative fallout. As she spoke, the eyes of the leaders began to sparkle with interest. Who would refuse an opportunity that entailed no risk? Almost immediately, one leader affirmed, "Very well. You shall lead the collaboration." Meanwhile, as the television station finalized arrangements, the program's chief director, Cheng Shuo, received the news. A parenting show inherently required alignment with the publicity efforts of the education sector. Collaborating on thematic activities was thus a given. Furthermore, if executed well, the program could be broadcast on television, significantly amplifying its influence and potentially transforming it into a phenomenon. This was an irresistible temptation for Cheng Shuo. Thus, from the moment he received the notification, he set about preparations, determined to deliver an impressive outcome. However, sometimes plans are overtaken by unforeseen events. The Safe Campus event was originally slated for the next day, but Cheng Shuo encountered a predicament today. At the workers' child school attended by Cheng Shuo, considering that many parents lack time to pick up their children at noon, the school offered a lunch service, allowing children to eat on campus. Cheng Shuo utilized this service primarily due to his father's laziness. Until now, everything had been proceeding smoothly without incident. However, today, while he and He were resolving lunch arrangements, the class teacher's call suddenly interrupted them, announcing a collective case of diarrhea in the class and urging immediate attendance. This alarmed Cheng Shuo, who rushed to the school without finishing lunch. Ordinarily, the program would refrain from filming on campus to avoid disrupting the educational environment. Hahowever, today was different. A collective case of diarrhea was a serious matter. Moreover, having just received notice of the related educational event, He accompanied him onto the campus. As the incident unfolded, viewers in the live stream began to discuss the situation fervently. A collective case of diarrhea? This was undoubtedly a reflection of the cafeteria's unsanitary conditions. Earlier reports had already exposed instances of children being served spoiled meat. Now this. Who was intent on harming these future blossoms of the nation? During my school days, I once found plastic and hair in my cafeteria food. I survived solely by chance. Today's prepackaged meals are cleaner than school cafeterias. How could people be so unethical? Those are children, after all. There was a chorus of outrage demanding that the principal and teachers sample the cafeteria meals first. The viewers expressed deep concern for Xiaola, referring to him endearingly as their internet child. When it comes to food safety issues, there is no shortage of anger, especially regarding the safety of school cafeteria food. The comments section was rife with indignation. Amidst the clamor, Cheng Shuo and Lao He arrived at the school. Upon their arrival, the classrooms and hallways were teeming with people. In addition to parents and children, they spotted doctors and police officers. The sight of such chaos sent Cheng Shuo's heart racing. Xiaola, so he pushed his way through the crowd. Just as he squeezed in a few steps, he heard his son's voice calling from behind, "Dad, I'm here." Turning around, he spotted Cheng Xiaola standing at the entrance, holding a piece of what looked like bread and munching away contentedly. "Son, you're so clever," Cheng Shuo exclaimed, rushing over to embrace him. "Thank goodness you didn't eat at the cafeteria. Otherwise, you would have been affected as well." Upon hearing about the collective diarrhea incident at school, Cheng Shuo instinctively assumed it was due to the cafeteria food. However, the reality was quite different. The cafeteria? What is wrong with the cafeteria food? It's delicious. Cheng Xiaola's response left Cheng Shuo momentarily bewildered. If it's not the cafeteria's fault, then what is it? He pointed toward a pale little boy nearby, clutching his stomach. What's wrong with him? Cheng Xiaola glanced toward the direction his father indicated, then leaned in conspiratorially. "Dad, you might not believe this, but I encountered a scenario straight out of a television drama right here at school." Chapter 27. The Internet as a living tyrant. The conservatives perceive the radicals as excessively conservative. What is truly going on? Upon seeing that his son was unharmed, Cheng Shuo's curiosity was ignited. He deliberately leaned in, eager to catch every detail. Observing this, Cheng Xiaola also approached, mischievously uttering the two words, "poisoning." One was brimming with gossip, while the other wore a devilish grin. The juxtaposition was simply comedic. Under normal circumstances, this would have prompted a wave of teasing. However, the online community's focus was squarely on the poisoning incident, causing the comments to erupt. What a shock! Poisoning! This is far worse than food safety. Is this an act of societal revenge? Why target children? How did outsiders gain access to the school? A thorough investigation is imperative. It's infuriating. Who is responsible for the poisoning? If caught, they should face execution. Let's not be so extreme. What about their family? I say, execute the family too, so they have no concerns. The suggestions from netizens were chilling, yet oddly comforting in the bleakness of winter. The internet operates like a living tyrant, with conservatives feeling that radicals are too restrained. The sudden occurrence of this incident caught both the production team and the television station off guard. They had planned to collaborate on a special episode, but the event transpired before any cooperation could take place. Such malicious incidents naturally draw widespread attention, prompting the station to swiftly decide to broadcast the event. After all, newsworthy happenings are bound to receive repeated coverage, making the airing of a parenting program seem entirely appropriate. Consequently, by eliciting emotional responses through reverse parenting, emotional value gained. 155,000. Current available emotional value, 373,000. Simultaneously, Cheng Shuo's confidence 10, patience 10. Cheng Shuo was initially shocked by his son's revelation, and now, hearing about the sudden influx of emotional value, he felt utterly bewildered. He had done nothing to warrant this. Just as he pondered this mystery, he overheard a conversation between Lao He and the production team. It turned out that their program was being broadcast on television, and the trending topic had caused an unexpected spike in viewership. For Cheng Shuo, this was undoubtedly a boon. No one would despise an abundance of wealth. With 300,000 emotional points, he could partake in 3 lottery draws. As he contemplated whether to try his luck, a notification chimed in his ear. Lottery system upgraded, consuming 1,000,000 emotional points allows for 1 super lottery draw. Prizes include fixed assets, advanced skills. Special bonuses. Cheng Shuo glanced at the prize pool, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only did the fixed assets include cars and mansions worth millions, but simply acquiring a triple emotional value card would be immensely profitable. Moreover, there were numerous practical advanced skills available. No wonder a mere 100,000 emotional points only yielded a disappointing skill like innocent words. It became clear that cheap offerings often lacked quality. With this newfound understanding, Cheng Shuo abandoned the notion of testing his luck and resolved to accumulate a larger sum. Having already amassed 370,000 points, It would be prudent to save up for the grand prize. No wonder men cherish their secret stashes. The thrill was undeniable. The system's voice momentarily distracted Cheng Shuo, causing him to neglect his son. Noticing his father's inattentiveness, Cheng Shuo waved his hand in front of him, asking, "Dad, what's wrong?" His son's gesture jolted Cheng Shuo back to reality. And recalling the earlier conversation, he felt a surge of alarm. Who had poisoned the children? Wasn't the school supposed to prohibit outsiders? When he heard the term poisoning, Cheng Shuo, like many netizens, immediately feared that an extremist was seeking revenge on society. Anxiously, he grasped his son's hand, scanning for any signs of harm. "I'm fine, Dad. The poisoner wasn't an outsider. It was one of my classmates." In stark contrast to Cheng Shuo's anxiety, Cheng Shuo appeared remarkably unfazed, even exhibiting a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Cheng Shuo found it difficult to comprehend this expression and inquired, "A classmate?" At his words, Cheng Shuo pointed towards the teacher's office and leisurely replied, "Our vice class monitor." Upon hearing this designation, Cheng Shuo's brow furrowed. Although his time as a father had been brief, he was somewhat familiar with the vice class monitor, Zhang Xiaolong. Cheng Shuo's knowledge stemmed from the boy's boastful mother. Whenever Zhang Xiaolong excelled academically or accomplished something noteworthy, his mother would inundate the class group chat with praises, making it impossible to overlook. Yet, how could such a seemingly obedient student engage in an act as extreme as poisoning? What had transpired? As Cheng Shuo continued to question, he couldn't help but speculate. What kind of grudge could a 6- or 7-year-old harbor to resort to such drastic measures? The more he pondered, the more unexpected the answers became. There was no conflict. In fact, they had a good relationship. Hearing this left Cheng Shuo even more puzzled. Nevertheless, he seized upon a key detail. In the ensuing minutes, Cheng Shuo finally gleaned the entire story from his son's account. The poisoning incident was indeed true, but the resulting mass illness was an unfortunate accident. The motive for the act echoed the adage, "Why should there be a Zhuge Liang if there's a Zhou Yu?" Zhang Xiaolong was exceptionally talented, performing well academically, demonstrating capability, and being well-behaved. Among the mischievous students, he stood out, often receiving praise from teachers. However, to Cheng Shuo's surprise, there was another equally commendable student in the class, Luo Li, the class monitor. If not for the comparison, the two would likely have been good friends and the teacher's right-hand assistants. Yet, Zhang Xiaolong's mother, driven by a desire to showcase her son, could not tolerate anyone surpassing him. She pressured her son to outshine Luo Li in every aspect, from grades to class elections, even down to the neatness of his homework. If the competition had been friendly, it might have been acceptable, but Zhang Xiaolong's mother took it to extremes. If he did not outperform Luo Li, he faced punishment. The situation escalated to the point where he was beaten for not completing his homework quickly enough. And the beatings were indiscriminate. She would publicly strike Zhang Xiaolong, whether at school or on the street. This inflicted significant psychological trauma on Zhang Xiaolong, whose immature mind could not cope with such immense pressure. He foolishly attributed all his problems to Luo Li, believing that if she were out of the picture, he would be the top student and no longer suffer his mother's wrath. This misguided thought led him to make a grave mistake. Somehow, he procured a package of expired rat poison and added it to Luo Li's drink. Since Luo Li was a sharing student, they all took a sip, resulting in numerous classmates experiencing severe stomach distress. Fortunately, the poison was expired. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After learning the full story, the 3 expert judges in the panel were left seething with anger. They reiterated the importance of not placing excessive pressure on children, especially in the 1st grade. It was entirely unnecessary. Thankfully, a major disaster had been averted. Zhong Xiuqin felt a wave of anxiety as she acknowledged that, despite the confirmation that it was merely a case of stomach distress rather than poisoning, fear still lingered. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Indeed, children's mental health is far more vital than their academic performance. Just as Zhong Xiuqin finished her statement, Xiang Hui took over the conversation. Having been a teacher for decades, he felt an even deeper sense of anguish. One misstep can ruin a child's life. What a pity. Chapter 28 thus, while others resort to poisoning at school. My tardiness is deemed a significant issue. After the two experts concluded their remarks, the camera naturally focused on Yang Xiaotong. As the youngest among the three judges, she maintained the most composed demeanor, even amidst disagreements with her colleagues. However, today, upon grasping the full context of the incident, she found herself unable to contain her emotions. Some parents take pleasure in asserting their authority in front of their children, disregarding their dignity and resorting to violence or harsh words at will. The misguided notion that no pain, no gain permeates their approach to education, creating an environment where a child's mental well-being is inevitably compromised. The act of poisoning is chilling. One shudders to imagine what could transpire in the future. Yang Xiaotong spoke with grave seriousness, her words incisive and striking. Her concerns were not unfounded, as there had been reports of a student harming a roommate over a coveted graduate position. The notion that such incidents could occur in an elementary school, particularly among first graders, filled her with both indignation and deep anxiety. The words of the three experts ignited a fervent response among netizens, with comments flooding the screen. The audacity of today's children to poison. In my youth, if someone displeased me, I merely spat in their drink. It was a terrifying reality, leaving one unsure whether to blame the parents or the children first. Honestly, let's not place too much emphasis on academic performance. We must accept our children's mediocrity. Otherwise, if pushed too hard, they might resort to anything. Indeed, success is reserved for a select few. The rest are mere NPCs, with survival being the primary quest. And let us not resort to physical punishment. If a child is beaten black and blue, they may retaliate in ways one cannot fathom. Such a disturbing thought. Yet, it appears that Cheng Shuo's parenting skills are on the rise. This unforeseen incident caused an explosive surge in viewership for Cheng Shuo's livestream, surpassing 3 million online viewers. The backend had to urgently add 2 more lines to maintain a smooth broadcast. However, despite the soaring popularity, Cheng Shuo remained preoccupied with his son, Cheng Xiaola. The thought of poisoning was terrifying. Cheng Xiaola, perceptive as ever, sensed his father's anxiety and promptly reassured him, "Dad, I'm fine. My grades are poor. They would target me." He spoke with a hint of pride, prompting a slight twitch at the corner of Lao He's mouth. Yet, he was correct. Others seeking advancement might eliminate the top student, but Cheng Xiaola's grades posed no threat. In fact, others likely preferred more cannon fodder like him. Cheng Xiaola was astutely aware of his standing. Nevertheless, his comforting words toward his father were quite touching, creating a warm atmosphere. One would assume Cheng Shuo would follow the netizens' expectations and display a heartwarming father-son moment. But unexpectedly, he became serious. "Son, you've misunderstood. I'm not worried about others trying to harm you. Rather," his tone shifted to one of gravity, "I warn you, do not ever resort to poisoning your classmates for the sake of improvement." This statement elicited a stunned silence. Lao He was taken aback. The three judges were bewildered, and the viewers erupted in disbelief. What a bizarre thought process, they exclaimed, laughing heartily. It was clear that while he acknowledged his son's academic performance, he harbored doubts about his character. Only a father knows his child best. Perhaps there is something he is aware of. It could very well be that, like father, like son. The humor of Cheng Shuo's response was not lost on the audience, as their laughter intensified. Despite the incident affecting only a handful of students, its ramifications were severe. Those involved were taken away, and relevant school officials and homeroom teachers were summoned for discussions. Students were dismissed for half a day, with parents called to retrieve their children. Given this arrangement, Cheng Shuo assumed he would take his son home, forgetting that he had been summoned as well due to Cheng Xiaola's incomplete homework. Lao He, however, recalled this detail just as they were about to exit the school. "Aren't you going to speak with the homeroom teacher?" he reminded Cheng Shuo. At that moment, Cheng Xiaola, with impeccable timing, chimed in compared to poisoning. "Is my unfinished homework really a big deal?" His comment left Lao He speechless. In comparison, the failure to complete homework paled in significance. Cheng Xiaola's rhetorical prowess was formidable, especially with his eccentric father backing him up. Cheng Shuo's boldness stemmed from the understanding that in light of such a major incident, Teacher Wang would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with responsibilities, attending to sick students, calming anxious parents, engaging with school authorities, and drafting various reports. How could she possibly attend to them? Cheng Shuo was aware of this reality, which gave him the courage to humorously indulge his son's remarks, inadvertently heightening the comedic effect. The viewers roared with laughter once more. How is it possible to possess such talent? While others rehearse jokes, they effortlessly provide entertainment at a moment's notice. Indeed, compared to the gravity of the incident they had uncovered, his unfinished homework was hardly a matter of concern. So, while others resort to poisoning at school, my tardiness is a grave issue. So, my scoring only 15 in English is a calamity. Likewise, not wearing a school uniform is not a concern. A certain middle school student remained silent, merely sharing the commentary. Chapter 29. Raising a child is like pruning a tree. If you do not prune firmly, it will grow awry. Just as the mood had begun to improve, the barrage of comments from netizens, filled with memes and excuses, ignited an unnameable anger within the hearts of the three judges. It was twisted, utterly twisted. The favorable impression they had briefly held of Cheng Shuo crumbled in an instant, reverting to a state of discontent. Fortunately, the judge's attitude did not affect the program's popularity. Due to the broadcast, the television station reaped the rewards, with viewership unexpectedly exceeding 1. The data analyst rubbed his eyes, fearing he had misread the figures. As a local television station, their ratings typically hovered between 0.6 and 0.8 unless they aired major events or popular dramas. The main channel struggled, and the subsidiary channels fared even worse, particularly the education channel, which often languished below 0.1, consistently at the bottom of the rankings. However, no one anticipated that within just half an hour of airing Our Family Has Children Growing Up, the viewership would surge tenfold, surpassing that of the main channel. This astonished even the most seasoned data analysts. The remarkable effect stemmed from the program gaining notoriety through Cheng Shuo. Not only did it frequently trend on social media, but related videos also dominated major short video platforms. The program's official account garnered countless followers, leading the field among similar shows. The most telling manifestation of its popularity was the live stream, which maintained over 3 million online viewers, with the barrage of comments becoming so dense it resembled a mosaic. Some viewers reveled in the lively atmosphere of the comments, enjoying the shared experience of watching the live broadcast together. Others, however, preferred an immersive experience, favoring the larger screen of a television for a more comfortable viewing, especially suitable for family gatherings. With such an audience, it was difficult for ratings not to rise. Among those contributing to the viewership was a particular family. In a certain neighborhood of the bustling metropolis, after completing a batch of goods, the factory enjoyed a rare 2-day holiday. Seizing the opportunity for rest, old Lu and his brother cozied up in their rental apartment, shelling walnuts while watching television. The 25-inch-old television displayed Our Family Has Children Growing Up. "Brother, are you also seeking wisdom from this program?" Lu's brother inquired. "No wonder you have raised Yang so well. He is now attending a high school in the metropolis. That is truly impressive." Hearing the praise, old Lu could not suppress a smile. "Oh, it's nothing much. I haven't put in much effort. It's mostly my wife's contribution, dedicating herself to caring for him. Otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved this result." Both old Lu and his brother, Lu Yong, came to the metropolis for work. Having witnessed the world beyond their hometown, they aspired for their son to become a distinguished city dweller. Old Lu, having endured hardship himself, wished to spare his son from a similar fate. Thus, he maintained strict expectations for his son's studies, hoping he would not end up like him, uneducated and toiling in labor. Fortunately, his son had lived up to these expectations, consistently performing well academically, ultimately gaining admission to a high school in the metropolis. In light of the current examination admission rates, this was indeed a source of pride. Do not be so modest. You claim no effort, yet you even shell the walnuts for Yang's brain development yourself. To ensure he eats well and stays warm, you refuse to buy yourself new clothes, opted to wear work uniforms every day. You truly prioritize your child above all else. Old Lu's selflessness was commendable. He would rather go without than let his child suffer. His wife had even given up her job to focus solely on their son. In a high-cost metropolis, It was impossible to avoid financial strain with just one income. They resided in a dilapidated rental unit and subsisted on discounted groceries from the supermarket. Whenever they considered offering assistance, they would say that providing for their child was sufficient, their words imbued with dreams and aspirations. This left Lu Yong feeling helpless in the face of their situation. As Yang Yang was engrossed in his studies, it was only natural that he should shell the walnuts himself. Why purchase new clothes when that money could be better spent on additional study materials? Perhaps if his grades improved, he might even attend prestigious universities such as Tsinghua or Peking University. Their conversation had been pleasant until Lu Yong's expression turned grave upon hearing his brother mention Tsinghua and Peking University. At that moment, he glanced at the parenting program on television and recalled a particular segment. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and said, "Brother, I think it might be best not to pressure Yang Yang too much. Aside from studying, he seems to do nothing else. Look at the fathers on this program. They don't obsess over their children's grades and even play video games with them." Lu Yong intended to suggest a lighter approach, hoping his brother would ease up on the pressure. The child had already achieved remarkable results. There was no need to impose even higher expectations. Both parents and children would exhaust themselves under such circumstances. Lu Yong felt sympathy for Yang Yang, knowing that a lack of education often meant a life of laborious work. To him, studying was even more grueling, as it consumed every waking moment, leaving little time for socializing or hobbies. Witnessing a once vibrant child transform into a dull bookworm was heartbreaking for Lu Yong, which is why he brought up the program as a reference. While he did not expect his brother to be as relaxed as the fathers on the show, he believed that allowing the child more time to unwind was beneficial. However, the moment this topic was raised, it was as if old Lu's temper had been ignited. I would argue he is unworthy of being a father. Just earlier, I witnessed him confronting a teacher in the class group. He is utterly ruining his child. Look at what kind of child he raised. Poor grades and a lack of discipline. And he still has the audacity to appear on television. Old Lu expressed his disdain for Cheng Shuo and his son. After venting, he felt compelled to admonish his brother. When you become a father, you must not emulate him. Raising a child is like pruning a tree. If you do not do it firmly, it will grow awry. At that point, it may be too late for regrets. Old Lu remained steadfast in his beliefs, insisting on strict discipline for children. Freedom, in his eyes, equated to negligence. If children did not endure the hardships of studying now, they would suffer the burdens of society later. Moreover, studying was hardly arduous. Sitting in class each day was not tiring at all. Thus, he viewed Cheng Shuo as irresponsible, believing that such a negligent individual did not deserve the privilege of parenthood. Seeing his brother's obstinacy, Lu Yong chose not to argue further. Just then, his sister-in-law, Peng Mei, returned with Yang Yang for lunch, but the atmosphere felt decidedly off. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Lu Yong inquired. From the moment she entered, Peng Mei wore a stern expression. Yang Yang trailed behind her, head hung low. Both wore grim faces, and Yang Yang's cheek bore the faint mark of a slap. Upon witnessing this scene, Old Lu approached, asking, "What happened? Why did you hit the child?" Old Lu's heart ached at the sight of his son, and he instinctively reached out to caress Yang Yang's face. But his hand froze mid-air upon hearing his wife's words. "What do you mean, what happened?" "I devoted myself to caring for him, yet in the first monthly exam, he failed 6 out of 7 subjects. When I inquired about his performance today, the teacher's gaze made me wish I could disappear into the ground. After studying so hard, how could he not even manage to pass? Even a pig would not be this foolish." Chapter 30. Once prejudice arises, even breathing seems wrong. Peng Mei was furious, scolding and pinching her son. Yang Yang nestled against her, afraid to respond or evade. Upon hearing that 6 out of his 7 subjects were failing, Lao Lu trembled with shock. Failing? He incredulously glanced at his son, and upon confirming it was no jest, he smashed the half-peeled walnut in his hand directly onto Yang Yang's face. Then he seized his collar, demanding, "What on earth are you doing? I work tirelessly to provide for your education, sacrificing my own needs. Is this how you repay me?" Lao Lu was even more agitated than Peng Mei, roughly shaking Yang Yang and pushing him to the ground multiple times before pulling him back up by his collar. At that moment, Yang Yang resembled a marionette, expressionless, allowing his father to strike and scold him, utterly unaware of how to resist. Realizing the situation was escalating, Lu Yong hurriedly intervened to separate them. Let us talk calmly. Don't damage the child. Yet, this intervention only ignited Lao Lu's fury. With reddened eyes, he shouted that he wished to beat this useless child to death, expressing his disappointment at having expected success only to find failure. Does this performance justify my sacrifices? Eating walnuts to nourish the brain? What nonsense! Let him starve. That would save food. Lao Lu was beside himself, disregarding his son's feelings entirely, hurling insults without restraint. Lao Lu's rage was intense, but Peng Mei was equally distraught. She collapsed onto the floor, pounding her thighs and lamenting, "Why is my life so miserable? I poured all my effort into my son, hoping he would succeed and allow me to enjoy some comforts. It has all been in vain. Life is meaningless. I no longer wish to live." With a mad father, a weeping mother, and a mute son, the household descended into chaos. Fortunately, there was an uncle who remained rational. Lu Yong knew that Yang Yang had always performed well academically. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been accepted into a high school in the bustling metropolis. But how could he be struggling to even pass now? With his brother and sister-in-law caught up in their anger, he could only ask Yang Yang for an explanation. "Yang Yang, tell your uncle what is going on. Did a cold affect your performance? If so, assure your parents that you'll do better next time." While his parents' scolding left him unmoved, his uncle's words brought tears to Yang Yang's eyes. He cried, "Uncle, I truly don't understand. The English class is taught by a foreign teacher, and I can't comprehend. I've never encountered the experiments they conduct. I'm only in my first year of high school, but many classmates are already studying second-year material. The curriculum is different from what I studied before, and I don't know how to catch up. Other students can seek tutoring after class, but I can only self-study. I've tried, but I just can't keep up." Yang Yang cried bitterly, his tears flowing freely, and Lu Yong felt his heart ache for him. After hearing him out, he fully understood Yang Yang's predicament. The educational resources in the metropolis were undoubtedly beyond those of their small county. Yang Yang might have been among the top students back home, but here, he was merely average. The era of relying solely on personal effort had passed. What was needed now was family support. If one couldn't understand, then one should hire a tutor. If one couldn't keep up, then outside help was necessary. The physical and chemical experiments that were inaccessible in the county school were commonplace here. The teaching pace was also much faster than what was encountered in the county. Teachers knew that students would be ahead in their studies, so they would only lightly cover topics in class. It was inevitable that struggling to adapt to such a foreign learning environment would lead to poor performance. However, Lu Yong understood that once Yang Yang adjusted, things would improve significantly. Yet, Lao Lu and Peng Mei were utterly oblivious to this. Upon seeing Yang Yang's poor grades, they felt as if the sky had fallen. Instead of seeking understanding, they resorted to blame. "Don't make excuses. You're not the only student from out of town in your class. If others can do it, why can't you? Isn't it just because you're stupid, as dull as a pig?" Yang Yang's grievances failed to elicit any reflection from his parents and instead received even harsher rebukes. "Mom, you really need to." He attempted to explain, but before he could finish, Lao Lu delivered a harsh slap. "You dare to talk back?" After the slap, half of Yang Yang's face swelled. He stubbornly covered his face, neither crying nor speaking, reverting to his earlier blank expression. He thought that if he remained silent, his parents would calm down. However, to his dismay, they only grew angrier. Peng Mei rose from the ground and yanked Yang Yang by the ear, exclaiming, "You still have an attitude? Who do you think you're showing that face to?" Speaking was wrong, and remaining silent was also wrong. This provoked Lu Yong, who could no longer stand by. He stepped in front of Yang Yang and said, "Brother, sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Yang Yang wanted to explain, but they perceived it as backtalk. If he didn't explain, they accused him of sulking. "What do you want him to do?" Lu Yong was also infuriated, raising his voice. His loud outburst managed to calm the couple somewhat. Peng Mei pointed at Yang Yang. "Fine, then you speak." When Yang Yang was previously interrupted, he had something to say, but now, when they wanted him to speak, he was too upset to utter a word. This further enraged Lao Lu. Has he gone mute? He then attempted to kick Yang Yang, but Lu Yong blocked him. At this point, Yang Yang was utterly overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down like pearls spilling from a broken string, falling one by one to the ground. Despite the child's distress, he received no comforting words. Crying, crying, a man only knows how to cry. What a display. At that moment, Lu Yong truly witnessed the absurdity of prejudice, where even breathing seemed erroneous. Speaking was deemed backtalk, silence was interpreted as mutism, and tears were seen as mere theatrics. Regardless of what he did, it was all wrong. The suffocating feeling from constant suppression made even Lu Yong, as an adult, feel distressed. How much more so for Yang Yang, who was still a child? Brother, sister-in-law, what you're doing is wrong. Lu Yong attempted to communicate with his brother and sister-in-law. However, their rigid mindset rendered dialogue ineffective, only intensifying their fervor. We are wrong. We've practically given our hearts to him. To ensure he could attend school in the metropolis, we've offered countless gifts and pleaded with many. Rain or shine, we've taken care of him, serving 3 varied meals a day. To ensure his nutrition, I even peeled each walnut by hand. We've done so much. What more do you want? Just look at how he repays us. The more Lao Lu spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, his eyes filled with resentment. By the end, he found himself in tears. He had vented his frustrations, yet Yang Yang's expression grew increasingly despondent. It was at this moment that Peng Mei echoed. Had I known the child would turn out this way, I would never have given birth to him. This single remark became the final straw for Yang Yang. He cried out, "Yes, you regret having me. I regret coming into this world. I'll go die right now." With that, he dashed towards the balcony. Chapter 31. The Silent Echoes of the Online Community. The sudden scene left everyone present utterly bewildered. Lao Lu and Peng Mei were particularly paralyzed with fear, their minds racing to intervene, yet their bodies seemed unresponsive to the signals. Although they resided on a relatively low floor, the ground below was littered with construction debris. Should their son fall, he might not only face grave injury, but potentially death. As they watched their son inch closer to the balcony's edge, despair overwhelmed them, and they collapsed onto the floor, fearing the impending disaster. Fortunately, Lu Yong reacted swiftly, rushing forward to pull Yang Yang back from the balcony's brink. "Stay calm, Yang Yang. Uncle is here," Lu Yong reassured the boy, his gaze piercing through to his brother and sister-in-law, as if to convey, "Is this what you wanted?" The earlier incident had plunged Peng Mei into a depth of despair. Even though her son was now safe, the lingering fear ensnared her. A torrent of memories flashed before her eyes. Her son's first steps, his first utterance of mama, the moment he proudly brought home his certificate of achievement. Each memory felt like a dagger to her heart. Previously, even for the smallest tasks like washing the dishes, her son had received praise. How had it come to this? Where every action seemed to be deemed wrong. Her son was undoubtedly remarkable. His achievements adorned the walls of their home. He was the favorite student of his teachers, and the envy of other parents. When had the accolades transformed into harsh words of being dim-witted and unworthy of life, accompanied by regrets over his very existence? Peng Mei was engulfed by remorse, her emotions unraveling, while Lao Lu felt equally tormented, nearly fainting at the sight of his son's resolute demeanor. Every sacrifice he had made was for his son's benefit. How had it spiraled into this? Was it truly wrong to impose discipline and demand diligence in his studies? Suddenly, he recalled a program he had recently watched, where a teacher admonished a child for failing to complete his homework. If it were his son, he would have rushed to school to unleash his anger. Yet, the father's response was strikingly different. "My son is truly handsome." The contrast between praise for mistakes and the indiscriminate censure his own son faced was stark. It was no wonder that other children could express themselves freely, while his son remained reticent, reluctant to utter a word. What he had perceived as an inability to articulate was, in fact, his son's suppressed nature. Lao Lu regretfully struck his head in frustration. His regret was not limited to this moment. After a poor exam performance, how could he have uttered such nonsensical phrases? The other child had also failed, yet the parent's attitude was entirely different. It became clear why other children exuded optimism, while his own remained withdrawn and introverted. The pressure of academic expectations was immense, and instead of alleviating the burden, he had only added to it with harsh reprimands. He understood, well, that excessive pressure could lead to explosive reactions, yet he had mistakenly believed his son could withstand it. At this moment, Lao Lu was overwhelmed with regret. If anything were to happen to his son, he would never forgive himself. As Lao Lu and Peng Mei reflected on their actions, Lu Yong continued to comfort Yang Yang. The room fell silent, and the television sound became exceptionally clear, broadcasting a live report on a school poisoning incident. The more Lao Lu watched, the more terrified he became, as the pressures of academic performance had driven a student to such desperate measures. The only distinction lay in whether one harmed others or oneself. Regardless of the choice, both paths were laden with lifelong remorse. In that instant, Lao Lu experienced a profound epiphany. Steeling himself, he approached his son, saying, "Yang Yang, I will no longer pressure you. Let things unfold naturally. Should you achieve greatness, your father will take pride in you. Should you lead a modest life, you will still always be my beloved child." The live coverage of the poisoning incident garnered widespread attention from society, igniting numerous trending topics online. Each topic attracted a multitude of netizens engaging in discussions. It was astonishing to witness how parents had driven their children to such extremes, succumbing to their own petty vanity, prompting a child to resort to poisoning. They failed to recognize their own inadequacies, insisting that their offspring transform from humble origins into something extraordinary. There exist three types of individuals in this world: those who strive through their own efforts, those who disdain hard work, and those who bear children with the expectation that their offspring will toil. Which category do you belong to? To those upstairs, it seems you have cast aspersions on many, and rather crudely too. Be self-assured and shed the negativity. In this context, one might reference the insightful words of teacher Yang Xiaodong. If the original document is unclear, do not expect the copy to be pristine. Parents bear a responsibility. The mental well-being of children warrants attention, as an increasing number of youth are grappling with psychological issues. Yes, I'm a teacher, and several students in my class exhibit signs of mental distress. If we do not address this, similar incidents will only proliferate. I concur. However, it begs the question, how do we endure punishment as children without issue? Yet today's youth seem so fragile. Initially, netizens focused their discussions solely on the incident itself, condemning the parents and empathizing with the children. Gradually, the discourse expanded to encompass children's mental health. Upon delving deeper, it became evident that many children exhibited varying degrees of psychological ailments. Some displayed mild symptoms, such as silence and quirky temperaments, while others engaged in self-harm or extreme behaviors. This revelation prompted a sense of urgency among parents, who found themselves correlating their children's behaviors with the symptoms being discussed. When it comes to their children, parents are inevitably anxious and eager to seek solutions. Rather than floundering aimlessly online, the program team promptly enlisted 3 esteemed experts to provide an in-depth discussion on the matter, aiming to assist bewildered parents. Upon announcing this, the main live stream attracted an influx of 3 million viewers. The television ratings skyrocketed to 1.5. The barrage of comments intensified. "Isn't that expert Zhou Yajun? He specializes in child psychology. My child is saved. Professor Fang Qi is here too. I adore her lectures. They always illuminate my understanding and offer fresh insights. Even Principal Wang Hao from our Education Institute has joined. This program has truly elevated in quality. I've had the privilege of attending a lecture by a Tsinghua professor. By extension, I too have attended Tsinghua. The excitement was palpable, as many expressed disbelief that such esteemed experts were offering their wisdom for free, knowing that attending their classes would typically cost hundreds. Once this program concludes, who would treat me with such kindness again? I now declare that as long as we remain patriotic, this program will never falter under my watch. Let us commence swiftly. My 5 unruly children each have their own issues. Chapter 32. Regardless of the number of floors in your home, reaching the first floor is but a fleeting moment. In the live broadcast studio, apart from the host He Ling and the 3 resident judges, a large screen has been added. This screen connects us to 3 of the nation's most esteemed experts: sociologist and child psychologist Professor Zhou Yajun, seasoned psychological mentor Professor Fong Chi, and retired educator Mr. Wang Hao. Each of these professionals carries significant weight, and following the host's introduction of their illustrious careers, the audience's reaction is fervent. After the special guests are introduced, the topic of the day unfolds. He Ling extends a warm welcome to all attendees, emphasizing our singular focus, the psychological well-being of children. Following a brief opening statement, she turns her gaze to the large screen and poses a pressing question. The pressures of academic achievement have always existed, and the aspirations of parents have never waned. Yet, I ask you, esteemed experts, why is it that children of the past, even when subjected to harsh discipline, seemed unscathed, while today's youth grapple with myriad psychological issues? As her words resonate, the online comments explode in activity. The consensus emerges. It is the result of indulgence. Today's children, often the sole focus of their parents' affections, grow up pampered and untested, unable to withstand even minor setbacks. Indeed, in our day, families were larger, and we scarcely had enough to eat, let alone time to indulge in grievances. If we faced hardship, we bore it silently. Today, as children, however, display an alarming sensitivity, threatening self-harm at the slightest reprimand. Many children are indeed driven to despair by parental pressures. Just observing that parent from earlier, I felt a suffocating tension through the screen. We could all benefit from the relaxed approach of Father Cheng Shuo, who embodies a philosophy of ease. When parents are unburdened, children flourish. Cheng Shuo's mental state sets him apart from 99% of parents nationwide. Whenever a negative case emerges, Cheng Shuo finds himself lauded by netizens. Initially, many disagreed with his parenting style, but the stark consequences of contrary methods are undeniable, gradually silencing dissenting voices and amplifying support for him. As the online discourse flourishes, the three experts engage in a brief discussion after He Ling's inquiry, ultimately deciding that the eldest among them, Mr. Wang Hao, should respond. He articulates that the myriad psychological issues facing today's children stem not only from parental influence and environmental factors, but also from a fundamental imbalance in emotional support. A former principal, his erudition is palpable, though his vocabulary may be somewhat opaque. Fortunately, his remarks open the floor for a lively exchange among the other experts. Indeed, Professor Zhou Yajun interjects with a smile, recalling that children of the past, regardless of their mischief or ridicule from teachers, could find solace among empathetic peers. Even when burdened with grievances, they had companions to whom they could confide, thus restoring their emotional equilibrium and preventing the onset of psychological issues. This elucidation resonates with the online audience, who grasp the concept of emotional balance. However, understanding the principle and fully comprehending its implications remain distinct. Professor Fong Chi's subsequent insights bridge this gap effectively. Never underestimate the significance of friendship, she asserts gently. When you voice your complaints about parental injustices, friends can offer substantial emotional support. Some provide tender reassurances, while others inspire resilience, recalling their own struggles with parental discipline without complaint. Professor Fong adeptly modulates her tone, softening her voice for comforting remarks and adopting a robust cadence when motivating her audience. Her words elicit profound resonance, drawing listeners into her narrative. Indeed, shared experiences of hardship diminish individual sorrow. In comparison, one might feel fortunate. If a friend were to suggest engaging in playful competition, one might forget their troubles entirely. The lightheartedness of play can wash away even the weight of past grievances. The lively online debates continue as experts in the studio delve deeper into discussion. Children of yesteryear could swiftly process their troubles through outdoor play, while today, after facing criticism from teachers, they return home, lacking the buffer of companionship to mitigate their distress. This accumulation of unvented emotions can surely lead to illness. Many adults seek refuge in their vehicles after a taxing day, highlighting the need for emotional release. Therefore, it is vital to allow time for emotional processing rather than confronting difficulties head-on. Moreover, parents must exercise wisdom, refraining from imposing undue pressures on their children. As reaching the ground floor, regardless of the number of levels above, is but a momentary affair. What began as an impromptu discussion has elevated the entire program. The hour-long discourse has prompted countless parents to reflect and amend their approaches. Cheng Shuo, as the embodiment of relaxed parenting, has naturally become a focal point of public interest. Many parents are not only revisiting his earlier parenting videos, but are also forming discussion groups to share insights. This surge in engagement has rejuvenated viewership for related content, with the streaming room experiencing significant spikes in popularity. Having concluded the main discussion, the audience playfully shifts their attention. The numbers in the secondary streaming room rise rapidly, 300 million, 400 million, and ultimately reaching over 500 million. Yet, their speculations about the activities of Cheng Shuo and his son remain entirely off the mark. Chapter 33. You're already quite popular. Why are you still riding on Arnez's coattails? What is going on here, shrouded in darkness? I have no idea. It was like this when I arrived. Perhaps they forgot to remove the lens cover. I never expected the production team would make such a basic error. Tell me, what is the most critical aspect of a live broadcast? Of course, it's the transmission. Without broadcasting, what am I supposed to watch? Xiaolu, open the door. It's Daddy. The heated discussion earlier attracted many viewers, including those in room 10. However, no one anticipated that upon their return, they would be utterly transformed. This scene caught the attention of the show's director, Chun Bo, who immediately inquired, "What is happening? Is there an issue with the equipment or a line failure?" This father-son duo is the program's golden goose. A minute of black screen incurs substantial losses. We don't even know how long this situation has persisted, and there hasn't been any system error reported. There are no issues, came the hasty reply from the relevant staff. The equipment is intact, and the lines are functioning normally. So how? Just as Chun Bo was about to press further, he keenly noticed that the screen was not entirely black. A faint glimmer was perceptible. Turn up the sound. The staff member, quick to act, immediately boosted the volume without hesitation. The result was, "My fate is governed by me, not by heaven." Nez's voice erupted, piercing through the air and resonating in Chun Bo's ears, causing a cacophony. The commotion naturally drew considerable attention. The frustrations of the working class are formidable. A sudden roar erupted from an unknown corner. "What the hell? I'm so busy I can barely spare a moment. Who the hell is still slacking off watching movies?" The grievances were palpable, and expletives flew. This startled the staff member, who quickly clarified, "I wasn't slacking off. That's the sound coming from room 10. Upon hearing this, all the staff turned in unison to look. Once they confirmed they were indeed watching a movie, everyone fell silent. After such a significant incident, and still having the leisure to watch a film, this father truly has a carefree spirit. While other children at home have to beg their parents for a moment of screen time, he simply takes his son to the cinema, and to an IMAX no less. A luxury I have yet to experience. If the teacher discovered that the half-day off was spent watching this, they'd likely regret not assigning more homework. Only our wounded world has reached its conclusion. I truly envy Lao He, who was quite disdainful in the morning, but now is probably secretly delighted. They thought they were the most difficult group to manage, yet they turned out to be the most enjoyable. If possible, I would love to shadow them for a couple of days. The staff's tone brimmed with envy. They were working tirelessly, snatching meals on the go, while others leisurely munched on popcorn and enjoyed a film. The disparity between people is astonishing. In the background, a collective emotional breakdown was unfolding. And thanks to the staff's actions, the viewers in the live chat also became aware of Cheng Shuo and his son's activities. Good heavens, they were actually watching a movie. No wonder there was a black screen. They were evidently mindful of copyright. You are already quite popular. Why are you still riding on Arnez's coattails? How can this be called riding coattails? They are clearly participating in the 100 billion subsidy plan. Cheng Shuo's resume will now boast an additional entry: participant in a 100 billion project. Just thinking of his resume makes me chuckle. Nobel Literature Prize reader, applicant to Fortune 500 companies, and now he adds another. I also participated in this project to contribute to the 100 billion. I took every woman with whom I had even a hint of flirtation see it. And why stop there? Loosen up a bit. Men with a hint of flirtation can come along too. If caught by my wife, I'll just say it was for the box office. Flawless. Don't even get me started. I took my mistress to see Neza and ran into my wife at the cinema. Wouldn't she point at my nose and declare, "Oh, still watching, are you? Good grief, are we all on 5G? Not a single joke left unturned. Even the black screen couldn't quell the viewer's desire to chat. The bullet comments scrolled rapidly. Before long, it was almost time for school to end. The mythical beasts return, and the live broadcast enters a new spectacle. Picking up the children from school. After a day of classes, surely the young contestants are eager to see their parents as soon as the bell rings. In the broadcasting studio, 3 experts observe the real-time dynamics of each contestant picking up their child. Apart from Cheng Shuo, the other parents had already been waiting at the school gate for quite some time. I believe it's the parents who are more eager to see their children. Zhong Xiuqin smiled as she commented on the scene in Room 7. In the footage, Room 7's father, Li Aimin, arrived half an hour early and stood at the front, clutching a loaf of bread while peering into the school. His eager anticipation was a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. This disparity sparked discussions among the viewers. Everyone claimed that Room 7's father was a strict parent. Yet here he was showing a tender side. He even brought snacks to greet his child. My own mother wasn't that attentive. Finally, a parent understands that we get hungry after school. Who knows the pain of waiting at home for dinner? Human prejudices are like mountains. One always assumes that a strict father would only scold his child. If he were truly that strict, would he be waiting to pick up his child? He would have long since sent them home on their own. A father's love is always hidden in the details. In prior broadcasts, Li Aimin had been excessively demanding of his son, Li Kai, to the point where it could be described as militaristic management. Coupled with his rugged appearance and physique akin to a fitness trainer, viewers dubbed him Wolf Dad. Even though this moment of contrast improved his public perception, he could not escape the moniker of Wolf Dad. Many parents, like Li Aimin, eagerly awaited their children's release from school, and the 3 judges in the studio began to chat about the topic. I completely understand these parents' actions. Standing at the front allows their child to see them first, making the child feel immensely valued. Yes, I believe the children share this sentiment and might even compare whose parent arrived first, especially for the father-son duo in Room 7, where the father is usually stern but shows up with snacks to greet his child. When the child sees him, they might be so moved they cry. Perhaps they might even embrace. Just imagining that scene is heartwarming. Zhong Xiuqin and Xiang Hui, both of an older generation, are now grandparents and are greatly influenced by the bond with their grandchildren. They become particularly attached, longing for their presence. Thus, they assume the children feel the same. Yang Xiaotong, overhearing the teachers, inwardly mused, "It's best not to overestimate your position in your child's heart. Otherwise, you may be disappointed." And indeed, when Li Kai stepped out of the school and saw his father, the anticipated scene did not unfold. Not only did he not shed tears, but the faint smile on his face vanished upon seeing his father. With a tone laced with dissatisfaction, he asked, "Dad, why are you here?" Chapter 34. Always viewing life and death with indifference, constantly opposing the teacher. "Silly child, I'm here to pick you up from school." Li Aimin stepped forward, intending to ruffle his son's hair, only to have him deftly evade the gesture. In an effort to cultivate his child, he had never picked him up or dropped him off at school. Today, however, he made an exception, hoping to mend his public image and garner some support. For his strict parenting style had not gained favor among internet users, especially after an incident involving another father and son. Yet, now that they had surpassed him, leaving him in their dust, he felt the urgency to take action. After all, participants in this show were motivated by the monetary reward, and he too needed to strive for more. Thus, not only did he make the unusual choice to personally pick up his son, but he also brought along a loaf of bread, a treat he typically forbade. He anticipated a joyful reaction, yet was met with indifference. His son seemed almost displeased. Li Aimin shook his head, hoping it was merely his misperception. Faced with his father's rare display of warmth, Li Kai opted to disregard him. After a brief acknowledgement, he continued on his way. His father's response left Li Aimin feeling somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to hastily catch up. "What's wrong, son? Aren't you happy that I came to pick you up?" Despite his strict demeanor, Li Aimin would never stifle his son's voice. Noticing his father's inquiry, Li Kai paused, replying, "Dad, either we always do this or we don't at all." This sudden pickup, what does it mean? Li Kai genuinely felt discontent. His father's strictness left him unable to relax at home, while teachers monitored him at school. The journey home was one of the few moments he could claim as his own. Time to play with cats and dogs, boast and frolic with classmates, indulge in forbidden snacks like roasted sausages, or even chase after a bus. Today, however, his father's arrival meant he could do none of these things. Playing with animals would be deemed unsanitary. Engaging with friends would be seen as immaturity, and consuming junk food or running after buses was out of the question. Who could find joy in that? From Li Aimin's perspective, his rare act of picking up his son seemed like a generous gesture, one that should evoke tears of gratitude, or at the very least, a cheerful response. He could not comprehend his son's reaction. Yet many viewers in the live stream resonated with the sentiment. It appeared that children generally disliked being picked up by their parents. He had thought it was just his daughter. Typically, the act of picking up children was more about parental desire than the child's preference. If safety were not a concern, children would prefer to return home alone. Yes, it's the unexpected display of paternal affection that's unsettling, someone remarked. Is it possible to misjudge a pickup? While it was indeed a misstep, it was akin to a sudden work inspection during a leisurely day, or a husband returning home unexpectedly. Who would relish such surprises? Admittedly, the previous dismissive comments were rather loud. The notion that the situation with the seventh father and son was an anomaly was challenged when the judges observed numerous families exhibiting similar dynamics. Were today's children truly so estranged from their parents? In their youth, they had eagerly awaited such pickups. Zhong Xiuqin struggled to comprehend, while Xiang Hui wore a look of confusion. Only Yang Xiaotong, witnessing this predictable scene, smiled and remarked, in the past, families had multiple children, and parental love was a scarce resource. Acts of affection, like picking up children, were naturally desired. Now, with only one child per family, every action is scrutinized, leading them to yearn for personal space. Yang Xiaodong's insights illuminated the underlying reasons. Children of yesteryear had more free time, but less parental affection, while contemporary children not only had parents, but also grandparents constantly watching over them. With so many eyes on one child, they craved their own private moments. It wasn't that they disliked their parents. Rather, they cherished their freedom. I've noticed another issue. Yang Xiaodong's voice drew their thoughts back. The two turned to her in unison. Today's children are not only reluctant to spend time with their parents, but they also show little desire to converse. During pickup times, it's either silence or one-sided inquiries and responses. I scarcely see any genuine conversation. Her observation struck a chord, igniting a frenzy of commentary in the live chat. Conversing? 3 questions revolve around grades. How is school? What did you eat for lunch? How much homework do you have? My mother asks those 3 questions daily, and it's driving me mad. Memories of shared experiences flooded back. As one participant lamented, I love my parents dearly, yet I yearn for moments without their involvement. Ultimately, it boiled down to a lack of common topics. If they could engage in shared activities and conversations, children would be more inclined to enjoy their parents' company. Engaging in activities and conversing together? Isn't that the reality of the 10th family? The conversation shifted unexpectedly towards Cheng Shuo and his son. Indeed, whether playing games or engaging in lighthearted banter, or even unconditionally defending his son, such dynamics were absent in many households. Singularly highlighting these aspects would outshine countless parents. While other families struggled to engage their children in conversation, in Cheng Shuo's household, it was quite the opposite. There were moments when he even felt the urge to shush Cheng Xiaola to let him speak less. This was the distinction, the disparity. Having witnessed numerous muted and uneventful parent-child interactions, viewers began to reminisce about the exuberance of the 10th family's live stream. Even the 3 judges shared this sentiment. Consequently, their attention shifted back to the 10th live stream. Just then, the movie ended, and the screen flickered to life, displaying a scene of indifference towards life and death, a defiance against authority, and an aversion to homework. Before the content was fully discernible, Cheng Xiaola's voice rang out. As they comprehended his words, the judges' mouths twitched in unison. Who endowed him with such audacity to brazenly declare his refusal to do homework and challenge his teacher? Was this truly the demeanor of a student? The judges began to scrutinize his actions. Yet, upon glimpsing Cheng Shuo beside him, the audacity of Cheng Xiao's behavior seemed somewhat justified. After all, he was dealing with such a father. What began as scrutiny morphed into speechlessness. In stark contrast to the judge's bewilderment, viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter upon witnessing the scene. Ha, what a talent. He can even rewrite lyrics. Someone quipped, I've forgotten the original lines. This isn't rewriting, it's outright plagiarism. Lu Sun plagiarizing Zhou Shuren. Another chimed in, I almost lost my composure, unable to bear his exuberance. It was high time to bring up Madame N's alchemical exploits. My friend, are you trying to slay me? Life is too arduous. Perhaps it's best to indulge in such joyous live streams. Chapter 35. If your mouth is too idle, go lick a toilet. Stop babbling here. Life and death have always been regarded with indifference, and I often oppose my teachers. My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by heaven. I refuse to do homework and prefer to be a deity. Immersed in the film, even after the credits rolled, Cheng Shuo remained lost in the narrative, gesticulating animatedly. With his round face and playful demeanor, he exuded an infectious charm, further accentuated by his witty remarks, naturally attracting the attention of many passersby. What an adorable child. Is this how my grandmother's dream grandson looks? I must show this to her. He would make a perfect little Neza. Are they filming a show? I should ask what program it is and lend my support. However, Cheng Shuo's exuberance was not universally appreciated, especially by parents who had brought their children to the cinema. His antics had become a negative example of behavior, leading to admonishments directed at their own kids. Darling, you must not emulate him. Opposing teachers is unacceptable. We must respect our educators. They're always right. You must complete your homework diligently. Neglecting it will hinder your future. Their voices were loud, entirely disregarding the children present. Initially, Cheng Shuo was brimming with enthusiasm, but upon hearing such remarks, his expression shifted to one of discomfort. He restrained his movements and silenced his dialogue, becoming increasingly dejected. Yet, the critical voices showed no signs of abating. Parents should correct their children's behavior promptly. This is simply outrageous. Yes, while it's acceptable for your child to lack ambition, they shouldn't lead others astray. Surely, the father can't believe his child is clever for altering those words. A perfectly uplifting film has been tainted. None were spared from this moral high ground. Even Cheng Shuo became a target of ridicule. This relentless mockery further eroded Cheng Shuo's confidence, compelling him to lower his head and move silently forward. How had the path to exit the cinema become so interminable? Observers online felt a pang of sympathy. Shuo, don't listen to them. They're just barking dogs. If they have nothing better to say, they should go lick a toilet. I wish I could so their mouths shut. Once filled with joy, my own spirits plummeted due to this disruption. Was this not akin to the events in Room 8? Why must today, as children, endure such biting mockery? What had transpired in Room 8? It turned out the same scene was unfolding in two different live broadcasts simultaneously. In Room 8, the live feed depicted a school setting. Several students, including Lu Chong, were being held back for failing to memorize their lessons, while their parents waited outside. The waiting was tedious, prompting conversation among the parents. Isn't Lu Chong doing well academically? Why is he being held back? He struggles with Chinese. Memorization is particularly challenging for him. Initially, the dialogue was benign, but gradually it devolved into a competition of superiority. I believe language is easy to score in. With a little effort, one can easily achieve 80 points. Lu Chong performs well in other subjects, but his Chinese can't compare to my child's. His memory is so poor he might benefit from supplements. This doesn't seem like a memory issue. Perhaps we should assess his intelligence. How can one excel in math, yet only score 60 or 70 in language? That's quite skewed. It's quite amusing. It's like being crippled in one leg. Their loud chatter reached Lu Chong's ears, rendering him increasingly anxious. Though he had memorized most of the text through rote learning, the negative comments blanketed his mind, leaving him unable to recall a single word when called upon to recite. He had no choice but to start over. Yet, words like subject bias, cripple, and intelligence issues took root in his mind, preventing him from remembering anything further. His confidence began to crumble, and his agitation mounted. His experience mirrored that of Cheng Shuo. Both faced criticism and ridicule, enduring verbal assaults that shattered their self-esteem. This uncanny coincidence had not been anticipated by the program as producers, yet was indeed a quintessential scenario. Everyone was eager to witness how parents would address such shared challenges. The gaze of viewers and judges was fixed upon both live streams. In Room 8, hearing others speak ill of his son caused Lu Dazhuang considerable embarrassment. Regardless of his inner turmoil, he maintained a smile. To outsiders, he appeared to be a patient and cultured individual, a sentiment echoed by teacher Cheng Shuo. It was evident that Lu Dazhuang remained composed, exhibiting a high level of cultivation, unwilling to engage in petty disputes. Even when faced with grossly offensive remarks, he remained unfazed. Following Cheng Shuo's comment, Xiang Hui chimed in, stating, "When others insult me, it reflects their low character. If I retaliate, I'm merely stooping to their level. It's as if a dog bites a person. Must the person bite back?" Xiang Hui was merely an echo, regurgitating others' thoughts without presenting his own. Nevertheless, this back and forth created a captivating dynamic for the program, influencing many viewers. Indeed, emotional stability is an essential quality for parents. The last thing we want is volatile mothers and fathers. Well said. If a dog bites someone, should the person bite back? I've learned something today. Stability in emotions enables better guidance for children. Being overly critical will only make them bitter. In a land of civility, one must practice tolerance and humility. This father exemplifies these virtues. Observing the praise flooding the comments, Yang Xiaodong was taken aback. Emotional stability? Tolerance? And humility? Do the viewers have no memory? Lu Dazhuang had erupted in fury over his son's exam results that very morning, fixating on the one lost point rather than celebrating the impressive 99. That scene remained vividly etched in her mind. Had the viewers truly forgotten? And now, they focused on the father instead of the child as feelings? Was no one aware of the child on the brink of tears from ridicule? Yang Xiaotong felt her throat tighten with sorrow, gulping down a large swig of water to swallow her distress. Fortunately, not all viewers were so oblivious. Chapter 36. Profanity must be expressed to cleanse the mouth. Swallowing it tarnishes the heart. Is there no one who cares for the child? He is on the verge of breaking. Come, embrace the child. A commendable temperament? I perceive it as cowardice. Lu Dazhuang's failure to defend his son is infuriating. Yet, when others mock his son for being foolish, he smiles and agrees, following up with a torrent of disparaging remarks about his own child. This has ignited the ire of netizens to an explosive degree. How can a father, when faced with insults directed at his son, not only remain silent, but also join in the ridicule? It is infuriating, leaving one with a palpable sense of helplessness, as if a hand cannot reach through the screen. Perhaps it is a matter of differing customs. In our region, such behavior is deemed humility and courtesy. Nonsense. The logic of the robber prevails. If anyone dares to speak ill of my son, I would confront them directly. Even if there is no response, I would still argue my case. Why should the reasonable spare the unreasonable? Such inquiries are unbecoming. The outrage of netizens could topple the live stream. Of course, not all comments were so extreme. Some netizens speculated that the reason for father number 8's behavior was to preserve his son's camaraderie with his classmates. After all, when parents quarrel, it is unlikely that children will get along. However, such sentiments were few and quickly drowned out. Observing the extreme rhetoric of netizens, Cheng Shuo was incensed. How could people today possess such warped values, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation? After so many years of education, do they not understand the importance of harmony? Cheng Shuo did not hesitate to voice her disapproval. Initially, Yang Xiaodong had no intention of speaking. Yet, witnessing Zhong's vehement remarks, she could not restrain herself, asserting that the principle of harmony must consider the character of the other party. To belittle a child in front of their parents is, in essence, a disregard for the parents themselves. When parents join in the belittling, it can inflict profound harm on the child. In my view, at such a moment, one must retaliate. Such a response not only instills confidence in the child, but also dissuades others from underestimating them. Yang Xiaodong's emotions were equally fervent. After her outburst, her chest heaved, and it took several deep breaths for her to regain composure. She understood this feeling all too well, for she had experienced it herself. As a child, she could not grasp why her closest parents would conspire with relatives and friends to undermine and belittle her. Eventually, she came to realize that her parents had endured similar experiences. Having never received respect themselves, they sought to appear socially acceptable by suppressing those weaker than themselves. Tragically, she was that weaker individual. Perhaps her parents did not wish to act this way, but their limited understanding led them to believe that this was the only means of attaining respect. It bore no cost and incurred no consequences. This is a profoundly sad reality. Even more tragically, they considered this behavior normal. Yang Xiaodong covered her face, deeply troubled. Yet her earlier remarks garnered applause from netizens. Indeed, one must not show weakness in such moments. To do so only invites further aggression. If the other party has shown no regard, then there is no need to preserve their dignity. At such times, do not speak to me of decorum. When faced with strength, one must respond with strength. Enduring for a moment leads to greater suffering later. Do not falter. Give you color to see. Yang Xiaodong's rebuttal had already incensed Zhang Xiuqin, and upon seeing the comments in the chat, she felt her heart constrict. How could she endure such humiliation and continue to argue? At this moment, the host, He Ling, unexpectedly shifted the topic, stating that Father Number 8's actions had both supporters and detractors. Now, let us observe how Father Number 10 handles such a situation, she said, wiping her brow in relief, fearing that a prolonged discussion might escalate into conflict. In Father Number 10's live stream, Cheng Shuo had been keenly observing his son's emotional fluctuations. He gently patted his back in an attempt to comfort him, but the effect was minimal. Cheng Xiaola remained dejected. Noticing Cheng Shuo's lack of action, netizens grew anxious. You won't be like Father Number 8, will you? Step up. Don't be a coward. I would lose all respect for you. They urged. When it's time to scold, you must scold. If you miss this chance, it may never present itself again. Ignore the so-called expert advice. Life and death are trivial. And if you don't stand up, who will? Remember, it is only through expressing anger that one can cleanse the heart. Father No. 8's reaction was akin to feeding flies to countless netizens, leaving them disgusted. Thus, they feared that Cheng Shuo might also remain passive, inciting a fervent call to action in the chat. However, their concerns were unwarranted. Cheng Shuo would not allow his son to suffer such indignities without recourse. Yet a direct rebuttal seemed inappropriate, as the insult had not been specifically directed at them. To retaliate would be to inadvertently acknowledge the insult. Yet to suffer in silence was not in Cheng Shuo's nature. Sometimes, the efforts of the virtuous fall short compared to the cunning of the unscrupulous. With a flicker of inspiration, Cheng Shuo devised a plan. Thus, before anyone could react, he suddenly dashed forward a few steps and began to mimic his son's earlier dance. I regard life and death with indifference, always opposing my wife. My fate is mine alone to command. I shall become a demon, not an immortal. The movements, the tone, though not identical, were indistinguishable. There was even an air of superiority. He dramatically struck a pose at the end, refusing to retract it. This unexpected display left onlookers astonished and caused Cheng Xiaola to widen his eyes. After being mocked and feeling disheartened, he had been quietly observing his father's reaction, concerned that his father might find him embarrassing or join in the ridicule. Yet, the reality was that his father not only refrained from criticism, but also mirrored his actions. Was this support? Affirmation? Upon realizing this, the self-doubt in Cheng Xiaola's eyes began to fade, and a smile returned to his face. It is curious how, sometimes, even without uttering a single word, a person can convey immense strength. Cheng Xiaola felt this, as did the netizens. Oberi! He stood by his son through action. I expected you to scold, perhaps even strike. But this was a surprise. The response was thunderous. Look, the distinction has been made. The child next door is crying, while our Xiaola has regained his confidence. Laughter ensued. You truly know how to entertain. But does your wife know about your defiance? The last person I heard say such things left peacefully. The wind was strong that day. The fire burned brightly, and the ashes were still warm. The family remained strong, shedding no tears, continuing to play mahjong. Cheng Shuo's actions delighted netizens, and the chat was once again filled with joy. While the viewers rejoiced, those who had mocked Cheng Shuo were far from pleased. Notably, a particularly vocal woman with curly hair. As Cheng Shuo struck his pose, she rushed forward, pointing her finger at him. No wonder the child turned out this way. It's evident that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Chapter 37. In this world, there is no Ultraman. Earlier, one could not hastily assume the role. Yet now the actions were decidedly pointed. Cheng Shuo could never permit others to insult him so brazenly. Standing tall, he brushed aside the accusatory hand, asserting, "What concern is it of yours how my son is doing? Do you live by the sea? Mind your own business." Cheng Shuo's intention was to restore his son's confidence, assuring him that his actions were not erroneous. As for the gossips, he intended to retort a few words and leave it at that. He had no desire to engage in a public dispute. However, while he wished to overlook the matter, the curly-haired ant was having none of it. "What kind of attitude is this? I'm here to help you educate your child, and instead of gratitude, you show such ingratitude." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo could hardly believe his ears. Who did she think she was? When had it become anyone's prerogative to educate his son? His previous restraint stemmed from his own decency. To continue to do so now would mean squandering years of moral upbringing. Suddenly invigorated, Cheng Shuo retorted, "Am I supposed to thank you? You think you're some kind of deity? In terms of argument, I have never lost. I have no qualms about engaging with a woman if provoked. Anyone who crosses my path deserves a taste of my wrath." Observing Cheng Shuo's decision to stand firm, netizens were thrilled. "Bro, you only play high-level matches, and your first game is against the super Amazon ant. Haha, I learned how to insult like that. You are indeed brave, facing a wickedly frizzy-haired woman while we locals are terrified." The curly-haired ant seemed taken aback by the insults hurled at her. Infuriated, she launched into a tirade of local dialect, yet her words were lost on Cheng Shuo, an outsider unfamiliar with the local tongue. What harm could incomprehensible insults inflict? A bit, perhaps, as they rang painfully in his ears. The curly-haired ant was not alone. Beside her stood a young girl and a boy. The boy, of similar age to Cheng Shuo's son, clutched an Ultraman toy, while the girl, around 14 or 15, was dressed as a character from an anime, exuding beauty. As the ant continued her rant, Cheng Shuo hastily called to the children, urging them to calm their mother. "Quick, tell your mom to take it easy, lest she cause a scene here." Perhaps accustomed to such spectacles, the children exhibited no particular reaction, neither assisting nor intervening, merely spectators in this unfolding drama. Even when Cheng Shuo pointed them out, they stood there at a loss for what to do. How could they persuade her? They had no clue. Yet, at Cheng Shuo's words, the curly-haired ant erupted. "I'm not their grandmother. I am their mother." At this revelation, Cheng Shuo could hardly contain himself, realizing the unintentional misstep. Nonetheless, this unconscious act elicited laughter from the viewers in the live stream. "I suspect you did this on purpose, though I have no evidence." Such a comical situation. The scene was indeed rare, and viewers clamored to capture the moment. The tension dissipated as the curly-haired ant, now devoid of combativeness, gasped for breath while glaring daggers at Cheng Shuo. If looks could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over, yet he was unfazed. Given that this curly-haired ant was their mother, could he not return the mockery directed at his son? While he may not be adept at belittling her, he certainly understood how to strike a child's nerve. He turned to the older girl, unsure of which character she was cosplaying, whether from an anime or a game. Nevertheless, he would launch a multi-dimensional attack. Pointing at her, he began his tirade. "You ought to keep your mother in check, lest the cold circles you cherish plummet another 40 degrees. Your original characters yield no content. Your ships become unfeasible. Your beloved manhwa remains stagnant for 4 years. Half of your anime is cut, and your games face abandonment." Cheng Shuo's words flowed like a machine gun, a barrage lasting 2 to 3 minutes. Much of what he said was foreign to him, yet his cousin from a past life had been well-versed in various fandoms. According to her, such verbal assaults were formidable. Now was the perfect opportunity to test this theory. Sure enough, something struck a chord with the girl, and her expression soured significantly, clutching her mother's hand tightly, fully prepared to silence herself should her mother utter another word. The tension hung thick in the air as onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Earlier, When the curly-haired ant had been ranting, they had interjected here and there. Now, they fell silent, eager to escape, fearful of becoming embroiled in the fray. Meanwhile, the live stream chat erupted with activity, echoing Cheng Shuo's relentless verbal onslaught. Wow. Not only did he attack across all dimensions, he spared no age group. This is a merciless assault. Truly, he has taken care to address every circle and dimension. Amidst the chatter, the atmosphere around Cheng Shuo grew quiet after his outburst. Yet, whether the boy had not heard clearly due to the rapid pace of Cheng Shuo's words or simply failed to grasp the jabs aimed at him, his expression remained neutral, wide-eyed and curious. This adorable child, if brought to tears, would surely require much coaxing to console. Cheng Shuo's mischievous streak surfaced as he bent down to the boy's level. You need to keep your mother in line. Otherwise, if your homework is undone, you'll be the first to face her wrath. If you fail to recite your lessons, she'll be the first to reprimand you. With just those 2 sentences, the corners of the boy's mouth began to droop. Yet Cheng Shuo felt it insufficient. Glancing at the boy's toy, he whispered, "In this world, there is no Ultraman." His voice was barely audible, meant only for the 2 of them. Yet thanks to the microphone, it resonated clearly for the online audience. The chat exploded with reactions. "You monster!" Not even sparing a child. At that moment, a child's belief shattered, plunging his world into darkness. Do not trust him. He is a creature from another realm. The silence was palpable as the boy's faith crumbled, leaving his universe devoid of light. Chapter 38. If it is built upon undermining a child's self-esteem, then generosity ceases to be a virtue. Unsurprisingly, the little boy burst into tears, his wails echoing in the air. As he cried, Cheng Shuo found amusement in the situation. Isn't it true that one should not bully the weak? Yet, there's a certain thrill in tormenting those who are smaller. Moreover, in comparison to the taunts directed at his son, this seemed trivial. However, in the realm of children, Ultraman does not exist, and it appears to be rather serious. While the curly-haired ant struggled with her own breakdown, she attempted to console the sobbing child. Meanwhile, Cheng Shuo and Cheng Xiao strode away, leaving behind a trail of bewildered onlookers. Cousin Cheng was not misleading me. Indeed, the impact of his words was boundless. Yet, there were exceptions to this rule. Cheng Shuo, your earlier rambling left those listeners visibly unsettled. I fail to see the gravity of it all. Just moments ago, upon witnessing Cheng Xiao being bullied by those passers-by, He was nearly beside himself with rage. Had he not been at work, he would have surely confronted them. Yet, Cheng Shuo's subsequent actions dissipated that tension, sparking curiosity about the words he had uttered that could provoke such a reaction. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo merely shot him a sidelong glance, implying that he was not directing his ire at him. As one ages, their interests gradually diminish, particularly for middle-aged individuals like Lao He, whose lives revolve around work. There are few things that capture their attention. While others may indulge in fishing or travel during their downtime, he is content to read novels, rarely even watching television shows. Life, so monotonous, leaves little room for understanding the fervor of fandoms. However, to claim invulnerability is not entirely accurate. Then come at me. I fear nothing. Lowy declared with a smug grin, though his pride was short-lived. You work overtime for a pay cut, and the novels you cherish are adapted into films and series. With that, he took his son and departed, oblivious to the potential devastation his words could cause Lao He. This scene, however, sent the viewers in the live stream into fits of laughter. Ha, getting dock pay for overtime? That's a tough one to swallow. Friend, we are strangers. Why must you poke at my vulnerabilities? The earlier remarks were tolerable, but the comment about beloved novels being adapted was a direct stab at the hearts of devoted fans. Kind words foster good relations, while harsh words wound the soul. My brother, truly, you've broken me. If all else fails, how about compensating me a bit? The barrage of comments was lively. Yet, the judging panel remained remarkably silent. Their silence did not stem from disapproval of Cheng Shuo's actions, but rather from their recognition of how apt they were. In the face of others' ridicule directed at a child, he first took action to support the child and bolster his confidence. Then he retaliated, and with remarkable finesse. This contradicted their earlier statements about being magnanimous and valuing harmony, effectively slapping their own faces. If everything is predicated upon damaging a child's dignity, then generosity is no longer virtuous. The contrasting states of the two children beautifully illustrated which father acted more appropriately. One child remained silent and sorrowful, caught in a cycle of recollection and internal conflict, while the other bounced back, seemingly having forgotten the incident and shifting focus to new experiences. In stark contrast, Zhong Xiuqin felt a deep sense of shame. As an educational expert, how could she have completely overlooked the child's emotional needs? Perhaps her detachment allowed her to maintain such double standards. Were it her grandchild facing such treatment, would she have remained so composed? Zhong Xiuqin began to reflect. At that moment, Xianghui also felt a twinge of embarrassment for having echoed a few words. The notion that a dog cannot bite back at a person is indeed paradoxical. To be bullied without retaliation is sheer folly. Both teachers were in a sour mood, yet Yang Xiaotong felt a sense of relief due to Cheng Shuo's actions. As if witnessing her younger self being defended, tears shimmered in her eyes. Her relentless efforts stemmed from a desire to end the pain of her upbringing in this generation. Seeing someone already achieving that made it impossible not to weep with joy. Having finished the film, it was past 5 o'clock. Lao He assumed they would head home, but Cheng Shuo led them to a bustling food street filled with restaurants. Are we dining out? Lao He inquired at the street's entrance, his preconceived notions being challenged. After so long in the entertainment industry, he had witnessed countless contestants strive to present themselves well on camera. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have begun showcasing their culinary skills by this time. Yet, Cheng Shuo seemed not only uninterested in showcasing himself, but rather appeared to prefer the convenience of dining out. This left Lao He feeling somewhat helpless, having never encountered a contestant so indifferent to the spotlight. Nevertheless, this was indeed typical behavior for Cheng Shuo. If he valued the attention, he would not have returned home for a nap after dropping off his child in the morning. After such a long day, one must treat oneself, Cheng Shuo replied nonchalantly, which added 3 more lines of frustration to Lao He's forehead. Long day. You napped in the morning and watched a movie in the afternoon. Is that what you call hard work? Lao He shook his head in disbelief. Ultimately, they were merely engaging in a routine live broadcast, with no strict requirements on what must be done at what time. Opting to eat out instead of cooking was perfectly acceptable. Lao He convinced himself of this and began to pull out his phone to order takeout. Contestants were not responsible for providing meals for the camera crew, and since Cheng Shuo had treated them to lunch, there was no reason for him to continue freeloading for dinner. Lao He maintained a sense of propriety. However, just as he opened the delivery app, Cheng Shuo interrupted him. Don't order. Let us eat together. It's more lively that way. With that, Cheng Xiaolu eagerly nodded in agreement. This gesture deeply touched Lao He, who had been scorned by the very child just that morning, now invited to dine twice. It was not merely about the meal. It was akin to speaking ill of someone only for them to turn around and offer you candy. The warmth of the gesture was overwhelming. All right, for this meal. Lao He was not one to be stubborn and was about to insist on treating them. However, before he could utter the word treat, he found Cheng Shuo leading his son into a seemingly upscale restaurant. He recognized this establishment, where the average cost per person was in the 4-digit range. A single meal could deplete nearly half of his monthly salary. Lao He hesitated. He could not possibly treat them here. Silently following behind, he shamelessly chose to mooch another meal. Naturally, a high-priced venue boasts an exceptional ambience, and the service experience felt distinctly different from the moment they entered. As they stepped inside, a waitress dressed in a cheongsam approached them. Hello, may I assist you 3? The waitress was not only beautiful, but had a sweet voice, sending a delightful shiver through the viewers. The audience reacted with excitement. Wow, this lady is quite lovely. The menu appeared enticing, and even the staff was appealing to the viewers. To be honest, she resembles my future wife. You shallow people, don't just focus on the immediate, look further back. Those 2 over there are also attractive. They are all beautiful. Just give me any one of them from the camera, and I would be content with the arrangement. In a corner, a cleaning lady caught someone's eye. What about the cleaning lady? Someone retorted. Perhaps she is tidying up her own building. Nonsense. What cleaning lady looks like a college student? Chapter 39, What is the purpose of learning during mealtime? Can't the children simply enjoy their food? Indeed, three gentlemen. After saying this, the waiter led them into a private booth. Upon entering, Cheng Shuo handed the menu to old He, urging him to order without hesitation. Meanwhile, he discreetly accessed the system, as the meals here were rather expensive, and he feared that their funds might fall short, necessitating an emergency exchange from the system. Old He, without any reservations, took the menu and began discussing the dishes with Cheng Shuo. Current available emotional value, 515,000. Cheng Shuo has gained attribute points. Reaction 1, interpersonal skills 10. As soon as he opened the system, Cheng Shuo was pleasantly surprised by the substantial emotional value. He received notifications whenever emotional value was credited. Initially, it felt novel and motivating, but gradually it became overwhelming, prompting him to turn off the notifications. Unexpectedly, when he reopened it, he found such an accumulation, and he had also gained one attribute point. He promptly allocated it to his son, although he was unsure of the specific impact of this point. An increase in value could only be advantageous. Cheng Shuo Reaction 1, reaction value updated to 94. After allocating the attribute points, Cheng Shuo found himself staring blankly at the 10 points in interpersonal skills. Was this a new hidden attribute? What could a child possibly need to understand about social nuances? Nevertheless, since the system provided it, there must be a reason behind it. Cheng Shuo accepted it on behalf of his son. Once he had allocated the points, he finally exchanged 50,000 into his bank account. Exchange successful. Remaining available emotional value, 465,000. Huaxiao Bank. Your account ending in 0318 has received a transfer of 50,000 yuan. Current account balance, 50,236.87 yuan. Upon seeing this balance, Cheng Shuo couldn't help but lament the original owner's financial struggles. If not for his arrival, the two of them would have been left starving. Was the child's mother not concerned? The child's mother? Cheng Shuo suddenly recalled that he had a wife he had never met. Although his son mentioned that she returned to her parents' home due to his behavior, Cheng Shuo thought it unlikely that she would be so petty. After all, some fragmented memories indicated that Jiang Shuyu was a wonderful woman. She did not mind his lack of wealth or ambition. She excelled in honoring parents and educating children. Moreover, she was quite attractive. Such a woman would be a rare find in today's world. Having acquired such a remarkable spouse, it was only natural to cherish her. Seeing that she had been away for nearly a month, Cheng Shuo contemplated whether he should invite her back. However, as this thought crossed his mind, a memory suddenly surfaced. Darling, do you love gaming or me more? If I and your mother fell into a river simultaneously, who would you save first? If I were on the verge of death and you had to kiss your ex-girlfriend to save me, would you do it? Her voice was sweet, yet the questions posed made Cheng Shuo break into a cold sweat. Each inquiry seemed to demand the very essence of his being. Cheng Shuo recognized this as the original owner's memory. Yet, even so, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. If this were during the early stages of romance, it might be tolerable. After all, young couples often engage in playful banter. However, with Cheng Shuo now 7 years old, and still treating this as a routine game, it was somewhat overwhelming. Indeed, no one is flawless. Cheng Shuo dismissed the idea of calling her back for two reasons. First, he truly harbored no feelings for this wife he had never met. Second, he wished to enjoy a period of tranquility. Otherwise, he might truly find it unbearable. While he wasn't in a hurry to summon her back, he still needed to express some concern. Remaining indifferent was not an option. Fearing that a phone call might reveal too much, Cheng Shuo opted to send a WeChat message. His wife's response came swiftly. Perhaps the absence of her characteristic dramatics in writing made the conversation quite pleasant. Before long, the dishes arrived. Although old, he had ordered only 4 dishes to avoid waste. These 4 were exquisite and tantalizing, instantly making the viewers online salivate. Wow, are they eating this well? Can 3 people finish 4 dishes? Should I come and help? This was the first time someone had spoken of sharing a meal in such a fresh and unconventional manner. At this moment, a viewer quietly opened their meal-sharing app. Meal sharing? Let's indulge a bit, my friend. I'm accustomed to dining on French cuisine, The familiar taste of French bread instantly transports me back to Paris. Do you all never experience creative blocks? The comments flooded in. While Cheng Shuo and his companions enjoyed their meal, other families gradually entered their dinner time as well. In room 1 of the live broadcast, Deng Bo and his son Deng Yuxuan sat at the dining table, each relishing a bowl of vegetable noodles. Upon witnessing this scene, viewers couldn't help but comment. Will this fill them up? The child is in a growth phase. Eating too little at night adds to the digestive burden. If I eat dinner and then have to add a late-night snack, how does that count? I suppose that means you have a good appetite. I have a good appetite too. If my mother only gave me a bowl of vegetable noodles for dinner, I would ask if it's served before or after the meal. There are gluttons everywhere. Ordinary scenes may lack excitement, yet the program's popularity was high. Even mundane moments in the broadcast garnered a lively commentary. Sometimes, warm daily interactions allowed viewers to immerse themselves, leading to an unintentional sense of relaxation. Just when it seemed that this pleasant atmosphere would persist until the meal's conclusion, Deng Bo suddenly posed a question, son. What poems or verses can you think of while we eat? Upon hearing this, the viewers, who had been feeling relaxed, suddenly tensed up. Childhood memories began to resurface, especially those moments when one was enjoying their meal and suddenly faced with questions from adults about word formation or translations. That dreadful sense of control left many viewers feeling uneasy. From an adult's perspective, this was an effective teaching method, integrating learning into daily life for greater efficiency. However, for children, it was rather demoralizing. As a result of this remark, the previously lively commentary dropped by a third. The viewers expressed their resistance, and Deng Yuxuan was no exception, his small face displaying clear reluctance. Yet, he did not openly rebel. He simply set down his chopsticks and provided an answer. Who knows where the meal comes from? Every grain is born of hard work. The fine wine in the night shines in the cup, and the peepa urges me to drink. Spring, spring day, spring platter. He managed to recite 2 lines before stumbling on the third. However, to outsiders, this was already quite impressive, considering Deng Yuxuan was merely a 5th-grade child. In the judging panel, Xiang Hui regarded Deng Yuxuan with undisguised admiration. Not bad, not bad. Without a substantial repertoire of poetry, one could not so effortlessly retrieve verses from any given scene. This surely reflects his father's educational influence. Everyone might consider trying this approach to expand their child's poetic repertoire, nurturing them into a well-read individual. Xiang Hui's praise was high. Upon hearing that this learning method could be emulated, viewers began to follow suit. Great idea, I'll start right away. This is akin to labeling various items with English tags. Repetition leads to deep memory. The beauty of ancient Chinese poetry not only enhances language scores, but also cultivates one's character. If my mother knew this, I wouldn't have lost those few points on poetry completion in the college entrance exam. What is the purpose of learning during mealtime? Can't the children simply enjoy their food? Chapter 40. Goose, goose, goose with a curved neck, cut with a knife, pluck the feathers and boil water. Ignite and cover the pot. When it comes to improving a child's academic performance, parents often lose their reason. They regard the words of experts as sacred edicts, eager to implement them immediately. Although dissenting voices exist in the comments, they are quickly drowned out and disappear. However, the abundance of poetic knowledge displayed by young children garners ample praise from netizens. The screen is filled with commendations. Yet, no matter how much others praise him, Deng Bo remains dissatisfied. Upon hearing his son recite only 2 lines, his expression turns serious. Other children can compose poetry themselves. Why is it so difficult for you to memorize just 2 lines? His words inadvertently suppress the spirit of education. Had they not experienced the alternative approach of encouragement in child rearing, perhaps they would not be so averse. After all, many grew up under the influence of other people's children. However, having encountered a different style of supportive education, they are unconvinced. Hearing this, I am left bewildered by the numerous parents who delight in comparisons. When their child feels pressured, they lament why he isn't like other fathers who are successful business owners. Do they believe everyone is like Cheng Shuo? If he dared to refuse, it would be a different story. It is not merely about one's own excellence. It is often a consequence of the mediocrity of peers. Observing these parents, I find myself oddly sympathetic towards the father-son duo on screen. Other children are composing poetry, and yet they dare to belittle their own childish efforts. Netizens express their dissatisfaction. Coincidentally or not, Dengbo seems to see the comments. At the moment when netizens challenge him, he suddenly pulls out a newspaper. You learned Ode to the Goose in first grade, didn't you? A simple adaptation won a prize and made it into the newspaper with a reward of over 10,000. Despite your extensive knowledge of ancient poetry, you cannot even comprehend these few lines. As he displays the newspaper, the camera quickly focuses on it. Some netizens recognize the report and recall its content. It appears that a third-grade student had imitated Ode to the Goose and created an Ode to the Chicken. Cluck, cluck, cluck. With a sharp beak, it cries to the heavens, calling the bright moon at midnight, exchanging grains for the dawn. The impressive quality of this third-grader's poem earns admiration and recognition, making him a model for inspiring others. While there are many positive effects, it should never serve as a tool to belittle other children. Witnessing Dengbo's behavior, netizens turn rebellious. Their remarks become sharp and scathing. You have memorized so many ancient poems. Why haven't you had your poetry published? Is it because you don't want to? Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. If you do not understand, perhaps a refresher on elementary language arts is in order. Is this so difficult? I can do it too. Enough boasting. Be careful not to burst your own bubble. Goose, goose, goose with a curved neck, cut with a knife. Pluck the feathers and boil water. Ignite and cover the pot. Am I boasting? They are grounded while you're lost in pretensions. Fine, fine, consider yourself knowledgeable. The current generation of netizens is adept at creating humor, even when the content irks them. If a talented individual leads the way, the tone of the comments shifts dramatically. It's really not hard. I could do it too. While others recite Ode to the Goose, I will compose Ode to the dog. Bark, bark, bark. Every day it barks at you. Feed it and it will follow you. Tease it and it will nibble your hand. Hilarious, isn't it? Can we post anonymously? I have an idea that could cost me my life. Go ahead and share. With so many people, who would know? All right, I'll say it. Ode to my wife, wife, wife. Wife, always playing on her phone. Married at 97. Now it's 201. I have tagged everyone you follow. No need to thank me. Brother, be brave and face it yourself. Are we really going this far? Then here is one that might offend. Ode to Kun, an idle trainee for 2.5 years, sporting braids and a middle part. Is there nothing in this world that you cherish? The netizens burst into laughter, the comments lively and spirited. Yet beneath the humor lies a stark reality. During even the briefest moments of mealtime, many children cannot find peace. This phenomenon of mealtime education is not exclusive to just one live stream. In another stream, a father laments the difficulties of running a business. In yet another, a mother complains about the hardships of working overtime. In a different stream, a couple argues over trivial matters, while their child sits silently weeping over their meal. Regardless of the circumstances, the conversation inevitably circles back to academics. If you do not strive in your studies, you will end up like me, working forever as a laborer. If your grades are poor, you will only be able to sell goods on the street for the rest of your life. Your mother stayed with you because of your education. If you do not study hard, can you face me? Such words are suffocating. While it is understandable for an average family to hope that their child can change their destiny through education, it is disheartening that even the wealthiest families share this mentality. When a daughter simply remarks, "This cake is delicious," her mother quickly responds, "Only through diligent study can you enjoy such delicious cake every day." Perhaps she does not intend to motivate, yet such phrases instinctively escape her lips. It seems that in traditional education, everything is linked to academic achievement. Mealtime, which should be a time of relaxation, is instead laden with pressure from parents eager to educate their children. Do they derive satisfaction from witnessing their child swallow their tears with their food? Has their child's sorrow become their source of nourishment? If only one family behaved in this manner, netizens might find humor in it to uplift their spirits. However, as such families proliferate, the negativity in the comments swells. It pains me to see them. Each one reflects a piece of myself. Eating with tears is indeed a difficult experience. There is wisdom in the saying that one should not speak while eating or sleeping. I too despise mealtime education, yet sadly, I have become that type of mother. At 25, I have swallowed the bitter remnants of my upbringing, fearful of becoming the very person I detest. Initially, Xiang Hui appreciated the educational methods of the first father. Yet by the end, he fell silent, yearning to discover a different kind of parenting as he turned his gaze to the 10th live stream. What he saw left him speechless yet amused. The scene was devoid of suppression, mockery, or conflict, and there was no overbearing education. Instead, it featured a simple exchange. Son, listen well. You can leave the last piece of crab for your father. You are still young. Missing one meal is no issue. If I cannot manage, then I will eat less. Chapter 41 Goodness. It seems that all his cleverness is focused on his son. After witnessing so many oppressive scenes, the audience was taken aback by this sudden moment. Wait, where is the table etiquette? Perhaps I am approaching this incorrectly. Your actions seem a bit out of sync with the norm. While the essence of mealtime education was absent, it was indeed evident that this father and son duo were on the verge of a quarrel over the last crab. It was quite a sight to behold. It was the first time I'd seen a father and son vie for food, raising sons and daughters in poverty, yet indulging oneself in abundance. One should not overly sweeten children, nor should one suffer for their sake. The fates of children and grandchildren are their own, and if there are none, I shall enjoy my fortune alone. This reflects the current state of mind. Cheng Shuo's actions were as unconventional as ever. He did not perceive this as a parenting show, but rather embraced joy as it came. Should anyone take issue with this, they would indeed find it difficult to counter. For in the eyes of most, parents would never compete with their children for food. They would gladly sacrifice their own meals for their children to enjoy more. Yet, Cheng Shuo's behavior, had it occurred at any other time, would likely have drawn criticism from experts. However, given the distasteful antics in other live streams, this comparison made the food rivalry seem trivial. Even Xiang Hui, typically the most animated, fell silent at this moment. In contrast to the oppressive and frustrating atmosphere, the audience preferred to witness moments of joy. The 10th live stream achieved this splendidly, devoid of criticism or moralizing. Instead of focusing on parenting methods, the audience was more invested in determining who would ultimately claim victory in this culinary contest. Xiaolu, don't listen to your father. Crabs are quite expensive. If you don't eat it now, you might not be able to afford it when you grow up. Upstairs, you are rather heartless, someone remarked. Let the child have it. It's clear he truly desires it. I believe children should not eat too many crabs, for I never had them in my youth. Knowing that kids love them, why not purchase a few more? Now look, it has come to a quarrel, which could mar their father-son bond. But fret not, I have a solution. Let neither eat, and I shall consume it all. Amidst the lively barrage of comments, the rivalry over the crab intensified, with the father and son locked in a stare-down, neither willing to yield. The only potential peacemaker, Lao He, was contentedly picking his teeth in the corner after a satisfying meal, choosing not to intervene. So, listen. Cheng Shuo attempted to awaken his son's affection, but his efforts were in vain. Dad, you said the larger should share with the smaller. With a quick wit, the boy countered. Why was it that every time his son improved, it came at his expense? Children speak candidly, both now and always. Cheng Shuo found himself at a loss. Shall we split it? This was Cheng Shuo's greatest concession. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his own appetite. The thought of the crab's rich roe made his mouth water. He could order another, but with 4 crabs in a single order, they would hardly finish them. After all, crab cannot be saved for the next day, intensifying the competition for this singular crab. All right, this proposal received immediate agreement from Cheng Xiaolu. However, before Cheng Shuo could revel in the moment, his son continued, Then I will have the body, and you can have 8 legs. He stated this with a sense of entitlement, his innocent voice betraying a notion of being cheated. Yet when Cheng Shuo suggested a swap, the boy resolutely shook his head, which only amused Cheng Shuo. Who did this child take after? Refusing to concede, even a little. Seeing his son unwavering, Cheng Shuo had to devise another approach. So, let me ask you, which part of the chicken is the best? The drumstick. Though puzzled by his father's sudden inquiry, Cheng Xiaolu answered honestly. And which part is the least desirable? After pondering, he replied, the chicken's belly. And a duck? The duck leg is the best, and the duck belly is the worst. Cheng Xiaolu's quick responses prompted Cheng Shuo to nod in approval. Do you know why the legs are the best? It's because they are used for movement. The meat on the legs becomes tender and flavorful. Cheng Shuo spoke earnestly, as if imparting wisdom to his son. This familiar scene evoked a sense of resistance among viewers who had witnessed the first Father-S livestream. Why was this so-called tailored education everywhere? Parents may not tire, but the viewers certainly did. As if anticipating backlash, the audience began typing furiously, prepared to unleash their criticism. Yet before their comments could be sent, Cheng Shuo's voice rang out. Thus, crabs are the same. The legs are the best. I love you, son, and that's why I will let you have the legs to eat. This statement left those ready to condemn him feeling awkward. They expected him to use the moment to belittle his child, yet he was merely advocating for a shared meal. The viewers found the scene both amusing and absurd, editing their comments in light of this unexpected turn. I must be ill. How could I have misinterpreted his intentions? Oh my! How did you manage to send a voice message in the comments? Goodness, it seems all his cleverness is focused on his son. The child is in sync with his father, while the father plays mind games with his son. Xiaolu, don't fall for it. It's a trap. While the audience buzzed with discussion, Cheng Shuo divided the crab, placing the legs on one side and the body on the other. Come, son, you go first. Believing he had successfully brainwashed his son, Cheng Shuo confidently allowed him to take the first pick. But the next moment, hey, I said the legs are the best part. Why are you taking the body? Don't lick it. Ah, it's all saliva. You little rascal. Cheng Shuo was quick to act. As soon as his father finished speaking, he snatched the crab body, fearful it would be taken away, and licked it once for good measure. Cheng Shuo could only seethe in frustration. You have no sense of fair play. Ultimately, this was all he managed to exclaim, yet his words held little weight. The boy's subsequent response made him realize the futility of his efforts. The crab legs are the best, of course. They should be saved for you, Dad. I'm still small. I could just eat the body. Cheng Shuo vividly demonstrated the art of turning a situation to his advantage, infuriating his father to the point of wanting to pinch himself. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in laughter at the scene. Haha, now I understand what it means for one thing to subdue another. A sharp mind is indeed a useful asset. This intellect is astonishingly quick. They say sons come to collect debts. Now I believe it. If I like him, he is my little treasure. If not, he is a little rascal. The complexities of manhood. Chapter 42. Having been a son for so many years, would I not understand whether raising children can provide for old age? The atmosphere in the number 10 live broadcast room also permeated the studio. The smiles on the faces of the three judges and the host were quite infectious. It must be said that while this child may falter academically, his intellect and quick wit are commendable. With proper guidance, academic performance would not be an issue, and his future certainly holds great promise. Xiang Hui, a seasoned educator with decades of experience, found himself favoring the clever child, momentarily forgetting his earlier remarks about the child's lack of prospects. What stood out, even more than his intelligence, was his understanding of human relationships. After securing what he desired, he managed not to offend anyone, a feat that many adults struggle to achieve. Yang Xiaodong also expressed admiration. The child's response had genuinely surprised her. Had it been another child, they might have been easily misled. Yet, not only did he evade deception, but he also turned the tables on his father, deftly navigating his father's psyche to make him unwittingly concede. This demonstrated that his cognitive abilities and verbal expression far surpassed those of his peers. For a 7-year-old to reach such a level prompted even Yang Xiaodong to reflect. The youth are indeed formidable. Indeed, if it were my grandson, he would have lunged at the crab from the very first step. Zhong Xiuqin also praised Cheng Shuo with conviction. However, when it came to her own grandson, a bittersweet smile emerged. Without comparison, there is no harm. The other child excelled in every regard, while her grandson seemed to fall short in every aspect. Nonetheless, there was solace in the fact that gaming had been curtailed. Perhaps sensing a semblance of comfort, her smile returned. The three experts, unusually in agreement, all offered positive evaluations. At that moment, host He-Ling chimed in. It appears our young friend from number 10 is quite favored by our esteemed judges. In my view, he is the joy of our program. Entering his live room guarantees an unending stream of laughter. Due to this affection, Healing did not hesitate to help direct traffic to his live stream. In truth, it was merely the icing on the cake. Even before he made this comment, the online viewership for the number 10 live room had already reached a staggering 4,500,000, though the program's popularity had surged. With all live rooms experiencing a tenfold increase in viewership, the number 10 live room remained an unassailable first. With He Ling's assistance, its popularity soared to 3 times that of the second place. Cheng Shuo's hilarious interactions with his son were certainly worthy of the audience's attention. The battle continued. Cheng Shuo, how could you? It is well known that when a parent calls their child by their full name, it signifies impending displeasure, often with serious consequences. Even Lao, he could not help but sweat nervously. Surely, he wouldn't he truly strike his child over a crab, would he? While this might not be the case for others, Cheng Shuo was unpredictable. Lao he grew increasingly anxious, while Cheng Shuo maintained his playful demeanor. Dad, raising children is a safeguard for old age. Only by eating can I grow strong. A healthy body leads to good studies. Good studies lead to a prestigious university, and attending a good university enables one to earn great wealth. Once I have money, I will buy you a luxury car and a villa. These words, uttered by a mere child, would evoke profound emotion in any other context. Yet, everyone was acutely aware that Cheng Shuo's eloquence was merely a means to obtain that crab. Those who understood this found themselves amused. Stop it, stop it. Your dad will be overwhelmed by the dreams you're painting for him. For the sake of a meal, you've really gone all out. The notion of painting dreams has become alarmingly youthful. Perhaps relevant authorities should take note. Even if it is just a dream, it brings joy. Who knows, it might come true. If I were to record this and hold him accountable, he would bear immense debt at such a young age. I have seen those who depend on their parents, but never those who depend on their children. Cheng Shuo's little tricks could be seen through by the audience, and naturally, they were not lost on Cheng Shuo. He let out a soft tch. Raising children as a safeguard for old age? After being a son for so many years, would I not know whether raising children can provide for old age? Cheng Shuo's self-awareness was strikingly clear. His blunt honesty elicited a twitch from Lao He's lips. He spoke casually, yet backstage, Director Chun Bo nearly spat out his tea upon hearing those words. This for a moment, he was rendered speechless. However, a staff member nearby seized a moment to share insight. Raising children cannot provide for old age. There's an old woman in our village who bore 5 sons. Yet none of them are willing to care for her, which is quite tragic. Upon hearing this, those with a penchant for gossip drew closer. In our community, there's an elderly man who, despite having 2 sons, lay at home for half a month without anyone noticing. By the time he was discovered, his body was already decomposing. I once had a superior who, after much effort, raised his daughter, only for her to leave for abroad. When he passed away, she didn't even return. Thus, if anyone claims that not having children will leave one without care in old age, I find it utterly unfounded. Having children does not guarantee care in old age. As long as I can live, I'm fine. If I die alone on the street, so be it. It's not me who is afraid. Given that raising children cannot provide for old age, what is the purpose of having them? Ultimately, let those who wish to bear children do so. Back then, I couldn't even elevate my education and still chose to have children. I fear to give birth, for I have committed acts in games that could lead to a criminal record. Upon hearing such dangerous sentiments circulating, Chun Bo felt a shudder. What are you all saying? Be careful not to get this posted online. You might find yourself in hot water. These statements were indeed perilous. The state advocates for childbirth, yet here we were, in a modest parenting program, boldly declaring otherwise. Hadn't we just begun to enjoy life? They must be tired of living. The conversation had become so heated that they dared to say anything. Chun Bo's warning caused everyone to scatter back to their positions like startled birds. While backstage was manageable, how could Cheng Shuo retract his words? Chun Bo struggled to find a solution and could only caution Lao He to speak with care. Cheng Shuo, too, had not anticipated that his offhand remark could be interpreted in such a manner. Indeed, he had been rather imprudent. If his words were taken out of context, it could lead to serious repercussions, potentially jeopardizing the entire program. That would be unacceptable, as he hoped to achieve wealth and success through this show. Fortunately, Cheng Shuo was quick-witted and soon devised a way to amend his statement. Having children has never been about ensuring they provide for me in my old age. I gave them life so that they may live well, better than I ever could. If the act of nurturing a child is imbued with ulterior motives, then we can hardly speak of the greatness of parental love. Chapter 43. I raise the banner for number 10. Let us see who dares to oppose him. Although Cheng Shuo appeared carefree, his tone was remarkably earnest. One could hardly doubt that he spoke with genuine intent rather than for show. His previous actions were well observed. He never forced his son into endeavors he was reluctant to undertake. Besides gaming, he imposed no pressure on the child whatsoever. If exam results were poor, he blamed the teachers for not awarding marks rather than his son for lacking effort. He offered unconditional support against criticism or bullying, consistently recognizing his son as strengths, fostering a sunny disposition and self-assurance within him. Upon hearing such a clear-headed statement, even old he could not help but give him a thumbs up. Not to mention the enthusiastic netizens in the live stream, who applauded his words, echoing, "Only those with such awareness deserve to be parents." One user remarked, "If my parents were like that, I can't imagine how cheerful I would have become." Another chimed in, "So touching that even I, who run a funeral home, shed tears. From tomorrow on, regardless of life or death, everyone can come to me for cremation." A mischievous commenter added, "Upstairs, your dedication is commendable." While the sincerity was acknowledged, it was clear that the sentiment was tinged with sarcasm. The lively discussion on the platform continued, fueled by Cheng Shuo's timely interjection, preventing the situation from spiraling into negativity. His statement, "If raising a child is driven by ulterior motives, then one should refrain from extolling the greatness of paternal or maternal love," sparked a flurry of debates across multiple platforms. Having nearly misspoken earlier, Cheng Shuo chose not to provoke his son's enthusiasm further, instead quietly watching him tackle a crab. He intended to enjoy a moment of tranquility, but his son, ever restless, continued to tease him, exclaiming, "Dad, I am useful. Not only will I support you in your old age, but I will also burn paper for you after you're gone." Clearly, he was still engrossed in the earlier discussion. The boy perhaps intended to convey his filial piety, but his choice of words was somewhat cringeworthy. Cheng Shuo was aware that since his son had acquired the innocent word skill, his speech had become increasingly unrestrained. He had grown accustomed to it, showing no visible reaction. However, matters of life and death were often considered taboo among many Chinese, and hearing a child speak so bluntly ignited a flurry of reactions in the comment section. What profound ghostly wisdom! Such topics are not to be trifled with. One commenter exclaimed, "Your father is still alive, and you're already contemplating burning paper for him? Truly à dévoté de son." Another added, "One must still guide the child, lest he feel free to utter whatever comes to mind." A user lamented, "If my son dared to speak such things, I would surely teach him a lesson." While indulgence is one thing, appropriate education is also necessary. Before Cheng Shuo could respond, the netizens were already in uproar. It is understandable for them to react this way. After all, such remarks could be seen as childlike innocence or, more gravely, as a curse upon his father. Regardless of how pampered a child might be, moments such as these inevitably call for a lesson. Yet, given Cheng Shuo's profound affection for his son, it would not lead to a beating, though scolding was certainly inevitable. Anticipation grew among viewers for this unfolding scene. However, reality seemed to deviate from their expectations. Burning paper? Absolutely unnecessary. Cheng Shuo would not be so thin-skinned as to think that such comments would affect him. He simply engaged in light banter with his son. Yet, Cheng Xiao Lu appeared fixated on the topic, promptly declaring, "If I don't burn it for you, what will you do down there? What if you get hungry?" This devoted son was evidently determined to arrange for his father's afterlife. Cheng Shuo, feeling exasperated, rubbed his temples and replied, "You needn't worry about that. Just take care of yourself. I have plenty of relatives down there. I can rely on them. Even if that fails, there are always those who have gone astray. I won't starve." Just as he finished speaking, a violent coughing fit erupted. Both father and son turned towards the source of the sound. Realizing he had choked on his water. "My apologies," he said, feeling embarrassed as he waved his hand upon noticing their attention. He had anticipated Cheng Shuo's possible reactions. whether physical or verbal, but never expected such astonishing remarks. The notion of relying on others in the afterlife was quite extraordinary. His surprise led him to momentarily neglect his own situation, resulting in a choking incident. Similarly, the netizens were taken aback. Wait, why is this the reaction? Shouldn't he be calling for help instead? One exclaimed, so these comments don't come with consequences after all. Another added, relying on others in the afterlife? You aim to make me laugh to death with your inheritance and my debts? The unique logic of this situation was consistently unconventional. It was clear that Cheng Shuo had no intention of burdening his son. As laughter and joy filled the live stream, the clock struck 8. The scene shifted back to the studio, where host He Ling once again stood at the center of the stage. After a day of observation, it was believed that the audience had gained new insights into the contestants. Next came the voting segment. However, before the voting commenced, He Ling had a delightful announcement. As he spoke, subtitles began to appear on the large screen behind him. Due to the program's immense popularity, a plethora of sponsorships had flooded in, alongside robust support from the television network. Consequently, the rewards had undergone a comprehensive upgrade. Previously, the contestant with the highest votes each week received a prize of $1 million. This had now doubled to $2 million. The grand prize for the season's champion would reach an astounding $50 million. Not only had the prize money increased, but the champion would also have the opportunity to secure a contract for stardom. This prospect was an irresistible temptation for many parents, as the entertainment industry, with its daily earnings of $2 million, was exceedingly alluring. Now that a chance had arisen, everyone yearned to seize it. Even Cheng Shuo felt a flicker of excitement upon hearing this news. His interest primarily lay in the $50 million. While this sum might be trivial for the affluent in the metropolis, to Cheng Shuo, it represented a substantial easing of his struggles. As for his son becoming a minor celebrity, Cheng Shuo glanced at his son beside him. If he had an interest, he would support him wholeheartedly. If not, as a father, he would pave a smooth path for his child. The elevation of rewards not only thrilled the contestants, but also prompted envy among the netizens. If I had a son, I would join too. One user exclaimed, shall we form a team upstairs? I can endure some hardship to be a dad. Another added, there's no time to waste. Do you know how popular this show is? Many stars wish to bring their children. That's impossible now. Since I can't participate, my favorite contestant must take the first place. I raised the banner for number 10. Let us see who dares to oppose him. You like number 10 too. You have good taste. Chapter 44. From this point forward, whenever such scenes arise, Cheng Shuo shall inevitably be subjected to online harassment once again. Cheng Shuo and his son enjoy considerable popularity. However, under the allure of substantial rewards, high popularity does not guarantee a substantial vote count. Numerous parents have resorted to various creative methods to garner votes. Some distribute red envelopes, others present gifts, and some even pledge to undertake extraordinary challenges should they reach a certain number of votes. They have mastered the art of live streaming. In contrast, Cheng Shuo and his son's live stream appears rather mundane, as they take leisurely strolls after dinner. Son, do you think the moon is particularly round tonight? Dad, cut back on the games. Your eyesight is worsening. That's merely a sky lantern. While others engage in fervent activities, the pair presents an image of tranquil contentment. Consequently, out of nearly 2 million votes cast, they garnered only a little over 400,000. While this figure remains significant, it pales in comparison to the overwhelming numbers they achieved in the morning. Furthermore, the evening voting introduced a segment for judges' votes, with each judge entitled to one vote, the tallies of which would be counted separately. The votes from the audience and the judges would ultimately determine the champion. Uncertain whether the production team intended to sway the outcome or if Cheng Shuo's parenting style did not resonate with the judges, the results were telling. Judge Zhong Xiuqin awarded her vote to family number 5, while Xiang Hui voted for family number 2. Only Yang Xiaodong cast her vote for Cheng Shuo. Following the conclusion of voting, host He Ling initiated a brief interview. Teacher Zhong, I noticed your vote went to family number 5. What aspect of the mother there resonated with you? As soon as the question left her lips, Zhong Xiuqin smiled and replied, I perceive in the mother of family No. 5 a remarkable quality, an unwavering willingness to sacrifice for her child. The most benevolent lie I have heard was when she claimed to prefer fish heads over the flesh. Such maternal love deeply moved me. Zhong Xiuqin's words evoked memories for many viewers, recalling a poignant moment from Family Number 5's livestream. During dinner, a delicious braised fish was served, a favorite of both mother and daughter. However, upon hearing her daughter lament, "It's been ages since I've had fish," the mother selflessly placed the entire dish before her. To ensure her daughter enjoyed more, she fabricated a gentle lie, asserting her preference for fish heads. This touching display of love resonated with many, and even upon recollection, it sparked heartfelt discussions. My mother would do the same. I miss her. The contrast between different parenting styles became starkly apparent, leaving many viewers reflective. In the future, whenever such scenes arise, Cheng Shuo shall be subject to online harassment again. P.S. Not so dreadful. He would eat fish heads too, but only if the dish were spicy fish heads, someone remarked with a laugh. Recognizing the absurdity of the situation, isn't this just a manifestation of parental self-sacrifice? Why am I the only one not acknowledging this? After interviewing Zhong Xiuqin, He Ling turned his attention to Xiang Hui. Teacher Xiang, what led you to vote for family number 2? My reasoning is quite straightforward. Xiang Hui adjusted the microphone before him. I believe the parenting methods of family number 2 break the barriers of information, providing valuable insights for some families, thereby helping children avoid unnecessary detours. At first, viewers found his statement perplexing, questioning how only certain families could benefit. However, as the screen displayed Family No. 2's plans for their child's future, clarity emerged. Just seeing the international school option, I knew that path is not feasible for ordinary families. With the competitive nature of primary and secondary school admissions in our country, attending an international school perfectly circumvents this struggle. If I had the means, I too would want my child to follow this route. Then, studying abroad for high school would allow them to enter prestigious domestic universities with lower scores than those who toil endlessly for admission. The stark disparity in educational opportunities provoked intense discussions among viewers. The comment section grew increasingly hostile. Sensing the tension, He Ling swiftly redirected the conversation to the final judge. Yang Xiaotong. Hello, Dia Yang. I see you voted for our popular contestant, number 10. What aspect of the father there moved you? To be honest, Yang Xiaotong's vote lacked a specific rationale. She simply appreciated Cheng Shuo's casual approach to parenting. Initially, she intended to offer a few polite remarks, but upon witnessing the growing hostility in the comments, she decided to speak candidly. I cast my vote for number 10 not due to a singular moment of inspiration, but rather because many aspects resonated with me. Upon her declaration, the pace of comments noticeably slowed, as viewers paused to absorb her words. If I must highlight one point, it will be a state of mind. Have you noticed how many of number 10's actions appear to be laid back, yet they reflect a profound inner strength? While other families cling to the idea of hardship as a teaching tool, he seems to embody the notion of as long as one can endure hardship, they will never run out of it. When his child struggles with assignments, rather than feeling embarrassed, he boldly embraces the lesson, demonstrating a form of shame education. Thus, one must learn to forgive oneself and find harmony with the world. All troubles stem from caring too much. Anxiety arises from a desire for control. Depression from a longing for success. Perfectionism from an obsession with flawlessness. Hypochondria from a fear of mortality, and social phobia from a craving for validation. The more one fixates on something, the more it ensnares them. Release your grip, and you will find that nothing is truly monumental. What began as a simple intention to share a few thoughts spiraled into a lengthy discourse. Although there were time constraints for the judge's remarks, she had exceeded her limit without being interrupted. The studio fell silent, captivated by her words. Suddenly, applause erupted from her side, quickly swelling to a wave of sound that engulfed the entire studio. The comments section ignited in a flurry of excitement. Chapter 45. At school, achievements are paramount. At home, it is the results that matter. The class representative succinctly summarized. To be unashamed and fearless is to overcome all psychological afflictions. Thank you, class representative. Such words are a veritable salvation for one plagued by internal strife. The national server's BNK has revived my spirits with just a few phrases. Live openly. Life resembles a bowl of tofu pudding, where the distinction between salty and sweet is inconsequential. After all, it is all just a mush. Indeed, I shall reject mental turmoil. I am worthy of the Grand Temple. I shall dismiss internal conflict, questioning not my own motives, but rather others' justifications. Henceforth, I shall embrace joy and allow others to wallow in discontent. Originally, Yang Xiaotong sought to comfort those unwilling to confront reality, encouraging them to adopt a more relaxed mindset. While the world remains immutable, one's life is one's own to shape. Yet, she did not anticipate such rebelliousness from the current generation of netizens. The good news is that comfort was indeed imparted. The bad news is that it might have been too much, having alleviated her own burdens. She now pondered how to burden others. Regardless of the outcome, the atmosphere in the comments section had normalized. Healing continued to host, announcing that tomorrow marks the city's Campus Safety Awareness Day, featuring relevant leaders and organizations visiting schools to impart safety knowledge. Our cameras will follow the event closely, anticipating a flawless display from all participants. Although Cheng Shuo had already encountered a poisoning incident at school today, the promotional event had been firmly established. It remained unaffected by today's events and, in fact, garnered even greater attention due to them. Leaders from the Education Bureau, along with police and fire departments, would be present, and the television station would also cover the event. Truly a significant occasion. While He Ling narrated, parents received notifications from a school. The Campus Safety Awareness activity will take place at 9 a.m. tomorrow, urging all students and parents to attend punctually. Upon seeing this notification, Cheng Shuo's first reaction was the delight of a potential lion. Arriving at school, by 9 meant an extra hour of sleep. His second thought led him to realize it was yet another day of rest. He understood such events as mere safety talks followed by some games, hardly novel. Consequently, he dismissed it with a wave, instructing his son, "Quickly go wash up. Once you're done, we'll head out." Barely settled at home, his mind already raced towards gaming. The netizens were left speechless. After spending an entire afternoon with his child, he still wished to indulge in games? Such a father. Elementary students gazed enviously while parents wept. The child hadn't even mentioned it, yet he brought up himself? Did he not fear his son becoming addicted to gaming? If I were in his shoes, the mere thought of the phrase, "The murderer of my father stands before me, and you cannot slay him," would keep me chuckling through the night. I do not game. I wish to complete my homework. Uncle has already called you out. No need for thanks. Though Cheng Shuo's actions left netizens baffled, they also sparked joy. The image of the father-son duo gaming live the previous night brought smiles to many. The barrage of comments multiplied. Naturally, they longed to witness Cheng Shuo's pressure on his son once more. However, Cheng Shuo seemed reluctant to grant them this opportunity. "Dad, let us not game today. I scored only 59 in math last time. I want to practice a few problems, hoping to pass next time. If I keep performing poorly, I'll lose my confidence." Cheng Shuo's maturity was touching. Many netizens commented that if their own children expressed such sentiments, they would likely be moved to tears, overcoming every obstacle to create a conducive learning environment for them. Indeed, the boy's words brought Cheng Shuo a sense of pride. He reached over to ruffle his son's hair, saying, "Child, do not lose heart over a single math test." Upon hearing the first part, netizens felt Cheng Shuo finally embodied the role of a father, preparing to send praises into the comments. However, upon hearing the entire sentence, they promptly deleted their accolades. "Child, do not lose heart over a single math test. You know, there are more subjects in which you struggle." Countless netizens hastily retracted their compliments, accompanied by a collective eye roll. I knew it. One cannot harbor any expectations. Netizens were left speechless, while Cheng Shuo seethed. "Isn't it because you drag me into gaming every day that my grades are so dismal?" After venting his frustrations, Cheng Shuo softened his tone, pleading, "Dad, please enroll me in a tutoring class. I am eager to improve." It was evident he genuinely cherished learning, brimming with enthusiasm. Yet, Cheng Shuo, as a father, was a hindrance, offering neither support nor encouragement. "Come on, you can't even grasp the basics, yet you want a tutoring class? Besides, at school, grades are paramount. At home, we focus on results. Hurry and wash up. When you return, we'll review our achievements. Without allowing his son to refuse, Cheng Shuo unceremoniously pushed him towards the bathroom. Hearing the splash of water from within, he finally felt at ease and turned towards his computer. This maneuver left netizens perplexed. If the child wishes to learn, let him do so. Not every child is suited for gaming, and education is a valid path. What reverse education? It now appeared that the father himself was the one with an addiction. While admission to prestigious universities may be uncertain, a place at a university is assured. Online sympathy for Cheng Shuo surged for a minute. If this father had merely said poor grades would lead to a review of accomplishments, the son would likely have striven to excel. As other parents would remark, you can't even surpass that child who games all day. The sense of immersion was overwhelming. Observing this scene, the three experts in the studio began to cover their faces in disbelief. How did they end up with such contestants? While other participants led lives filled with structure, attending classes, completing homework, this one had a leisurely half-day, taking his son to the movies and savoring delicacies. He thought to have his child tackle some homework upon returning home, only to find himself drawn into gaming yet again. The child, eager to learn, was met with resistance. This approach caused the three judges to grind their teeth in frustration, barely suppressing their urge to comment. After all, they had critiqued the previous day only to face a backlash. Thus, none dared to utter anything regarding gaming. Yet, the bold He Ling, witnessing Cheng Shuo's intention to game again, couldn't he help but say, when has gaming ever been off limits? If the child wishes to learn, let him learn. It was his first encounter with a child eager to study, only to be thwarted by the parent, an unbearable sight. He Ling was earnest, while Cheng Shuo appeared nonchalant. School is exhausting. Let him enjoy these 2 years. The tone suggested a dismissive attitude. Upon hearing this, He Ling grew more agitated. Where is the exhaustion in school? Is it anywhere near the fatigue we endure at work? Cheng Shuo chuckled lightly. If I sent you to school now, you'd feel the strain too. Seeing his skepticism, Cheng Shuo continued, shall I provide an example? Chapter 46. With such determination, I could succeed at anything. When Cheng Shuo uttered these words, his demeanor shifted from carelessly languid to one of earnestness, his posture straightening. In contrast, Lao He wore a dismissive expression. How could school possibly be as exhausting as work? Not only Lao He, but even the viewers in the live stream regarded schooling as an exceedingly easy endeavor, eager to witness Cheng Shuo's attempt to argue otherwise. Let me first inquire, how many hours do you typically work in a day? Cheng Shuo refrained from launching into a lengthy discourse, and instead posed a counter-question. Lao He, puzzled by the inquiry, answered honestly, stating that he usually works 8 hours but often puts in overtime, averaging around 10. Days like today, where he exceeds 12 hours, are rare. There was a palpable pride in Lao He's voice as he proclaimed himself a model employee. No one could rival him. Yet, even 10 hours was his limit. If every day resembled today, he would struggle to cope. After nearly 14 hours since morning, he reflected that had Cheng Shuo not wasted the morning and taken a 3-hour break for a movie in the afternoon, his old bones would have surely crumbled. Surely, if you were to work more than 12 hours daily, you would find it unbearable? Cheng Shuo queried. Of course, I'm not made of iron, Lao He replied, asserting the obvious. He added, working 12 hours every day would be sheer exploitation. Do you think labor laws are mere formalities? Lao He, convinced of his own wisdom, wore a smug smile. However, that smile would soon fade. Actually, there are such jobs, Cheng Shuo continued, ignoring Lao He's incredulous gaze. One might be required to arrive at the office by 7 in the morning, and although the official end time is 5, management often mandates overtime until 9 or 10. Without exception, you get only 1 day off a week. After several months of consecutive work, you might be granted a vacation, but that doesn't mean complete rest. You'll likely have to take work home. This grueling pace can persist for 3 to 6 years, and without any compensation. As Lao He's expression darkened, Cheng Shuo pressed on. During work hours, you'll have 9 supervisors rotating daily to assign new tasks, constantly whispering in your ear, questioning your efficiency and performance. The company conducts monthly performance evaluations, with a major purge every 3 years. Your family will not understand your plight either. They are more concerned with your monthly metrics, your ranking at the company, and your prospects of landing a position at a larger firm. Even at home, parents will supervise whether you are diligently working overtime. With each sentence from Cheng Shuo, Lao He's demeanor became increasingly grim. Finally, in a fit of indignation, Lao He interrupted. Impossible. There cannot be such inhumane jobs. He stubbornly believed Cheng Shuo was fabricating tales. Yet, as the realization struck him that their debate revolved around whether school or work was more arduous, a wave of helplessness surged from his feet to his head. This was a stark reflection of a student's reality, rising at 7 and toiling until 10, 15 hours daily, enduring this relentless routine. Even the sturdiest adult would struggle, yet those children persevered in silence. Moments ago, he had boasted about the fatigue of work, but now it seemed that compared to school, work was a veritable breeze. The exhaustion of work could be alleviated by the promise of a paycheck, and various forms of entertainment awaited to ease the burden. Even a simple outing for skewers and beer could dispel the day's hardships. But what did school offer? Endless worksheets, unceasing exams, and if one dared to rest their head on the desk, a piece of chalk would soon be hurled their way. The relief of dismissal was often overshadowed by the pressures imposed by parents, a far heavier load. Just thinking about it felt suffocating. Lao He fell silent, and Cheng Shuo's descriptions ignited a flurry of comments in the live stream. Finally, someone recognizes that studying is exhausting too. I endured this hardship for 6 years. With that kind of tenacity, I could succeed at anything. Middle schoolers chimed in. For my peanuts, for my peanuts. High schoolers declared, I finally understand my life. Let us be kinder to the children. They have it tough too. Never again should we say, if you can't endure the hardships of study, you'll face the hardships of life. Life does not necessarily entail the struggles of study. Enough said, my friend. I'll elevate you high. All my future votes are yours. Even if other streams are upside down, I'll 1T give them my votes. This program doesn't allow gifts, but with such words, I'd gladly shower him with planes. You all are so generous. I can't afford to send planes. Can I just transfer money to him? Sometimes. The understanding is utterly despairing. Since the topic arose, Lao He's demeanor had noticeably shifted. He appeared deflated, devoid of energy. Cheng Shuo recognized that his words had struck a chord, so he encouraged Lao He to return home early. After all, he intended to play video games with his son, engaging in nothing else. The live stream could be conducted from the fixed location at home. All right, I'll come by early tomorrow, Lao He conceded, turning to leave. Yet, the thought of another long day ahead filled him with instinctive reluctance. Just 2 days of this had already taken a toll, and he couldn't help but ponder the plight of those children. With a long sigh, he resolved never to complain about work fatigue again. As Lao He departed, Cheng Shuo coaxed his son into playing a couple of games before collapsing into bed. Today's live stream had concluded. Lying in bed, Cheng Shuo commenced his final ritual of the day, browsing his phone. A day without checking his device had resulted in an avalanche of notifications upon opening it. Scanning through, he noticed that out of 10 notifications, 5 or 6 pertained to him. As long as a father is sufficiently lazy, the child will return the favor. I could, without a shred of conscience, give a teacher a perfect score in evaluations. Why then, cannot the teacher bestow a passing grade upon my son? My son is truly handsome. Even being punished to stand, he remains charming. As he perused the comments, Cheng Shuo's smile widened, akin to the most exuberant of expressions. The creativity of today's netizens was remarkable. The clips showcased memorable moments, complete with background music and effects. No wonder they had gone viral. Each post garnered over 1 million likes, and countless comments flooded in below. Some were complimentary, while others were not. Yet Cheng Shuo remained unfazed. After all, in the realm of Huaxia, debates over whether tofu pudding should be sweet or savory, or whether dumplings should contain meat or sweet fillings, can escalate into lengthy disputes. One can only imagine the uproar surrounding his unconventional parenting methods. He dismissed the negative reviews entirely. Half an hour later, having scrolled through all the related videos, Cheng Shuo mused that if these clips could achieve such popularity, surely he must have secured a spot on the trending list. Opening his Weibo, he found that indeed, several trending topics featured him prominently. Among them, one caught his eye. New parenting methods will become a trend in the future. Chapter 47. With such stature, it would be a shame not to move bricks. Upon clicking the entry, it was apparent that even at such a late hour, many netizens were actively engaging in heated discussions. Real-time messages were refreshing at an astonishing rate, with contributions from industry authorities and influential bloggers in related fields, each presenting diverse viewpoints, some affirming, others skeptical. Overall, the discourse leaned towards rationality. Even dissenting opinions were articulated with sound reasoning, and instances of unfounded criticism were rare, quickly drowned out when it did surface. This surprised Cheng Shuo, who had witnessed numerous instances of antagonistic trolls stirring discord among netizens. The presence of such measured discussions felt almost surreal to him. What he didn't realize was that this situation was entirely orchestrated by the production team, who had established a review team dedicated to safeguarding their prized asset. Any post that engaged in baseless disparagement was promptly flagged for removal, and failure to comply could lead to legal action. The internet is not a lawless realm. While healthy competition was encouraged, any underhanded tactics involving higher trolls were strictly prohibited. Chunbo demonstrated remarkable foresight in this regard, protecting both the program and the contestants. However, this left the staff behind the scenes burdened with extra work. While the contestants enjoyed their rest, they toiled tirelessly. In the production team's back office, one staff member lamented, "I'm losing my vision from deleting these negative comments. No one has it worse than I do." Another replied, "What are you talking about? I just deleted 3,000 malicious reviews. Keep it going. Shouldn't we call in the planning team for assistance? At this rate, when will we finish? Don't count on it. They're busy preparing for tomorrow's campus safety promotion. I hear they plan to stage a lesson on dealing with rioters." A riot drill? Haven't seen any notification about that. No news is the real news. Just thinking about how those parents will react makes me laugh. Is it really that intense? We need to finish up quickly to catch the show tomorrow. The following morning, Cheng Shuo woke unusually early, glancing at the clock to find it still shy of 7. It's peculiar how one tends to rise early when hoping for a lie-in, yet struggles to wake when eager to start the day. Since he was awake, he decided to find something to occupy his time. He opened the system, where he discovered that overnight discussions had netted him over 100,000 emotional points. Current available emotional points, 627,000. This was akin to earning money in his sleep. He believed that within a couple of days, he would have enough for a super lottery draw. What would the system yield? Real estate. That would be splendid, as his current living conditions left much to be desired, with the sounds of quarrels from upstairs even in the dead of night. Moreover, in a city like Shanghai, even a modest home was valued at over 5 to 6 million. Drawing from 1,000,000 emotional points was practically akin to finding a bargain. If real estate eluded him, a vehicle would suffice. He had no qualms about using a tricycle to ferry his child. It was convenient and avoided traffic congestion. But who could resist having both a tricycle and an additional car? A man remains youthful at heart, perpetually enamored with such grand toys. Furthermore, a vehicle acquired through the expenditure of 1,000,000 emotional points would undoubtedly be of excellent quality, perhaps even allowing him to showcase his prowess on Wukong Road. Lost in pleasant imaginings, he dawdled until shortly after 7 before finally rising. However, as he completed his morning routine and stepped into the living room, he was startled by the sight before him. "Who on earth are you?" At that moment, a burly man was seated at the dining table. Since the man was facing away, Cheng Shuo could not discern his actions, but one thing was certain: he did not recognize this individual. Cheng Shuo, with a hint of paranoia, was quick to conjure thoughts of home invasion and fleeing suspect in his mind. It wasn't he that he wished to frighten himself. Rather, the imposing figure was indeed quite intimidating, resembling a mountain from behind. Yet, this fear dissipated almost immediately. The robust man turned upon hearing the sound, and before uttering a word, the facial mask he wore fell away, leaving Cheng Shuo gaping in disbelief. A muscular man applying a facial mask in his home? The mask was slightly too small, failing to cover his broad face and exposing his ample cheeks. To prevent the mask from touching his hair, he had even donned a pink bow headband. While he knew Shanghainese to be meticulous, he had not expected such meticulousness. The sudden contrast rendered his initial fear somewhat amusing. Who are you? Cheng Shuo inquired again. The burly man, equally surprised by Cheng Shuo's early rising, quickly stood, removing the mask and headband as he did so. Hello, I'm your cameraman for today. Since most of today will be spent outdoors, and Lao he can't handle it, I'm here in his stead. He gave me the keys. I'll be working alongside him to film you. After he introduced himself, extending his hand, he added, I'm Su Zifeng. Feel free to call me Offing. I look forward to collaborating with you. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo recalled Lao he mentioning a younger person would be coming to share the workload. He anticipated it would be Offing. Compared to Lao Offing's demeanor was far more amicable, and he was quite polite. Aside from the pink headband and facial mask, everything else about him seemed perfectly normal, and his physique instilled a sense of security. It would be a shame not to utilize such strength for manual labor, Cheng Shuo remarked politely, shaking Offing's hand. Formalities were essential upon meeting. Have you had breakfast yet? The culinary inclination of the Chinese people often dictates such inquiries. However, it was widely understood that this was merely a social nicety. Yet, Offing, being quite straightforward, admitted he hadn't eaten. I heard Lao he mention that this father-son duo wakes up late, so I plan to finish my mass treatment before heading out for breakfast. But who would have thought you'd wake up so early? At this moment, Cheng Shuo's stomach began to grumble, signaling the need for sustenance. Shall I whip up something simple? He tentatively suggested. Last night, he had noticed other parents preparing breakfast for their children, while he had only been called by his son after the meal was ready. Consequently, many netizens had mocked him for his laziness. While he was indeed lazy, he felt somewhat embarrassed by the ridicule. Could this be an opportunity to redeem his reputation? However, he lacked culinary talent. Burning food was a common occurrence for him. What if he couldn't salvage his reputation and instead solidified the notion that he was both lazy and inept? Cheng Shuo hesitated, but Offing, ever quick to speak, made the decision for him. That sounds wonderful. Let us start our beautiful day with breakfast. Offing's enthusiasm was matched by his promptness as he activated the camera, leaving Cheng Shuo with no room to decline. All right, if I must, I must. With a resigned determination, Cheng Shuo ventured towards the kitchen. Due to Cheng Shuo's immense popularity, nearly 500,000 viewers flooded into the live stream as soon as it began. Hey, I'm a first to check in. What do you mean you're first? I was here ages ago. You claim to have arrived early, yet you only just logged in. What a fib. So what if I did? I'm a girl. You have to let me have this. Good grief. Encountering this first thing in the morning, don't make me curse in such a joyful place. Never mind. Engaging with such individuals only fuels their fire. Facts speak louder than words, so let us just enjoy the live stream. Wow, this dad is up so early today. What is he up to? Chapter 48, When Others Treat. It costs money. When Cheng Shuo treats, it costs his life. As this comment floated across the screen, it instantly captivated the attention of numerous netizens. Even the two individuals who were prepared to bicker forgot their dispute. Of course, entering the kitchen was for cooking, was it not? I certainly understood it was for culinary endeavors. I would be surprised if anyone else did not. However, him? It must be said, this fellow seemed utterly inept in the kitchen. Yesterday's meal had been prepared by his son. I calculated in my mind, someone's stomach was bound to suffer. A wholesale supply of digestive tablets was in order. Let us not be too hasty. Perhaps he possesses some cooking skills. Trust him to cook. Or trust that I am Cheng Shuo. It is no wonder that netizens held such pessimistic views. Primarily, Cheng Shuo's laziness was deeply ingrained in their minds. His son prepared breakfast, while he indulged in a second sleep as others toiled at work. Out of 3 meals a day, he dined out for 2. With such a track record, it was hardly surprising that people associated him with a lack of diligence. If it were merely a prejudice, it would be manageable, but alas, this was the stark reality. Moreover, he constantly demonstrated to netizens that their assumptions were indeed correct. In the footage, Cheng Shuo entered the kitchen, fidgeting and peering around. He examined the labels on bottles and sampled the white granules from the seasoning box to discern whether they were sugar or salt. Witnessing this scene, Offing could not help but inquire, you don't know how to cook, do you? The bluntness of the question left Cheng Shuo momentarily flustered. Who said that? In a bid to prove his culinary prowess, he seized some flour and began kneading it. Although Cheng Shuo was obstinate, he was quite aware of his limitations. Making buns or dumplings was beyond his capabilities. However, noodles were simple enough. He could knead the dough into a ball, cut it into strips, and boil it to perfection. He promptly resolved to prepare noodles for breakfast. Moreover, he cleverly devised a contingency plan. If the dough was too wet, he would make dumpling soup. If too dry, noodles it would be. A strategy of offense and defense. When culinary skills falter, intellect must prevail. Remarkably, this approach allowed for a significant margin of error. Despite the chaotic process and the kitchen resembling a disaster zone, the final product turned out surprisingly well, even astonishing Cheng Shuo himself. It appeared that potential could indeed be coaxed out with a little pressure. Not only was Cheng Shuo pleased, but Offing was also satisfied. Perhaps it was due to hunger, but he found himself salivating at the sight of the bowl of broth-soaked noodles. Once I add the soul seasoning, we can dine. Please help me wake my son, Cheng Shuo added, eager to redeem himself in front of his child. Tired of being teased about his poor cooking skills, he was determined to show his son that he could indeed excel when he put his mind to it. After Cheng Shuo spoke, Offing placed the camera aside and went to rouse the child. The camera captured Cheng Shuo diligently adding seasoning to the bowls, but as he was facing away, netizens could not discern what he was adding. Nevertheless, this did not hinder their changing perceptions of Cheng Shuo. Oh, he can actually cook, they mused. Well, although his movements are somewhat unrefined, the fact that he can cook is sufficient. I admit, the noise level was a bit excessive. Fathers who venture into the kitchen are already a rarity, unlike my own father, who not only refrains from cooking, but also criticizes my mother's culinary endeavors. My dad, too, despite his inability to cook, can detect the slightest reduction in salt. It must be said, many harbor an unusual tolerance for fathers. Perhaps the ingrained notion that cooking is solely a mother's domain is too entrenched, thus fathers receive praise, even for the rarest of culinary attempts. No matter how subpar the result may be, double standards are evidently well understood. Once the seasonings were set, Cheng Shuo placed 3 bowls of noodles on the table, and Offing returned with the child in tow. Come quickly, eat while it's hot. Cheng Shuo warmly beckoned. Offing, grinning, approached. I won't hold back then. However, upon seeing the noodles on the table, a look of confusion crossed his face. Why does this seem different from what I saw earlier? Never mind. Filling his stomach was the priority. There was a school event today. If he didn't eat well, he wouldn't have the strength to carry the camera later. Just as he reached for his chopsticks, a small hand intervened. Uncle. Looking up, he saw Cheng Shuo shaking his head. Compared to Offing's cheerful demeanor, Cheng Shuo's brows were knitted tightly. He hadn't expected that just a bit more sleep would lead to such a colossal mishap. If he could stop it, he would. What's wrong, Shuo? You should eat. Your father made this himself. Not grasping Cheng Shuo's intent, Offing, thinking it was a matter of reach, kindly pushed the bowl closer to him. Licking his lips in eager anticipation, he was ready to devour his serving. Observing the commotion, Cheng Shuo realized he could not prevent this. Yet, he still wished to protect his father's pride. Uncle, my dad rarely cooks. If it doesn't taste good, please phrase it gently. Offing looked perplexed. Gently? It's just a bowl of plain noodles. How bad could it possibly taste? Besides, the effort he put into cooking is evident. Even if it's terrible, he wouldn't be so lacking in emotional intelligence as to express that. Clearly, Cheng Shuo misunderstood him. Precisely, it should be gentle. With his round eyes spinning, he suggested, if you find it sour, say it's appetizing. If it's spicy, say it's rich in flavor. If it's salty, say it's for those with a stronger palate. If it's bitter, say it clears heat and purges fire. If you find it tasteless, just say it's authentic. Cheng Shuo was quite clever, since he could not intervene. He would let Offing be the first to taste the dish. This way, he could gauge the flavor and decide whether to partake himself. Misery loves company. Offing was taken aback by the abundance of vocabulary from the little one, rendering him utterly astonished, completely ignoring his advice. At that moment, Cheng Shuo urged from the side. What are you two whispering about? Hurry up and eat. Eat, eat, eat. His gaze lingered on Cheng Shuo's face while his hand already moved to bring the noodles to his mouth. Upon tasting the flavor, Offing's expression began to shift rapidly. Confusion, disbelief, conflict, and puzzlement flickered across his face in quick succession. To confirm the taste, he even chewed a few more times. That chew contorted his features into a grimace. Not spitting out the noodles was his final display of decorum. At that moment, he finally comprehended Cheng Shuo's warning. He cast a helpless glance at him, his eyes filled with accusation, questioning why he hadn't outright told him how dreadful it would be. Cheng Shuo, equally innocent, shrugged his small shoulders. Could he be blamed? Just then, Cheng Shuo inquired, "Is it delicious?" Such a simple question nearly broke Offing's resolve. Swallowing the noodles with great difficulty, he managed to utter 2 words, "It's good." "How good?" Cheng Shuo, ever the instigator, chimed in. At this, Offing felt tears welling up. Gazing into Cheng Shuo's eager eyes, he gritted his teeth and replied, "The texture of the noodles is quite complex. It's not only appetizing but also clears heat and purges fire, suitable for those with a hearty appetite." In summary, the taste was very delightful. Chapter 49. The taste lies somewhere between delectable and dreadful. How horrid. Originally, Ah Feng intended to endure it, but as he continued to speak, the flavor became increasingly overwhelming, ultimately leading him to expel it. Witnessing this scene, the online community was left in astonishment. So delicious that one retches. I had just been praising his reliability, and now this is how he treats me? What degree of unpalatability must this possess to evoke such a reaction? A delivery has arrived. I must taste it myself. Generally, I dismiss the mediocre, but something this atrocious demands my attention. Cheng Shuo asked, "Would you like to come to my home for a meal? I shall personally prepare the poison." It seems this child's survival is indeed a matter of fortune. Please, be gentle. At least his intentions are good. Good intentions aside, let us refrain from setting out next time. Cheng Shuo's culinary skills took a turn that left many of his admirers feeling betrayed. When it came to criticism, they were merciless. Observing Ah Feng's reaction, Cheng Shuo stirred his noodles with confusion, questioning, "Is it truly that dreadful?" It shouldn't be. He explicitly ensured that he included all the necessary seasonings: MSG, salt, chili, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, fermented bean curd, a total of over a dozen ingredients. Isn't it a common belief that more ingredients lead to better flavor? Cheng Shuo, puzzled, contemplated tasting it himself, but was deterred by Ah Feng's earlier response. He still had a child to raise. Risking his life was not an option. Ah Feng felt a pang of guilt at Cheng Shuo's dazed expression. The man had kindly prepared a meal for him, yet here he was, complaining. Though lacking in culinary skills, Cheng Shuo had bravely attempted to cook, and Ah Feng resolved not to dampen his spirit. With this thought, Ah Feng quickly assured, "It's not inedible, not at all." When pressed for a more specific description, he pondered for a moment before stating, "It's merely somewhere between tasty and distasteful." He sought to convey that the flavor was unremarkable. To articulate it further would require him to compromise his integrity. Between delightful and dreadful, Cheng Shuo found it difficult to fathom what such a taste might be, but it likely wasn't horrifically bad. He felt somewhat reassured, but not significantly so. However, this slight comfort was swiftly undermined by the impertinence of Cheng Shuo, that mischievous child. Between tasty and dreadful? Doesn't that equate to quite dreadful? His innocent voice, sparkling eyes, and adorably naive demeanor belied the sting of his words, which pierced Cheng Shuo's pride. "Impudent child, what nonsense are you spouting?" Cheng Shuo felt his defenses crumble. He understood that his son often teased him, but this time it struck a deeper chord. Had he merely been dismissive, he would have reacted so strongly. Yet, he had genuinely endeavored to cook, investing effort only to be met with this. How could he not be affected? Typically, a child in such a situation would be too frightened to speak out. But Cheng Shuo was in the 2nd grade, and was he not allowed to speak the truth? Why not try yourself? His confidence served as a testament to his father's lack of culinary prowess. Resisting the challenge proved futile. Cheng Shuo took a strand and placed it into his mouth. Not bad. Oh no. He had intended to maintain his composure, but upon tasting, he couldn't help but spit it out. It was beyond mere inedibility. The flavor was reminiscent of socks that hadn't been washed in 3 months, marinated in a can of herring for an additional fortnight. He marveled at his own ability to transform a simple bowl of plain noodles into such a monstrosity. How is it? Quite dreadful, isn't it? Cheng Shuo's expression was triumphant, as if he had achieved a great victory. hoping to make his father aware of his culinary shortcomings, convincing him to stay out of the kitchen henceforth. Despite the ridicule from his son, Cheng Shuo chose to ignore it. He didn't want to find himself seeking excuses when he felt the urge to retaliate. Yet, Cheng Xiaolu, oblivious to his father's mood, danced around him, teasingly reciting lines that only heightened Cheng Shuo's irritation. One taste was sweet, another tangy, and so on, until Cheng Shuo, exasperated, seized his son, declaring, "You're truly asking for it. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." In an instant, cries filled the live stream. The louder Cheng Xiaolu wailed. The more laughter erupted from the online audience. What possessed you to provoke him? I am genuinely on the verge of laughter with his endless quips. He is a born entertainer. Before, you mustn't strike a child. After, a couple of swats 1 hurt. Such entertainment. If next year's Spring Festival Gala lacks you too, a Shanti watch. You must understand, I seldom stand on the side of parents. Surely, one can find justification. Old grievances may be resurrected. Haha, it seems the one above has experience. Digging up past grievances would likely lead to a more severe thrashing. No witties. Father has secured a reason to discipline his child. The child has received a well-deserved scolding, and we have all garnered smiles, perfectly executed. Only Cheng Xiaolu remains in a world of hurt. The online audience roared with laughter. The 3 judges on the panel were equally unable to contain their amusement. Other live streams were mundane. Waking up, washing up, eating breakfast, repeating the same monotonous routine. While heartwarming, it lacked excitement. However, Room 10's live stream remained consistently lively and humorous. This morning time slot typically sees the lowest traffic of the day. A few 100,000 viewers would be commendable. Other rooms hovered around the 10,000 mark. Yet, Cheng Shuo's Room 10 not only attracted an influx of viewers from the start but surpassed 1 million online. Though it couldn't compare to peak hours, it undoubtedly stood as the most popular stream during this time. With such encouraging online metrics, one could only imagine the television ratings. Until now, no program had outperformed morning news during this time. Yet today, the ratings soared, surpassing previous figures by 0.1, prompting several executives to exclaim, "This program was introduced too late." While countless viewers reveled in the spectacle, Yang Xiaodong noted a peculiar observation. Compared to mother's meticulous care, fathers seemed far more relaxed in their parenting approach. Yang Xiaodong articulated her thoughts carefully. To say relaxed was to imply a lack of rigor. The notion that as long as the child is alive is no mere jest. The production team had invited 10 families, 6 of which were led by fathers. Though some were attentive, the majority embraced a philosophy of just getting by. Children wore mismatched clothing, shoes were dirty, and hair was disheveled. When hunger struck, takeout was permitted. When thirsty, soda was allowed. This just getting by philosophy permeated every aspect of their lives. Cheng Shuo's approach was particularly rough, given his complete lack of life skills. Relying entirely on his son for care, it was evident that in these families, mothers bore the brunt of childcare responsibilities. Yang Xiaodong's sentiments were immediately understood by Zhong Xiuqin, who chimed in. We previously conducted a small survey with a question. What is the most frequently uttered phrase from fathers? Can you guess? It was Dad. Where's my mom? Chapter 50. Mistaking sleep quality for resilience. As Zhong Xiuqin's words fell, the barrage of comments erupted once again. When did I install surveillance in my home? Why not just report my ID? It's undoubtedly my fault. If anything arises, I'll consult my mother first. Upon returning home to find my father present, I inquired, Dad, where's Mom? And upon finding my mother, I exclaimed, Mom, there you are. Hence, does my father play a negligible role at home? Yet, he is indeed useful, for he can summon my mother. The online community buzzed with endless discussions, and the more they debated, the more bittersweet smiles adorned the faces of the 3 experts. Gradually, it seemed that the responsibility of raising children had fallen solely upon mothers. However, it is evident that fathers also play an indispensable role in a child's development. They pondered how to educate children effectively, considering various aspects, yet they overlooked the most vital element, the influence of a father as presence. While some jested about fathers caring for children, merely existing was deemed sufficient. Nonetheless, It is undeniable that compared to a mother's overprotectiveness, a father's involvement fosters greater courage and curiosity in children. When juxtaposed with health and safety, children might benefit more from the opportunity to explore and experiment. Thus, education is never a one-sided affair. The three experts contemplated how this situation could be altered. Simultaneously, as the topic shifted to fathers caring for children, the tone of the comments morphed from playful teasing to fervent critiques. Some shared humorous anecdotes. My father was truly unreliable. Whenever I ate eggs, I would fall asleep. The moment I cried, he would feed me eggs, claiming I was easy to soothe. It was only at 10 that I discovered my allergy to eggs. I would faint after eating them, and my survival was purely a blessing from my ancestors. Hahaha. I thought it was merely poor sleep quality. Little did I know it was sheer luck. Yama, I have known you since you were small. Now you've grown so much. My father, too, was quite absurd. Throughout my schooling, it was always my mother who picked me up. On one occasion, when my mother was unavailable, my father mistakenly went to my middle school to collect me, oblivious to the fact that I was in high school and moreover in my final year. Much like myself, my father seemed unaware of my age. During my years abroad, whenever someone asked him about my age, he would uniformly declare I was 18, maintaining this charade for several years, leading others to believe I was lost to the world, too timid to mention my name in his presence. Frankly, before considering how to educate children, we ought to first educate these fathers, especially that Cheng Shuo, who can't even cook. If he were in our Sichuan Chongqing region, he'd struggle to find a wife. The online community relished in these critiques, with a plethora of personal experiences surfacing. This prompted discontent among many fathers present. Who says fathers are unreliable? My daughter is thriving under my care. In Yun City, Zhang Chong, watching the live broadcast, wore an expression of disbelief. He had a middle school daughter with whom he shared an incredibly close bond. He picked her up from school and took her on outings. The time they spent together surpassed that with her mother. Now, witnessing the comments disparaging fathers, Zhang Chong was the first to object. If it weren't for the imminent school run, he would have vigorously defended fathers to the online audience. Ming, are you ready? We'll be late if we don't hurry. Turning off his phone, Zhang Chong assumed the responsibilities of a devoted father. Hurry up, hurry up. In the bedroom, Ming hastily responded, then poked her head out. Dad, where's Mom? Under ordinary circumstances, Zhang Chong would have promptly informed her of her mother's whereabouts and kindly called her. However, the recent broadcast made him slightly sensitive to this query. After claiming his daughter was closer to him, she now sought her mother, which irked him. What do you need your mother for? If their essay matter, come to your father instead. Ming, oblivious to her father's unusual demeanor, replied, then, Dad, could you help me find my sneakers? I have PE class today. Sneakers? You ought to ask your mother. She is the one who organizes everything. Then could you at least fetch my uniform jacket? I'll put it on and leave. Your mother ironed it. I have no idea where it is. What about the lunch I brought? Did you pack in my bag? Let me check. Where's your backpack? Clueless. Zhang Chong left Ming speechless. Her little head popped out again. Dad, just call Mom. At this moment, Zhang Chong felt rather embarrassed. He had just asserted he was equally capable, only to be swiftly contradicted. A peculiar sense of competitive pride surged within him. Through gritted teeth, he declared, Darling, don't trouble your mother for everything. I may not know these trivial matters, but I can certainly assist with other things. Upon hearing this, Ming pondered and replied, Dad, we need to pay the class fee soon. Before she could finish, Zhang Chong hurriedly waved his hand. Sweetheart, wait a moment. I'll go fetch your mother. In room 10 of the live stream, after ruining the noodles and leaving several handprints on his son's backside, Cheng Shuo's mood improved significantly. Is this the universal experience of fatherhood? It feels satisfying to discipline the child, only to be engulfed by guilt afterward. Watching his son's tear-streaked face, Cheng Shuo regretted the earlier spanking. Why are you crying? Daddy only hits you because he loves you. Look, I didn't hit anyone else. Initially, Cheng Xiaola merely sniffled softly, but upon hearing those words, tears cascaded down his cheeks. Between sobs, he retorted, Then please stop loving me. Your love is too painful. Though it was a scene of overwhelming sorrow, viewers couldn't help but chuckle. A father's love is like a mountain until it crumbles. Haha, I apologize. I don't wish to laugh, yet I simply cannot contain myself. Years later, the doctor might say, it's just a slight fever. Cheng Shuo would exclaim, what? Just burning up? In this cyclical dance of love and conflict, neither party escapes unscathed. Cheng Shuo's emotions fluctuated rapidly, especially upon hearing his father mention breakfast outside. Dad, what are we going to eat? Guess. Can we have crab, roe dumplings? Too far, we won't make it to school on time. Then how about spicy hot pot? Who eats spicy hot pot in the morning? Kentucky fried chicken? Today isn't Thursday. How about cake? Too sweet in the morning. It's unhealthy. What then thus? A comical scene unfolded. Cheng Shuo walked briskly ahead, with Cheng Shuo scurrying behind, short legs moving quickly as he eagerly guessed what they would eat. Initially filled with excitement. After a dozen failed guesses, Cheng Shuo's temper began to flare. What are we eating if none of these are right? Hearing this, Cheng Shuo paused, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. I told you to guess, not to make wishes. If you can't guess, it's soy milk and fried dough sticks. You'll keep guessing. Chapter 51. While one may reminisce about comrades, seldom does one long for the battlefield. Yet again, is soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo's small face donned an expression of displeasure. It was not that he despised it. Rather, after a month of consuming nothing but soy milk and fried dough sticks delivered to him by Granny Wong, he had grown weary of the meal, no matter how delectable it might be. What is so wrong with soy milk and fried dough sticks? They are nutritious and delicious. Unwilling to accept his son's objection, Cheng Shuo led them directly to a breakfast stall. Not only did he order soy milk and fried dough sticks, but he also requested 2 baskets of soup dumplings from the vendor. Children should not be picky eaters. Hurry and eat, he urged. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo pouted, thinking to himself that adults do not have to be picky because they choose only the foods they enjoy. However, in light of the soup dumplings, he dared only to silently grumble in his heart, fearing that his vengeful father might complicate matters regarding food again. The 3 of them began to eat heartily. Cheng Shuo, unable to remain idle during the meal, took out his phone to play while he ate. Perhaps due to the program's immense popularity, as soon as he opened his phone, he found his live stream prominently displayed on the homepage. Having never viewed the live stream from an audience's perspective, curiosity compelled him to click in. Upon discovering that over 100,000 people were online, an idea struck him. Although he was currently enjoying success due to the program, what would happen once it concluded? The system required constant accumulation of emotional value to function. Thus, he resolved to cultivate a good relationship with his viewers. If future opportunities for programs were scarce, he could always initiate his own live stream. Consequently, he unusually began to interact with his viewers, greeting them, "Good morning, everyone. Have you all eaten?" His opening line revealed him to be an experienced live streamer. Hearing his voice, Afeng looked at him in surprise. It was indeed typical to greet others by inquiring about their meals. The viewers responded enthusiastically in the comments, claiming they had already devoured 2 hefty meat buns. Have you tried the spicy noodles from Sichuan and Chongqing? They have been featured on culinary shows. You must try them if you have a chance. Like you, I also had soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast, so, in a sense, we have shared a meal. You all are fortunate. My mornings are often filled with hardship. My breakfast varies, depending on what others provide. I may suffer or feast, or even have a flatbread. But if no one offers anything, I am left to drink the winds of the Northwest. The light banter opened the conversation, and most viewers responded earnestly, although some injected humor into the mix. The comment section buzzed with excitement. The atmosphere remained harmonious until a viewer proclaimed, "I had spicy soup for breakfast, and I added sugar." The tone shifted dramatically. Adding sugar to spicy soup? You had better not be doing that intentionally. Who taught you to eat like that? I'll give you $5 and call you an outsider. If you want to add sugar to spicy soup, you can keep it to yourself. I'm not joking. I cannot tolerate this. Please reveal your location. I'll come find you to discuss this matter. Everyone, please step aside. This is a matter for our local community, and we can handle it ourselves, though it may get a bit bloody. Seeing the sudden uproar among the viewers left Cheng Shuo perplexed. Was adding sugar to spicy soup truly such a grave offense? Just as he pondered this, the comments provided clarity. Adding sugar to spicy soup was akin to mixing yogurt with rice rolls, pairing Sichuan hot pot with chocolate sauce, or putting ketchup in snail noodles. Upon reading this analogy, Cheng Shuo could no longer contain himself, feeling a strong sense of relatability. The mere thought of hot pot with chocolate sauce turned his stomach. His enthusiasm for interaction faded, coinciding perfectly with the moment they finished breakfast. Thus, Cheng Shuo set off once more in his little tricycle towards the school. The campus safety activity had nearly become a staple in many schools, held every few months. Although this time it garnered significant attention with numerous leaders participating, the content remained largely unchanged. It began with lectures discussing cases to enhance children's awareness of safety, followed by a few games to reinforce their understanding, and concluded with potential interviews. Of course, interviews were unlikely to be granted to ordinary students like them. From the moment he received the notification, Cheng Shuo understood his role in the event was merely to enhance the visibility of the gathering. He was not alone. Other parents were there for the same reason. Given that this campus event was citywide, the livestream footage of the 10 participating groups appeared quite similar. As all the participants entered the campus, viewers began to buzz with commentary. This isn't just about children participating in an event. It's a nostalgic trip down memory lane, reminiscent of our school days. Witnessing the program has opened my eyes. So this is what an international school looks like, reeking of wealth from every corner, paying hundreds of thousands in tuition, and the facilities are still inadequate. I feel that money is wasted. Public schools have improved significantly. They are far better than what we had. Back in my day, we ran on muddy playgrounds. If only we could run on rubber tracks like this with our classmates, it would have brought so much joy. Indeed, reflecting on childhood, even being punished to run was a source of happiness. Oh, how I long for my lost childhood. I don't want to grow up. I wish I could attend elementary school just once more. The familiar facilities within the campus instantly stirred numerous memories for the viewers, transforming the tone of the comments into one of melancholy. Not only the viewers felt this way, even our phone, the cameraman following Cheng Shuo, shared the sentiment. Observing the children playing nearby, he remarked sentimentally, "Humans are truly peculiar. During school, we felt stifled and desperately wanted to escape. Yet looking back, the happiest moments were spent in school." The saying that strong men possess tender hearts proved true, despite his physique rivaling that of a fitness coach. The tenderness in his gaze outshone many women. With the atmosphere thus established, everyone anticipated that Cheng Shuo would chime in with a few words of agreement, as the sentiment of the moment was one of shared nostalgia. Indeed, Cheng Shuo did open his mouth, but his remarks abruptly shattered the ambience. Let us not credit the classmates for the school's merits. I have seen those who reminisce about comrades, but never those who long for the battlefield. He chuckled, yet his bluntness pierced through the moment, turning Ah Feng's sentiment into awkwardness. You truly are impervious to subtlety. Is that really the way to express it? It's not a matter of classmates. He intended to convey a feeling, a nostalgia for beautiful past experiences. Yet, in Cheng Shuo's mouth, it became utterly mundane. How else could one describe it? Spending over 10 hours a day at school. Where else would one find joy if not there? His lack of sentimentality was glaringly apparent, revealing his ironclad demeanor. Frustrated, Ah Feng chose to ignore him. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at their exchange, as if witnessing a performance of mismatched communication. When he speaks of the grandeur of the city, you respond with the intricacies of the rural landscape. How on earth did you manage to find a partner with such emotional intelligence? Now I understand where Cheng Xiaola inherited his sharp tongue. Chapter 52, Is There More? My father wants to eat too. As the barrage of comments heated up, the three of them entered the school auditorium. Since there were already students and staff from the television station recording, their arrival didn't attract excessive attention. The auditorium was divided into 2 levels and could accommodate over 1,000 people. By the time they entered, many were already seated. Dad, this way. I'll take you to our classes area. Cheng Xiaolu, evidently well acquainted with such events, guided Cheng Shuo confidently through the space. In this arena of his son's domain, it was only natural for him to follow. Soon, they arrived at the designated section for his son's class. Dad, you can sit here. Whether intentional or not, Cheng Xiaolu had placed his father next to a lady who appeared to be no more than 30, exuding a dignified and graceful aura. When Cheng Shuo glanced her way, she politely nodded in greeting. Isn't there plenty of other empty seats? Cheng Shuo thought to himself. It wasn't that he was averse to sitting beside her. He simply anticipated a dull event and desired a corner where he could discreetly play on his phone. Just sit here. I'm sharing a desk with Chu and Mo, so you should sit with her mother. His son provided a compelling rationale. Any further refusal would seem petulant. Fine then. After Cheng Shuo settled in, a phone also found a spot beside him. Meanwhile, his son began to play with Chu and Mo. Hello, I'm Xiao Li's father. Sitting so close, Cheng Shuo took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Chu Mo's mother. The lady reciprocated the courtesy, but soon fell silent, revealing her low inclination for conversation. Such silence in a gathering was often awkward. The stillness felt heavy. Cheng Shuo contemplated stepping out for a moment. Yet the event was about to commence. Engaging in a game at that moment seemed inappropriate as well. When discomfort settled in, one often sought distractions. At that juncture, Cheng Shuo noticed the little girl, Chu and Mo, offering his son a piece of candy. To his dismay, the boy displayed no semblance of politeness, ripping open the wrapper and shoving it into his mouth without hesitation. Under normal circumstances, Cheng Shuo would have said nothing. But the atmosphere was so uncomfortable that he yearned for something to break the silence. Thus, he fell into the role of a parent eager to impart lessons. Xiaolu, what do you say when someone gives you candy? He hoped to instill a sense of courtesy. Gratitude was essential when receiving something from others. However, his son seemed perplexed, glancing between his father and the candy wrapper, his gaze darting back and forth until a look of realization crossed his face. I know. Just as Cheng Shuo began to feel proud of his son's comprehension, he was taken aback when the boy earnestly turned to Chu and Mo and asked, Is there any more? My dad wants to eat. The sheer audacity of the statement was shocking, especially as the boy pointed at him, making it appear as though he were the one craving the candy. Cheng Shuo felt an acute embarrassment, further compounded by the sound of laughter from nearby. Shut up. He gritted through his teeth, swatting his son's hand away. Although he maintained a facade of composure, inwardly he felt the weight of the moment. Observing the scene, netizens were amused. I do give full marks for comprehension, but I'm a bit critical, so I'll give the boy an 8. 5, leaving half a point off for his father. Huh, kid, is it possible your dad just wanted you to say thank you? The comments continued to flow, highlighting the importance of basic polite expressions like sorry, please, and thank you. After a moment of social mortification, Cheng Shuo was unwilling to linger any longer. Ignoring the notions of propriety, he rose and retreated to a corner. A phone, noticing this, followed him with the camera. What are you doing here? Just sit over there, Cheng Shuo said, wishing for solitude. I want to chat quietly with my girlfriend, a phone replied, his expression openly revealing his desire to slack off. Yet, with the event underway, there was little else to occupy his time. The promotional lecture had commenced, and while others pretended to listen attentively, Cheng Shuo had no interest in maintaining appearances. He decided to close his eyes for a moment, hoping sleep would hasten the passage of time. However, the environment was ill-suited for slumber. With 1,000 people in the auditorium, the speakers' voices and the applause made it impossible to find peace. After dozing off for an indeterminate period, Cheng Shuo finally opened his eyes, unable to bear it any longer. If sleep eluded him, he might as well play a game. Yet, as he opened his eyes, he caught sight of Feng's phone screen, where he was adeptly switching between 2 chat windows, the messages increasingly suggestive. Whoa, are you seriously playing both sides? The sudden remark jolted Feng, who quickly shielded his phone. What do you mean? I just happened to see it when I opened my eyes, Cheng Shuo responded, being truthful. He then took on a mentor's tone, advising, you shouldn't behave like this. Just settle down with one. Feng broke into a sweat upon hearing Cheng Shuo's words, aware that the program's leaders had strictly warned against such antics. There's no choice. One is my ex-girlfriend trying to reconcile with me. I'm just having a serious discussion with her, Feng stammered, wiping his brow while gauging Cheng Shuo's reaction. However, Cheng Shuo's expression conveyed skepticism. Do I look like I believe you? He wasn't easily fooled. Yet, he recognized the potential repercussions of such matters being made public. So he opted not to expose Feng's predicament, merely whispering, you should break it off with one. Why juggle two when you could just keep one and maintain a good relationship? Cheng Shuo's intentions were clear. Yet perhaps the auditorium's peculiar energy had led to a series of misunderstandings. When Feng heard the suggestion to break it off with one, he leaned closer, asking, "All right, which one do you want?" Initially, Cheng Shuo was puzzled by the question, but upon realization, he felt an overwhelming urge to explode. "I meant for you to break one off, not for you to offer me one." Chapter 53. One can only say that the Chinese language is profound and intricate. The same characters can convey different meanings. Such campus promotional activities are rather dull. From this segment onward, the program's popularity has been on a steady decline. The number of viewers in many live streams has decreased significantly, with some plummeting from hundreds of thousands to mere thousands. The barrage of comments has dwindled to just a handful, creating an atmosphere of utter desolation. In contrast, the live stream hosted by Cheng Shuo has maintained, if not slightly increased, its viewer count, thanks to the occasional humor share between him and a phone. At this moment, their dialogue has ignited a flurry of lively comments. Cheng Shuo nearly overloaded his CPU with laughter over a few short phrases. I must admit, I was naive to have pondered for half a minute before grasping the meaning. One can only say that the Chinese language is indeed profound. The same characters can have different connotations. Surprisingly, this chap is quite generous, offering to share without hesitation. The key is that he even allowed Cheng Shuo to choose first. How touching. Isn't it? Cheng Shuo, I absolutely cannot touch it. Realizing he had misunderstood the context, Feng awkwardly scratched the back of his head, thinking to himself, given that your child is already so grown, how could you expect me to share a girlfriend with you? Being involved with two simultaneously would be considered infidelity, at most drawing criticism. However, if Cheng Shuo, being married, sought a girlfriend, that would elevate the situation to a moral dilemma. To put it more bluntly, it would be tantamount to betrayal. Should this rumor surface, it could jeopardize the entire program. Feng breathed a sigh of relief, grateful it was merely a case of misunderstanding. While he felt relieved, a staff member backstage was nearly having a heart attack. Good heavens! The conversation between these two was terrifying. If a scandal of infidelity were to break, I would practically perish in my workstation. The speaker was the editor responsible for the on-screen visuals. If anything discordant were to appear during the live broadcast, such as smoking, drinking, advertisements, or any invasion of privacy, he would be tasked with editing it out. The workload across 10 live streams was already substantial. If a scandal were to arise, requiring him to erase individuals from every frame, he might as well resign himself to despair. The impact on the workload was infuriating. Moreover, concerns about how it would affect the other participants were also voiced. Su Zifeng is utterly unreliable. We ought to deduct his meal allowance for attendance. What is a mere meal allowance? Don't be fooled by his towering stature. He is quite timid. Isn't there a bomb drill scheduled? Let us give him a good scare. Yes, let us send him every video of his terrified self and make them into memes to share online. To bring someone down doesn't necessarily require murder. Social death is still death, cackling ominously. Not only was the barrage of comments lively, but the backstage was also bustling with activity. After 2 hours of lectures, the event progressed to the next segment. Next, we shall invite several students to join us on stage for a fun little game. Outstanding participants will even receive gifts. Are there any eager volunteers? During the second segment, the content across the 10 live streams was nearly synchronized. After communicating with the school, they would allow 10 children to participate. Thus, such scenes unfolded in various live streams. Xian, hurry up. This is a fantastic opportunity to showcase yourself. Don't let it slip away. Zaheo, raise your hand quickly. Grandma wants to see you on television. Cindy, your mother dressed you so beautifully for this moment. Go show them. Although arrangements had been made with the school, it was still necessary for the children to volunteer themselves. Otherwise, calling on students from such a large group would surely provoke discontent among their peers. Yet, despite the program being organized, the little contestants were reluctant to take the stage. Daddy, there are too many people. I don't want to. I'm scared. Our homeroom teacher is right there. No, my classmates will laugh at me. They thought they could simply take advantage of the situation, but unexpectedly, the children were hesitant. Parents and staff alike couldn't comprehend why the opportunity was being squandered. This was not a mere chance to be seen. It was a moment that could make the news. How many ordinary individuals have the chance to be featured in the news? The program had already created the conditions for them, yet they still failed to seize the moment. Witnessing this scene, the backstage staff felt their blood pressure rise. But without the children on stage, the program could not continue. Thus, they had to enlist the cameraman to join in persuading the little ones. While parents and staff were baffled, many online viewers understood the children's feelings all too well. Go on stage? My social anxiety is already making me tremble. Having been daunted by such situations since childhood, I began to feel despair for the children. People remained silent, merely empathizing. Being too introverted is not good. One must learn to adapt, yet to do so in such an environment is daunting. It is far more terrifying than being compelled to perform in front of relatives during festive gatherings. When a phone received the notification, he too rose to persuade the children. However, when he glanced at Cheng Shuo's seat, it was conspicuously empty. A phone hurriedly nudged Cheng Shuo, who was engrossed in a game. Stop playing. Your son is missing. Expecting Cheng Shuo to be concerned, a phone was taken aback when he didn't even lift his head. Don't worry, he has not lost. Just look around properly. His tone was so casual. One might think Cheng Shuo wasn't his own son. He continued to be absorbed in his game. With no other option, a phone set out to look for him. Soon, he spotted the small figure beneath the stage. Unlike the other children's reluctance, Cheng Shuo was practically bursting with enthusiasm. He dashed to the front, standing on tiptoe, one hand gripping the edge of the stage, the other raised high, repeatedly shouting, "Me, me, me, choose me." His eagerness was palpable, as if he feared being overlooked. The contrast was stark. Even teacher Zhong Xiuqin couldn't help but comment, "I used to think that the saying character determines fate was merely an empty phrase. Now, it seems there is some truth to it." As she spoke, we also nodded in agreement. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, the first step is to take action. Success isn't guaranteed, but inaction will certainly lead to failure. This boy is truly remarkable. Without even knowing what comes next, he is determined to seize the opportunity. After they spoke, the camera shifted to Yang Xiaotong. She smiled softly. The development of character is not something that occurs overnight. Some parents excessively suppress their children at home while simultaneously demanding that they be confident and outgoing in public. They offer no support for anything their children do. They expect them to excel in all areas. They stifle their children's desire for expression while complaining about their lack of communication. In such a contradictory educational environment, how can a child's character flourish? The remarks of the three judges resonated profoundly, affirming not only the children, but also Cheng Shuo's educational approach. Their words prompted many parents to reflect. Chapter 54. The mathematical conundrum of simultaneously draining and filling water. I have always believed that personality is innate. Assuming my son was naturally disinclined towards social interactions and camaraderie. In truth, it stems from inadequate nurturing, using his temperament as an excuse. Looking back, it is evident that fostering a child's development requires attention beyond mere academics. Who wouldn't desire their child to exude the charm and warmth of someone like Cheng Shuo, radiating positivity akin to a little sun? Indeed, it matters little if academic performance is lacking. Such children know how to seize opportunities. Research indicates that a significant portion of those who achieve success in adulthood may not have excelled academically. They simply struggle with their studies, not with their capabilities in other realms. The online community has lauded Cheng Shuo to the heavens, yet only Cheng Shuo understands that the boy revels in the limelight. He is not only familiar with the school environment, he is also the type to approach street performers, bowl in hand, eager to contribute. How can a child be so extroverted, leaving his introverted father feeling overshadowed? As Cheng Shuo ascended the stage, Cheng Shuo could only wish him enjoyment. Nonetheless, he harbored concerns that the boy's candidness might lead him to speak indiscreetly. Yet thus far, he has been the sole casualty of that trait. A reminder was necessary, as distance rendered voices inaudible, relying on gestures instead. Fortunately, Cheng Shuo occasionally glanced in his father's direction, and upon spotting him signaling, He was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a beaming smile and responding with an okay. Believing his son had grasped his intent, Cheng Shuo was taken aback when, in the next moment, Cheng Shuo struck a series of poses, pouting, hands on hips, making heart shapes, and flashing peace signs. He even boldly mimicked the classic pose of Rodin's The Thinker, eliciting laughter from the audience. Witnessing this spectacle, Cheng Shuo suddenly regretted his earlier gestures, covering his face and signaling for the boy to simply enjoy himself. Could there be a more conspicuous display of youthful exuberance than this? Uncertain of the methods employed by other parents, the previously reluctant young contestants all eventually took the stage. The second segment commenced, welcoming all the children. Did the insights shared by the police officer resonate with you? The host's inquiry was met with a chorus of enthusiastic affirmatives. If you encounter difficulties and seek assistance, who should you turn to? The response was unanimous. The police officer. Do you enjoy such safety knowledge lectures? Again, the answer was a resounding yes. These questions were as predictable as pre-packaged meals, requiring no contemplation, with swift and accurate responses from the children. Nonetheless, the leaders and attendees below continued to observe with delight, their applause resounding. Of course, these queries merely served to warm up the atmosphere. Once the children were engaged, the host resumed, stating that, given their attentiveness during the safety knowledge lecture, they had prepared several questions to test their understanding. Those who answer correctly would receive small gifts. To ensure everyone had a fair chance to win, she offered to clarify any uncertainties on the spot, allowing the police officer to provide answers. After all, if they failed to respond later, there would be no gifts. As a teacher, the host was well aware of how to implant knowledge in the children's minds, posing questions to elicit responses and reinforcing learning through games. This back-and-forth interaction naturally left a lasting impression. From this alone, it was evident that such school activities were not merely formalities. Yet, despite her earnest efforts, she received no questions after her inquiry. Even Cheng Shuo awaited someone else to speak first, his eyes wide with expectation. Did they all comprehend everything? Was there truly no confusion? Concerned about the silence, the host pressed on, asking for the third time if there were any questions. Finally, a little boy raised his hand, inquiring, "Teacher, can we ask about anything we don't understand?" The boy, clearly a 5th or 6th grader, appeared neat and tidy, wearing corrective glasses that suggested academic excellence. His presence sparked a glimmer of hope in the host, who quickly approached him and affirmed, "Yes, you can ask about anything you don't understand." Encouraged, the boy earnestly expressed his confusion. "I truly don't understand why there are math problems involving both draining and filling water." The host was momentarily taken aback. Was this relevant to today's lecture? Yet she had indeed stated that any question was welcome. It seemed this query had long perplexed the boy, who awaited an answer with anticipation. As an educator, she was eager to assist, yet the question surpassed the material covered, leaving her at a loss. The police officer beside her was equally unhelpful. With so many leaders and parents watching and cameras recording, her anxiety escalated, causing beads of sweat to form. The silence prompted murmurs from the audience, and the expressions of the school leaders began to shift, just as despair threatened to engulf her. A youthful voice broke through. "This isn't hard to understand." The sound was music to her ears. Turning towards the source, she spotted a boy with a round face and a lively demeanor. Although he was not particularly tall, he stood out among his peers. His confidence was palpable as he made direct eye contact with her, exuding an aura that was hard to ignore. The host, recognizing the significance of that gaze, felt a surge of admiration. This child, asserting that it was not difficult to comprehend, seemed to be her savior. She approached him, asking, "Which grade are you in, and what is your name?" The opportunity for recognition was thus gracefully bestowed. "I am Cheng Shuo from Class 1, Grade 6, he replied, his enunciation clear and his demeanor self-assured, betraying no hint of nervousness. Upon mentioning his class, several school leaders instinctively glanced towards Class 1, Grade 6, causing his homeroom teacher, Ms. Wang, to stand a bit taller with pride. "Since you say it's not hard to understand, could you elaborate?" The host inquired, handing him the microphone. His youthful voice rang out once more. "I also found it perplexing why there are math problems about simultaneously draining and filling water. until I saw my dad using his phone while charging it. Chapter 55. Awakened from the Brink of Death. Xiao Ming is indeed myself. The mathematical conundrum of filling and draining water is one that every elementary school student has encountered. When that young boy posed the question, the online community began to speculate. Many netizens opined that such mathematical problems were crafted solely for examinations, detached from reality, rendering them useless despite one's ability to solve them. However, upon hearing Cheng Shuo's analogy, a collective epiphany ensued. Astonishingly, I realized that not even a child could be outdone in brilliance. I had long thought these problems arose from idleness. The imagery in that analogy was striking. Poor grades are the fault of the teacher. I previously failed to comprehend the rationale behind questions like filling and draining water until the torrential rain struck, with one side beset by relentless downpour and the other by the city's drainage system. Remarkably, the comments section brimmed with talent. Your insights have illuminated my understanding. This problem is applicable in numerous contexts: subway foot traffic, tourist influx, and knowledge applicable to life. No lesson is without merit. It is astonishing that this lesson was imparted to me by a child. Such a clever kid must excel academically. Cheng Shuo remarked, "Let us not discuss grades. We remain good friends." The audience was captivated by Cheng Shuo's response, with compliments flooding the screen. The atmosphere was electric. After hearing Cheng Shuo's description, the audience momentarily fell silent, then erupted into laughter, with some giving thumbs up in approval. A glance around revealed several parents playfully chastising their children. Although the words were inaudible, it was easy to surmise they were saying, "Look at how well others' children are doing." The leaders in the front row beamed with joy, occasionally nodding toward Class 6, Year 1, seemingly affirming the teacher's guidance. This left Teacher Wang both flattered and flustered, adjusting his attire nervously, eager to leave a good impression on the leaders. In stark contrast, Cheng Shuo, seated nearby, was engrossed in a video game, giving the impression that the child on stage could not possibly be his son. How could his son's moment of glory be overshadowed by a mere game? Witnessing Cheng Shuo's indifference, Ah Feng was left speechless. Frustrated, he ceased filming him and directed the camera solely toward Cheng Shuo. At that moment, the host's admiration for Cheng Shuo was palpable. She had never anticipated that a child would effortlessly elucidate a question even she found challenging to explain. His comprehension surpassed that of many adults. As she gazed at Cheng Shuo, her fondness grew, and she did not hesitate to praise him for his intelligence and keen observation. With a simple example, he had illuminated the purpose of such questions. Since the topic had arisen, why not ponder whether other scenarios in life could exemplify this issue? Even in her role as host, she instinctively guided her classmates to think divergently. Inspired by Cheng Shuo's example, the audience was similarly ignited. "My mother diets while binge eating. Does that count?" inquired the boy who had initially posed the question. He had evidently grasped the essence of these problems and could even provide his own examples, albeit with a humorous twist. Laughter erupted from the audience, with some finding it particularly amusing, while a plump woman buried her face in her hands, fearful of being recognized as the boy's mother. "Indeed, you are quite clever," the host affirmed with a smile. In the innocent world of children, a teacher's praise is a source of immense pride, prompting enthusiastic participation. Maya stays up late while applying face masks. My sister runs the air conditioning while covering herself with a blanket. A simple question transformed into a delightful revelation, keeping the laughter rolling, until Cheng Shuo suddenly remarked, "I work while lacking funds." This comment silenced many. The laughter ceased abruptly. Those fortunate enough to attend this school usually came from modest backgrounds. Many worked tirelessly just to make ends meet. Although the analogy was accurate, it struck a disheartening chord. Not only the parents in the audience reacted, even the online viewers expressed a discomfort. Cheng Shuo, we are strangers, with no grievances or enmities. Why must you pierce my heart with such truths? Previously, Xiao Ming fills a bucket while draining another seemed a harmless conundrum. Now, awakened from the brink of death, Xiao Ming is indeed myself resonated deeply. I intended to scroll past this, but I remembered a friend, Yuan Zhong brother. Everyone felt a sting of hurt, save for Cheng Shuo, who grinned widely. Finally, the focus shifted away from him, restoring balance. The host had not anticipated that such a statement could drastically alter the atmosphere. She hastily redirected the conversation. The children have all answered splendidly. Is there anything else that remains unclear? Having learned her lesson, the host intended to add a comment about the lecture being limited to today as content. However, before she could speak, a little girl raised her hand with utmost decorum. Who could deny the eagerness of a child to inquire? This child asked question, "Teacher, if cucumbers are green, why are they called cucumbers?" Elicited a moment of stunned silence from the host. Her smile faltered, and her mouth twitched. Oh no, not again. The host felt a wave of despair wash over her. Was she destined to perish on this stage today? A faint urge to faint overcame her, yet she knew that was not an option. Instinctively, she turned her gaze toward Cheng Shuo, who had previously saved the day. Surely, he could do so again. Alas, it seemed Cheng Shuo was also perplexed, tilting his head in confusion. Witnessing the scene, the host could only think two words: it's over. Although her heart raced, she maintained a calm exterior. This child's question is excellent. It ventures into the realm of philosophy. To pose such a question, one must have a commendable upbringing. The host attempted to sidestep the issue. However, just as she began to speak, she noticed Cheng Shuo in frustration, lightly hitting his head and muttering, "Stop thinking, it's too complicated." In such close proximity, the host heard his words clearly. Just as she was struggling to redirect the conversation, salvation had arrived. Chapter 56. Why is there a constant advocacy for sacrificing one's own interests to please others? Xiaolu, why do you say that there are too many inexplicable things in this world? Is it not true? Cheng Shuo tilted her head and repeated the question posed by the little girl. Then why is it that cucumbers are green yet called cucumbers? Expecting to save the day, she found herself equally perplexed. Just when she thought she could brush it aside, this young one brought it up again, making it impossible to evade. At that moment, the host regarded Cheng Shuo with a mix of affection and exasperation, her mind racing to concoct a reasonable explanation. But in such a tense moment, how could one think clearly? Time seemed to stretch in despair, and within just a few seconds, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Had she known that today's task would be akin to facing a trial, she would have refrained from signing up. While the host was grappling with a mental storm, Cheng Shuo unexpectedly spoke up again. If it's clearly a bun filled with meat, why is it called a meat-filled bun? Upon hearing this, the host felt as if the sky were about to collapse. She had yet to devise a response to the cucumber conundrum, and here came another one. Ignoring the despair etched on the host's face, Cheng Shuo continued. Why is it that when we stand in an elevator, we say we are riding it? Why do we say we are sunbathing when the sun is shining on us? Why is a bar called a nightclub if it is a place for drinking? Why is a place for overnight stays referred to as a hotel? Cheng Shuo did not pause, unleashing a barrage of questions that ignited a lively discussion among the audience, transforming the atmosphere into one of exuberance. The live stream buzzed with excitement at her inquiries, prompting laughter and astonishment at the myriad of curious thoughts in her young mind. Children often possess such imaginative ideas. I recall my daughter once asking me why a cupboard is called a refrigerator and why a box is referred to as a freezer. I, too, was at a loss for an answer. I've experienced similar moments where my son queried, if coriander is smelly, why is it called fragrant herb? Coriander is not smelly. Just wait until I have money. I will gather all of you who dislike coriander to cultivate it. When I have wealth, I shall uproot every coriander field in the world. The banter continued, and the atmosphere in the studio returned to its previous vibrancy. The host's expression transitioned from despair to delight. While she could perhaps manage to explain one or two questions, an avalanche of inquiries only reinforced Cheng Shuo's assertion that there are indeed many things in this world that defy explanation. If so many things are beyond understanding, why bother with explanations? A moment of clarity illuminated the host's mind. She confidently raised the microphone and declared, yes, indeed, there are countless things in this world that remain inexplicable. Therefore, dear children, should we not strive to learn and seek reasonable explanations for these mysteries? As soon as her words concluded, a resounding chorus of agreement followed. This challenging inquiry had finally been navigated successfully, and she dared not allow the children to continue their free-spirited discourse. Instead, she moved forward to the next segment. Since the children appeared to grasp the content of our lecture thoroughly, I shall now pose a question. The first question is, if you and a classmate have a dispute over a toy, how would you handle it? In a bustling school environment, conflicts can easily arise among students. If not addressed properly, such disputes could escalate into fights, potentially leading to serious consequences. Thus, the initial question is aimed at teaching the children how to manage such situations. At this juncture, the 10 young contestants faced the task of responding to the question. The first to answer was contestant number 1, Deng Yushuan, who stated, "My father says that yielding is a traditional virtue, so I would let him play with it." Next was contestant number 2, who mentioned, "We have many toys at home. I can give him one, as my mother says we should understand the importance of sharing." Then came contestant number 3, 4. From contestant 1 to 9, nearly all expressed a similar sentiment. They would yield and share. The 1 or 2 suggested that to be fair, neither should play, or that they could play together. Overall, their responses were quite conventional. Upon hearing these replies, the judge, Teacher Zhong Xiuqin, wore a satisfied smile. A strong youth signifies a strong nation. Witnessing such understanding in children brings me great joy. Just as she finished speaking, Xiang Hui quickly chimed in. Our country is a land of etiquette. We learn to yield from a young age, and we will surely grow up to be gentlemen. Among the 3 judges, only Yang Xiaotong remained silent. In her view, advocating for yielding in the face of a dispute was akin to accepting a disadvantage. She disdained the standardized responses that seemed to come off an assembly line, thus shifting her gaze to the 10th contestant, where it was fortuitously Cheng Shuo Li's turn to respond. Disputing over a toy? He seemed to ponder seriously. Yes. The host kindly prodded, would you let him play first? Given that many children had provided similar answers, she instinctively assumed Cheng Shuo Li would follow suit. However, as soon as she finished her sentence, Cheng Shuo Li astonished everyone by exclaiming, why doesn't he let me play first? This self-evident response left the host momentarily speechless. How is this so different from her expectations? Not only was the host bewildered, but even the 2 expert judges were taken aback. Only Yang Xiaodong, upon hearing this answer, subtly smiled away from the camera. This child truly did not disappoint her. What is this? Why does he not understand yielding? Why should he not play first? Isn't this simply stirring up conflict? Xiang Hui could not restrain himself from reprimanding. Yet, as soon as he spoke, Yang Xiaotong countered, if you let him play first. That is yielding. Asking him to let you play first is instigating a conflict. What kind of twisted logic is that? Faced with such a rebuttal, Xiang Hui's face flushed with indignation. Do not attempt to twist my words. The education we have received from childhood is that yielding is a virtue. Who is truly misrepresenting the concept here? Yang Xiaodong stood firm, asserting, we have received such education. But what if the other party has not? Why is there a constant advocacy for sacrificing one's own interests to benefit others? These words left Xiang Hui trembling with rage, declaring, your stance is selfish. Yang Xiaodong, however, appeared unfazed, responding, if you are selfless, then share half of your retirement benefits with me. This marked the first instance of a dispute between the 2 judges. While the comments section erupted in fervor, this child truly needs discipline. Has he never heard the story of Kong Rong yielding pairs? To not even understand yielding is to forget one's roots. Come on, are we really going to take it to that level? Not yielding is a child's right. Besides, why should the other side yield? To not impose one's values on others, while casting judgment on their actions, is hypocritical. When it comes to 2 individuals vying for the same position, should you yield? When 2 people pursue the same girl, should you yield? I believe Cheng Shuo Li is quite commendable. He understands the importance of asserting his rights. Indeed, let us cast aside the outdated notion that suffering losses is a virtue. Chapter 57. Everyone is a novice at being human. Who should yield to whom? Is suffering a blessing? Then you should suffer more. Indeed, let those who are willing to bear losses do so. Daily grievances abound, and must I constantly concede? Yours is yours, and mine is mine. Not only do I wish to refrain from sharing, but I also aspire to transform what is yours into mine. Do not inquire, Any questions reflect a lack of grace. As long as one is willing to endure hardship, endless suffering awaits. And if one is inclined to suffer losses, an unending stream of losses will follow. Remember this. Anyone who claims that suffering is a blessing is invariably the one who suffers. The current generation of netizens possesses a keen awareness. The outdated principles of the previous generation hold no sway over them. Many may recall their childhood experiences of being compelled by parents to share their cherished possessions. Refusing would earn them the label of disobedient. What harm is there in letting him play with it? He is younger. You must yield. Under such manipulative rhetoric, individuals find themselves at a disadvantage, ultimately bearing the brunt of blame and guilt. This sense of injustice drives them to side with Cheng Shuo. Yet, only a fraction of people grasp this perspective. Even some judges fail to discern the essence of the matter. Do not attempt to twist logic. If everyone were so selfish, who knows what society would become? After a heated exchange, Xiang Hui is left panting heavily. Yet, even in this state, Yang Xiaodong has no intention of conceding an inch. This is merely a child defending their own interests. There is no need to elevate the matter to a question of values. Your admonitions should be directed at those who possess the majority of resources, not fixated on a small group, questioning why they are unwilling to share their meager possessions. Yang Xiaotong indulges no one, and her words remain sharp as ever. She has long wished to express her thoughts. Why drag the nation and society into trivial matters? Is it not exhausting? Truly selfless individuals do not reproach others for being selfish. Those who criticize your selfishness are often the ones who wish to benefit, yet have not succeeded. Yet, there are always individuals who habitually position themselves on a moral high ground, casting judgments upon others. Xiang Hui has become so furious that he is at a loss for words. Observing this scene, He Ling hastily intervenes to mediate, asserting that both teachers present valid points. Surely, the school has its own assessment criteria. Let us see how the institution perceives this situation. He Ling has evidently overestimated the school as progressive stance. Despite contemporary advocacy for open education, the institution remains entrenched in rigid thinking. Cheng Shuo's responses will inevitably conflict with this mindset, even challenging educational philosophies and traditional virtues. Some may find his answers acceptable, yet compared to these so-called virtues, they are destined to be deemed incorrect. Should he receive support, an avalanche of disputes would likely erupt within the school. To stifle potential conflicts at their inception, Cheng Shuo's correct answer is also wrong. Even the host on stage is constrained by the school's doctrine. Dear child, your stance is misguided. Among classmates, unity and mutual assistance should prevail. The tale of Kong Rong yielding pears teaches us humility. I trust you will embody this virtue well. The host resorts to this old anecdote, dismissing Cheng Shuo while simultaneously providing him an exit. Even in an attempt to be considerate, she gently pats his small head. However, this comfort fails to alleviate his evident despondency. Witnessing this, Xiang Hui casts a triumphant glance at Yang Xiaotong. He is indeed correct. Yang Xiaotong merely responds with a roll of her eyes. She is acutely aware that the school will reach this conclusion. Changing deeply ingrained beliefs is no simple task. Just as one assumes this topic is drawing to a close, a voice suddenly resonates from the audience. Teacher, I believe your assessment is incorrect. It is unclear when Cheng Shuo ceased playing games. As he stands, many netizens suddenly recall his existence. Caught up in anger, they have forgotten about his father. Come on, let us not overlook the grievances of our Xiaola. The time for a verbal showdown has arrived. Swiftly advocate for your son. Upon hearing the host's words, the audience is irate. It is a perfectly reasonable response, yet it has been labeled incorrect. The incessant references to Kong Rong yielding pears are utterly distasteful. Now, seeing Cheng Shuo rise, excitement spreads through the crowd. His utterance also captivates the attention of everyone present, students, parents, school officials, and television personnel alike. Creating such a stir, the host cannot simply ignore it. Sir, may I inquire where I have erred? She does not react with anger, but rather seeks clarification with humility. Following her inquiry, a microphone is promptly offered to ensure Cheng Shuo's voice reaches a wider audience. To be precise, I find the concept of Kong Rong yielding pears perplexing. How can there be individuals of such lofty moral standards? How is it that I cannot achieve this? At this moment, The host intends to support him, saying, "You can do it." Yet before she can articulate her thoughts, Cheng Shuo interjects, "Unless I am overstuffed." His simple words render the host speechless. While ostensibly refuting the anecdote, he is, in fact, challenging everyone's perspective on the issue. The host swallows hard, attempting to continue with her narrative on humility and sharing. But Cheng Shuo anticipates her retort and continues, "I believe that yielding and sharing pertain to giving away surplus items, not relinquishing what one values and genuinely requires, thereby compromising oneself. Forcing someone to yield or share constitutes a form of moral coercion." This statement provokes considerable contemplation among many parents. They recognize the virtue of yielding and aspire for their children to uphold this principle. However, they have never genuinely considered what the standard for yielding should be. As Cheng Shuo articulates, unless one is overstuffed, they would not part with the pair. Yet, what if that pair is something one genuinely needs? How many would still be willing to yield? People often exhibit leniency towards themselves while being stringent with others. In that moment, many parents' perspectives begin to shift. Of course, exceptions abound. But what if the other child is crying? Shouldn't you allow them to play first? In response to this query, Cheng Shuo cannot help but retort, "Do crying children receive candy?" His remark leaves the parent momentarily speechless. If crying could procure everything, why would he need to cry? And what if the other child is significantly younger? Shouldn't the older child yield to the younger one? At first glance, this statement appears to rest on moral high ground. Yet, Cheng Shuo remains unconcerned about moral implications. Being young is no detriment. After all, we are all novices at being human. Who should yield to whom? Chapter 58. Cheng Shuo, you have ultimately succumbed to the allure of literature. Cheng Shuo performed admirably, succinctly delivering 2 sentences that resonated deeply with the online audience. This father's words have never failed to impress me. It was not mere nonsense. His rebuttal was grounded in reason and evidence, exuding charisma. The essence of the educational principle behind Kong, Rong, sharing pairs has been elucidated by some. Let us cease using this matter to irritate others. While the world knows of his graciousness, few acknowledge that he was executed for his filial disobedience. A novel interpretation of Kong Rong's tale posits that he overheard his parents arguing and interjected, "If you can endure, then endure. If not, then part ways." Hence, it has been historically referred to as Kong Rong's separation. Haha, to the commenter above, what benefit do you derive from making me laugh? While jesting is fine, one should not trivialize historical anecdotes. Nevertheless, once his father spoke, Cheng Shuo Li's demeanor transformed entirely. Naturally, with his father's support, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Alas, I too find myself missing my father. The audience relished witnessing this exchange. Yet the judge, Xiang Hui, was incensed, striking the table in frustration. If this is overturned, do you comprehend the severe repercussions it could entail? Should we accept that children must endure grievances? Yang Xiaotong also clashed with him, immediately countering his remarks. Previously, she adhered to the values of respect for elders and care for the young, believing it inappropriate to contest the elderly. However, under Cheng Shuo's influence, she pondered, "We are all novices in this life. Why should anyone concede to the other?" Moreover, her arguments were not without merit. If one must defend their unreasonable stance, why should they just remain silent? As their dispute escalated, Healing swiftly prompted them to observe the screen, where it appeared that the ongoing battle had intensified. The audience assumed that mere words would suffice to refute Cheng Shuo, yet his rhetoric increasingly resonated with logic. The tides of opinion shifted, and many parents found themselves swayed. However, this was not the scenario the school desired. At that moment, a figure resembling a school administrator gestured to the host, redirecting the conversation to resume the event's agenda. Approaching Cheng Shuo, he said, "As a parent, I deeply empathize with your feelings. Yet, this institution operates differently. Children do not possess the refined discernment required. Without certain constraints, chaos would ensue. I ask for your understanding." In truth, the administrator did not believe Cheng Shuo was in the wrong. Rather, he admired his courage to voice his thoughts. Nevertheless, while this theory may be applicable to individual child education, it falters when applied to an entire school. The collective has its own dynamics, often sacrificing the interests of a few for the harmony of the whole. Cheng Shuo, astute as he is, could certainly perceive the underlying implications. He was unaware of others' willingness to bear such burdens. His intention in speaking out was to teach his son to disregard such nonsensical reasoning. There is much to share, and one may keep what they cherish. Sacrificing oneself for the sake of others is a path for others to tread. His son should have the freedom to live as he pleases. All right, I shall say no more. Cheng Shuo returned to his seat, retrieving his phone once again. The familiar sound echoed. Timmy, it seemed the debate had concluded, unbeknownst to him that a blogger had already edited and uploaded this segment online. It would not be long before it sparked discussions across the internet. This brief interlude did not disrupt the event, nor did it affect Cheng Shuo, who remained blissfully engaged on stage. The program continued smoothly. The first question had been answered splendidly by all, and now it was time to distribute small gifts. As the host announced this, an attendant brought forth the prizes. Initially, the children were brimming with excitement, but upon seeing the gifts, their smiles faded. Why are they children's books? I still have so many left unread at home. Had I known, I wouldn't have participated. Dismay washed over them, as they anticipated being compelled by their mothers to pen reflections that evening. School event prizes were inevitably linked to academic pursuits, and the criteria for rewards were likely based on participation alone. Thus, even if Cheng Shuo's answers were not entirely satisfactory, he still received a gift. Thank you. Thank you. Most children, despite their reluctance, politely expressed gratitude as they accepted their prizes. Yet, a few more forthright children, upon realizing the gifts were tedious children's literature, outright rejected them, saying, "I don't want this." Their disdainful gestures elicited peals of laughter from the audience. The awkwardness of the gift distribution was palpable, and as the attendant was unsure of how to proceed, a small head popped up. "He doesn't want it. Can I have it? I want to read." The earnestness in his expression, coupled with a thirst for knowledge, melted hearts. Now, even the online viewers could not contain their amusement. Hahaha, Cheng Shuo, you have indeed succumbed to the lure of literature. Someone ought to stop him. If he dares to engage with literature now, what might he attempt in the future? The realms of gambling and reading. Once one is entangled with literature, it could lead to dire consequences. Parents must take heed. Should one become enamored with literature, the path could lead them to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua or Peking University, starting from at least 4 years of rigorous study. The humor in the comments reached a perfect score, while the astonishment in the attendant's eyes registered at a staggering 100,000%. Surely, she had never encountered such a passionate young learner before. The embarrassment of failing to distribute the gifts was compounded by the demand for them. The attendant, unable to make a decision, looked to the host for guidance. "Get it to him." The host held a favorable impression of Cheng Shuo. Although his previous answer had not been particularly standard, it was evident that this young boy possessed his own thoughts, a truly invaluable quality. Thus, the host genuinely admired him. With the approval granted, Cheng Shuo received 2 children's books, which filled him with joy. To his surprise, other children began to follow suit. "You love reading? Here, take mine. Mine too. And mine." Suddenly, he found himself with an additional 5 or 6 books in hand, his eyes nearly squinting with delight. On one side stood children wary of extracurricular reading, while on the other was Cheng Shuo, fervently eager to learn. A mutually satisfying situation had emerged. Witnessing this scene, the host smiled knowingly. Now, let us continue with the questions. Perhaps sensing the children's disinterest in the literature, the host prefaced the next question by stating, "For the following question, if you answer well, you may choose your own prize." This tactic proved effective. When the reward was merely children's literature, several children had resolved not to participate. Now, their enthusiasm to engage was rekindled. Observing the children's renewed vigor, the host resumed. "The second question is, if someone insults you, calling you ugly or fat, saying they find you repulsive, how should we respond to such verbal bullying?" As soon as the words left the host's mouth, murmurs arose from the audience. Such inquiries, once posed, indicated that numerous incidents of this nature had transpired within the school. At that moment, a chubby little girl on stage instinctively recoiled upon hearing the question. Chapter 59. We should never allow the words of others to undermine our self-worth. When the topic arose, the two individuals who had previously been at odds on the judging panel were successfully diverted. This question is indeed a pertinent one. It is perplexing how many children resort to attacking others based on appearance. They label others as ugly, short, or overweight. A mere comment might be tolerable, but they persistently pursue their taunts. Such malicious attacks can be unbearable even for adults, let alone for children. After Xiang Hui spoke, Yang Xiaodong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that numerous factors contribute to a child's personality, including environment, family, and various other influences. As schools are the places where children spend the most time, a toxic atmosphere can significantly affect their character, leading to feelings of inferiority and depression. Children may develop an aversion to learning in such an environment. Thus, this issue warrants serious attention. The two experts, despite their differing opinions, found themselves engaged in a heated debate, yet when confronted with a new question, they set aside their biases to explore it together. Perhaps they would soon find themselves in disagreement once more, but in this moment, they were united in their empathy for students who suffer from verbal bullying. At this juncture, teacher Zhong Xiuqin also joined the discourse. "I can truly feel the pain that such situations cause," she remarked. "My grandson has experienced this as well. There was a time when he was quite overweight, and his classmates nicknamed him M. In mathematics, M denotes mass, and the capital M was used to mock him for being overweight. It was so severe that he hesitated to eat even a single extra bite during that period. I approached the other child's parents, but their response was that it was merely childish banter. I even spoke to the teacher, who ironically praised the creativity of the nickname. Had my grandson not successfully lost weight later on, I shudder to think how deeply his self-esteem might have plummeted." Zhong Xiuqin's voice was laden with sorrow. Her account sparked a discussion among many online. Hearing about such issues brings me to tears. Because of being called ugly in childhood, I instinctively lower my head whenever someone gazes at me for too long, overwhelmed by insecurity. A supportive comment ensued. Hugs to the beautiful girl upstairs. "You are not ugly." Another lamented. "I fear my daughter may be facing similar challenges. She used to be so cheerful. Not only has she been called ugly or fat, but I too have endured ridicule throughout my life simply due to my surname, Zhu, being likened to Little Pig. I remember a time in gym class when I wore leather shoes, and the entire class mocked me as Leather Shoe Brother. That was unbearable enough. I cannot fathom the impact of such direct assaults. Is verbal bullying an essential rite of passage in growing up?" Someone pondered. Even the children of celebrities are not immune. A little boy named Inhung was similarly affected when teased about his belly button. What kind of malice prompts one to exploit another's vulnerabilities? Is it not said that children are inherently innocent and kind? Some individuals can exhibit a level of wickedness that is utterly unimaginable. Amidst the heated discussions, the young contestants began to offer their responses. "I won't listen to him. His words mean nothing. I'll hit him. If he insults me, I'll strike back. I'll tell the teacher and have him punished. I'll go home and inform my mother." The variety of responses was refreshingly normal, even if some involved thoughts of violence, which many understood. However, as a parenting program, they felt compelled to offer a token admonition. Hitting is not the solution. It is best to seek help from parents and teachers who can manage the situation effectively. Xiang Hui concurred, adding, "You can also choose to ignore their actions. They engage in verbal attacks to witness your hurt and distress, deriving satisfaction from your pain. As long as you display indifference, their words will lose their power over you." Both teachers articulated their points with great clarity. In truth, there is no particularly effective method to address this issue. Seeking assistance from teachers and parents may prove beneficial temporarily, but it cannot eradicate the problem. As teacher Zhong Xiuqin previously stated, discussions with the aggressors may be dismissed with the excuse that children are simply too young to understand or that they were merely joking. Even if an apology is secured, it does not guarantee that similar incidents will not recur, and they may even escalate. The cost of defending one's rights is alarmingly low. Ignoring the aggressor might be effective, yet the damage inflicted can take a long time to heal. If not addressed promptly, psychological scars may linger. Thus, the challenge remains how to render the aggressor's harm negligible without succumbing to internal conflict. Yang Xiaodong contemplated this dilemma, remaining silent. Gradually, more children began to voice their thoughts. On stage, the host smiled and remarked, "Many of the children's responses are quite astute. You can seek help from parents or teachers, or choose to disregard the insults entirely because we are confident in ourselves. Their words do not define us. We must never allow the words of others to diminish our self-worth." As the host made this statement, she intentionally glanced at a young girl in the corner, who had notably become evasive and fidgety since the topic emerged. From a teacher's perspective, it was evident that she had likely experienced such discomfort firsthand, hence the encouragement. Regrettably, these words appeared to have little effect. The girl even attempted to hide behind Cheng Shuo. These questions did not mandate every child on stage to respond. Cheng Shuo, meanwhile, had been engrossed in reading since receiving a bounty of children's literature, exhibiting a demeanor of complete detachment from the outside world. His relaxed disposition contrasted sharply with the girl's tension. Observing this, the host could not resist prompting, "Xiaola, you haven't answered yet." None of the previous responses seemed to resonate with the girl, indicating that they were ineffective. Directly questioning the girl might exacerbate her psychological burden. So the host opted to inquire about Cheng Shuo first. For reasons unknown, she found herself hoping for an unexpected answer from him. However, his reaction left her feeling somewhat disappointed. "What should I answer?" he replied, still wearing that innocent, bewildered expression. The host was left speechless. How devoted is he to reading that he hasn't even grasped the question? Framing the query again with patience, the host asked, "If someone said to you, 'You look so ugly,' don't you find it disgusting? What would you do?" Cheng Shuo furrowed his brow in confusion, replying, "What's wrong with being ugly? As long as I don't look in the mirror, it's not me who's disgusting." The host, along with the school leaders and parents present, were taken aback by this unexpected response, which stunned the entire audience. Meanwhile, the girl behind him began to relax as she absorbed his words. Chapter 60, Deflecting Attacks and Spitting Back in a Live Broadcast Room. Laughter erupted as someone remarked that as long as one does not look in the mirror, the repulsiveness is not their own. This response was remarkably astute, showcasing a profound clarity of thought. The ability to return an attack while simultaneously spitting back at the aggressor was truly a lesson learned. In the future, when others insult me with words like ugly, I shall respond in kind. It resonates with the notion that as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to them. The quality of children born under family planning policies is indeed impressive, as evidenced by their intelligence. One cannot help but wonder, could this child truly be mine? This rhetorical question left the audience in stunned silence and ignited a frenzy in the comment section. The reactions from the three judges were equally intense. In confronting such linguistic bullying, one is often left with the choice of retaliation or disregard. Many find themselves ensnared in a self-justifying cycle, attempting to use counter-arguments to prove the other party wrong. Yet such responses lack persuasiveness and may inadvertently provide the aggressor with the satisfaction of having evoked a strong reaction. However, Cheng Shuo's response deftly sidestepped this self-justification trap and directed the focus onto the perpetrator. It was an act of sheer brilliance. Upon hearing Cheng Shuo's words, Xiang Hui was so thrilled he leapt to his feet. The praise he lavished upon Xiaola starkly contrasted with his earlier criticism. At that moment, Yang Xiaodong's eyes sparkled with delight. She knew this child would never disappoint. The essence of his words was raw yet profound. This child demonstrated an admirable mindset, unaffected by the attack, and returned the aggression without succumbing to internal turmoil. "You find me ugly? The repulsiveness lies not with me, but with you." Such a robust heart, capable of weathering any assault, drew admiration from the experts. The parents and leaders present were equally electrified. After a moment of realization, the room erupted in laughter, followed by enthusiastic applause. The host was taken aback, curious as to how he could respond in such a manner, wondering if someone had taught him. For what child possesses such wisdom? Cheng Shuo's answer astounded her once more, leaving her questioning how one might respond in kind. Typically, individuals in such situations either swallow their pride or retaliate in kind. If neither option is chosen, they must seek assistance from others. Few alternatives exist. Yet, Cheng Shuo offered a novel approach to resolving the dilemma. He neither accepted the insult nor engaged in internal conflict. He conveyed a sense of triumph, as if the bully's actions were ultimately self-defeating. The host could not help but admire this unique thought process. Truly, this child was unbound by conventional thinking. He possessed an independent capacity for contemplation. His response visibly boosted the confidence of the young girl, who no longer shrank away but smiled brightly instead. "Your answer was splendid," the host exclaimed, patting Cheng Shuo on the head. "All the children performed admirably. Let's choose our small gifts." With that, the children eagerly set off to select their preferred items, and Cheng Shuo was no exception. Amidst the gift selection, a phone could not resist asking Cheng Shuo if he had taught Shuo such a brilliant response. Although Cheng Shuo was engrossed in a game, he occasionally directed his attention to his son's performance, which he was well aware of. When a phone posed a question, he shrugged, acknowledging that it was the boy's own creativity at play. However, I did tell him that those who resort to verbal attacks are merely pitiful souls and should not be taken too seriously. "What do you mean?" a phone inquired further, intrigued. Just then, the game concluded, granting Cheng Shuo the opportunity to elaborate. "I explained to my son that if someone viciously insults you, it only reflects their unfortunate living conditions, likely steeped in a toxic environment. You, however, are fortunate and lack such experiences. Therefore, when faced with such verbal aggression, recognize that it showcases the aggressor's own miserable existence. Treat such individuals as if they have never known a normal life or language. Their venomous words stem from their suffering." A phone nodded in agreement, finding merit in Cheng Shuo's insights. However, when he heard the word pity, he struggled to contain his amusement, realizing that while one could perceive an attacker as a wretched individual, it was indeed a curious perspective. Recognizing that those who wield words as weapons are often those burdened by their own torment, one could reinterpret their venomous remarks as mere cries of their misfortune. With this epiphany, a phone gave Cheng Shuo a thumbs up, acknowledging his wisdom. Simultaneously, Cheng Shuo's remarks ignited a flurry of excitement in the live chat. "Come on, who told me he doesn't know how to teach a child?" It was an insightful revelation. Had I known this earlier, I would not have wallowed in sorrow for years over a few harsh words. You may not believe it, but hearing this has lifted my burdens. I finally understand the reason behind Cheng Shuo's amiable nature. With a father like that, it would be difficult for him to be anything but cheerful. Just moments ago, I desired a son. Now, I find myself wanting to marry Cheng Shuo. But the truth is, I'm still alive, exclaimed Cheng Shuo's wife. As the online discussion raged on, the three judges found their faces flushed with embarrassment. They prided themselves on being education experts, yet felt overshadowed by an ordinary individual who could teach so effectively. Cheng Shuo's answer was already remarkable, but his father's words were akin to a textbook, fundamentally shielding the child from the harm of verbal abuse. Cheng Shuo consistently fostered his child's confidence, a feat that no mere academic achievement could replicate. Their gazes towards Cheng Shuo began to shift in appreciation. Unsurprisingly, the gift Cheng Shuo selected was related to his studies, a thick workbook that he cradled like a treasure. Witnessing this, the host chuckled. "It seems you truly love learning. If you continue to respond with such enthusiasm, perhaps I can gift you a few more books." It is no wonder the host encouraged him to answer more questions. Each of his responses was a breath of fresh air. It would be a pity for him to squander time merely reading. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo readily agreed, extending his pinky for a pledge. With that, the host proceeded to the next segment. The following question required the children to identify dangerous water areas from a selection of images. As drowning incidents occur yearly, it is vital for children to recognize hazardous waters to stay safe. Now, please direct your attention to the big screen. Chapter 61. My son is still young. He may not be able to bear such a heavy burden. Cheng Shuo was joyfully engaged on stage, while Cheng Shuo was battling through the chaos below. Everything seemed harmonious until the homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang, unexpectedly approached. "Xiao Li's father, I would like to have a word with you." The interruption during the game felt unbearable, yet being confronted by his son's teacher compelled Cheng Shuo to endure. "All right, Mr. Wang, what would you like to discuss?" He reluctantly shut off his phone, mourning the imminent loss of his credibility for a brief moment. I intended to talk to you yesterday, but I was preoccupied. Today is not too late, Mr. Wang said, gesturing toward the stage. Look at Xiao Lu. He is quite clever. If only he could direct this energy toward his studies. Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He recalled similar words being directed at his father during his own school days, often followed by criticism. In the past, he mistook such comments for praise. Only now did he realize they were merely a prelude to admonishment. Cheng Shuo listened quietly, eager to discern Mr. Wang's intentions. You see, academic performance is crucial for a child. Completing assignments is fundamental. If he cannot manage even these basics, how can his grades improve? Poor grades will lower the entire class's average, and one student dragging the class down affects the overall ranking and collective honor. Can we accept that? Having witnessed Cheng Shuo's formidable nature, Mr. Wang was somewhat gentler in his approach this time. Nevertheless, Cheng Shuo felt an intense frustration. How had his son's achievements become so significant? Could one child's performance truly dictate the fate of the entire class? He attempted to convince himself that Mr. Wang's intentions were good, that he wished to emphasize the importance of education. Yet his son was still so small, he simply could not bear such a weight. Mr. Wang, I will certainly monitor my son's progress. However, please do not place all the blame on him. He does not possess the capacity to influence the class's overall performance. Cheng Shuo wished to express himself delicately, yet the mere thought ignited his anger. Instead of striving to improve the entire class's performance, Mr. Wang was blaming his son. It was intolerable to begin bearing the burden for others' mistakes even before stepping into society. Cheng Shuo's candidness successfully provoked Mr. Wang. Xiao Li's father. I'm only looking out for him. If you cannot facilitate his progress and he continues to hinder the class, we do not welcome such students. Cheng Shuo was not yet enraged, but the online audience erupted. Is anyone allowed to become a teacher nowadays? Isn't it the teacher's responsibility to help the child improve? Shouldn't parents be involved? This talk of collective honor is merely about bonuses. Yesterday, you mocked his family's financial situation, and today you suggest expelling him. What audacity! If my son's teacher were like this, he wouldn't even have enough for medical insurance. Instead of finding ways to help him improve, you consider eliminating the weakest link. Does such a person deserve to be a teacher? Though Mr. Wang was indeed lacking, Cheng Shuo's explosive temperament was even more concerning. The barrage of comments criticized Mr. Wang's actions, while others feared offending him. The unexpected scene left the three judges bewildered. Confronting a teacher in the class group chat was one thing. Now it was happening in person. Could this be acceptable? Mr. Wang's intentions might have been good, but his choice of words was unfortunate. Zhong Xiuqin, however, did not blindly favor the teacher. Having witnessed enough, she believed that teachers were not always correct. To speak without consideration of the consequences, and to claim not to welcome such students is tantamount to abandoning them, she remarked. Xiang Hui appeared even more agitated. Children have flaws. Guiding them to correct these is vital, not outright abandonment. If all teachers behave this way, it would be disastrous. I believe such teachers need further education. Their professional ethics are questionable. The three experts each expressed their thoughts. Although they did not support Cheng Shuo, they effectively criticized Mr. Wang's behavior. If the experts disapproved, one could only imagine Cheng Shuo's fiery temper. Not welcome? The leadership is right there. We will seek their counsel. My child may not excel academically, but he is not a bad student. On what grounds do you refuse him? To judge a child solely by their grades is inherently myopic. As a teacher, you should focus on enhancing your teaching methods rather than shifting blame onto the child and their parents. If you disdain my son, I believe you are unworthy of the title teacher. Cheng Shuo's words were unapologetically blunt, and he was determined to approach the principal for resolution. This frightened Mr. Wang considerably. Xiao Li's father, please remain calm. He had never encountered such a resolute parent. Other parents would have long since apologized. With Cheng Shuo, however, the usual threats held no power. The sense of professional superiority and parental adoration had led Mr. Wang to become accustomed to speaking without restraint. Now, facing a formidable challenger, he found himself at a loss. Recognizing the potential repercussions of escalating the situation, Mr. Wang softened his tone. Xiao Li's father, my expression may have been inadequate. I'm also anxious about the child's performance. Cheng Shuo discerned that Mr. Wang was merely a cowardly bully, emboldened by sycophantic parents. Now confronted with someone formidable, he had lost his edge. Cheng Shuo chose to stand firm because he had endured similar experiences. In his youth, poor exam results and messy handwriting led to severe reprimands. He had heard phrases like, "With grades like yours, you might as well go farm the land." His parents, lacking understanding, would demand punishment based solely on the teacher's complaints, regardless of the harm inflicted. The feeling of being abandoned and pushed away was something he still found painful to recall. He had faced it, and he would not allow his son to suffer the same fate. Therefore, Cheng Shuo unconditionally supported his child. Your anxiety does not justify disregarding the child's feelings. If he struggles academically, you should focus on how to help him improve. Cultivating a previously underperforming student would bring you greater satisfaction, would it not? Anyone can play the blame game. Cheng Shuo's rhetoric prompted Mr. Wang to nod repeatedly. Yet, he still harbored concerns about provoking the teacher and potentially facing retaliation against his son. At this juncture, however, sweet words would bear no fruit. So Cheng Shuo chose to take a different approach. Mr. Wang, many children today possess fragile psychological resilience. Just yesterday, there was an incident involving poisoning. What if you inadvertently provoke someone to leap from a building? Can you shoulder that responsibility? With just a few words, Mr. Wang broke into a cold sweat. Chapter 62, Let My Father Go. He said, for a strong person never complains about their environment. Observing teacher Wang's demeanor, Cheng Shuo felt it was still insufficient. He continued, fortunately, my son possesses a commendable mental fortitude. Otherwise, he could truly find himself in peril. Yet, no matter how resilient one's psyche, it cannot withstand repeated blows, especially concerning academic performance. At this juncture, Teacher Wang comprehended the underlying message. Rest assured, Mr. Xiao Li's father, I shall pay close attention to Xiao Li henceforth. In all aspects, I shall prioritize encouragement in education. Just as you mentioned, nurturing a less than exceptional student into an outstanding one would indeed instill a sense of pride in me as an educator. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Teacher Wang assured him. The recent incident had compelled him to write a self-reflection. Should another misfortune occur, it could spell the end of his career. He dreaded approaching the principal and feared for his job security. He recognized the warning embedded in Cheng Shuo's words. Under normal circumstances, he would have been incensed. But the present situation was different, for Cheng Shuo had provided him with an irresistible rationale, the fulfillment derived from saving a child. With this in mind, not only would he refrain from undermining Cheng Xiaolu, but he would also invest extra care in his education. Teacher Wang truly embodied the essence of a dedicated educator, possessing a broad-minded perspective. I am quite at ease in trusting my child to you. There may be blind spots in surveillance, yet Cheng Shuo's flattery was unmistakable. Just moments prior, he had claimed he was unworthy of being a teacher. Now he professed his confidence in entrusting his child to him. Teacher Wang was easily swayed, uplifted by mere words. Observing this exchange, netizens couldn't help but chuckle. Ha! Who knew you would reverse manipulate the teacher? Cheng Shuo is remarkably versatile. I was worried the teacher might complicate things for the child, but it seems you had a backup plan. One couldn't help but acknowledge the finesse with which he navigated the teacher's psyche. Impressive. You should consider authoring a book. May I politely inquire if you have plans for a second child? If so, I wish to prepare in advance. What a bold individual. But are you certain you can be reborn into their family? Under the current circumstances, it would be easier to end up in a family competing for a third child. Perhaps it's best to let that go. The verbal sparring between Cheng Shuo and Teacher Wang came to a close. The activities on stage continued with great fervor. Questions regarding identifying dangerous waters were not particularly challenging for the children. They selected their answers with ease. However, to reinforce their understanding, the host diligently elaborated, please observe this image. Although it appears calm on the surface, there are whirlpools swirling beneath. Should one fall in, it is quite easy to be drawn to the depths. As the host concluded, a young boy raised his hand, inquiring, Teacher, is it truly that dangerous? Should we not even approach? Merely viewing the image, the children could not grasp the inherent danger, but the host's description illuminated the risks. Indeed, The riverbanks are slick with moss, making it easy to slip. If one were to fall, rescue measures would be futile, although the host may have exaggerated. She understood that without emphasizing the severity, the children would not retain the lesson. Her intention was to instill an awareness of danger, yet their interpretations veered off course. Particularly, the imaginative Cheng Shuo suggested, "Could we have our homeroom teacher test it? He has said that there are no insurmountable difficulties." His remark elicited laughter from the audience below. Initially, Teacher Wang thought he might seize the moment to shine, only to find himself the butt of the joke. He should have been offended, yet upon reflection, he found it difficult to suppress his own amusement. This impudent child, despite poor grades, had memorized his words quite well. Cheng Shuo's comment not only amused the audience, but also the host. No, she chuckled, struggling to articulate that overcoming difficulties was not applicable in this context. Yet laughter rendered her speech disjointed. After several attempts, her words were drowned by laughter. Without a prompt correction, the children's thoughts swiftly followed Cheng Shuo's lead. "My father can come too. He said strong individuals never complain about their environment. My mother can come. She claimed that her childhood was far more challenging. My brother can also join. His supervisor always says he slacks off and can fish for opportunities. So it'll be perfect." At that moment, even the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain their laughter. Hahaha. He single-handedly led everyone astray. I am nearly splitting with laughter. The notion that strong individuals never complain about their circumstances is utterly absurd. Slacking off and fishing for opportunities? That brother is indeed a professional in that regard. Was this truly the dull promotional lecture it seemed? It was far more entertaining than a comedy show. I am curious, is this waterway genuinely that perilous? Would one truly be unable to find their way back? Even the tripe in a hot pot might be harder to locate. I do not believe it is dangerous. This water is shallower than what we have at our workplace. Yes, if it were hazardous, parents would have complained long ago. Indeed, experts would emerge suggesting the cancellation of this area. The barrage of comments was lively, and the laughter echoed throughout the venue. Even the usually stern school administrators were smiling joyfully. Meanwhile, the television crew responsible for filming found themselves in a predicament, struggling to maintain camera stability while stifling laughter. Appearing quite beleaguered, the audience could laugh freely, but the host on stage bore the burden of restraint, her stomach aching from suppressing laughter. She had not anticipated that these children would possess such vivid imaginations. Nevertheless, this was indeed the essence of childhood. All right, this question has concluded. Please select your preferred gift. As the words left her mouth, Cheng Shuo rushed forward to seize a set of school supplies, his urgency suggesting he feared someone might snatch it away. In truth, he had no reason for concern, as all the prizes were related to academics, which many children were disinterested in. Some even casually selected a prize only to hand it over to him. After the game, while others left empty-handed, Cheng Shuo's spoils towered before him like a small mountain. Witnessing this scene, netizens erupted in laughter once more. "Haha, you came here to stock up, didn't you? Look at that." Once you get caught up in reading, even a sunny, cheerful boy like him opts out of playing games. While others are dragging their children from internet cafes, his father is fetching him from the library. In the future, when Shuo sees the high school seniors weeping in despair, he will say, "You can't endure such little pressure. Others study well, and you can play some games. Cheng Shuo, once you achieve stellar results, I will let you read some books after the children collected their prizes." The host returned to the center stage. "We have one final question. This inquiry pertains to personal safety, as well as the well-being of our nation and future. Please observe, these are the books I have collected over the past 2 months." As the host spoke, she unveiled a large screen displaying a collection of extracurricular books. At first glance, they appeared similar to what one's child would typically read. However, upon closer inspection, discrepancies became apparent, causing the previously jovial parents to suddenly adopt serious expressions. Chapter 63. Whether to be mischievous is another matter, but one must remain steadfast in their principles. It turns out that these are problematic books. The illustrations are awkward and unattractive, the content is unrealistic, and there are numerous typographical errors. At first glance, everything seems fine, but upon closer inspection, many events are distorted. The sudden discovery of such inconsistencies must weigh heavily on the parents' minds. Likewise, the school leaders were solemn expressions. At this moment, the three judges who have been monitoring the event also appear furious. Cheng Shuo is the first to voice her outrage, exclaiming how despicable it is. She has always known these individuals harbor ill intentions, but never imagined they would go so far as to disrupt children's literature. Children lack discernment. If they read such books excessively, can they truly grow up healthily? After expressing her indignation, Xiang Hui solemnly concurs, acknowledging the severity of the issue. Nowadays, schools require extracurricular reading, particularly of illustrated books that children are especially fond of. If these books are filled with such content, in the long run, children will develop conditioned responses and will unconsciously imitate what they read. The impact is profound and detrimental. By the end of his statement, Xiang Hui's teeth are clenched in frustration. Yang Xiaodong shares the same grave demeanor. Children's literature should be responsible for conveying beauty. It is appalling that it has become a tool for those with ulterior motives. This is utterly reprehensible, and it is imperative that the relevant authorities conduct thorough investigations. Otherwise, the consequences are unimaginable. In the past, when faced with issues, they would emphasize the dire consequences, but this time, it is not an exaggeration. The gravity of the situation has even made netizens anxious. Oh no, I must check if my son's books are like this. What is this? The illustrations depict us as if we are simpletons. Can you believe this is what children are reading? I remember the picture books from our childhood were nothing like this. They were well-dressed and lively. Now, each one is more grotesque than the last. How outrageous to target children. These people are truly inhumane. I thought they might only use some colorful websites to brainwash adults, but it turns out they have no boundaries. Thankfully, this was discovered, or the next generation would have been ruined by them. I believed it was merely a localized issue, but upon investigating online, I found it widespread. The most infuriating part is that these toxic extracurricular books are purchased by parents. Their intention was to encourage their children to read more, but they unwittingly harmed them instead. This has left parents seething with rage. Even at the scene, many agitated parents could not contain their anger and erupted in curses. The shouts of condemnation were incessant. Strictly speaking, this is not merely a problem. It is an opportunity for the school to raise parents' awareness. When purchasing books for their children, they should be vigilant and report any issues promptly. Parental cooperation in supervision and rigorous investigations by relevant authorities are essential to fundamentally curb this situation. However, since the issue has been raised, it is only fitting that the children be asked for their input. Thus, the host once again addresses the audience. Children, if someone attempts to convey harmful messages to us through picture books, literature, or the internet, what should we do? The host's language is cautious, not directly stating the specific intentions of the adversaries. Yet, today as children are perceptive and understand everything. As soon as she finishes speaking, a senior boy responds, "Are they trying to trick us into being traitors?" He has likely seen enough war films to immediately reference traitors. However, his conclusion is not incorrect. Isn't this the very aim of their actions? Indeed, the host affirms. Upon hearing these two words, the boy seems to awaken a deep-seated awareness and begins to articulate similar thoughts with fervor. Perhaps due to his family upbringing, or perhaps because of his personal interest. He speaks with such depth that even the host is taken aback. The atmosphere grows quiet as the audience listens intently to his narrative. The children seated on stage form a circle, captivated by his words. Observing this scene, the netizens in the live stream express their admiration. A strong youth equates to a strong nation. These words materialize in this moment. For some unknown reason, witnessing this scene brings a tear to my eye. It feels as though the lessons learned have not been forgotten. Let those with ill intentions take note. Do they really think they can brainwash our youth? The minor protection law should safeguard such individuals. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and pride, I find solace in knowing that even if I am deemed inadequate, having them is enough. I am filled with pride and comfort. As netizens reflect on this, the three judges are equally moved. When this topic arises, they are all filled with righteous anger. Yet, this moment perfectly heals their spirits. The more emotional Cheng Shuo discreetly wipes away tears several times. Meanwhile, Xiang Hui is exhilarated, and Yang Xiaodong's eyes sparkle with hope. At this moment, all eyes are on the stage. A radiant young boy passionately narrates in the center, surrounded by a circle of attentive peers. Cheng Shuo sits cross-legged on the floor, resting his chin on his hands, utterly engrossed. This beautiful scene is so captivating that even the host refrains from interrupting. The boy indeed possesses a natural talent for teaching. He poses questions as he narrates. Is it normal to label a province as a country on a map? The question is directed at a younger boy who appears mischievous, playing with a nearby girl Esperate at the time. Perhaps it was his playful antics that prompted the question. Unexpectedly, this seemingly naughty child delivers a thunderous response. How could that be normal? That is our Huaxia. His voice resonates powerfully, penetrating the hearts of those present. As soon as he finishes, someone in the audience responds. Well said. Whether the child is obedient is another matter, but his stance is unwavering. As long as he remains resolute, a little mischief is inconsequential. There is nothing wrong with that. The lecture, initially a one-way discourse, suddenly transforms into an interactive exchange. Indeed, this topic extends beyond the children. It encompasses the entire public. I thought that the child's response was already profound, but the surprises did not end there. The volume from the audience grew so loud that it nearly drowned out the boy's voice. Although the question went unheard, a little girl's answer once again stunned the entire assembly. My mom doesn't let me eat street food, but I might sneak some when she's not looking. However, I would abandon my mom just for food. Chapter 64. I study history to understand this. The metaphor was so apt that even the school leaders applauded her. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments surged once more. Today's children are extraordinary, each more impressive than the last. The youth of today possess an unwavering sense of morality, unyielding to any deviation. Those who claim that the post-90s generation is a lost cause should take a look at the children they are raising. It is a source of immense pride. Do you know why today's children are so patriotic? It is a cyclical return after a generation. It is wonderful that they have returned, and I hope it is to enjoy the blessings of their homeland, rather than only returning because their country needs them again. Wow, those words brought me to tears. Who understands the embarrassment of crying uncontrollably on a bus, with even a 90-year-old gentleman offering me his seat? I, too, was sitting down to a plate of fried rice when the owner offered me a side dish, trying to console me with the words that it would all pass. How could I explain that? The little girl's answer caused an explosion of comments. This topic also captured the attention of a phone, who leaned in, inspired to share a similar experience. I recall a foreign website that attempted to brainwash the youth with alluring women. However, our nation's youth seemed only interested in beauty, disregarding everything else, which ultimately led the site to shut down in frustration. Cheng Shuo had also heard of this incident. He chuckled, noting that those fools still did not understand the essence of the Chinese people. How many of those who can circumvent the Great Firewall to access dubious content truly value education? They are uninterested in political classes, but unable to comprehend the English lessons. And yet, those foolish individuals dared to attempt to teach them politics in English. How absurd! Cheng Shuo's candid and humorous response shifted the mood. Initially, the barrage was filled with melancholy, tears flowing freely. But upon hearing Cheng Shuo's remarks, the atmosphere transformed entirely. You, take back what you said. I feel insulted. I was crying my heart out, and you had to make me laugh. What difference is there between laughing and crying like a lunatic? Damn it. As soon as I laughed, the owner took back the side dish. No more pretense. You are right. I am indeed one of those who circumvent the firewall. Ha! I cannot be brainwashed at all. When I gaze at beauty, my attention should be wholly devoted. Moreover, any line delivered by a captivating woman that stirs my emotions will automatically be flagged as inappropriate. My mind may be frivolous, but my heart is steadfastly patriotic. It was the first time I had heard someone articulate lechery so refreshingly, leaving me at a loss for a rebuttal. This question elevated the entire program to new heights. Discussions were fervent both in the venue and online. Even many children were eagerly asking questions and providing answers, yet Cheng Shuo remained silent, attentively listening, showing no desire to participate. It wasn't that he did not wish to join. It was simply due to his limited understanding. Daily dragged into gaming sessions by his father, He had little opportunity to engage with extracurricular literature, inadvertently shielding him from the detrimental influence of such materials. Furthermore, given his age, he had yet to even begin studying political science. Any knowledge he possessed stemmed from cartoons. With his scant knowledge, he could only serve as a background presence, unable to contribute meaningfully. Yet, despite this, he listened with rapt attention. When he unexpectedly heard a young boy mention that foreign countries seek to infiltrate our culture while simultaneously suppressing our cultural exports, he perked up. The boy referenced a recently released animated film, claiming it was excellent yet received harsh criticism. Even the neighboring Cherry Blossom Nation criticized the film without offering substantial reasoning, merely stating their dislike. Upon hearing the mention of the film, Cheng Shuo's eyes sparkled. His father had just taken him to see it yesterday. It was splendid, and they had discussed it on their way home. Now, hearing someone speak about something familiar, Cheng Shuo could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand and stood up, eager to express his knowledge of the film. However, the boy misinterpreted his enthusiasm, asking, "Do you know why they dislike this movie?" This question left Cheng Shuo momentarily bewildered. Nevertheless, since he had already stood up, he felt no reason to shy away. He fabricated an answer, "Yes. They probably don't like the fat guy and the little boy." After watching the film, it was Tai Ianeza that left the deepest impression on him. He spoke off the cuff, and at first, listeners thought he was merely rambling due to ignorance. Children his age are often endearing, even when speaking nonsense. The audience chuckled, not delving deeper into his comment. Then, the host suddenly exclaimed, "I study history to understand this." This unexpected statement left everyone in attendance, including the online viewers, momentarily stunned, prompting a flurry of question marks in the comments as if seeking clarification. The internet is full of knowledgeable individuals, and soon someone provided context. In August 1945, the United States dropped an atomic bomb codenamed Little Boy on the Cherry Blossom Nation, followed by another bomb codenamed Fat Man 3 days later. As this information streamed through the comments, a wave of realization swept across the live stream. "Oh, so that's what it meant. When I was in school, I wanted to raise pigs, and now I can't even grasp this. Hahaha, if that's the case, I can somewhat forgive their dislike. It's disingenuous to claim they don't like it now, considering Fat Man and Little Boy were quite popular back then. Whether they liked it or not, they had to endure it. The U.S. didn't ask for their opinion when it sent them those bombs." What a hellish joke. I could barely contain my laughter. Online, explanations proliferated, and the parents in the audience began to lavish Cheng Shuo with praise, leaving him bewildered by their admiration. Though he did not fully comprehend the situation, he relished the attention. The smugness on his face amused Cheng Shuo. Who would have thought you could even teach history? On stage, Cheng Shuo basked in the accolades, while below, Cheng Shuo received compliments from a phone. However, Cheng Shuo did not accept the misunderstanding. The boy had merely stumbled upon a fortunate guess. He knew his son too well. For him to articulate such a level of insight was highly improbable. To dispel any misconceptions, he desired to prevent his son from being overly exalted. The higher the praise, the harder the fall. He understood this principle. Unlike other parents who might bask in the reflected glory for the sake of pride, he saw no utility in that. As expected, upon hearing Cheng Shuo's comment, the three judges fell silent. Just a moment ago, they had been extolling Cheng Shuo's teaching prowess and Cheng Shuo's intelligence and eagerness to learn. Now their expressions turned awkward, realizing it was merely coincidence. It was clear they spent their days gaming together, leaving little time for educational pursuits. In an instant, the expressions of the three judges bore a hint of resentment toward Cheng Shuo. Yet, a phone clearly did not believe Cheng Shuo's explanation. Such coincidences rarely happen. It's not a multiple-choice question where one can simply guess. Unconvinced, Cheng Shuo stood up and posed an irrelevant question. What is the abbreviation for Hubei? Suddenly confronted with such an unrelated query, a phone's mind momentarily short-circuited. He stammered before Cheng Shuo interjected, "This isn't a multiple-choice question either. Didn't you get it right?" Having spoken, I pushed him aside. The event had concluded, and I must assist that insufferable lad in moving his belongings. He has made quite a substantial haul today. Chapter 65. In a school bustling with students, Why do they only target you? Cheng Shuo was thoroughly enjoying himself, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Son, do you have anything planned for the afternoon? Cheng Shuo inquired as he helped tidy up. The afternoon would consist of class activities. Previously, they would watch movies, but it was uncertain if that would be the case today. Upon hearing the prospect of a film, Cheng Shuo's interest waned instantly, having already endured a dull morning. The thought of remaining seated for the afternoon seemed unbearable. Is it possible to return early? Cheng Shuo asked tentatively. Playing games at home would undoubtedly be more enjoyable than sitting idly here. Upon hearing this, his son leaned in conspiratorially. I think we can. We'll wait and see. If someone leaves, we'll slip out too. The clever boy understood the importance of not being the first to act. All right then. Shall we make do with a meal in the cafeteria at noon? Cheng Shuo suggested. Sure. Dad, I'll take you. Our cafeteria's chicken legs are delicious. Cheng Shuo exclaimed, eagerly pulling his father towards the dining hall. A Feng followed suit. The morning's activities garnered widespread attention through live broadcasts and media coverage, sparking fervent discussions online. That child is so selfish. He wouldn't even share his toys with others. Why should he share? I believe he did well. Why can't the others do the same? Enough with the moral coercion. Online interactions. 122, 356. What's disgusting about it? As long as I don't look in the mirror, it's not me who's disgusting. That's the most refreshing response I've encountered. Haha. You think I'm ugly? That's my punishment for you. Online interactions. 527, 116. My son also recognized the hazardous areas. He got them all right. Haha. Such safety activities are quite meaningful. I suggest they be conducted regularly. Online interactions. 102, 931. Those textbooks are truly detestable. I just dug out a dozen or so and tossed them all. I've reported this to the relevant authorities. I report each time I discover something. Online interactions. 468, 381. Numerous netizens actively participated in the discussions surrounding each issue, with opinions both aligned and divergent. This contributed significantly to the program's heightened popularity, with the official account's followers surpassing 4 million. At one point, the live stream's total online viewership exceeded 8 million. In the streaming room, where Cheng Shuo was present, the number of online viewers constituted more than half of that total. Moreover, clips from the live broadcast were incorporated into news segments and documentaries by television stations, receiving enthusiastic acclaim. Just as everyone assumed the event had been a resounding success, an unexpected scene unfolded in room 5 that captured everyone's attention. Mom, I've been bullied by my classmates too. Tong Yao, the eldest among the contestants at 13 years old and currently in the first year of junior high, was participating in a similar campus safety promotional event at her school. When the question and answer segment addressed verbal insults, her demeanor darkened. She was enduring something far more serious than verbal bullying, exclusion, isolation, and even physical assault. Many classmates had suggested seeking help from parents and teachers, but her previous attempts with a teacher yielded little effect. Thus, she hoped her mother would advocate for her. Her earlier response had also sought parental assistance, which her mother had encouraged, instilling a sense of courage in her. Unfortunately, responding is one thing, while reality is another. When her mother, Tong Lily, heard her daughter's words, her brows furrowed. Bullied? How were you bullied? They hit me, Tong Yao replied, rolling up her sleeves to reveal the bruises on her arms. Her fair, delicate skin bore 4 or 5 conspicuous bruises, a sight that was truly alarming. Upon witnessing this, the viewers in the live stream erupted in anger. Goodness, our children today, so cruel. They dare to hit someone in school. This is outrageous. What are teachers doing? Why aren't they intervening? What nonsense. Many teachers today merely smooth things over and refuse to take responsibility. Some children act like thugs from the streets, engaging in smoking, drinking, and fighting. Should such students be allowed to remain? They can't be expelled. The 9-year compulsory education system protects them. This child is absolutely right. In such situations, seeking parental assistance is the best course of action. The current generation of netizens remains overly naive, believing all parents will stand up for their children. Even the 3 experts on the judging panel shared this sentiment. Tong Yao's approach was commendable. One must not endure such behavior. Endurance only emboldens the aggressor. However, resistance could lead to personal harm. Seeking assistance from parents and teachers is the most prudent course of action. Upon witnessing this scene, Zheng Xiuqin immediately offered her insights, which were met with unanimous agreement from the other two teachers. As everyone awaited Tong Lily to demonstrate an exemplary response as a mother, she unexpectedly uttered, "With so many people in the school, why are they only targeting you?" Tong Yao, the three judges, viewers in the live stream. Everyone who heard those words was momentarily stunned, especially Tong Yao, who looked incredulously at her mother and exclaimed, "Mom, what are you saying? I was the one who got hit. I was hit." Tong Yao's voice trembled, her pent-up grievances spilling over into tears. She had expected her mother to care for her and support her, but the first response was a question. Her emotions surged, and she stubbornly stood her ground, allowing her bruised arms to remain exposed. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many onlookers. Your child has been assaulted to this extent, and you as a mother didn't even notice? Indeed, the young girl is telling you. It must be a serious issue. A mother cannot ignore it. As onlookers expressed their dismay, Tong Lily shot her daughter a fierce glare, her eyes seemingly conveying, "Are you satisfied with creating such a scene? How embarrassing." While still glaring at her daughter, she turned to face the onlookers with a beaming smile. "I do keep an eye on my child. I previously approached their homeroom teacher regarding this matter, who claimed that a few classmates were merely fooling around, and they generally get along well. Children can be like that. When they're on good terms, they can share a pair of trousers, but when they're not, they squabble and may even resort to fighting. We adults don't need to meddle in everything, do we?" Tong Lily's reasoning had a semblance of validity, leaving the onlookers speechless and confounding some viewers in the live stream. Just fooling around? Is that really so? Can you call this fooling around? Have you even considered the implications? The homeroom teacher said so. Can it be false? Let me tell you, today's teachers tend to downplay serious issues, simplifying matters. We have a boy in our school who beat another student to the point of vomiting blood, yet when parents intervened, they merely stated that the two children were just playing. What a horror. Chapter 66. The heart-wrenching despair conveyed in those words stirred heated discussions among the audience. The three experts seated at the judging table exchanged glances, taken aback by the unexpected reaction of mother number 5. If the teacher's words were merely a jest, it would be one thing, but what if they were not? Each of the experts felt a pang of anxiety. Lacking knowledge of the entire truth, they opted to observe further. Tong Lily's rhetoric managed to deceive the bystanders, yet only served to exacerbate the agitation of the young girl, Tong Yao. "Mom, is not at all as the homeroom teacher described. This is not a joke. Our relationship is strained. They bully me for no reason," she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face, hoping her mother would grasp the gravity of the situation. However, the response she received was disheartening. It takes two to tango. How can others bully you without cause? Hurry up, stop embarrassing yourself here. Tong Lily dismissed her daughter's claims, and as the crowd grew, she ignored Tong Yao as protests and dragged her away, continuing to berate her. "With so many students at school, why do they only pick on you? You must have done something." This remark became the final straw for Tong Yao. "Mom, what can I do? You would rather believe strangers than your own daughter? I don't know why they target me. Why don't you ask them? It's not my fault. Why are you questioning me?" At this moment, Tong Yao's emotional state transcended mere breakdown. It was a desperate, anguished scream filled with indignation, bitterness, and hopelessness. Even from a bystander's perspective, it was heart-wrenching. Yet, despite the turmoil, Tong Lily's attitude remained unchanged. "Why are you shouting? Is that how you speak to your mother? If you're so tough, why don't you fight back when they hit you? You just act tough in front of me, a worthless child." Perhaps feeling ashamed to be the center of attention, Tong Lily abruptly left, leaving Tong Yao alone to collapse in tears. Witnessing this scene sparked outrage among netizens. Is she really leaving her child like this? The victim-blaming mentality is suffocating. Some parents would rather trust outsiders than their own children. I once thought she was admirable for raising a child alone, but with a mother like this, it's no wonder the child is bullied. In single-parent households, those troubled kids often target the vulnerable. Maybe it's because there's no father figure to instill fear. If there were a dad, this wouldn't happen. This has nothing to do with having a father. My daughter is from a single-parent family, and if she were bullied like that, I would confront them fiercely. It breaks my heart to witness this. My mother was the same way. Girls raised in such environments can easily be swayed by even the slightest kindness from a man. The netizens were indignant. The expressions of the three experts were equally grim. It was outrageous. One would expect a mother to be a pillar of support, only to find her utterly unreliable. She wouldn't even make an effort to understand the situation. If parents cannot trust their own children, how desperate must that child feel? If mothers behave this way, it would be better not to have children at all. Cheng Shuo, overwhelmed with emotion, spoke without restraint. Yet, no one deemed her words excessive. If a parent cannot even stand up for their child, what kind of parent are they? Is parenting solely about raising a child without concern for anything else? We often say that if there's a problem, one should turn to their parents or teachers. But what is the use when faced with such parents? The child confides in her mother because she trusts her, only to have her dismiss the issues entirely. What do you mean they only bully you and not others? Is that something a mother should say? Does she realize the profound damage her words inflict on her child? If her child is bullied in the future, will she dare to speak up again? Xiang Hui was equally furious, venting his frustration vehemently. After finishing, he took a deep breath. Yet, even that was insufficient. Once his anger subsided, he added, I will certainly not vote for her. She should be eliminated. When the judges previously mentioned eliminations, netizens felt it was overreacting. However, this time, they had genuinely incited public outrage. Many netizens declared they would not cast their votes for her. For the first time, the attitudes of the netizens and judges aligned. Two of the judges articulated what Yang Xiaodong wished to express. She did not want to speak. At that moment, her focus was on Tong Yao, who had been squatting silently for some time. Previously, she had been in a state of hysterics, but now she was eerily quiet. The more silent she became, the more unsettling it felt. Who was responsible for filming them? Could they check on the child's condition? The production team was thoughtful. Male cameramen were assigned to follow father-son pairs, while female cameramen were designated for mother-daughter pairs. As Yang Xiaodong's words faded, a female hand appeared in the frame. She gently patted Tong Yao's back, asking Yao Yao, how are you feeling? Everyone anticipated a sorrowful visage, yet when Tong Yao lifted her head, she appeared remarkably calm. Though traces of tears remained, her demeanor was a stark contrast to her previous hysteria, almost as if she were a different person. At that moment, she evoked even more pity. Yao Yao, are you all right? The cameraman couldn't help but inquire again. I'm fine, Tong Yao replied in a flat tone. She hastily wiped away the remnants of her tears and forced a smile, thinking, if even my closest ones do not believe me, then perhaps being bullied isn't such a big deal after all. Her tone was so ordinary, so devoid of emotion, as if she were merely making a mundane statement. Yet, when her words fell, the camera shook slightly, clearly rattled by the impact of her statement. In a live broadcast room, exclamations poured in. My goodness, are you trying to kill me? How desperate must one be to utter such words? Child, don't think that way. We believe you. Who says being bullied is inconsequential? Which school is it? I will stand by you. I will go too. While I may not be articulate, I do know a few things about fighting. Yes, Annie has nothing to do today. I want to see how those little brats dare to act so recklessly. I'm too far away to come, but I can help report online. The teachers bear significant responsibility for muddying the waters. If only everyone were like Cheng Shuo, he wouldn't allow his child to be bullied like this. Indeed, in comparison, Cheng Xiaola is truly fortunate. Chapter 67. This child has a good attitude, but lacks decorum. At this moment, Cheng Shuo was also focusing on Room 5's livestream. Upon noticing the comments directed at him, he instinctively glanced in his son's direction. It seemed that his approach had garnered some recognition from certain individuals, particularly those who unconditionally supported their children, believed in them, and stood by them. Yet, shouldn't this be an obligation for all parents? Why was he being commended merely for fulfilling his responsibilities? It was evident that many parents failed to achieve even these fundamental expectations. Cheng Shuo couldn't help but reflect on the unsettling notion that parenting does not require an examination. At that moment, he truly understood the gravity of this thought. Perhaps, from that mother's perspective, she did not perceive herself as being in the wrong. The homeroom teacher stated it was merely a playful incident, and the school was a place she deemed safe. Her attitude might also stem from familial influences that prevented her from firmly supporting her child. This led Cheng Shuo to contemplate his own upbringing. Coming from a less fortunate background, the most repeated phrase from his parents throughout his childhood was the admonition to avoid causing trouble outside, as they could neither afford the consequences nor bear the repercussions. Even when he was not at fault, any incident that reached his parents would invariably be twisted into a narrative of his immaturity, resulting in forced apologies. Consequently, he endured bullying in silence for an extended period. Now, witnessing the scene filled Cheng Shuo with sorrow. Even more disheartening was the realization that the mother's attitude would inevitably lead her daughter to suffer in silence. Even if she were bullied to the point of despair, Cheng Shuo felt a weight in his heart. While he could not assist the daughters of others, he had a son. He turned to Cheng Xiaola, who was engrossed in his meal, and asked, "Son, is anyone bullying you at school?" "Huh." Cheng Xiaola looked up, puzzled. "How are they bullying me?" After a moment's thought, Cheng Shuo explained, "They might insult you, speak ill of you, or isolate you by not playing with you." Being just in the first grade, the bullying behaviors exhibited by his peers were trivial at best. In Cheng Shuo's view, this was already a serious concern. If children with poor emotional resilience encountered such treatment, they would likely be reduced to tears. Thus, he was particularly anxious to know how his son would react to such situations. "They insult me?" Cheng Xiaola chuckled nonchalantly. "I don't care about their insults." Initially, Cheng Shuo felt a surge of happiness, thinking his son was open-minded. However, upon hearing the complete thought, his amusement faded. "I don't care about their insults because I can insult them back. They might not be able to insult as well as I do." Not only did he stop laughing, but the corners of his mouth began to twitch. This child had a good attitude, but lacked decorum. Just when Cheng Shuo thought the conversation had concluded, his son's voice rang out again. "As for isolating me and not playing with me, that's even funnier. As long as I don't care, I am the one isolating them all." The previous statement sounded utterly lacking in decorum, yet this one was remarkably insightful. It reminded Cheng Shuo of the adage, "As long as one is indifferent enough, no one can truly harm them." This wisdom was something he had only grasped in adulthood. To think his son had understood it at such a tender age. At that moment, Cheng Xiaola's response astonished the viewers in the live stream. "I can see now. This child is completely immune to internal conflict. Letting go of a single thought brings boundless freedom." His insights were astoundingly perceptive. A psychologist could never extract a fee from him. It's hilarious. Emotional harm has no effect on him, and instead, he rebounds with a powerful comeback. When others throw mud at him, he retaliates with a resounding slap. When they throw mud, he simply lies down and claims compensation. Such cleverness left the viewers in stitches. Simultaneously, Cheng Xiaola's remarks caught the attention of Offing, who couldn't help but ask, "Do you really feel that way? When others insult you, you truly don't feel hurt?" Offing had no ill intentions. He merely believed that while it was easy to say one is unaffected, it was much more challenging to embody that sentiment. Many people, even adults, often project indifference in the moment, yet feel deeply hurt afterward. "Why would I feel hurt? What kind of decent person insults me?" Cheng Xiaola replied swiftly. The fact that they resort to insults indicates a flaw in their character. His response made Offing realize a significant flaw in his reasoning. Unable to tolerate a child's confidence, he immediately retorted, "But you insult them too. You said you insult them even worse." Offing felt a sense of pride, believing he had cornered Cheng Xiaola. Unexpectedly, Cheng Xiaola replied, "I am just a well-behaved little boy. What kind of decent person would I insult? If I insult someone, it definitely reflects their character flaws." Cheng Shuo nearly choked on his food, struggling to suppress his laughter. This child had mastered the art of double standards. When you insult others, it's a reflection of your poor character. When I insult you, it's also due to your poor character. So, it's all the other person's fault. I am always in the right. The clarity of his reasoning was refreshing. Cheng Shuo felt compelled to applaud his son. Offing was equally delighted by Cheng Xiaola's answer, finding it slightly fallacious yet immensely satisfying. He thought to himself, blame others, never oneself. Question others rather than oneself. Well said. Offing did not hesitate to give Cheng Xiaola a thumbs up. No surprise, the livestream's comments exploded again due to Cheng Shuo's words, drawing the attention of the three judges. What are they discussing? Why is it so lively? Teacher Zhong Xiuqin inquired. He Ling quickly responded, perhaps after witnessing the situation with the child in room 5. The father in room 10 is also checking in on whether his child has faced similar issues. The events in room 5 had awakened many parents, prompting them to naturally begin inquiring about their own children. Fortunately, aside from Tong Yao from room 5, all the other selected children were still in elementary school. After a round of questioning, no serious bullying incidents were uncovered. As for the petty squabbles among classmates, parents viewed them as trivial matters, dismissing them with a few inconsequential words. They showed little concern for whether their children felt comforted and paid no heed to the potential harm such trifles could inflict. Thus, many children appeared somewhat discontent. In contrast, Cheng Shuo's insightful remarks attracted far more attention, resonating deeply and striking a chord far more than the inconsequential reassurances offered by other parents. In incidents of bullying, the victim's mindset is of paramount importance. This was the first thought that crossed Zhong Xiuqin's mind upon hearing Cheng Shuo's words. It is precisely because one is overly concerned with others' actions that they allow themselves to be hurt. What if everyone were like Cheng Shuo, completely indifferent? Chapter 68. Unity through struggle. Unity through compromise leads to division. Zhong Xiuqin's words plunged the other two judges into deep contemplation, and even the host, He Ling, began to ponder the issue. Since the emergence of bullying in schools, educators, parents, and authorities have devised countless strategies to prevent and mitigate it. Yet the results have been rather lackluster. The mere mention of the topic brings forth a collective headache. Traditionally, the approach has focused on the perpetrators, employing persuasion, criticism, education, and even punishment. Despite these efforts, the effectiveness has been minimal. Now, they suddenly wonder if the focus could shift to the victims instead. This approach does not advocate for the victims to endure or retreat, but rather to adopt a different mindset. Like Cheng Shuo, who, despite malicious attacks, find a remarkable way to defuse the situation. What if they insult me? They may not be as adept as I am at insults. Their lack of decorum reflects poorly on them. My response to them is merely a reflection of their own shortcomings. At first glance, this may seem crude and unrefined. Yet upon deeper reflection, it bears considerable wisdom. In essence, it suggests that one should not allow the errors of others to lead to self-punishment. Cultivating a resilient heart capable of withstanding any assault is paramount. Upon realizing this, Zhong Xiuqin spoke again. Have we considered that perhaps we have misdirected our efforts? When such issues arise, our instinct is to penalize the aggressors. Yet, aggressors are not singular. Addressing one will not eliminate the next. If we cannot eradicate the aggressors, the harm will perpetuate. But what if victims choose not to perceive such malicious attacks as harm? Would that not yield greater results? Zhong Xiuqin's sentiments resonated with the other two educators. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Hui nodded in agreement, acknowledging it as a viable strategy. Though it may not entirely eradicate such behavior, if victims do not take it to heart, the resultant harm would significantly diminish. At the very least, extreme incidents could be avoided, leading to a gradual decline in such occurrences. The two educators appeared to glimpse a glimmer of hope, their eyes sparkling with possibility. However, Yang Xiaotong's timely interjection doused their enthusiasm with a cold reality. Yes, but it is exceedingly difficult. Those 5 words left the smiles of the two educators frozen in place. The ideal is enchanting, yet reality is starkly unforgiving. Everyone acknowledges that this is indeed a commendable approach. The challenge lies in nurturing a child to develop a mindset akin to Cheng Shuo's. It became evident to them that this child certainly does not internalize the blame. If one person dislikes him, he perceives it as their issue. If a group of people dislikes him, he considers it a collective misunderstanding. This mindset is something many adults struggle to achieve, let alone expect a child to transform overnight. After an extensive discussion, the topic ultimately fizzled out, while Cheng Shuo continued his inquiries with his son. If verbal bullying fails to affect children, what about physical bullying? Cheng Shuo pressed on. What would you do if someone were to hit you without provocation? Just to provoke you? Cheng Shuo tilted his head, contemplating for a moment before delivering a firm response. Then I would hit back. Cheng Shuo couldn't help but smile at his son's answer. After all, he has never endorsed initiating bullying. However, enduring it is entirely unacceptable to him. The notion of suffering in silence for a moment as peace holds no weight in his philosophy. He firmly believes that such tolerance only invites further transgressions. Therefore, he found satisfaction in his son's response. Yet Xiang Hui was not pleased and immediately interjected with his own theory. How can we teach children that violence is the solution? Fighting is not acceptable. Yang Xiaodong chimed in. If you don't hit back, are you just going to endure it? Xiang Hui was about to suggest seeking help from parents or teachers, but recalling the negative example from parent number 5 rendered that suggestion hollow. He swallowed his words, stubbornly maintaining his stance against fighting. The judges, unusually, did not escalate the discourse. Cheng Shuo, anticipating their resistance, promptly asked his son, "Have you considered speaking to a teacher first? If you retaliate, it could escalate into mutual combat. Teachers would reprimand you." Cheng Shuo posed this question to gauge his son's genuine thoughts. While he admired his son's fearless attitude, he did not endorse such actions, primarily out of concern for his son's safety. If there is a significant disparity in strength, wouldn't that lead to his son being harmed? Ideally, he would prefer his son to seek assistance from parents or teachers. However, Cheng Shuo dismissed this notion, asserting, "Telling the teacher would make it seem like I'm afraid of him. Besides, I can't allow the fear of reprimand to turn me into a victim." Cheng Shuo felt a flicker of admiration at that moment, appreciating his son's strong sense of self. "You could try reasoning with him," Cheng Shuo continued to guide. "Do you think you can reason with someone who strikes you without cause?" At this point, Cheng Shuo paused momentarily, as if organizing his thoughts, before responding, "Dad, I dislike fighting, but if I don't retaliate, it sends a message that I am weak. If I allow anyone to bully me, they will continue to do so. I must let them know that while I do not bully others, I will not be bullied myself." If this were a debate, Cheng Shuo would undoubtedly be on the losing side. His son's words left him profoundly shaken. How could such profound reasoning come from a 7-year-old? The clarity of thought and logic was remarkable, imbued with unwavering conviction. Cheng Shuo felt an immense swell of pride. Likewise, this declaration garnered enthusiastic support from the online audience. Yes, that's the way it should be. Never initiate bullying, yet never allow oneself to be bullied. A single punch can prevent 100. Cheng Shuo, I stand by you. Dignity lies at the edge of the sword, and truth resides within reach. Unity through struggle preserves unity. Unity through compromise leads to division. When the cost of wrongdoing is too low, one must resist and become a valiant defender. This child has boundless potential. The online comments erupted, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Witnessing this, the 3 judges fell silent, grappling with the conflict between reason and instinct. Deep-seated beliefs began to waver. This topic should have concluded here, yet unbeknownst to them, a blogger had edited the previous footage and shared it online, combining it with the earlier incident from parent number 5. Such a sensitive subject instantly ignited a maelstrom across the internet. Chapter 69, What a Predicament. This is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. I support the child's actions, yet I cannot allow my own child to behave in such a manner. Engaging in a fight may lead to disciplinary action, which would tarnish their record. For the sake of my child's future, I would rather they endure the pain. Endure? What if the child suffers from bullying and develops psychological issues? By then, the child could be lost. And what of their future? Whether they retaliate or not, they are left without options. Their voices are stifled. What should be done? I may not be well educated, but if I were inexplicably assaulted, I would choose to lie down and let the vehicle pass. From a broader perspective, refraining from retaliation is the prudent choice. Yet a child cannot navigate such a challenge. If the child cannot confront it, then I shall take action. I refuse to believe I cannot handle those little rascals. Do you think that once you deal with them, you will escape responsibility? A record will still impact the child. What a predicament. This is unacceptable. That is unacceptable. Calling the police, surely that will suffice. But minors cannot rely on the police. It often results in mere reprimands, and they might even hold a grudge, exacerbating the situation. After much contemplation, fighting back appears to be the most direct and effective solution, albeit with consequences to bear. It is utterly exasperating. What should be a rightful defense turns into shared repercussions alongside the aggressor. Alas, even in society, if someone beats you to the point of bloodshed, merely retaliating is deemed mutual combat. Must one then resign to being a victim? Alas, the emergence of this topic ignited fervent discussions. The number of participants continued to swell. The immense volume of discourse propelled the topic from the depths of trending searches to the pinnacle of attention. Yet, despite the fervor, no resolution seemed forthcoming. Initially, the three experts in the studio had bypassed the topic, opting instead to critique the performances of the contestants. However, unexpectedly, a notification arrived from the back office. They would connect with experts in the relevant field for an in-depth discussion on the trending topic in 10 minutes, urging them to prepare. It turned out that the staff monitoring public opinion had taken note of the trending topic. After informing the director, they hastily organized this online discussion. Rather than allowing the debate to spiral out of control in the trending searches, it was preferable to channel the discussion into the live broadcast. This would not only heighten the program's popularity, but also provide new insights for bewildered parents. Upon the announcement, the main live room was once again flooded with viewers. I sincerely hope the experts can provide some clarity. I am truly at a loss. I hear they have invited an experienced officer specializing in bullying issues. Surely the experts will heed the police's insight? That would be reassuring. My wife is newly pregnant, and these matters weigh heavily on her mind. Every family nowadays has but one child, and none wish for their offspring to endure such trials. This program has proven helpful, last time, regarding children's mental health. I found it immensely beneficial. Is that so? Is there a recording available? I wish to see it. One can easily search for it on the platform, or it can be found on the official website. In merely 10 minutes, the viewership of the main live room surged past 6 million. The production team demonstrated remarkable efficiency, finalizing arrangements in less than half an hour. As the connection commenced, viewers noticed that the police officer's backdrop was a small noodle shop, indicating a rush in finding an appropriate location. The online discussion began, and host He Ling's voice resonated. Welcome to the live broadcast of my family's children growing up. I am your host, He Ling. Today, we will delve into the widely discussed issue of bullying. She continued, we are joined by Officer Sun Chihua from the Shanghai Public Security Bureau. Officer Sun, what is your perspective on such incidents? In the video, Officer Sun greeted everyone, expressing his gratitude for the invitation. Prior to our connection, I too noticed the trending topic. I understand the concerns and worries you all have. However, I must emphasize, do not retaliate, do not respond to violence with violence. The moment these words were uttered, the comments section erupted with indignation. They had heard similar sentiments from the judges too often. While they intellectually acknowledged the futility of retaliation, they were at a loss for how to resolve their issues. They had come seeking better solutions, not to be reminded of an already known suggestion. Evidently, Officer Sun's response did not satisfy them, and some impulsive netizens began to voice their frustrations vehemently. Seeing the rising tension, He Ling quickly intervened, urging everyone to remain calm. Officer Sun possesses over 30 years of case handling experience, with more than 2/3 of that time dedicated to addressing similar matters. Please allow him to finish his thoughts. With He Ling's calming influence, the comments quieted somewhat, and Officer Sun continued at his own pace. Before we proceed, I wish to inquire, what types of children are most susceptible to bullying? As soon as he posed the question, answers began to flood the comments. Children from single-parent families, like the mother we just heard from, often fear causing trouble while raising their children alone. Many also mention children left with grandparents, who may lack the energy to intervene even if their grandchildren are bullied. So, are left-behind children even more vulnerable? That's nonsense. Do those bullies investigate family backgrounds before choosing their targets? They bully those they dislike without regard. Yes, while I was in school, my parents were present, yet I still faced harassment, my assignments torn apart, ink spilled on my chair. I was cornered in the restroom simply for wearing new clothes. I had done nothing to provoke them. Even when I declined to help with their chores, they still assaulted me. Initially, netizens were providing reasonable answers, but gradually, The comments devolved into a lamentation session. Many began to realize that the problem was far more severe than they had imagined, which left numerous parents in a state of anxiety. They were eager for Officer Sun to impart wisdom on how to cope. Yet at that moment, Officer Sun meticulously scanned each comment, showing no inclination to speak. This left the anxious parents fidgeting restlessly, just as the collective frustration of the netizens reached a boiling point. Officer Sun somberly stated, "I have yet to see the answers I seek." Upon hearing this, Ling promptly asked Officer Sun, "What type of child do you believe is most vulnerable to bullying?" This time, Officer Sun did not keep them in suspense. He replied with conviction, "Children without support." Initially, many did not grasp the meaning of his words. It was only when he provided two examples that clarity dawned upon them. Bullies will not target academically successful children, for they have teachers to defend them. They will also refrain from bullying children with assertive parents, knowing that those parents will retaliate. If your child is being bullied, consider whether they have someone to stand up for them. Chapter 70. Sometimes, escalating a problem is the most effective way to resolve it. Upon hearing this statement, the comments section erupted with excitement. It seems to be true. Without support, one is indeed vulnerable to bullying. Behind many victims of bullying often lie timid and conflict-averse parents. During my elementary school years, there was a classmate who was rather frail, bullied daily by a group of boys, until his mother created a scene at school, causing a ruckus from the classroom to the principal's office. After that single incident, no one dared to bully him again. It is essential to have someone to back you up. I once had a classmate from a well-off family who was bullied and called his father for help. However, his father dismissed it as a trivial matter, saying things like it's nothing serious and there's no need to make a fuss. The other children, witnessing his father's indifference, escalated their bullying. Eventually, he cried, only to be reprimanded by his father for lacking masculinity. How stark the contrast. If I could intervene, I would not hesitate to make a scene at school. I have always been too lenient. My situation is akin to that of mother number 5, raising a child on my own, fearful of offending others. Now, I realize that weakness is futile, even if it means becoming aggressive. I will not allow my child to be bullied. Do you hear me, mother number 5? The online community fell silent, merely tagging her. In truth, there was no need for them to tag her. Tong Lily was already attentively following the live stream. After witnessing Officer Sun's analysis, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Her daughter, Nian Yao, had grown up without a father and naturally lacked a sense of security. She was preoccupied with life's demands, unable to provide her child with the companionship and affection she needed. It is challenging for a woman to raise a child alone, especially without any support, leading her to endure rather than confront challenges. It was one thing to bear her own burdens, but she unwittingly imposed the same on her daughter, hastily blaming her without understanding, instinctively believing that her daughter must have done something wrong to be bullied. In hindsight, her assumptions were utterly misguided. Tong Lily was filled with regret as she hurriedly sought her daughter's presence. The online atmosphere was charged with emotion, and the comments continued to thrive. Meanwhile, Officer Sun continued his discourse. Parents must recognize that any incident of bullying should not be blamed on the victim. If your child is being bullied, you must steadfastly support them. I will not mention the actions of one particular mother, as they were highly inappropriate. Do not question your child when they confide in you. The priority should be to approach the teacher immediately. If the teacher is unhelpful, escalate the matter to the principal. And if the principal is indifferent, contact the Education Bureau. Sometimes, making a commotion is the most effective way to resolve a problem. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaodong could not resist interjecting. If you approach the teacher, it is merely a student issue. If the principal is involved, then the teacher is also at fault. If the Education Bureau gets involved, the school has a serious problem. The more individuals involved, the more likely the issue will be resolved. If one adopts a more assertive stance, the problem may resolve itself even before reaching the principal's office. Wouldn't you agree, Teacher Xiang Hui? Startled by the mention of his name, Xiang Hui shuddered and shot a reproachful glance at Yang Xiaotong, wondering why he was being called upon at that moment. Having spent a lifetime as a teacher, he understood well that many educators are reluctant to intervene due to the hassle involved. However, he also recognized the profound impact of these words. Teachers fear principals, and principals fear the Education Bureau. Climbing up this hierarchy can be daunting. While it is not always necessary to go directly to the principal, any teacher sensing your intent to escalate will quickly assist in resolving the issue. Indeed, this approach is quite effective. Xiang Hui responded while wiping his brow. Even in retirement, he felt the lingering pressure of these layers. The endorsement from two experts undoubtedly served as a morale booster for many parents. They learned that one cannot afford to be overly honest. Such honesty often leads to suffering, a trait not to be admired. What once appeared to be an ineffective program now seemed to be quite beneficial, offering strategies that avoid unnecessary risks. Parents must also stand firm. Without their backing, children remain vulnerable. I may have lacked parental support, but my child will not. Well said. As the tone of the comments began to shift, Officer Sun felt a slight sense of relief. He continued, explaining that bullying is a fundamentally illogical and random occurrence. I detest the question, why do they bully you instead of others? There is no reason. It is simply because they perceive you as weak and unprotected. Do not entertain thoughts of prevention. It is akin to an unexpected calamity, which cannot be anticipated. Our responsibility is to unwaveringly support our children when such incidents occur. Following Officer Sun's remarks, the comments section erupted in applause, as viewers sensed a long-standing issue might finally be addressed. The atmosphere in the live stream felt festive, akin to a celebration. Yet, at that moment, Officer Sun prudently dampened their spirits with a dose of reality. This strategy applies primarily to less severe situations, such as blocking restrooms, cutting hair, tearing up homework, or delivering a few slaps or kicks, none of which jeopardize personal safety. However, many current bullying scenarios parallel severe societal issues. They may threaten you, extort money, or demand possessions. Refusing could lead to violence or even more egregious acts. In the face of such malicious behavior, especially when the aggressors are in a group and you find yourself outnumbered, what should you do? This statement reignited concern among the online audience. Surely, blocking restrooms and cutting hair are serious matters, they thought. That is a naive perspective. Some children today behave like demons, exploiting their juvenile status to act with impunity. In such cases, even reporting to the Education Bureau may prove futile. Indeed, these children might be abandoned by their parents, rendering parental outreach ineffective. Retaliating seems impossible. One cannot match fists against a multitude. It is terrifying. Just the other day, my son mentioned someone had been demanding money from him. What has become of today's youth? The minor protection laws should not extend to such individuals. Officer Sun, please tell us what we should do. At this point, many parents felt as though they were on an emotional roller coaster, their hearts rising and falling with each revelation. The comments flooded in, seeking guidance from Officer Sun on how to handle such situations. Yet, the more they pressed, the more silent he became. He lowered his head, seemingly contemplating whether to reveal his next words. After a prolonged silence of nearly half a minute, Officer Sun finally raised his head, indicating that the forthcoming advice would be somewhat unconventional. He cautioned against using it unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 71. I have never seen such a disobedient father. Officer Sun's words instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. Even the three judges and the host at the panel sat upright, eagerly awaiting his elaboration. However, among them, Xiang Hui appeared somewhat restless. He was uncertain about what Officer Sun intended to say, but he was well aware of the intricacies within the school. While the hierarchical methods were indeed effective, there were schools that stubbornly prioritized their reputation, choosing to suppress matters forcefully. If Officer Sun were to unveil such a sensitive issue, would the program still air? How much of the esteemed image of a teacher would remain intact? In just a few seconds, beads of sweat began to accumulate on Xiang Hui's forehead. Fortunately, Officer Sun was not inclined to delve into that aspect. He was genuinely considering the issue from a parent's perspective. The online audience also recognized this, which heightened their interest in what he would say next. However, when they heard the words "call the police" from Officer Sun's lips, a hint of disappointment followed. Would calling the police truly be effective? The other party was a minor. With such protection, even if the police were involved, the consequences would not be severe. Thankfully, the audience's attitude had shifted, They no longer cast doubts in the comments as they had moments before. He Ling, the host, timely inquired. It can't be just a simple call to the police, can it? Indeed, Officer Sun smiled and nodded. This method is your final resort. If even the school teachers cannot restrain them and the other party displays a malevolent attitude while being shielded by minor protection laws, then this approach can be employed. After a brief explanation, he began to address the main topic. Firstly, he emphasized that one must not retaliate. Being outnumbered could lead to injury. If one were to encounter a tiger and receive a knife wound, the consequences would be dire. Our primary principle is to protect oneself first. While safeguarding oneself, one should also ensure that the other party pays the highest price. At this point, Yang Xiaodong began to grasp Officer Sun's intentions. However, she was still uncertain about the specific course of action. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Endure first, and then what?" "Then we will need our parent friends to cooperate." Officer Sun replied with a smile. "Nowadays, everyone has surveillance cameras at home, right? Place some money at home, a few thousand if possible, or more if conditions allow. If the children approach you demanding money, simply tell them you need to bring them home to retrieve it. The moment they step into your house, a substantial chain of evidence will have been established. If they do not take the money, it constitutes violent coercion and illegal entry. If they do take the money, it adds a charge of robbery through violent coercion. At this point, parents can call the police and refuse any mediation. If the amount is significant, even minors can face imprisonment. Without weapons, the sentence ranges from 6 to 8 years. With weapons, it starts from 10 years. Upon hearing Officer Sun's explanation, even the host, He Ling, felt compelled to applaud him. His approach was indeed unconventional, bordering on entrapment. Yet, it was a method born out of necessity. If the other party approached with malicious intent, they must naturally bear the consequences. If it were not for the lack of alternatives, such a method would not be proposed. If they were not excessively greedy, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. It can only be said that evil begets evil. Everyone listened intently, yet Officer Sun fell silent once again after his explanation. If such issues were not becoming increasingly severe and without effective solutions to eradicate them, he would not have resorted to sharing this method. Officer Sun felt a sense of sorrow, but the comments section erupted with excitement over his words. Incredible. This method is brilliant. The police are reliable. When they take action, it's a game changer. Isn't this a bit too harsh? After all, they're just kids. Once they dare to threaten for money, they are no longer deserving of sympathy. No one is forcing them. These children might have a chance at rehabilitation if they are sent away, but if left unchecked, they could cause even greater trouble. Indeed, from another perspective, this could be seen as a benefit to them. The discussion in the live stream room became animated. Despite the controversies, everyone understood that this was purely a method of last resort. If the other party was not irredeemably wicked, or if timely intervention corrected their path, such drastic measures would not be necessary. Overall, the consensus leaned toward the method being viable. The discussion remained relatively civil. However, some netizens noticed another point. Now that everything is so overt, wouldn't it alert the wrongdoers to be cautious? What if they forced the kids to go back and retrieve the money? When this comment surfaced, many expressed their agreement. If the other party was not deceived, even the best strategy would be ineffective. Officer Sun anticipated such a question and replied with a smile, "If they take the money, doesn't that still count as robbery? Moreover, preventing crime is more important than apprehending criminals." Upon hearing this, the netizens had an epiphany. Yes, that is indeed robbery. Correct. Showing them will serve as a warning. Only by knowing will they be wary. When they contemplate committing violence, they will reconsider if it might be a trap. If this effect is achieved, it is a success. Isn't this another form of legal education? Making them aware that they are committing a crime. Even the minor protection laws cannot shield them. These children dare to act recklessly precisely because they are unaware of the consequences. Once clarified, they will certainly restrain themselves. After all, no one desires to face the consequences of their actions. Understanding dawned upon them. This strategy was indeed profoundly thought out. The discussion on this topic caused the comment section to explode. Countless parents eagerly participated in the lively exchange, and even Cheng Shuo was no exception. He was so engrossed in gathering insights that he forgot to eat. "Dad, you should eat. Your food is getting cold." Cheng Shuo had already devoured most of his meal, but noticed that his father's plate remained full, compelling him to remind him. Seeing the scene, often beside him could hardly contain his laughter. While others were urging their children, they found themselves in reverse roles, with the child reprimanding the father. All right, I got it. No need to rush me," Cheng Shuo replied, though his eyes never left his phone. This scene felt familiar to many viewers, prompting them to tease him. "Put down your phone. You can't eat while playing with it. Can a phone substitute for food? Hurry up and discipline him. If he dares to do this now, what will happen when he grows older? I have never seen such a disobedient father. How old is he? Still clinging to his phone during meals. Look, his eyes will surely go bad. Hey, are you installing surveillance in my house? I've heard every single word." Cheng Shuo lamented, "I truly worry about this father." Seeing that his father remained unfazed, Cheng Shuo marched over, picked up his father's lunchbox, and declared, "If you want to eat, I'll dump it. Let us see how you cope with hunger this afternoon." A child's voice echoed with the authority of an adult. Even those around, who were eating, couldn't help but chuckle. Cheng Shuo, exasperated, responded, Fine, I'll eat. Just put down the phone. You're stealing my lunch now. Tonight, I'll take you to the small path." Chapter 72. Do you look down on others? In my day, I also passed the 211 exam. This statement proved to be more effective than anything else. Cheng Shuo immediately adopted a more submissive demeanor, saying, "Please, speak properly. There's no need to resort to threats." Afterward, he returned to his seat to focus on his meal. Before long, the father and son finished eating and made their way to the classroom, hoping to gauge the situation and see if they could sneak away early. It was evident that many parents harbored similar thoughts. From afar, they could see the corridor crowded with people, many of whom hadn't even entered the classroom. Once back on familiar ground, Cheng Shuo swiftly disappeared from sight. Cheng Shuo, feeling somewhat bored, wandered around outside the classroom. Even during lunchtime, the area was bustling with activity. The presence of parents made the school feel particularly congested. After a lengthy search, Cheng Shuo finally found a quiet spot to rest. He took out his phone once more, only to be interrupted by an unexpected online discussion that encroached upon the time originally designated for a safety drill. This alteration had not been part of the fixed agenda for the campus safety day. The production team, after deliberation, decided to cancel the drill, anticipating an earlier dismissal for the day. Consequently, the production team arranged another task, assisting the children with their homework. This decision stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, it was a request made by the parents. Although there had been brief segments featuring homework assistance in the earlier live broadcasts, those had merely skimmed the surface without any in-depth recording of the process. It was well known that many parents find themselves overwhelmed when helping their children with assignments. Typically, a harmonious father-son relationship could devolve into chaos at the mere mention of homework. Additionally, several parents among the 10 participating teams held advanced degrees, and their children excelled academically. Many parents were eager to glean insights from them. The production team, recognizing the importance of this, had no grounds to decline. The second reason was that following today, the weekend awaited. The production team planned to gather the 10 teams for a 2-day, 1-night offline event. Arranging for homework assistance naturally aimed to ensure that the young participants completed their assignments today, thereby freeing up more time for the offline activities. Thus, when this task was announced, both netizens and participants exhibited considerable enthusiasm. Some were delighted at the prospect of gaining knowledge, while others were simply eager to witness the spectacle. Among those anticipating the entertainment were the viewers in room 10. After all, the amusing incidents surrounding Cheng Shuo's help with his son's homework had left a lasting impression, and even a day later, many still found it entertaining. At that moment, the barrage of comments in room 10 perfectly reflected this sentiment. Homework assistance? This is clearly aimed at Cheng Shuo. Haha, I'll be watching closely to ensure he doesn't help his son again. If he agrees, his son likely won't either. The work he helped with yesterday is now being sent to a special school by the teacher. Talk about a reputation at stake. If he writes the homework himself, it surely won't be that disastrous. Given Cheng Shuo's educational background, he probably won't understand the material anyway. Why not let me take a crack at it? I scored higher than Tsinghua's admission score back in the day. Oh, really? How much did you score then? Tsinghua's admission score is 695. I scored 69. 5. Huh, that has quite a bit more. I can see now that the comments in this live stream are even less trustworthy than punctuation. The netizens reveled in their mockery, while Ah Feng maintained a playful demeanor. Cheng Shuo, feeling slighted, thought to himself, do you look down on people? In my day, I passed the 211 exam. Upon hearing this, Ah Feng expressed surprise. Oh, you passed the 211 exam? How would T have guessed? Apologizing for his earlier assumptions, Ah Feng showered Cheng Shuo with compliments. However, Cheng Shuo was too indifferent to respond and placed his phone back in his pocket, intending to seek out his son. If they could leave early, he would head home immediately. Although Cheng Shuo had moved on from the conversation, Ah Feng persisted. Which 211 did you attend? Let's see if I know it. As Cheng Shuo walked ahead, Ah Feng trailed behind, persistently questioning him. Annoyed by the inquiries, Cheng Shuo halted, chuckling softly. It's a score of 211. With that, he strode off, leaving Ah Feng bewildered and standing alone in the wind. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the comments erupted. Your 211 is a score? That was smooth. I'll support you without hesitation. All right, were there S a hidden dragon? There S also a phoenix chick. You're on par with that person who got into Tsinghua. I knew better than to have high expectations of him. This father-son duo are both quite the comedians. Case closed. Chapter 73. I keep my brother in my pocket, but he leads me into a pit. Before reaching the classroom door, Cheng Shuo saw his son rush out, shouting, Dad, they're showing a movie. It's not one you like. We can leave early. Cheng Xiao appeared exceptionally delighted at the prospect of returning home sooner. Like a little cannonball, he dashed straight toward Cheng Shuo, colliding painfully with his chest. Calm down a bit. You're no longer a 5 or 6-year-old child. Cheng Shuo rubbed his aching chest, his tone resembling a reprimand, yet his actions were filled with indulgence. He affectionately tousled his son's hair, thinking to himself, it's worth it. You know what your father enjoys watching. Of course, Cheng Xiao proudly lifted his chin. You only like movies with 2 actors. You have so many on your phone. At these words, Cheng Shuo's expression froze. Ah Feng discreetly shot him a knowing glance, making Cheng Shuo realize that he had misunderstood. And he was not the only one in the dark. In a live broadcast room, someone mused, is it the 2 actors I think it is? Ha! I feel like I've uncovered something monumental. It seems we should keep this from the child. He's still young, and it wouldn't be good for him. But you need not shield me. I'm an adult now. Please share. Come on, is it really that blatant? What about morals? What about decency? What about the website? These individuals swiftly revealed their true natures. If that is the case, do share it with me as well. It's not that I particularly want to see it, but rather I fear being left out. Amidst the fervent banter of netizens, the experts seated at the judging panel wore expressions of discomfort. This was beyond their scope of commentary, and they could only feel second-hand embarrassment for Cheng Shuo. He had never before experienced the daunting power of a leather jacket that exposed him to ridicule, especially when even netizens were having fun at his expense. Cheng Shuo playfully smacked his son on the backside, exclaiming, Stop talking nonsense. Immediately, he clarified, It's a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. Before he could finish, Ah Feng gestured for silence. I know. We're all adults here. You know nothing. Cheng Shuo retorted, hastily pulling out his phone. Just look for yourself. Ah Feng initially hesitated, thinking it inappropriate, but curiosity got the better of him, and upon looking, his eyes widened in disbelief. The incredulity in his tone was palpable. This reaction piqued the interest of the netizens further. Show me. What is it that I cannot see? I could pay to watch. Don't treat us like outsiders. Under the eager calls of the viewers, Ah Feng turned the camera toward Cheng Shuo's phone screen. Upon seeing it, the netizens could no longer contain themselves. The complete collection of Guodi Gang and Yuqian as crosstalk? Are you kidding me? I've already taken my pants off for this. There's nothing wrong with this. It truly is performed by 2 people. If you thought otherwise, that S on you. And it's 2 men at that. Ha. It's time to bring out our brother Bao's famous saying. The prejudices in one's heart are like a mountain. Alas, I keep my brother in my pocket, but he leads me into a pit. The barrage of comments was lively. Cheng Shuo, nearly overwhelmed by the disparagement, sought to confront his son. However, that little rascal had already sprinted far away, frolicking with a large golden retriever by the roadside. Both of them baring their teeth like bulls in a duel, their clothes now a mess. Seeing this, Cheng Shuo couldn't help but rub his forehead, pondering. What is the difference between raising a child and raising a dog? Ah Feng, witnessing the scene, felt it was rather charming. However, he knew that expressing that sentiment aloud would lead to a different narrative. Everyone expected him to extol the virtues of parenthood, highlighting how children could assist with many tasks and bring joy. No one anticipated his next words. At least raising a child doesn't shed fur. This unique perspective brought a smile to Cheng Shuo's face, the corners of his mouth curling up uncontrollably. The viewers in the live chat were equally amused, erupting in laughter. Since when did not shedding fur become a merit of child-rearing? Is he right or not? Absolutely. The punchlines are so frequent, I can hardly breathe from laughing. Can foolishness be contagious? I wonder if this cameraman was always like this. Amidst the laughter, Cheng Shuo's earlier frustration dissipated. Cheng Shuo, it's time to get in the car. Let us go. They boarded the same old tricycle, which sputtered back home. As the contestants gradually made their way home, discussions online began to wind down. As the show concluded, a renewed wave of discussions erupted online, undoubtedly elevating the program's visibility. Not only did the official account garner significant attention, but several contestants also cultivated their own fan bases, with Cheng Shuo and his son being the most popular. Meanwhile, in the backstage area of the program, Chun Bo finally found a moment to rest, only to be surrounded by staff. Director Chun, should we open personal accounts for the contestants? I see a considerable demand from netizens. Some sponsors also wish for them to promote products through their accounts, claiming it would enhance publicity. If the contestants have personal accounts, interactions will boost the program as popularity, and although we're not lacking in attention, every bit counts, right? Chun Bo had previously contemplated this issue, but deemed it unnecessary due to the program's smaller scale. However, he no longer held that view. The show's success had surpassed his expectations, with each contestant achieving their own memorable moments. Even if their parenting philosophies faced criticism, many netizens were still willing to support them. Who says that bad publicity isn't still publicity? Thus, upon hearing the staff's proposal, his attitude shifted. All right, let them create their accounts. We'll assist with promotion. The success of the program is a collective achievement. The accounts belong to them. They should manage them well. Even if they don't participate in future shows, they can still earn some pocket money from these accounts. Chun Bo's words sounded generous. Yet the staff backstage could see that his careful calculations were barely concealed. Chapter 74. Security questions are meant to protect adults, and now that you are an adult, you naturally would not know. Chen Dao, are you concerned that maintaining the contestants' accounts would require more manpower? A staff member bluntly exposed him. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo grinned and shot him a playful glare. You know too much. His arrangement indeed had its own considerations. Maintaining an account is not merely about posting a few photos and responding to comments. There's a profound strategy behind it. Consistent updates are fundamental, and the content must be novel and of high quality. Although the production team can provide materials to truly stand out, one must invest their own effort. These are minor issues. The primary challenge lies in the current traffic of the show, which leads to an abundance of comments and private messages for the contestants. If the production team manages them, the workload for 10 contestants and their 10 accounts would be monumental. They were already exhausted handling negative online reviews. If they were tasked with managing the accounts, they might revolt. After much contemplation, it is still preferable for the contestants to take charge themselves. If they can seize the opportunity to accumulate followers, their accounts will become valuable, which serves as a form of reward for the contestants. Shall I notify them to prepare their accounts now? Good. Upon returning home, Cheng Shuo and his companions received the production team's notification. Accounts? I believe I have one. I remember having over 1,000 followers. Naturally, Cheng Shuo would not refuse such a request. He had already planned to do live streaming in the future, and nurturing the account now would save him a great deal of trouble later. However, he encountered a slight obstacle when attempting to log in. Incorrect password. Dad, if you enter it wrong 3 times, it'll lock you out. Cheng Xiaolu was quite concerned, watching his father struggle with the login. Seeing his dad fail 3 times made him even more anxious than Cheng Shuo himself. I know, this was the original owner's account, and Cheng Shuo assumed the password would be similar to others. He never anticipated it would be incorrect. Let's retrieve it using the phone number, suggested Cheng Shuo. Cheng Shuo nodded. All right, I'll give it a try. Yet, when he attempted to verify the phone number, he was dumbfounded. This is the number you used before. It cannot receive the verification code. Cheng Shuo transformed into a relentless commentary machine, narrating each step as his father attempted to navigate the process. His intentions were good, but truly unnecessary, as it sounded to Cheng Shuo more like schadenfreude. You should be quiet and hurry to take a shower. Cheng Shuo urged his son. But Cheng Shuo remained undeterred, clearly more interested in aiding his father with the dilemma. Use the security question to retrieve the password. He suggested again. I'll try that. While he grumbled about his son, he obediently followed his instructions. Yet, he overlooked a significant problem. The security question was set by the original owner, and he had no clue. Dad, who is your most beloved person? Isn't it Mom? Why didn't you fill that in? Seeing his father remain motionless, Cheng Shuo pressed him again. This put Cheng Shuo in quite the predicament. If he entered Jiang Shuyu's name, and it turned out to be incorrect, would he even see the light of day tomorrow? Why do you have to worry about everything? Hurry up and shower. We'll get your homework done. If you're not going to shower, at least open the computer and practice shooting. Cheng Shuo adeptly managed to manipulate his son. As soon as he said this, Cheng Shuo dashed toward the bathroom. With the noise subsided, Cheng Shuo still found himself scratching his head over the security question. He couldn't risk answering such a perilous question, not even as a trial. He quickly changed it. What is your dream? Cheng Shuo was once again taken aback. Who exactly is this security question meant to protect against? Why not use something with a fixed answer, like a birthday or perhaps the names of his parents? With a sigh of resignation, he continued to change the question. What was your best friend's name in childhood? Forget it. He decisively abandoned that route. It would be more convenient to simply apply for a new account. Little did Cheng Shuo realize that such a simple matter as retrieving a password could spark a discussion among the netizens in the live stream. The security question is just like mine. I had to answer who my favorite person was to retrieve my password, and I failed to guess right after a dozen attempts. Who remembers their first love in middle age? As for dreams, those naive aspirations from childhood are long forgotten. Now, I only strive for daily sustenance. As for my childhood best friend, I left that behind at 12. No way, don't do this. I dislike sentimentality, but I'm genuinely a bit teary. It's hard to comprehend why such difficult security questions were set in the first place. Oh, they were meant to guard against the adult self. The security questions are designed to protect adults, and now that you are an adult, naturally, you wouldn't remember. Perhaps when they were set, it was believed that the answers would be unforgettable for a lifetime. It's merely a matter of retrieving a password, yet everyone makes it so poignant. Stop. Don't be so emo. I watch live streams to find joy. Cheng Shuo also managed to lighten up, realizing that a simple action could significantly increase the barrage of comments. It is not hard to imagine how quickly his follower count would rise once his account is revealed. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the studio, the host, He Ling, stood at the center of the stage. The campus safety event has concluded successfully, and next, we will be voting on the children's performances. As her voice fell, the vote counts for each child began to fluctuate. Today's event did not involve parents. Thus, when voting based solely on the children's performances, all but Cheng Shuo had similar vote counts. This result had become quite customary. There was no remedy. Cheng Shuo's small stature and mischievous demeanor were simply endearing, and he performed the best. Compared to the other well-behaved children, he stood out remarkably. It was no surprise that he led the votes by a wide margin. Surprisingly, the second place was taken by contestant number 5, Tong Yao. It was worth noting that her earlier outburst had frightened many. However, upon reflection, it was not difficult to comprehend. The netizens were kind-hearted, hoping to encourage her with their votes. Perhaps they saw a reflection of their own past selves in her. They were healing their own wounded souls. All right, the voting has concluded. Don't be discouraged if you received fewer votes. There will be another voting opportunity in the evening. I hope everyone performs well. Next, we will begin to observe the homework assistance situations of each family. Before that, I would like to ask everyone, What is the biggest challenge you face when helping your children with their homework? Ling intended merely to warm up the next segment, but she did not anticipate that her question would trigger a barrage of complaints in the comments. Chapter 75. Who was the first person to set foot on the moon? My son, Cheng. This topic could lead to endless discussions. Let me put it this way. The quality of my child's homework reflects my own standards. To this day, I cannot fathom why there are exercises that confine chickens and rabbits in a cage, only exposing their feet for children to calculate how many of each there are. Naturally, my child is just as bewildered. You have yet to experience the joy of 113. The pressure medication cannot be ceased. In a fill-in-the-blank exercise, my daughter wrote both parents deceased, and now assisting my child with homework has become a perilous endeavor. Question: who was the first person to set foot on the moon? My son, Cheng. I naturally not want to smile. Compared to you, my child is quite remarkable. However, he is very stubborn. He knows that a double negative indicates affirmation, as the books teach, yet he insists it may not necessarily be so. After a stern reprimand, he finally complied. To the one upstairs, your child as punishment seems a bit unjust. Sometimes, a double negative does not indicate affirmation. When does it? Can you provide an example? Did your wife never tell you, no, you're not wrong? Huh, what talent? Darling, it's not that you can't. I'm not unhappy. The child cannot possibly not be yours. Need I provide more examples? Wow, ha. You have utterly diminished my reserves of virtue. When it comes to discussing children as homework, complaints abound, but the joy is even greater. The atmosphere is palpable, and various live streaming rooms have come to life. In room 9, the cozy setting features young Yu showering diligently seated at her desk. She maintains an upright posture, her back straight, writing her assignments with impeccable form, while her mother, Ding Jing, tidies up the wardrobe nearby, creating a harmonious and warm scene. Observing this moment, netizens are profoundly moved. Such a tableau belongs only to a program. In reality, who assists whom often leads to chaos. The only family that could rival this is Family One, yet it lacks the warmth found here. This scene resembles a masterpiece of world art. It could be captured as a template. Examine her posture. It mirrors that of the books precisely. A glance at my son, who seems afflicted with rickets, truly underscores the adage comparison breeds envy. A self-motivated child is far more endearing, completing homework without parental distraction. How do you educate? Could Mother 9 share her insights? Just one glance. And netizens showered praises upon Family 9. Many parents sought to glean parenting wisdom. If this serene scene were to persist, Family 9 would undoubtedly garner substantial support. However, the plot twist arrived abruptly. Perhaps due to fatigue from sitting too long, Yu Xiaoran suddenly relaxed her posture. This action is universally understood. It signifies a desire for a brief respite. Such a reaction is entirely reasonable. Yet, as soon as her posture slackened, she was struck on the back by a balled-up sock. Sit up straight. Are you blind? This remark stunned the viewers. The mother's words were indeed harsh. Despite the good intentions, why could she not express herself kindly? Indeed, resorting to throwing a sock at a child is excessive. Only those who have parented understand that gentle speech often falls on deaf ears. It is only when one resorts to more assertive measures that results manifest. Furthermore, how painful could being hit with a sock be? It merely serves as a reminder. Am I the only one who finds the act of throwing objects at children alarmingly practiced? This mother seems to have done this frequently. Indeed, my own mother was similar. Anytime I erred, whatever she had in hand became a means of chastisement. Once, while mowing the lawn, she threw something at me, and I still bear a scar on my calf. Isn't that rather frightening? Mother 9 was just tidying socks. What if she had been cooking or sweeping? I would have been utterly astounded. It is not that severe. This mother does not seem like someone lacking in restraint. Right, let us not misconstrue her actions. That would be too terrifying. While many netizens criticized Mother 9's behavior, some believe she acted out of concern for her child, albeit with an inappropriate approach. Upon deeper reflection, many expressed understanding. After all, such scenarios are commonplace in numerous households. Provided the behavior is not excessively extreme, netizens tend to be quite forgiving. Furthermore, they prefer to think they may have overreacted. Otherwise, living in such an environment must be immensely painful for the child. Even the 3 experts on the judging panel shared this sentiment. Thus, they refrained from commenting on the incident. Nonetheless, Ding Jing's actions did diminish the public's fondness for their family. Yu Xiaoran's posture once again became exceedingly proper. Focus on your work. You must finish your assignments today. As Ding Jing picked up the socks, she continued her mild admonitions, casting her gaze toward her daughter's homework. The camera followed suit. Although Yu Xiaoran is merely in 4th grade, the amount of homework is substantial. Exercise books, problem sets, after-class assignments, and test papers piled into a small mountain on the desk. The workload was already considerable, yet due to today as school activities, the teacher assigned an additional task of writing reflections. With the accumulation of assignments and a time constraint, Yu Xiaoran began to feel flustered. In her haste, her handwriting became less neat. However, many parents would consider this commendable. Aside from a few corrections, it appeared quite satisfactory overall. If only their own children could achieve such results, they would be praised. Yet upon seeing her daughter's work in such disarray, Ding Jing was incensed. What are you writing? How many times have I told you? Your letters must be written stroke by stroke. No corrections allowed. Presentation is crucial. Your handwriting is the first impression for the examiner. If they cannot decipher your work during the college entrance examination, they will simply deduct points. You want to have a place to weep. Ding Jing, with her fiery temper, tore the page out and demanded a rewrite. Witnessing her hard work being torn away, Yu Xiaoran was on the verge of tears. Mom, I was almost finished. What does it matter if you were almost done? If it's not done well, you must rewrite it, Ding Jing asserted, and seeing her daughter's defiance, she raised her voice again. If you give me anything less than your best, you want to eat dinner tonight. Perhaps realizing her words were excessive, Ding Jing deliberately softened her tone. Ran, mommy only wants what is best for you. Only by holding yourself to high standards can you excel further. When I was young, I had no opportunity to study. I spent my days feeding pigs and herding cattle. Look at you now. You are among the best in school, with the finest clothing and provisions. I have never even asked you to wash your own socks. I only wish for you to devote yourself entirely to your studies. Must you also let your mother down? Chapter 76, I knew it. Tutoring assignments inevitably drives one to madness. Had this been in the past, Ding Jing's remarks would have garnered unanimous applause from netizens. However, after witnessing countless similar scenes, viewers now feel suffocated. Yet another instance of outsourcing effort. Must we constantly lament the lack of educational opportunities? If you regret not having the means to study in the past, why not enroll in one of the many adult colleges available today? I believe the young girl was just about to finish writing her reflections on a campus event before they were cruelly torn apart. If my paper were to be shredded just before completion, I would be seething with rage. Observing the situation is exhausting. Sitting upright feels burdensome. And if the handwriting is poor, it risks being torn and rewritten. Does this mother perhaps possess obsessive-compulsive tendencies? Compulsion is about forcing oneself, yet compelling others is a different ailment altogether. While the intent of wanting the best for one's child is understandable, the pressure imposed is excessive. Children raised under such intense stress may find future endeavors to be a breeze. Merely a day has passed, and the pressure Cheng Shuo placed on his child has already diminished to second place. The educational approach of Mother Number 9 has not been well received by netizens. Although her intentions are commendable, they remain unacceptable. Even some traditionally minded parents recognize that this is misguided. Applying pressure on a child so young in various aspects is not something they can resist now, but when they possess the capacity to rebel, who knows how defiant they might become. Aware of this, Judge Zhong Xiuqin interjects, asserting that parents must not be overly authoritarian. Striving for perfection in every aspect exhausts parents and burdens children even more. We must allow ourselves to relax and relieve tension, enabling children to feel at ease. A balanced approach yields greater results with less effort. As soon as Zhong Xiuqin finishes speaking, Yang Xiaodong chimes in, confirming that many parents share a common flaw, an inclination to nitpick over trivial matters. An occasional slouch is not a grave offense. Mistakes in homework are errors that every child makes. Is the pursuit of perfection for the child's benefit, or is it merely the parent's inability to accept their child's flaws? Ironically, parents can nurture their children in the direction they desire. Yet will they be willing to change to become the parents their child wishes for? Yang Xiaodong has always focused on issues rather than individuals, and her remarks are as incisive as ever. Upon her conclusion, the online comments surge anew. Indeed, this is the first time for both parent and child. Why should the parent be allowed to mold the child to their whims while the child's desires go unheeded? This sentiment resonates deeply with me. I never demanded wealth from my parents, yet they expect me to achieve great success. If parents urge me to strive, they should also make an effort themselves. I too wish to experience the life of a wealthy heir. Everyone here is merely venting. I recently used this argument against my father, only to receive a resounding slap in return. I'm truly furious, contemplating finding someone to fight. Such coercive parenting is indeed infuriating, driving children towards madness. To guide everyone, visit room 3, where the situation is quite the opposite. That child is nearly driving his father insane. No one desires to watch a live stream that only adds to their frustration. Upon seeing someone declare room 3 to be entertaining, many netizens flocked there. Mother No. 9 is oblivious to the cause of the sudden drop in viewership, unaware that the number of people in the live stream is halved. In room 3, young Zhuzaheo's homework setup is not at home, but rather at a small table beside his father's seafood stall. The market is noisy and chaotic. Yet, the scene of Zhu Fu assisting his child with homework stands out as a rare spectacle. If one were to merely observe the visuals, netizens would undoubtedly commend the effort to study despite adverse conditions. However, when the dialogue between father and son emerges, viewers realize this is not a picturesque moment, but rather a scene of calamity. Come on, tell me again, how many letters are there in total? It is evident that the father and son have been embroiled in this debate for quite some time. Zhu Fu's patience is wearing thin, his hair disheveled from agitation. Meanwhile, son Zhu Zaheo remains unfazed, gazing wide-eyed at his father without fear, yet lacking seriousness. 24. That makes it 25. Zhu Zaheo, noting his father's expression, quickly changes his response. Zhu Fu is nearly exasperated to the point of fury. How did it become 25 again? Didn't we just count? He pulls at his hair in frustration. Although Zhu Fu appears robust, he refrains from striking his child, even when angered, perhaps knowing he won't be punished. Zhu Zaheo carries on, watching his father spiral into chaos with an almost casual demeanor. What are you looking at? Do I have the answer on my face? Zhu Fu shouts, count again. Their personalities are starkly different. The father is hurried while the son is leisurely. Fortunately, Zhu Zaheo is obedient, doing as told, albeit at a pace that would drive Zhu Fu to distraction. 1, 2, 3. He points at the alphabet with one hand while counting on his fingers with the other, proceeding at a turtle's pace. For someone with a quick temper, this is sheer torture. The irony is that Zhu Fu cannot interrupt, for doing so would require starting the count anew. This frustration has him pacing restlessly. Despite his apparent agitation, he remains alert to his son's progress. Upon hearing Zhu Zaheo stop at 26, he knows the child has finally grasped the count of letters. Now that you've counted properly, how many letters are there? Zhu Fu asks confidently. 21. Zhu Zaheo replies, even more assuredly. Zhu Fu nearly chokes on this answer. Having heard the count reach 26, how could it still be 21? Observing this unfold, netizens can no longer contain their laughter. This is so relatable. I'm certain there is no script involved. I can attest that he indeed counted correctly. As for why he answered with 21, the child must have his own reasoning. In contrast, the domestic tutoring of assignments appears almost seamless, as if lifted from the pages of science fiction, representing the most genuine depiction of an ordinary family. The journey through tutoring is fraught with challenges, whispered frustrations, loud exclamations, gritted teeth, and escalating tempers. This father is on the brink of exploding. It seems everyone has a foolish child, and I feel a sense of balance within. Indeed, tutoring assignments inevitably drives one to madness. Patience is essential in tutoring. If a child is not prompted to speak multiple times, they will naturally lose the desire to engage. Chapter 77. Call my mother back, and you can have another playmate. The scene of family tutoring homework was so vivid that it left the onlookers in fits of laughter. No one could empathize with Zhu Fu's despair. Instead, They continue to joke and make puns. I assert that there are only 21 letters in the alphabet, because E.T. is an alien who flew away in a UFO. Can you believe that? Wrong. The correct answer is 14, as E.T. wore AJ shoes, carried an LV bag, and adorned himself with YSL. If that's the case, the answer should be 9, as he cruised in his UFO while listening to DJ music with GPS activated and taking along Hello Kitty. Well then, let's not leave anything behind. The remaining letters are merely the name of Hello Kitty. Haha, how witty. I'll surely die laughing in this live stream. The comments were lively, and the 3 experts on the judging panel were stifling their laughter. In the past, they would have advised Yu Fu on patience and proper methods. However, they gradually realized that the audience was not receptive to preachy admonitions. Parents seeking guidance began to understand that the chaos of tutoring was the norm, largely independent of the parents' educational backgrounds, but rather a test of patience. The 10 contestants served as mirrors, allowing countless parents to identify their shortcomings. They reflected on whether they had inadvertently harmed their children's self-esteem, whether they had shown enough patience, or whether they had forced their children to do things they themselves could not accomplish. One by one, they could gain insights by observing others' daily lives, which proved far more beneficial than any sermon. I must say, the 3 experts have become increasingly laid back. As long as the behavior is not excessively outrageous, they refrain from commenting. Moreover, such situations are not isolated. Several live streams reflect the same, making it impossible for them to critique every instance. Meanwhile, the 6th live stream was witnessing a similar father-son duel. Father Zhou Jun pointed at his son's homework, asking, "Son, are you sure the bed measures 5 decimeters?" His tone hinted at barely suppressed anger. Unfortunately, his son Zhou Yang remained oblivious, confidently affirming, "I'm sure." Zhou Jun pressed on. "Then how tall is the washing machine?" "The washing machine is 1 centimeter tall," came the unhesitating reply. Cough. Upon hearing this answer, Zhou Jun couldn't help but cough violently, closing his eyes to stabilize his emotions. He then inquired, "And the pencil length is 15. "The pencil is 15 meters long." Zhou Jun could no longer contain himself. Erupting, "Which teacher taught you this?" The facade of the benevolent father shattered as he raised his hand, intending to deliver a loving smack. 15 meters for a pencil? Do you believe I could pull out my 40-meter machete? Zhou Yang, quick-witted, dashed away, shouting as he ran, "I believe you. Your 40-meter machete is just right for sharpening my 15-meter pencil." The hilarity was boundless, leaving the viewers on the verge of laughter-induced exhaustion. If my child behaved like that, I would be driven to despair. Yet seeing another's child act this way elicited unabashed amusement. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to die from laughter. If I laugh too hard, my mother might think a pig has wandered into my room. With such comedic contestants, one could only imagine the entertainment in the 10th live stream. Alas, I nearly forgot. I promised to monitor them. Monitoring? More likely, they're engrossed in gaming. That simply won't do. Fellow viewers, follow me. We must critique whether there is any rule of law left, as children are incessantly pressured to play games. If you wish to enjoy the spectacle, just say so. No need for grand proclamations. Thus, countless viewers flocked to the 10th live stream, only to be sorely disappointed. The anticipated scene of a father-son gaming battle was absent. To be precise, Cheng Shuo had not yet succeeded in persuading his son. "Son, just one game?" Cheng Shuo slumped on the table, while Cheng Xiaola diligently completed his homework. Without lifting his head, he replied, "I'll play with you after I finish." This line struck a familiar chord with countless viewers. Yet, the irony lay in the fact that it was the son uttering these words. Wasn't that the excuse my father used to give me? The roles had reversed. The son asked the father to wait until he completed his homework before playing together. A surreal phenomenon, indeed. In other contexts, it might seem illogical, but here it made perfect sense. The father was truly addicted to gaming. Alas, this child had fallen prey to a passion for studying, and the gaming world had lost a rising star. There was nothing to be done. It was his chosen path, and he could only embrace it with a smile. Though the viewers jested, they were genuinely pleased. The ability to encourage a child to study independently stems not from theories or coercion, but from aligning with the child's nature. If he wishes to play, let him play freely. Otherwise, The incessant longing would only fuel the child's rebellious spirit. Once he experiences the reality, he will realize that gaming is not as enjoyable as he imagined. The taunts from opponents and pressures from teammates overshadow the satisfaction once derived from gaming. As the challenges escalate, frustration sets in, leading to a gradual loss of interest in games. In contrast, he may find studying comparatively effortless. Just like Cheng Shuo now. Despite his father's pleading, he remained unmoved. "Son, have pity on your father. I haven't touched a gun all day." While others coaxed their children to complete their homework, here the father pleaded for his son to join him in gaming. The father even shamelessly feigned distress. Observing this, the nearby phone couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Dad, listen to me. I really need to do my homework. If you can't handle it, call my mother back so you can have another playmate." Cheng Shuo was somewhat annoyed by his father's antics, deliberately shifting away to create distance. Yet his father, like a persistent adhesive, quickly closed the gap again. "Why have another when one is already here?" Cheng Shuo joked before shifting back to a pitiful persona. Back in our day, we had no resources." I know, Cheng Shuo interjected before his father could finish. "You want to say that your studying conditions were poor, that you had to trek several miles over mountains to get to school, and that your learning environment was often damp and drafty. Despite such hardships, you persevered in your studies. Now that our conditions have improved, with cars to take us and spacious, bright classrooms, you want me to cherish these favorable conditions and study diligently, right? Okay, Dad, I'll study right now." Though his father had never explicitly stated this, he had heard enough similar sentiments from his classmates. The intent behind parents' words is ultimately to motivate them to excel academically. Thus, when his father only began the narrative, he anticipated the rest and responded proactively. Good news, he anticipated correctly. Bad news, he misjudged the context. No, son, you've misunderstood," Cheng Shuo hurriedly corrected. "What I meant was, we didn't have the conditions to play games back then. The computers were subpar, and games were scarce. Now that conditions have improved, you should indulge in gaming with me more often." Chapter 78. The ancestors never expected to bear the blame after hundreds of years. Cheng Shuo's words caused a phone to spit out the imported water he had just sipped. He could hardly believe his ears. How could a father utter such a thing? The child's understanding was heartwarming, yet the father's unreliability was distressing. At that moment in the live streaming room, was this correct? This should have been directed at mom number 9. His reasoning was convoluted, yet somehow I found his arguments quite compelling. There was nothing wrong. The current gaming environment was indeed favorable, with internet cafes transforming into gaming lounges, featuring young women in maid outfits serving instant noodles. Such conditions were unheard of in the past. Wait, have we strayed off topic? Were we not discussing the child studies? While it's one thing not to provide guidance, it's another to disturb him. Finally, some netizens began to voice their discontent with Cheng Shuo. The teachers on the judging panel noticed this and quickly urged a phone to intervene. Although they all knew Cheng Shuo was unpredictable, it was essential not to go too far. After all, this was a parenting show, and hindering a child from completing their homework was simply unacceptable. Soon, a phone received a message from the judges. He had long been unable to tolerate the situation and promptly nudged Cheng Shuo's arm, saying, "Don't disturb him. Have you forgotten he barely passed last time?" A phone meant to imply that as long as Cheng Shuo looked focused on studying, he would surely improve. However, Cheng Shuo's comprehension was anything but ordinary. "My son is so intelligent. How could he possibly fail an exam?" Cheng Shuo feigned confusion, contemplating for a moment. A phone could only roll his eyes in exasperation, silently criticizing that it was precisely because of a father like him. With gaming distractions every day, it was a wonder the child could pass it all. He had hoped Cheng Shuo would possess the self-awareness to recognize his own shortcomings. But what Cheng Shuo said next left him choking once more. It must be a problem with the ancestral grave. We should relocate it during Qingming. A Feng's pupils dilated in disbelief. Blaming the ancestors instead of oneself? A Feng felt numb. He looked at Cheng Shuo as if he were some rare creature. If possible, he would have liked to dissect his brain to see what peculiar thoughts resided within. The absurdity of his reasoning was astounding, and netizens found it utterly hilarious. "I'm dying of laughter. He truly never blames the child. If it were any other parent, they would surely say the child isn't trying hard enough. Not blaming the child, not blaming himself, but the location of the ancestral grave. Even the ancestors must be suffering. The ancestors. I am peacefully resting here. You want to relocate my grave? Who would have thought? After hundreds of years, they would still be blamed. Cheng Shuo's reckless talk resulted in a text message from the director warning him that further nonsense would lead to a deduction of his pay. Cheng Shuo's greatest virtue was his reverence for money. It was one thing to possess it, but having it deducted was an entirely different matter. Money could be spent, but it must not be taken away. All right, son, focus on your homework. I won't disturb you anymore. He left his son alone. Yet Cheng Shuo remained fixated on gaming. As soon as he stepped out of the room, he turned to a phone. Come play a couple of rounds with me. A phone was taken aback, deflecting, I don't know how to play your game. Having witnessed Cheng Shuo's performance as a teammate, he was not foolish enough to subject himself to that ordeal. Moreover, he would rather chat with a girlfriend than play games at that moment. He even pulled out his phone, opening a chat window. How could he possibly have time to game? Play Honor of Kings. I saw you had that game on your phone. Cheng Shuo pointed at a phone-s device, and at that moment, he happened to notice the open chat window, instantly grasping a phone-s intentions. Brother, Cheng Shuo slapped a phone on the shoulder, earnestly stating, you will eventually understand. The only one who can embrace you is Zhong Kuei. The only one willing to hug you first is Dun Shan. The only one who will hold your hand is Ming Shirin. The only one who will playfully sit on you is Yao. So why bother with romance? Just let me borrow your account. In his quest for a gaming partner, Cheng Shuo poured all his cunning into that endeavor. Observing this scene, netizens erupted in laughter. Ha! A new victim has emerged. With a mouth like that, it's a shame he is not performing in a comedic act. This guy's been playing Honor of Kings all day. He must be doing a promotional gig for them. The one willing to take you home is the Qiao. The one willing to traverse mountains for you is Neza. The one willing to bear your children is Milady. The one willing to fly to see you is Nakulu. The one who won't let go of you is Lamling Wang. 666, that is not even salty anymore. This promotional insertion is quite skillful. The last time I saw something so seamless was in traditional joinery. Cheng Shuo lost track of time while gaming. By the time he realized, it was nearly 8 in the evening. The sky darkened, and the neon lights outside began to flicker. Oh no, it's already this late, and my son hasn't eaten yet. Now, whenever Cheng Shuo spoke, a phone could not help but roll his eyes. He had reminded him countless times during their gaming session. Yet, the only response he received was, just one more round. Now he was suddenly aware of the time. Let S order takeout. A phone helplessly opened the delivery app. Having already experienced Cheng Shuo's culinary skills that morning, he did not hold out hope for a meal to share. Breakfast was on them. Now it was time to repay the favor. But how could I? Cheng Shuo pretended to be modest for a moment before immediately pointing at the screen. Let us get some sour soup beef and some minced eggplant, mushroom, and broccoli. A phone generously ordered each item Cheng Shuo mentioned. Eventually, he simply handed his phone to Cheng Shuo. After placing the order, Cheng Shuo entered his son's room, discovering the boy still maintaining his earlier position. The homework was evidently completed, and he was quietly reading. A half-eaten bun lay beside him. It seemed the boy had found something to eat when hunger struck. However, Cheng Shuo felt a pang of guilt for allowing his son to go hungry due to his negligence. A rare moment of paternal affection stirred within him. So, you've been reading for so long. Take a break. Too much screen time can harm your eyes. Hearing the voice, Cheng Shuo looked up. How long have I been reading? When I was playing games with you, I didn't hear you say anything about getting nearsighted. He was immediately met with a retort, and Cheng Shuo's fleeting paternal warmth evaporated. Get ready. Come out quickly. Dinner is about to be served. Meanwhile, in the studio, preparations for the upcoming itinerary were underway. Host Ling stood at the center of the stage. This weekend, we have arranged a parent-child trip for the contestants. To make the journey more meaningful, we will issue some challenge tasks along the way. This not only provides the children with more opportunities for growth, but also strengthens the bond between parents and children. Next, I will present the first challenge to the children. Pack your luggage. Chapter 79. The Mind. I have learned. The Hand. UMLGB. As host Ling finished speaking, teacher Zhong Xiuqin chuckled and remarked that today's children generally lead a life where everything is handed to them. This has resulted in their poor ability to manage daily affairs independently. Assigning this challenge to the children serves to train them while also enlightening the parents that education should encompass all aspects of their development. Once teacher Zhong finished her statement, the camera panned to Xiang Hui, who humorously noted that parents were not allowed to assist with this challenge. If a child fails to prepare adequately, it reflects the parent's lack of attention to such matters. Only through experiencing a bit of hardship can they recognize their child's weaknesses and understand that self-care is also a crucial lesson. Finally, there was Yang Xiaotong, who exuded a sense of clarity and impartiality. However, at that moment, a mischievous smile graced her lips as she whispered to everyone that although our destination was a picturesque resort, not all families would be fortunate enough to secure satisfactory accommodations. Those who failed to pack properly might find themselves in quite a predicament. As this statement echoed, the comments section erupted with excitement. I knew it wouldn't merely be a vacation. Ha! Will the children really pack a suitcase full of toys? I can already sense that the next 2 days will be quite entertaining. There's an inkling that the production team is up to something mischievous. Though I have no concrete proof, it's merely a 2-day trip. How bad could it possibly be? Just endure it for a while. One should never underestimate the production team's desire to stir up drama. Some netizens have already seen through the production team's tactics, while others remain blissfully entertained. Although this is just a segment about packing luggage, it vividly illustrates the living conditions of each family, contrasting sharply. Family number 2 is quite affluent, with a walk-in closet larger than my living room, filled with luxury goods. For children raised in such households, the greatest hardship they've faced may only be an iced Americano. I have a house too, albeit a dilapidated one. Life is a balance of gains and losses. While they acquire wealth, they also forfeit certain aspects. Have they lost their worries? Let us not kid ourselves. It's merely a fleeting moment. Netizens marvel at the opulence of family number 2's walk-in closet, but this is merely an exception. The majority belong to ordinary families. Meanwhile, the amusing mishaps of the children while packing quickly shift the attention of netizens. Meow meow, you really can't bring a stuffed doll. This trip is different. It was fine before, so why not this time? So stop packing so many things. It's just a 2-day trip. Get rid of the unnecessary items. Dad, why don't you just stay home and let Mom go? Lu Chong, I asked you to bring food, not a pot. Isn't this just your eating utensil? Cinny, hurry up and pack. Mom, I don't know how. Where do I put the clothes? Why is there only one sock? Ranon, bring some books and a couple of practice papers. We mustn't neglect our studies while having fun. Novels count as books too. Although the production team stipulated that parents could not help, they did not prohibit them from offering reminders, thinking that this might provide some assistance. However, it only allowed the children to experience the frustration of being unable to rely on their parents. When told not to bring toys, they clamored for their phones. When asked to bring study materials, they packed their favorite novels instead. When instructed to pack a change of clothes, the children indiscriminately stuffed their bags without regard to the season. Personal items and toiletries were completely overlooked, while an abundance of snacks made their way into the bags. With the production team's rules in place, these children exhibited a rare moment of rebellion, leaving the watching parents anxiously wringing their hands. In stark contrast to the chaos of these families, the 10th live stream room appeared almost eerily normal. After dinner, Cheng Shuo lounged on the sofa in a relaxed manner, while his son Cheng Xiaola was busy tidying up. Although the youngest among the children, he displayed remarkable diligence in packing. Toiletries, changes of clothes, and spares were all meticulously organized. He even understood the importance of keeping his underwear and socks separated. This impressed the cameraman, Afeng, who saw his step count soar within just half an hour. The comments section exploded in excitement. Look at the difference. It's essential to let children manage things on their own. The essence lies in the fact that when the father is somewhat inept, the son will rise to the occasion. Cheng Xiaola. Ultimately, I bear the brunt of it all. I declare, in this segment, Cheng Xiaola is the undisputed champion. There are no contenders, absolutely none. Having gathered what he needed, Cheng Xiaola began to organize his suitcase. Everything was manageable until he started folding clothes, at which point Afeng could no longer divert his gaze. Xiaola, can you perform magic? You fold a piece of clothing in just a few moves. Your technique surpasses that of many professional organizers. Offing picked up the freshly folded shirt, unable to put it down. This type of garment is the most challenging to manage. If folded incorrectly, it leaves unsightly creases. He had previously learned how to organize clothes, but he was nowhere near as proficient as Cheng Shuo. Not only was Shuo's technique compact, but it was also aesthetically pleasing. It's worth noting that Offing is notoriously known for his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. He does not easily give out such high praise unless it is truly deserved. This indicates just how impressive Cheng Shuo is. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Offing was astonished, yet for Cheng Shuo, it was merely a routine task. His mother's penchant for organization had rubbed off on him, making it seem effortless. Moreover, with a father who cannot manage his own life, if he were not diligent, the household would surely fall apart. Oh, that is wonderful. Offing appeared genuinely intrigued, setting the camera aside. He casually grabbed a piece of clothing and placed it before him, waiting for Cheng Shuo to demonstrate each step so he could follow along. His eager demeanor was infectious, prompting many netizens to mimic his actions, eager to participate, regardless of whether they could master the technique. Thus, the 10th live stream room witnessed a remarkable scene. Fold the left side over, then the right side in the same manner. Tuck both sides in, pay attention to these 2 points, and lift. With just a few simple actions, the garment was neatly folded. Although Cheng Shuo was already moving at a slow pace, Offing struggled to replicate the process. Slow down. How are you doing that? Oh, you're so clumsy. It's like this at this moment. Cheng Shuo resembled a small teacher, repeatedly guiding Offing. The latter, a diligent student, was fully engaged in learning. Folding clothes may appear straightforward, yet it is quite a challenge when put into practice. Even with Cheng Shuo as hands-on instruction, Offing found it difficult, let alone the netizens learning from afar. Wow, is it really this hard? I refuse to believe it. The mind, I have learned, the hand, UMLGB. Bested by a primary school student, I shall henceforth refrain from disparaging young scholars. Today's students are remarkably capable. A resolute woman of Huaxia onward. Chapter 80. Father, if you had 100,000 yuan, would you spend it on me? The atmosphere in room 10 of a live stream has always been vibrant, with the engaging interaction between Cheng Shuo and Offing. An increasing number of netizens are participating. Who understands? I have rummaged through all the clothes in my wardrobe. Whatever he teaches me to fold, I fold. To be honest, I was never this diligent when I was studying. My mother was utterly astonished to see me voluntarily folding clothes. Haha. It's quite practical. I had previously seen the 1-second folding method online, but never mastered it. However, today, this little teacher taught me well. Hee, I have also learned it and just showcase my skills in front of my mother, who is still praising me. Hands on hips, proud face. I told you, one can indeed learn something online. Your enthusiasm is simply terrifying, inspiring me to completely organize my wardrobe. The clothes in my house are folded by the maid, but watching others fold clothes feels quite therapeutic. Hey, upstairs, did I ask you? Just say it. The barrage of comments is lively, and Cheng Shuo is also busy. Seeing that his son can create such a buzz just by teaching people how to fold clothes, he immediately thinks about how to maintain his own account. While others flaunt luxury cars and mansions, he showcases his son. It's all about taking an unconventional route. Moreover, this aligns perfectly with the theme of the program. Who says raising children is solely about academic performance? Being able to fold clothes so well is also a remarkable achievement for a child. Thus, while Cheng Shuo assists in teaching, Cheng Shuo busies himself with video editing. Everyone is engaged. Cheng Shuo's actions have also astonished the 3 experts on the judging panel. This, so impressive. Teacher Zhong Xiuqin is at a loss for words, managing only to utter this phrase. She can hardly believe a child could perform so excellently. In her understanding, a 6 or 7-year-old can at most find what they need, and yet he not only considers everything, but organizes it so well. Even she cannot find a single flaw. Indeed, it is impressive, a true blessing for perfectionists. Xiang Hui is also lavish with his praise. His gaze towards Cheng Shuo is filled with admiration. Initially, he was not particularly fond of Cheng Shuo, believing that poor grades were a significant flaw. However, through these 2 days of observation, He increasingly feels that this child is quite exceptional. Beyond academics, he excels in other aspects as well, such as communication, interpersonal skills, an initiative far surpassing his peers. Reflecting upon it, if only his grandson were similarly capable, he would probably wake up laughing from his dreams. He has strong self-management skills. But have you noticed? He adeptly seizes opportunities to showcase himself and is eager to share his skills. While Yang Xiaodong speaks, she points to the screen and continues, revealing that the clothes he folded were merely those he needed to wear in the coming days. The items used for teaching are also these few pieces. However, when he sees Offing learning earnestly, he even takes out off-season clothes for instruction, including a dress worn by his mother. This selfless sharing and willingness to showcase one's abilities is truly commendable. Upon hearing Yang Xiaodong's words, the other two teachers nod in agreement. Nowadays, many children face a common issue. They can do it, yet become shy when asked to demonstrate. Unlike Cheng Shuo, who approaches everything with confidence, the self-assurance he exudes surpasses that of many children. After neatly folding the clothes, Cheng Shuo begins to tidy up the smaller items. Perhaps influenced by his surroundings, he enjoys tidying up while muttering to himself. I said we should take back the disposable toothbrushes from the hotel, and now look. We need them. These slippers can also be taken, wear them once and toss them. The shower gel and shampoo should be decanted into smaller bottles. The large ones are too heavy. Cheng Shuo busily prepares, his meticulous demeanor momentarily making one forget that he is still a child. In contrast, Cheng Shuo lazily lounges on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. This stark contrast is particularly unsettling. If he were quietly absorbed in his phone without causing a ruckus, it might be acceptable, but at that moment, he suddenly calls out, "Son, where's my charging cable?" Isn't it right on the table? While Cheng Shuo is focused on tidying up, he manages to respond to every remark. Yet, his father is genuinely a bit useless. No, I've looked carefully. How could that be? Cheng Shuo, growing impatient, sets aside his task and walks over. Look, it's really just as Cheng Shuo is about to insist that it's not there. He sees his son holding the charging cable up to him. He awkwardly chuckles. Oh, it really is here. Cheng Shuo imitates his father's chuckle. But as he turns to leave, he can't resist teasing him a bit. As long as it's not in your hands, you can't see it. That tone, that inflection, causes the netizens in the live stream to feel a moment of disorientation. Can you believe it? I seem to see my mother's reflection in this child. The ability to find things seemingly out of thin air is just like my mom. Hiss. I've heard similar remarks. They resonate with parents nationwide. This father-son relationship seems reversed. It feels quite surreal. The scene in room 10 of the live stream feels exceptionally familiar to countless netizens. Every move Cheng Shuo makes mirrors that of their own mothers perfectly. Both tidy up while murmuring to themselves, and they can magically find the things you can't seem to locate. Despite being so adept, he is merely a first grader. This astonishes them while also appearing quite comical. The netizens burst into laughter. Haha, is this a parenting show or a father-son role reversal? Poor Shuo, juggling the roles of both son and mother, is truly worried for his dad. Henceforth, you shall call each other by your respective titles. You call him dad, and he calls you mom. I agree wholeheartedly, raising both hands in support. While Cheng Shuo edits the video, he naturally notices the netizens' jests. However, he remains unfazed. As long as his son is thriving, he can live off him, having exhausted himself in his past life. He finds no issue in being a son in this one. Cheng Shuo perceives the netizens' mockery as mere amusement. He believed this state of affairs would persist until the challenge concluded. Yet, at that moment, Cheng Shuo suddenly approaches with an unusual demeanor. Dad, if you had 100,000 yuan, would you spend it on me? At this moment, Cheng Shuo is still basking in the pride of having such a son. And without a second thought, he replies, of course. What if you had 1,000,000? I would also spend it on you. Cheng Shuo cups his son's little face, adopting an exceedingly affectionate expression. Don't say 1,000,000. Even if it were 10 million or 1,000,000,000, I would spend it on you. Then Cheng Shuo swallows hard and asks, what if you have 1,435 yuan and 40 cents? Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo's fingers freeze, his voice involuntarily rising. Where did you find my secret stash? Chapter 81. This is how it should be. He nearly allowed his father to live a comfortable life. Upon witnessing this scene, the comments flooded in. Secret stash of money. Haha, I told you to pack your bags. Yet you ended up rummaging through your father's belongings. What was presumed to be a heartwarming father-son relationship turned out to be a fierce battle over hidden funds. Millions could be given, but this mere 1,000 is off-limits because he genuinely possesses it. Furthermore, the family's financial situation is precarious. The leather jacket, while heartwarming, also brings worry. Discovering the private savings leaves no escape for his father. One can only hope his mother does not watch the show, or else his father might have to contemplate where to bury the secrets. The moment Cheng Shuo learned his son had discovered his hidden stash, his heart raced. However, he quickly calmed himself. After all, hiding money is not a grave offense. Besides, his wife was currently preoccupied, and whether she would notice was another matter entirely. Cheng Shuo, possessing a rather carefree disposition, not only managed to soothe himself, but also began to contemplate the idea of private savings. He extended his hand, declaring, "Good lad. There is nothing in this house that you cannot find. Since you have uncovered it, hand it over." Reluctantly, Cheng Shuo produced a red sock with a hole in it. The sock was bulging, clearly concealing quite a few items. Before placing it into his father's hands, he hesitated. "You are willing to spend millions on me. Yet this little amount is off limits? Is it not because this sum is indeed legitimate?" Taking the red sock, Cheng Shuo extracted the money within, diligently counting it. It was yet another influx of cash, evidently saved by the original owner, a good soul who occasionally surprises him. As Cheng Shuo counted his money, Cheng Shuo watched eagerly, softening his father's heart further. He recalled his own childhood, where pocket money was scarce, feeling the embarrassment of not being able to buy what he desired while envying others. With a grand gesture, he snatched 2 bills from the pile and said, "Here, take this and spend it, son. Just don't squander it." In Cheng Shuo's eyes, this action was incredibly cool. Before his father could finish his sentence, he had already taken the money. "Thank you, Dad. Now I can buy books." Truly, this child need not worry about misusing the funds. Yet, money is not simply given. It is essential to impart some wisdom, similar to other parents. "Son, look here. If I have 1,000, I give you 200. Doesn't that show how much I love you?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo nodded enthusiastically, affirming yes. Merely responding was not sufficient. He patted his chest and assured, "In the future, if I earn 1,000, I will give you 200. I love you too, Dad." Such words could almost move Cheng Shuo to tears. However, just then, Ah Feng interjected, "Shaola, when you grow up, you will not just earn 1,000. You might earn millions or tens of millions. If you earn that much, how much will you give your father?" Ah Feng meant well, always hoping to elevate the child's future. With countless individuals earning thousands monthly, he believed that Cheng Shuo's intelligence would lead him to greater heights. Yet, that single statement caused Cheng Shuo's unshed tears to transform into bitter sorrow. "I will still give Dad 200. My love for him remains unchanged." Cheng Shuo could no longer maintain his composure, his face darkening as if he had consumed bitter melon. Witnessing his son's cunning triumph brought a knowing smile to his face. Cheng Shuo's response sent the online viewers into fits of laughter once more. "Haha, he cannot be deceived at all, regardless of how much he earns. He will always give his father 200. What a clever little rascal, truly endearing. One moment he is grinning, the next he is somber. His father knows how to change his expressions adeptly. This is how it should be." He nearly allowed his father to live a comfortable life. The comments section was abuzz with excitement. The 3 experts on the judging panel were laughing uncontrollably. If they had previously restrained themselves due to their image, now they were completely unrestrained. Zhong Xiuqin covered her face, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Xiang Hui could not contain himself, leaning back in his chair, laughing heartily. Yang Xiaodong was not much better. Although she turned her face to the side, her reddening ears betrayed her emotions. The one suffering the most was Teacher He. While the judges could laugh freely, he could only bite his lip in restraint, his face flushed as he stifled any sound of laughter. Relying on deep breaths to compose himself, countless viewers were amused by the interaction between Cheng Shuo and his son, enviously admiring their father-son bond. In a luxurious villa in the metropolis, Old Gu watched the interaction between Cheng Shuo and his son on television, laughing heartily. As the CEO of a publicly listed company, he was often absorbed in work, rarely finding time to relax. Today, he fortuitously turned on the television and was captivated by this parenting show, particularly the scenes of the father-son duo on the 10th episode, which brought tears to his eyes. Once he and his son shared such moments, playful banter and joy. Yet, at some point, his son became distant. They spent less and less time together, and even phone calls were reduced to mere exchanges of a few sentences. Now, seeing another father-son relationship so harmonious, he could not help but reminisce about the beautiful times he had shared with his son. As fate would have it, while he was lost in memories, his son's call came through. "Hello, Jun." Old Gu intended to inquire about his son's well-being, but before he could speak, he was interrupted. "Old man, I've run out of living expenses. Send me some more. Hadn't he just sent money last week?" Seizing the opportunity to converse, Old Gu knew that once the funds were sent, his son would hang up. "You spent what I gave you last week already? Hurry up." Upon hearing this, Old Gu felt a sense of helplessness. "All right, I will transfer it shortly." After saying this, he paused, contemplating whether to mention that next week was his birthday and if his son could come home to keep him company. Yet, in that brief moment of hesitation, the line went dead with the sound of a dial tone. Staring at the disconnected call, Old Gu remained in a daze for a long while, his mixed emotions finally manifesting in a deep sigh. What is the use of earning so much money? He murmured to himself as he transferred his son's living expenses. Their relationship had grown so distant that he did not even receive a notification of the transfer. Looking back at the television, Old Gu's eyes grew misty. He envied the father-son duo, sharing laughter and banter, each teasing the other. As a father, he would give anything for his son, and as a child, the young boy managed to care for his father meticulously. Though they had their quarrels, many details reflected the depth of their bond. It felt as if they had endless conversations. This was what Old Gu envied the most. At that moment, many fathers like Old Gu secretly envied the relationship between Cheng Shuo and his son. Chapter 82. You wish to be the stepmother of Cheng Shuo, but his mother would never consent. The packing challenge has concluded, and the children's performances were evidently differentiated. The judges and the online audience were keenly awaiting the final vote. At this moment, the host, He Ling, once again approached the center of the studio. Everyone had anticipated this moment. Without further ado, let the voting commence. As expected, the 10th contestant, Cheng Shuo and his son, secured the top position with a substantial majority of votes. Even the three judges cast their sole daily vote in favor of Cheng Shuo. There was no dissent regarding this outcome. In terms of performance during the campus activities, Cheng Shuo was undoubtedly the most outstanding. His efforts during the homework segment were commendable as well. Furthermore, in the packing challenge, he displayed a level far superior to that of his peers. His first-place vote count was thoroughly deserved. Despite the lack of suspense surrounding the results, the judges felt compelled to offer their customary remarks. The camera focused on Yang Xiaotong, who calmly began. "I shall refrain from discussing those who performed well in the packing challenge. That is evident to all. However, I would like to address why, despite having parents supervising them, the children managed to pack in such a disarrayed manner. There are fundamentally two reasons. First, the parents' excessive controlling nature has sparked a sense of rebellion in the children. Second, the parents are overly indulgent, leading the children to act independently and disregard guidance. Regardless of the reason, both signify a failure in educational methods. I trust you have recognized the issue. Therefore, it is imperative to correct this promptly." Yang Xiaodong's comments were succinct, avoiding individual criticisms. Yet, her words were sufficient for parents to reflect on their own behaviors. Indulging children by allowing them to bring snacks and toys. Do these truly contribute to their success in subsequent tasks? And what of those children who typically do not defy their parents? Why do they choose to act out this time? It is simply a reaction to the immense pressure they usually endure from their parents. Once rebellion begins, it is unlikely to be a solitary occurrence. They are beginning to understand that attempting to control their children is futile. Perhaps, if they were to relax their grip, their children might flourish like Cheng Shuo. As parents ponder these thoughts, host He Ling continued, "Raising children should not focus solely on one aspect. Our program's intent is to foster comprehensive development in children. In the coming 2 days, we will arrange various challenges, requiring children to either complete tasks independently or collaborate, and even swap roles with their parents. Through these challenges, we aim to uncover the shortcomings of both children and parents, facilitating growth and development for all. Let's eagerly anticipate tomorrow's journey. With Yiling's words signaling the conclusion of today's broadcast, time was allotted for each group to engage freely at home. The program had reached a point where viewership began to decline, entering a quieter phase. The live chat rooms gradually cooled down. Yet, behind the scenes, the production team was bustling with activity. The next location had been determined, and they were set to visit you next. Apologies, but advertisements had already saturated the airwaves. A single shot for 200,000. Let me consult the director. We are still planning the candidates' promotional platforms, so await our notification. Prizes have been sponsored, but your health products might not align with our program's theme. Contact us when we undertake a senior care segment, all right? Sister, please refrain from causing disruptions. We require capable logistical support. You wish to be Cheng Shuo's stepmother, but even his mother would not approve. Due to the weekend activities, the program's back-end was in complete disarray. The phones had become a hotline. Although these plans had been meticulously crafted, the announcement of upcoming events during the live broadcast drew interest from various parties. Some sought to offer venues for promotion, others wished to sponsor, while some desired advertising space. And even job seekers inundated the lines. The program's popularity was evident. Mere appearances could yield substantial exposure. Previous sponsors demonstrated foresight by offering support before the show's surge in fame. At that time, costs were lower, and they enjoyed the benefits of host endorsements, advertisement placements, and even collaborations with popular contestants, an excellent return on investment. Now, however, every shot commanded exorbitant prices. Those sponsors who once looked down their noses were now humbled. Initially, they demanded screen advertisement space. Later, they merely needed to mention their interest. They understood that as long as Cheng Shuo and his son participated in the program, its popularity would endure. The advertising efficiency surpassed that of many trending variety shows. Consequently, the show's executive director, Cheng Shuo, experienced a taste of vindication. Relishing the feeling of standing atop life's pinnacle, busy yet joyful. All of this was thanks to Cheng Shuo and his son, for whom Cheng Shuo felt immense gratitude, almost revering them as deities. Suddenly, Cheng Shuo, nestled in bed, sneezed. Who is talking about me? With an early departure plan for the next day, Cheng Shuo had packed his belongings and retired to bed, just as he prepared to check the day's achievements. An itch in his nose prompted a robust sneeze. He paid no mind to whether someone was speaking ill of him, murmuring softly before accessing the system. Current available emotional value: 1, 403, 100. Cheng Shuo awarded attribute points. Intelligence 1, Physique 1. The host has achieved the milestone of 1 million emotional value for the first time, granting the skill Strengthened Body. Would you like to claim it? Upon seeing the emotional value accumulate to 1 per million, a smile spread across Cheng Shuo's face. In a single day, he had garnered nearly 800,000 emotional value. Were he to convert it into currency, that would amount to 800,000. Earning such a sum in a day was once unimaginable. Even more delightfully, accumulating 1 million emotional value had yielded a skill. He had a penchant for complimentary rewards. Regardless of how the skill appeared, he eagerly accepted it. Claim. As soon as he uttered the words, Cheng Shuo felt an immediate transformation. His body gradually became taut and powerful, as if he were reborn. In truth, Cheng Shuo's physical condition had not been admirable. He spent his days gaming indoors, eschewing exercise, and even ascending a few flights of stairs would leave him breathless. To describe his 30-year-old self as possessing the physique of a 60-year-old would not be an exaggeration. Yet at this moment, he sensed a monumental shift in his body. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could easily run a marathon or climb Mount Tai. This sensation was simply delightful. Previously skeptical, he now felt thoroughly satisfied. A healthy body is the foundation of all endeavors. Even if this skill had cost him 1 million emotional value, He would not consider it a loss, let alone when it was free. Having claimed the skill, he arrived at the pivotal moment. Would you like to consume 1 million emotional value to redeem a super lottery ticket? Cheng Shuo decisively selected yes. Chapter 83. Acquiring a Divine Skill. Masterful Culinary Arts. As Cheng Shuo's voice faded, countless small orbs appeared before him. Golden, silver, black, blue. They spun erratically, moving from far to near, then back again, immersing Cheng Shuo in a vast galaxy. It was a mesmerizing spectacle, overwhelming to behold. Just as Cheng Shuo was lost in this wonder, a translucent orb emitting a gentle glow floated toward him. With a sound, the orb burst open. Congratulations to the host for completing the super lottery. Obtaining the divine skill, masterful culinary arts. Masterful culinary arts, proficient in various cuisines from around the world with top-tier culinary skills. Any ingredient in the host's hand possesses the miraculous ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary. Additionally, the skill can be inherited. Cheng Shuo has currently inherited 30, and will gain more with age. Upon realizing he had drawn a cooking skill, Cheng Shuo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Could it be that his cooking was so unpalatable that even the system deemed it necessary to grant him this skill? 1 million to learn to cook. New Oriental doesn't even charge that much. However, after reading the description, he found it quite appealing. Mastery of all cuisines and top-tier culinary skills. Surely no chef could achieve such prowess. Most importantly, his son could inherit this skill. Though only at 30, it surely wouldn't be lacking. Did this mean he was not only raising a gaming companion, but also nurturing a chef? Just this alone made Cheng Shuo feel the investment was worthwhile. Now that he had acquired such a skill, it was only natural to test its efficacy. Thus, he rolled out of bed and made his way to the kitchen. Regrettably, the available ingredients at home were scarce. After rummaging through the pantry, he found only an egg and a leftover box of rice from a takeout order. Only the simplest ingredients could truly showcase culinary technique. Let us get started. Cheng Shuo never complained about his circumstances. He made do with whatever he had. He promptly decided to make fried rice. Grabbing an empty bowl, he skillfully cracked the egg into it, adding a pinch of salt. Then he began whisking the egg in a clockwise motion. Previously, he had cracked eggs, but never had he experienced such a sensation. It felt as though he instinctively knew when to stop whisking. Even the quantity of salt seemed perfect. A grain too much would make it salty. A grain too few would render it bland. With a sense of familiarity that seemed to suggest he had done this thousands of times before, he whisked the egg perfectly and began chopping scallions. Under the skill's influence, his knife skills improved remarkably. While cutting scallions doesn't typically require great knife skills, the uniformity and aesthetic appeal of his cuts surpassed those of his previous attempts, which were often uneven or entirely minced. With the ingredients prepared, Cheng Shuo turned his attention to the iron wok on the stove. He had always held a strong opinion against it. How could it be that a slight increase in heat would burn everything, while too little heat left it uncooked? Each time he cooked, adjusting the heat felt akin to calibrating a precision instrument. Too high would ruin it, too low wouldn't cook it at all. Despite his efforts, the food still turned out unpalatable. Having been traumatized by this wok, he felt a twinge of trepidation even with the new skills at his disposal. Let it be. It is what it is. Cheng Shuo steeled himself, igniting the flame and pouring in the oil, executing the motions fluidly. As he began cooking, he was pleasantly surprised to discover the feeling of cooking had returned. He could clearly discern whether the heat was appropriate and knew exactly when to pour in the egg mixture based on the oil's temperature. Following his instincts, Cheng Shuo proceeded step by step. With a sizzle, the egg mixture hit the hot oil, releasing a rich aroma. The dreaded burning did not occur. The egg quickly solidified, turning a golden hue. After a few tosses, the chunks of egg transformed into delicate fragments. Trusting his instincts, he adjusted to medium heat, added the leftover rice. And while stirring, he also tossed the wok. Such skilled movements would make anyone watching proclaim him a professional. As he increased the tossing motions, the egg fragments began enveloping the rice grains, transforming each grain into a golden, plump morsel, distinct and appealing. The visual impact was striking, and combined with the enticing aroma wafting through the air, it made Cheng Shuo salivate uncontrollably. He had never known fried rice could be so delightful. Finally, he added the seasoning and sprinkled the scallions. The golden egg and white rice were already a beautiful combination, and with the green scallions adorning the dish. The interplay of colors ignited an insatiable appetite at a mere glance. The fragrance of the scallions elevated the entire dish to a new level, intoxicating Cheng Shuo. Turning off the heat and plating it, a bowl of fried rice that was visually, aromatically, and gustatorily exquisite appeared before him. The golden hue intertwined with white and green was simply stunning. Cheng Shuo eagerly scooped a spoonful and placed it into his mouth. Wow, it was beyond delicious. The rice was chewy and tender, harmonizing perfectly with the delicate flavor of the egg. It was an explosion of taste. This mouthful contained not only the freshness of the egg, but also the sweetness of the scallions, complemented by the intrinsic flavor of the rice. The three flavors danced together in his mouth, leaving Cheng Shuo utterly astounded. It was a moment of realization. Now all that escaped his lips was a simple exclamation. No two words could better encapsulate Cheng Shuo's emotions at that moment than wow. A bowl of fried rice made him reflect on the hardships he had endured in the past. He could hardly wait to devour it all. Just then, a drowsy voice broke through. "Dad, what smells so good?" Cheng Shuo leaned against the kitchen door, his eyes still heavy with sleep. The overpowering aroma stirred him awake, compelling him to investigate, despite his strong drowsiness. The sight of his son made Cheng Shuo feel as if he had been caught indulging in a secret. Although he was eager to eat, he couldn't justify consuming it all when his son was present. "Would you like to try the fried rice I made, son?" The phrase "dad" made it instantly roused Cheng Shuo from his stupor. He quickly waved his hands. No. He was all too familiar with his father's culinary skills. If fried rice could be burnt to a crisp, then surely the delightful aroma must be a figment of his imagination. Cheng Shuo turned to leave, as if resolved to avoid the dish. But Cheng Shuo wouldn't allow it. "Son, just give it a taste. It's really good." He was determined to redeem his reputation as a cook. If it weren't so late, he would have even considered live streaming this revelation. No, Cheng Shuo resisted, wanting to decline. Yet before he could voice his refusal, he saw Cheng Shuo holding the bowl of golden fried rice up to him, wafting its enticing aroma directly into his nostrils. The fragrance enveloped him, and without thinking, Cheng Shuo inhaled deeply. In the next moment, he felt a cool sensation at the corners of his mouth. A quick touch revealed he was salivating. Cheng Shuo gazed at his father in astonishment. Could this truly be his father's creation? The mere scent was enough to make him drool. He couldn't help but slap his face, hoping he wasn't dreaming. His father's cooking had become so extraordinary that his son questioned reality itself. Observing his son caught between dreams and reality, Cheng Shuo couldn't help but tease him. "If you don't eat it, I will." He too was tempted, feeling that his son was unappreciative. However, before he could act, Cheng Shuo snatched the bowl from his hands. "I'll eat." Chapter 84. The current netizens are truly generous. When something is amiss, they act. Although the psychological shadow of his father's cooking still lingered, the aroma was simply too enticing to resist. Eating would lead to momentary regret, while abstaining could result in a lifetime of remorse. Cheng Shuo was quite discerning in this matter. However, he remained cautious. Upon seizing the bowl, he did not indulge recklessly, but rather sampled it with great care. The moment the morsel touched his tongue, he squinted his eyes in satisfaction, savoring the taste to the fullest. Gradually, his pace quickened, and he began to consume larger bites. "Dad, is this truly your cooking?" he inquired between chews. "Of course." At that moment, Cheng Shuo's confidence soared. Just as he thought he could finally dispel the reputation of being a culinary disaster, his son suddenly remarked that it must be takeout, for it could not possibly be that delicious. That single statement froze Cheng Shuo's south smile in place. Could this impudent boy not have a bit more faith in his father? Initially, Cheng Shuo considered defending himself, even contemplating preparing another dish to prove his prowess. However, the thought of exposing his culinary skills only to have to cook more often dissuaded him. After all, why take on the burden when laziness beckoned? Thus, Cheng Shuo reluctantly nodded, conceding, "Yes, you know how I cook, and in the future, I will rely on you to cook for me." Cheng Shuo was also calculating. If his son inherited even a mere 30% of his skills, the taste would undoubtedly be exceptional. The task of cooking would ultimately rest on his son's shoulders. Cheng Shuo, being quite supportive, replied, "All right, but you must call me when you sneak a bite. We'll order from this place. It's simply exquisite." One believed he had successfully deceived his son, while the other felt he had ensnared his father in a clever ruse. Once again, a mutually satisfying agreement was reached. Cheng Shuo found himself back in bed well past midnight, feeling quite content with the day's outcomes. 2 valuable skills acquired, and his son had gained 2 attribute points. Intelligence had reached 96, and physique stood at 95. Though the ratings remained modest, it was undeniable that Cheng Shuo was flourishing under his care. He had transformed from a naive child into a remarkably astute and studious individual, capable of dedicating 3 to 4 hours at his desk without distraction. With this trajectory, academic performance was hardly a concern. Cheng Shuo himself had also made considerable gains. His emotional stability was consistently on the rise. While winning the ultimate $1 million prize was uncertain, avoiding elimination was certainly within reach. The longer he persevered, the more steady his income became. Who knew? Perhaps by the end, the grand prize would be effortlessly within his grasp. Just the thought of it sent waves of excitement coursing through him, rendering sleep elusive. Unable to rest, he retrieved his phone to scroll through videos. Upon opening it, he was taken aback. A mere 3 hours after posting, his video had garnered over 200,000 likes, 50,000 comments, and 30,000 shares. Even without the program's promotion, his follower count had surged from 0 to over 100,000. While this paled in comparison to the millions who tuned into the live stream, it was noteworthy. Most viewers have been drawn in by the program's advertising. Although Cheng Shuo's personal charisma had attracted some viewers, the majority remained focused on the show itself, with few willing to follow contestants' personal accounts. Those who did were indeed loyal fans. Moreover, this account had only been operational for 3 hours, and its growth was unmatched, even surpassing that of many celebrities. Cheng Shuo was already quite pleased with these results. The comments and private messages were overwhelmingly positive. However, this phenomenon surprised him. In the digital age, instances of sudden fame were commonplace. No one was perfect. When someone gained notoriety, it was inevitable that flaws would be exposed, leading to ridicule and criticism. Yet, it seemed that he and his son were exceptions to this rule. Supportive fans quickly dispelled any doubts, explaining that when he played games with his child, it was a method to counteract internet addiction. When accusations of laziness arose, fans clarified that he was fostering his child's independence. If it were merely a matter of explanation, it may not have held much sway, but fans accompanied their claims with supporting images and videos. Cheng Shuo's love for reading, quick wit, and exceptional verbal skills were all readily evident online. This undoubtedly validated Cheng Shuo's parenting choices and caused disparaging comments to gradually fade away. Honestly, had it not been for the fans' interpretations, he would not have realized how to elegantly justify his perceived laziness. Grateful for their support, he felt shielded from online harassment. In such an environment, it was challenging to cast them in a negative light. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that Cheng Shuo had a tendency to speak out of turn. However, for a 7-year-old, this hardly constituted a grave issue. Many found him intelligent and amusing, endearing him to his grandparents. The contestant's account achieved remarkable success, but the program's official social media presence was even more impressive. Each time they shared interactions between Cheng Shuo and his son, followers surged as if propelled by a rocket. In the afternoon, the count had stood at just over 4 million. Now, it was approaching 6 million and still climbing. As the number of followers grew, new issues quickly emerged. "Hold on, a program this popular doesn't even have a membership?" exclaimed one viewer. "How can my favorite show be so bare bones? I'll sign up for one myself." With the program's lack of action, it seemed that only a devoted few remained, urging for a membership option. After several days of live streaming, this program had evidently become a beloved pastime for numerous netizens. Even those unable to watch due to work commitments enjoyed tuning in to hear the audio. However, upon discovering that their cherished show lacked even a single membership, frustration ensued, leading to a wave of retaliatory subscriptions. Membership durations were even extended to 2,100. This unexpected surge left the back-end staff astonished. "Wow, this is incredible!" exclaimed the person in charge of maintaining the account, preparing to share the day as highlights. Upon opening the social media platform, they were immediately taken aback by the overwhelming response. Cheng Shuo, upon hearing the news, arrived to find himself equally bewildered, realizing they had overlooked something. The program had developed too rapidly, leaving each staff member overwhelmed with duties. Previously, a single post might garner a maximum of 4-digit likes, leading them to deem a membership unnecessary. Now, a single update could amass over 10,000 likes within 10 minutes and surpass 100,000 in an hour. Each post's likes and comments could exceed 500,000. For popular contestants like Cheng Shuo and his son, the numbers were even greater. Now that they recognized the need for a membership, the netizens had already taken the initiative. Cheng Shuo couldn't help but chuckle. He understood what the audience enjoyed watching. He promptly stated, "Let us create some expressive stickers of the contestants, especially of Cheng Shuo." His mischievous expressions are what the viewers love to see. Chapter 85. Immersive Script Murder, Playable Solo. Having stayed up far too late the previous night, Cheng Shuo was roused from his slumber by the incessant beeping of his alarm clock. How vexing! Participating in a program had bestowed upon him the sensation of heading to work. Whenever he was not awakened by the gentle caress of dawn, Cheng Shuo could be counted on to grumble, yet he would dutifully rise after his complaints. The vehicle from the production team was due to arrive shortly, and he could not afford to keep them waiting. It must be said that Cheng Shuo was quite commendable in his dealings with others. Swiftly shedding his nightwear, he prepared to dress and call for his son. However, just as he had divested himself halfway, his son barged in, eyes wide with excitement. "Daddy, are you awake? Uncle He has brought breakfast." Following closely behind was Uncle He, a camera resting on his shoulder. Cheng Shuo was momentarily taken aback, his hands suspended mid-motion. Uncle He, equally surprised, had not anticipated such an intrusion during Cheng Shuo's change of attire. Despite their shared gender, the situation felt rather awkward. My apologies, he stammered, hastily retreating while ensuring the door was closed behind him. This brief interlude lasted merely seconds, yet it sent the live chat into a frenzy. "Wow, is this a morning treat? Huh, not a bad start to the day. He has six-pack abs. I work out daily and barely have one. What, you're not working on your core? This is a feast for the eyes, and the boy's mother must be feeding him well. Capture the moment, 5 stars. Please, refrain from flaunting your physique online. Mornings are better spent studying. Here's a geography question. Where's your home located? You're all so perverse. Can't you overlook gender for a moment? What's wrong with being a little eccentric online? It's not illegal." The lively banter ignited interest as the livestream commenced, and viewership surged from 500,000 to an astonishing 1.5 million. The anticipation for the upcoming 2-day journey was palpable. By the time Cheng Shuo emerged from his room, freshly attired and groomed, Cheng Shuo had already finished his breakfast and tidied himself up. A neatly packed suitcase awaited by the door, ready for departure. "Daddy, hurry and eat. There are buns and porridge on the table." The buns were renowned crab roe buns, evidently procured by Uncle He, who was accustomed to indulging the boy's whims. "You are too kind. Thank you," Cheng Shuo expressed, though his hands were already eagerly reaching for a bun. The delectable morsels offered immediate emotional gratification, eliciting 2 additional creases of joy on Uncle He's face. Once they finished their meal, the car to collect them arrived right on cue. Cheng Shuo instinctively grabbed the suitcase, only to find it surprisingly heavy. What on earth is in here? He wondered aloud, as yesterday he had seen his son pack only a few articles of clothing and toiletries. Now, it felt far more substantial. "Just a few books," Cheng Shuo replied, a hint of guilt in his tone, hastily urging his father to depart, clearly anxious that he might uncover the contents of the suitcase. Cheng Shuo merely smiled, opting to overlook the boys' little schemes. They descended the vehicle and boarded the bus destined for their location. The production team had likely chosen a bus to facilitate early interaction among the contestants. Cheng Shuo's group seemed to be the last to arrive, and upon boarding, they found the bus already brimming with people. Despite having been live-streamed for several days, this was their first encounter in person, leading to an air of restraint. Aside from initial greetings, a silence enveloped the atmosphere. Even Cheng Shuo, usually the life of the party, remained still. The destination for this event was Jinshe Village, situated over 200 kilometers away. The village earned its name during the Ming Dynasty when it produced a successful candidate in the imperial examinations. It remained untouched and preserved its antique architectural styles and unspoiled way of life. In recent years, as ecotourism gained popularity, the government had initiated development projects to provide villagers with increased income by introducing attractions such as drifting, grass skiing, and camping, alongside constructing resorts and food streets. While extensive, the area was still relatively unknown due to its recent establishment. The production team likely aimed to assist in promoting the village, enticing more visitors. As they left the city, the air gradually became fresher, with the scenery growing increasingly picturesque. However, no amount of beauty could combat the monotony of the journey. Cheng Shuo occupied himself with his phone, while Cheng Shuo fidgeted restlessly in his seat. "Want to play with my phone?" Cheng Shuo offered, noticing his son's discomfort, as the journey still had over an hour to go. In contrast to other children who would have eagerly accepted the offer, Cheng Shuo disdainfully shook his head. What fun is there in a phone? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he mischievously declared, "Daddy, I want to play script murder." Script murder? Cheng Shuo was intrigued. "Sure, let us play together." He was eager to pass the time. However, to his astonishment, Cheng Shuo declined, stating, "You can't play. It's a solo game." Cheng Shuo was momentarily puzzled. This script murder game combined elements of deduction, intellect, horror, suspense, and violence. It was strictly a solo endeavor. Cheng Shuo described it with such earnestness that it piqued not only his father's interest, but also that of the contestants nearby. "I'll watch you play," Cheng Shuo conceded. The way his son narrated the game seemed captivating, so observing it would surely be enjoyable. However, when he witnessed Cheng Shuo extracting a set of exam papers from his small backpack, he instinctively covered his eyes, unable to bear the unfolding scene. Oh dear, what a surprise! Originally, the journey to their destination had been devoid of any scheduled activities or points of interest. Even the cameraman had set aside his equipment to take a break. Both contestants and viewers in the live stream were slumped in boredom. Yet, none could have anticipated Cheng Shuo's sudden display, which rejuvenated the viewers, igniting the chat once more. "Little Juice, don't overdo it with your antics." It's true. This game indeed amalgamates deduction, intellect, suspense, and horror, and to engage in it, one must be fully immersed. It is undoubtedly the most challenging of deduction games. Whether it's thrilling or terrifying remains to be seen, but it's certainly captivating. Before opening, bring it on. After opening, lead the horse away. Chapter 86. Who hasn't given a few absurd answers while studying? Haha, I genuinely thought it was a script murder game, which wasted my emotions. This script murder game is something only Cheng Shuo enjoys. Haha, this program is always entertaining, it never lacks fun. The viewers in the live stream were in fits of laughter. The atmosphere in the car was significantly enlivened by Cheng Shuo's antics. The parents nearby could also engage in conversation. This child is truly remarkable. He takes the initiative to complete his homework, unlike mine, who takes forever to write a single word. They are all the same. Today's children often lack self-discipline, and if not monitored, they tend to slack off. Forcing them to read feels like asking for their lives, as if the books were meant for me to read. Several parents were venting about their children. Though their words were not particularly harsh, Cheng Shuo could already discern that the expressions of the children had soured. He never understood why parents enjoy criticizing their children in public. Children also have their pride. Initially, Cheng Shuo did not comprehend this until he saw that his son's script murder was specifically tailored for third graders. It included not only mathematics, but also Chinese and English, resembling a chaotic mix. It seemed pretentious for a first grader to tackle a third grade exam paper. Cheng Shuo couldn't help but scoff. "Stop pretending. Can you even understand it? Just write it down." He didn't aim to discourage his son. He merely wished for him to engage in age-appropriate activities. Advanced learning was not part of his plans. Moreover, exposing children to challenging knowledge too early offers little benefit. Cheng Shuo believed this, but Cheng Xiaola had a different viewpoint. It's not difficult at all. I've seen the third-grade textbooks. Cheng Xiaola replied confidently, sounding anything but boastful. Cheng Shuo believed in this, recognizing his son's strong learning capabilities. And since he dared to say so, he must possess some skill. The key was that when he glanced at the exam paper, he found several of the answers already written down were indeed correct. This made Cheng Shuo feel a sense of pride. His son was exceptional. Although he felt immensely proud, he was inherently rebellious and couldn't resist teasing his son. Why is this blank? Can't solve it. It was a classical Chinese translation question. Parents present, do not wander far. Such a question poses challenges even for a proper third grader, let alone a first grader who relies solely on self-study. Cheng Shuo was quite honest, yes. I can't do it. He didn't feel ashamed to admit his inability. This directness sparked a newfound admiration in Cheng Shuo. Why not try translating it? Ancient texts often share similar meanings with modern phrases. He patiently guided. However, sometimes the more one guides, the less desired answers one receives. The question was already beyond standard expectations, and allowing a clever child like Cheng Xiaola to interpret freely would lead to a humorous outcome. Your parents are in my hands. You can't run far. Ha ha ha. This hilarious translation made Cheng Shuo burst into laughter, and other participants joined in. Ha ha ha. That's quite amusing. Interpreting it literally isn't far off. When you learn it later, the memory will be more profound. Not bad. At least the courage is commendable. When it comes to other people's children, parents are often more lenient. There's no ridicule, only encouragement. They choose their words carefully, but the viewers in the live stream do not hold back. It's fortunate that their minds remain untainted. They can translate like this. Can they translate? At 80, he passed away. Would they say 80 years old went to enlist? Ha ha. After all, they're just elementary students. Don't set the bar too high. Indeed, not everyone was as capable as they were in their youth. Who hasn't given a few absurd answers while studying? I remember once solving an application problem and concluding that there were 5 people left on the bus. I still can't forget how my desk mate calculated that 1/8 of a teacher took 231 students on a spring outing. Haha, what absurd answers. The comments exploded again. This uproar also bridged the gap between the contestants, prompting them to engage in casual conversation, making the atmosphere in the car much livelier. As they chatted, time flew by. Before long, they could see the entrance of the resort up ahead. Honestly, this place is quite nice, with beautiful scenery. Yes, there are fewer tourists now, allowing us to truly savor nature. We must be staying inside the resort. Judging by the decor, it must be of high quality. Will 2 days be enough to enjoy it all? There should also be plenty of delicacies. The production team has certainly spent a lot. With such a wonderful place to explore, the children must write a good essay afterward. Take plenty of photos. Trust me, they will come in handy for future assignments. Even before they arrived at their destination, the contestants began to daydream. However, Cheng Shuo remained detached from the topic. With his understanding of variety shows, he knew these 2 days were definitely not meant for leisure. Sure enough, when the bus approached the resort entrance, it did not stop. Instead, it continued to drive past. Everyone was dumbfounded. What is going on? Are we going further in? It's undeveloped inside, where not even a bird would defecate. Oh no! The production team wouldn't sell us off, would they? Selling is improbable, but I sense these 2 days will be quite challenging. Ah, please no. Gradually, everyone began to realize the gravity of the situation. They thought things were already dire, but they had underestimated the production team, especially as the road beneath them transformed from asphalt to a muddy mountain path. The terrain grew increasingly rugged, and they truly understood that these 2 days would be a trial. Yet, this was not the worst part. The production team relentlessly pushed the contestants' psychological limits. When there was no path ahead, the contestants disembarked. A drone flew in front of them, and the familiar voice of teacher He Ling resonated. Welcome everyone to the foot of Jinshu village. As long as we climb this mountain, we will reach our destination. The journey is approximately 5 kilometers. Contestants, good luck. Upon hearing they had to climb a mountain for 5 kilometers, several parents were so frightened they sat on the ground. The remote environment caused many children to start crying in discomfort. The scene quickly descended into chaos. Everyone expressed their despair, while the viewers in the live stream relished the unfolding drama. Haha, the hellish adventure is about to commence. I knew the production team wouldn't be so kind as to let them vacation here. No worries, it's just 5 kilometers, piece of cake. Yes, just consider a workout. The production team is being excessive. You all climb ahead, and I will go sternly reprimand them. Others participate in shows to earn money. You're participating to risk your lives. Chapter 87. Exercise is a delight. Yet I am not one who seeks pleasure observing the athletes with their expressions of desolation. The 3 experts who had arrived early at the summit were in fits of laughter. With the current advocacy for universal exercise, we could consider ourselves participants in this initiative. It was rare to see Cheng Shuo display a humorous side. Although the conditions in Jinsher village were not ideal, the air was fresh, and the melodious songs of birds filled the atmosphere with fragrance. Everything retained a quaint and primitive charm, providing a serene refuge for an elderly individual who had toiled throughout her life. She relished the environment here, unfazed by the need to rise early to reach this place. Once Cheng Shuo finished speaking, Xiang Hui chimed in, noting that many parents today are excessively focused on academic achievements, neglecting the importance of their children's physical exercise. Schooling often involves being driven to and from classes, leaving only a couple of physical education lessons each week, which hardly suffices for the children to attain their fitness goals. Many students struggle to run even 800 meters as if their very lives depended on it. Their physical condition is indeed alarming. This initiative serves a dual purpose. It allows children to exercise while encouraging parents to take it seriously. Both teachers articulated their points eloquently, while Yang Xiaotong, yawning, nodded in agreement. The primary aim was not merely to facilitate exercise for the children, but rather to challenge the competitors. Every show requires a spectacle to captivate the audience, and subjecting the participants to hardship emerged as the least costly method. A bit of mild torment is often harmless and quite entertaining for viewers. People tend to derive satisfaction from witnessing other struggles, a psychological insight the production team has deftly grasped. They initiate some challenges before embarking on a lesson about resilience, emphasizing how children in the mountains endure harsh educational conditions, yet still excel academically, motivating them to cherish their circumstances and study diligently. This interconnectedness of ideas sparked applause from her, and even Yang Laosher joined in. It seemed everyone was in agreement about the effectiveness of such a training method, suggesting that it should be implemented more frequently. Yang Xiaodong's applause led Xiang Hui to mistakenly believe her sentiments were aligned with his. She chose not to clarify. After all, encouraging both parents and children to engage in physical activity bore no detriment to her, as long as she was not obliged to participate. The lively discussions among the judges ignited a flurry of commentary online, with viewers even offering dubious suggestions. Indeed, they proposed that after 2 days of activities, the participants should walk back, and not only that, but also run a marathon. Life thrives on movement, they exclaimed, adding that one should carry a child in one arm and luggage in the other, for the strong never complain about their circumstances. Are you treating the competitors like Japanese people? Someone quipped. The participants share a bond with you, yet you seem to be playing mind games with them. The first lesson the viewers imparted to the children was about the unpredictability of human nature. It was as if they relished the fear instilled by such statements. Exercise is a delight, yet I am not one who seeks pleasure. Neglecting exercise will only degrade my physical condition, yet engaging in it seems to lower my moral standards. This cohort of netizens appears somewhat impervious to reason. They articulate their views with conviction when addressing others, yet they graciously decline when the situation shifts to themselves, embodying a principle of leniency towards oneself while being stringent with others. They take pleasure in complicating others' lives while ensuring their own remain untroubled. In stark contrast to the animated discussions online, the atmosphere on-site had turned somber. It was evident that participants felt somewhat bewildered, having anticipated a smooth transition to a hotel, indulging in a warm shower, and savoring delicious meals to leisurely enjoy their 2-day retreat. However, They were instead whisked away to a remote and desolate location, likely to prevent any last-minute escape attempts. After disembarking from the bus, it drove away, leaving them at a loss, caught between a rock and a hard place. "What now?" inquired Dad number 1, Deng Bo, breaking the silence. "What else can we do but walk?" Respunda Dad no. Said Li Aimin, an avid fitness enthusiast himself. He found a 5-kilometer trek manageable. His son, Lu Chong, could keep pace without much concern. Indeed, aside from ascending the mountain, there were no alternatives. The narrow path offered no room for vehicles. Failing to proceed would mean withdrawing from the recording of the show, and having come this far, no one wished to quit midway. "Then let us set off," the fathers unanimously agreed, though this decision left the mothers in a quandary. "No, we have too much luggage," they protested. Typically, fathers travel light, managing with merely a couple of suitcases. However, mothers tend to be more meticulous. Even if their children had not packed efficiently the previous day, they would discreetly supplement their belongings afterward. Mom número 2, Julan, had filled nearly an entire suitcase with cosmetics, skincare products, and a massager. Adding clothing, daily necessities, and her daughter's toys, she had amassed 3 large suitcases. Remarkably, she was among those with the least amount of luggage. Mom number 4, Zhao Mei, was even more extravagant, boasting 6 suitcases. She had even brought her own pillow and bedding, fearing the cleanliness of the hotel linens. Had they been checking into a hotel, everyone would have lauded her for her meticulousness. Yet now, faced with a 5-kilometer climb, her fastidiousness had become a burden. "Let us practice minimalism. We must purge unnecessary items and only carry the essentials," someone urged. Delaying further could mean reaching noon. They had departed at 7 and had already spent over 2 hours on the road. Climbing the 5 kilometers with children and luggage would take no less than 2 hours. Although the production team had not imposed a strict deadline, everyone knew that prolonging their stay was not advisable. The mothers wasted no time, opening their suitcases to sort out what they deemed useful. Meanwhile, the fathers busied themselves lightening their loads. Everyone was immersed in this flurry of activity, except for Cheng Shuo and Cheng Xiaola, who found themselves the most idle. Perched on a fallen tree by the roadside, Cheng Shuo asked, "Son, shouldn't we organize our things? Gather the unnecessary items together for the production team to take back." What he meant was for his son to extract a few books. Although he had sufficient strength, no one would refuse to carry a lighter load. However, Cheng Xiaola misunderstood. "No, Duff. This is a parent-child show. If the production team takes you back, I cannot record alone." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo took a moment to process the statement. It wasn't until he heard the light laughter from old he nearby that he realized he had been playfully reprimanded. "Cheng Xiaola." His voice echoed through the mountains, a sound of exasperation. This scene ignited a wave of laughter among the viewers in the live stream. "Haha, that must sting, my friend." They chortled. "It's hilarious. Dad has become the most useless item here. Ask yourself, what purpose do you serve? Collecting items for your son? Cooking meals? You're merely playing the role of a tool. Be grateful for the show's format. Otherwise, they might just send you back. Count your blessings, while other children come to demand favors. Your son is here to repay kindness." Chapter 88. The profundity of the Chinese language is subject to interpretation, often influenced by one's mood. Netizens engage in playful banter, while Cheng Xiaola exhibits a strong desire to survive the moment. Observing his father on the brink of a meltdown, he swiftly diverts the conversation, suggesting that there is still a way to organize things. Upon opening the suitcase, a cascade of books spills out: textbooks, supplemental guides, extracurricular literature, practice papers, and exam sheets, all remarkably comprehensive. No wonder it is so heavy. Cheng Shuo can hardly bear to look. He had assumed his son would neatly set aside the books. But to his surprise, the boy merely transferred them from the suitcase to his own small backpack. After loading it up, he hefted it on his back, ensuring he could bear the weight before closing the suitcase once more. This scene offers a sense of comfort, contrasting sharply with the situation of mother and daughter No. 9 behind him. The daughter, Yu Xiaoran, wishes to extract her assignments and textbooks, recognizing their substantial weight. With only 2 days, it is unreasonable to expect her to manage such a load. Yet her mother, Ding Jing, adamantly insists, "Ranan, it's fine if you don't bring clothes." But you must take your textbooks and assignments. You are meant to attend class today. Missing lessons puts you behind. If you don't act quickly, you will fall far behind your peers. We cannot afford to be complacent. Ding Jing seems quite moved by her own sentiments, tossing out toiletries and spare clothes without a second thought, while forcefully cramming textbooks, assignments, and exam papers back into the suitcase. As she does so, she reassures, "Don't worry, Mom can handle the load. Your only responsibility is to study diligently. This place is peaceful and conducive to learning." The suffocating nature of maternal love is palpable. Yu Shaoran attempts to protest several times, but her mother's authoritative demeanor stifles her objections. Even as an observer, the scene is exhausting. In the live chat room, viewers express their discontent. If the child is willing, that's one thing, but if they are reluctant, why force them? They're here to have fun for just 2 days. Must we dampen the spirit so? This approach to learning yields no benefit. Neither is the child able to play nor study effectively. Both endeavors suffer. It seems like a punishment. I can clearly see the difference between passive and active learning. Coercing a child is counterproductive. She believes she is acting in the child's best interest. For learning is the only path for ordinary people. It's not that she is wrong, but rather that she should not be so overbearing. It is stifling, reminiscent of my own childhood. The discussion around this topic seems endless, with a barrage of comments failing to establish a clear right or wrong. From Mother Number 9's perspective, her actions stem from a fear of her child falling behind, which she believes is for the child's benefit. However, for the child, being required to complete assignments while on a trip feels like a heavy burden, especially when surrounded by peers who are free to play. Naturally, the outcome of this standoff favors the mother. Satisfied with the bulging suitcase, Ding Jing declares, "I've packed everything. If we find anything lacking later, let us help one another." Her calculations are astute, as she seems unconcerned about her own belongings. While other parents may grumble, they feign agreement. After reorganizing their luggage, the group finally sets off, with the items sorted to be managed collectively by the show's staff. Observing this, teacher He Ling remarks, "Each challenge we design has its purpose. While it appears we are merely packing, we are in fact cultivating the children as planning skills. If everyone were as organized as child number 10, we would have more time for other activities rather than exhausting ourselves on a single task." Everyone agrees with teacher He's insights. If this were a competition, the time saved would have given child number 10 and his father a significant lead. All begin to realize that having a plan enhances efficiency, and increased efficiency leads to greater rewards. The ascent up the mountain proves more arduous than anticipated. The path begins with steps, soon transforming into a challenging trail. At times, the gaps between footholds are vast, necessitating support to climb higher. This leaves the group in a state of utter exhaustion. Initially, some children resisted, crying out in distress, but gradually, even the energy to cry dissipates, and they focus solely on the climb. It is a grim scenario, and the production team shows no signs of leniency. Along the trail, there are directional signs adorned with provocative slogans. Rather than offering encouragement, they mock. "Struggling to move? After so long, you've only traveled 500 meters. Are you a turtle? Don't stop. Even turtles will surpass you. Remember to smile while climbing. After all, the ones crying are still behind." Enduring a similar barrage of taunts, Cheng Shuo can no longer contain himself. "Dad, they're mocking me. What should I do?" For Cheng Shuo, the mountain path is a stroll in the park. Even with a suitcase on his left shoulder and his son's small backpack in his right hand, he remains steady in his breathing. Upon hearing his son's plea, he simply replies with one word, "Climb." His implication is clear. What other option is there but to continue ascending? However, he overestimates his son's comprehension. Any unclear expression leads to misinterpretation. "Dad, why are you cursing?" Cheng Shuo furrows his brow. "I'm telling you to climb." He believes he has conveyed his message clearly. Yet, the response is, "You're scolding me again." Cheng Shuo, exasperated, rubs his temples. "I'm telling you to keep climbing, while you're still scolding." Cheng Shuo finds himself utterly defeated. Who will rescue his son from this peculiar interpretation of his words? As they ascend the mountain, their playful banter continues, sparking lively discussion in the chat room. The richness of the Chinese language indeed poses challenges, as one commenter reflects on their 5 years in the country. still perplexed by the equivalence of falling on the ground and falling underground. With 5,000 years of history, do you expect to grasp it all in just 5 years? If you figure it out, please share your insights, as there are more nuances to consider, such as, to beat you to death and to not beat you to death. Are they synonymous? To have good fruit to eat and to not have good fruit to eat also warrant contemplation. An hour and a half equals 3.5 hours. Don't make it so complicated. Just tell him that a cigarette but equals a cigarette end. And that should keep him pondering for another 5 years. You all are inadvertently complicating the learning process for foreign friends. Amidst the fervent commentary, the group draws ever closer to their destination. By the time the last individual reaches the summit, it is nearly noon. I never want to climb a mountain again in my life. This is real weight loss. When I return, I will surely shed several pounds. Whether the children are strengthened remains uncertain, but I am certainly feeling the strain. My calves are trembling. It's utterly exhausting. Upon arrival, everyone disregards their decorum, some sitting, others lying down. Fortunately, the production team shows some compassion, swiftly providing water to quench their thirst. They eagerly consume several bowls in one go. At this moment, Teacher He Ling's voice resonates through the loudspeaker. Congratulations on successfully challenging yourselves. Please proceed to the threshing ground. We have prepared a sumptuous lunch for you all. Enjoy to your heart's content. Chapter 89. The Oppressive Atmosphere from the Village Information Station. The voice of Teacher He Ling undoubtedly invigorated the contestants, reviving their weary bodies in an instant. Fortunately, they were spared the ordeal of cooking their own meals, as in other shows, where they might have truly succumbed to exhaustion. Having witnessed the program team's tactics, everyone was reluctant to place their trust in them again. Yet, just when they had braced themselves for the worst, the team unexpectedly offered them a sweet respite. This left them in a quandary, neither able to express their grievances nor their gratitude. Regardless, their priority was to satiate their hunger first. After a brief respite, the group set off in grand procession towards the threshing ground, as indicated by Teacher He Ling. Along the way, they took in the sights of Cheng Shuo village, which comprised approximately 100 households. As the production team had described, Cheng Shuo village retained its untouched charm, with many structures still constructed of wood, bearing the weight of time's passage. The exteriors were adorned with various crops, while chickens, ducks, and geese roamed freely in the yards. Despite the presence of some newly built houses, the overall ambience conveyed a sense of poverty. The program team's advertisements plastered throughout the village contributed to a peculiar blend of modernity and tradition. The 5-kilometer mountain path posed a considerable challenge even for the adults, let alone the children, who trudged along, their spirits dampened and conversation stifled. However, Cheng Shuo was in good spirits, thanks in part to Cheng Shuo's stamina. As he carried his son on his back for most of the latter part of the trek, the occasional breaks, while waiting for others, provided respite, making the journey feel less arduous. Perhaps it was the novelty of visiting such a place that piqued Cheng Shuo's curiosity. He eagerly explored his surroundings, picking flowers and gathering stones, even attempting to play with passing dogs. As they ventured deeper into the village, they encountered more villagers. Under a grand locust tree, a circle of aunties sat, engaged in conversation while attending to various agricultural tasks. Their chatter revealed that the village had become bustling with activity over the past couple of days, drawing in numerous visitors. They remarked on how the influx of people resembled the festive spirit of the new year, noting the pecuniary benefits of renting out their humble abodes. One of the women remarked on the curious choices of the visitors, questioning why they opted for dilapidated shelters rather than better accommodations. Although it was later revealed that even the village chief's modest 2-story building had been rented out. The conversation soon took a more salacious turn as the women began gossiping about others in the village, and an oppressive tension filled the air. Cheng Shuo, walking ahead with his son, overheard snippets of their dialogue, which revealed the gossip's insidious nature. The atmosphere grew heavy as they approached, and Cheng Shuo abruptly halted, nearly causing those behind him to collide with him. When asked if he was well, he awkwardly gestured ahead, inquiring how they might pass. At first, the group was puzzled until the gossip reached their ears. The revelations of infidelity and scandal among the villagers were shocking, leaving everyone visibly uncomfortable. The power of the village's gossip mill was formidable. If they merely walked past, they would likely become fodder for further tales. As they stood hesitating, the online viewers were reveling in the unfolding drama. The words of the aunties echoed in the minds of the audience, invoking memories of their own experiences with village gossip. They felt the weight of social anxiety pressing down upon them, as the adults shifted uneasily, reluctant to move forward, while the children remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, continuing to march ahead. The adults, unable to retreat, forced themselves to follow. Upon arriving at the threshing ground, a spacious area used by villagers for drying and processing grain, they found it already teeming with onlookers, forming a dense crowd. The host, Ling, along with the 3 judges, awaited them from a raised platform. Upon spotting the contestants, Ling rose with a warm smile, expressing her delight at their arrival and acknowledging their efforts. She was a beloved host, and after engaging with the audience online, the contestants felt a rush of joy upon seeing her in person and hearing her kind words. The fatigue from the hike dissipated instantly, and they eagerly interacted with her. It was then that they noticed 4 tables laden with an array of dishes in the threshing ground. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the contestants' stomachs collectively rumbled in protest. Ling, noticing their hungry expressions, welcomed them to take their seats, revealing that the villagers had prepared a sumptuous lunch in honor of their arrival. Chapter 92 hours ago, the meat dishes were still being enjoyed, while the vegetarian dishes remained untouched on the table. There were no tricks involved. The invitation to take a seat was direct. The contestants could hardly believe their eyes. Wasn't it customary to put them through some trials first? It must be said that the contestants were somewhat on edge, unable to fathom that the production team could be so benevolent. Witnessing this scene, Ling stifled the urge to laugh and reiterated her invitation for everyone to take a seat and relish the culinary delights. These dishes were sourced from the homes of the locals, free from pesticides, and the chickens and ducks were free-range. Such delicacies could not be found in the city, and she urged everyone to finish their meals without waste. Ling was indeed an eloquent speaker, assuring the contestants that there were no hidden agendas in conveying the heartfelt intentions of the locals. Ultimately, she presented the paisi de resistance, all-natural, pollution-free food. Who could possibly refuse? Thus, the guests felt at ease. Zhou Jun, the father of contestant number 6, led the charge by taking a seat with his child. Once someone took the initiative, the others naturally followed suit. Starving and eager, everyone dove into their meals without a care for appearances. Wow, the flavor of this cured meat is exceptional. The chicken soup is fresh, retaining its original taste. Vegetables grown without pesticides truly make a difference. Hunger makes everything taste better. My son, who is usually a picky eater, is devouring everything in sight. My daughter, too, who normally eats just a little and claims to be full, is astonishingly on her 2nd bowl of rice. The dining atmosphere was harmonious, devoid of unsolicited advice or demands for the children to memorize additional vocabulary. The only guidance offered was a simple reminder to clean their plates and not waste the locals' generosity. Observing this, the 3 judges nodded in satisfaction. This was the essence of mealtime. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying their food, especially Cheng Shuo, who was indulging to the point of gluttony, his hearty appetite evoking envy among countless viewers. Can it really taste this good? It seems unlike anything I usually eat. It doesn't feel fresh. Upstairs, have you become so accustomed to high-tech cuisine that you can't appreciate the simplicity of wholesome food? These are all green products. You can't even buy them if you wanted to. Let me put it this way. The pigs were bled this morning, the chickens were running around just 2 hours ago, and the vegetables were still growing in the fields half an hour ago. The freshness is unparalleled, almost akin to devouring them raw. 2 hours ago, the meat dishes were still being enjoyed on the table. This metaphor was apt, and seeing them relish their meals, the production team finally felt they had done something worthwhile. During the meal, the production team refrained from any tricks, allowing the contestants to eat with satisfaction. However, just as they were nearing the end of their meal, Ling suddenly inquired, "Did everyone enjoy this meal?" "Absolutely," they responded loudly, still oblivious to the gravity of her question. Noticing this, Ling shifted her tone. then surely we cannot accept this hospitality without giving something in return. At this point, some began to sense something amiss. After all, accepting generosity often comes with strings attached. Even as they recognized the underlying tension, they all chorused in agreement. Those with a more impatient disposition immediately declared, "Just tell us what you need. We're ready to contribute financially or physically." There was no disagreement here. Being well-fed and well-treated warranted reciprocation. Furthermore, based on their understanding of variety shows, monetary contributions seemed unlikely. It was more about offering assistance. Even the children appeared eager to dive into the task at hand. Witnessing this, He Ling's smile deepened. "Everyone, please do not be anxious. We do not require your money or physical labor. What we need is your help in resolving a local issue." At this declaration, all the contestants wore puzzled expressions. What problem could be solved without money or effort? As they pondered, He Ling's voice rang out again. "As you all know, we will be living here for 2 days and 1 night. While the time is brief, we will inevitably interact with the locals. Since we will be interacting, it involves the intricacies of human relations. Therefore, our first lesson here is conflict resolution." Upon hearing this, the contestants were even more bewildered, and hushed whispers erupted among them. Does conflict resolution mean mediating disputes? It must, but how does that relate to interpersonal interactions? Naturally, it is relevant. Having witnessed others' problems equips one with the experience to handle their own. That seems plausible, but I have no skills in mediation. Girls are supposed to be good at this. I have no idea how. No matter if I can't mediate, I can at least talk nonsense since I'm already full. While the contestants murmured among themselves, the online commentary exploded. How could they possibly understand conflict resolution? Avoiding conflict is an achievement in itself. It became evident that no meal was truly free. Conflict resolution is akin to engaging in a battle of wits. I shall take my leave. This segment was a nightmare for those suffering from social anxiety. Good luck to them. Haha. Viewers were thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, the camera shifted to the judging panel. Teacher Zhong Xiuqin adjusted her microphone and stated, "This segment serves as an examination for the parents. Indeed, a parent's approach to problem solving can significantly influence their children. The manner in which they handle issues also reflects their character, patience, and attitude. If packing up indicates a child's issues, this segment highlights the parent's shortcomings." Once teacher Zhong finished speaking, Xianghui took the microphone. "In our daily lives, we inevitably encounter various conflicts. A slight misstep can escalate tensions. This segment aims not only to assist others in resolving their issues, but also to provide us with relevant experience. Furthermore, it sets an example for the children, ensuring they are not at a loss when faced with similar situations in the future." The insights from both teachers made the contestants appreciate the production team's thoughtful intentions. Navigating social interactions is indeed a fundamental part of growing up. This realization dissuaded those parents who had planned to skate by, prompting them to engage earnestly. The parents' attitudes had shifted to one of seriousness. At this juncture, He Ling provided them with an additional compelling reason to give their all. In this segment, if the locals find your suggestions valuable, you will earn a support vote. The support votes will determine the contestants' accommodations for the next 2 days. We have prepared 10 accommodations, ranging from picturesque lakeside cabins to spacious wooden lodges. The selection will be made based on the number of votes received. Consequently, the type of lodging you will enjoy depends on your collective efforts. Chapter 91. Without effort, they cannot work for you, as teacher He Ling's words echoed in the air. The display board beside her was unveiled, revealing photographs of 10 residences. Instantly, an uproar filled the venue. Could it be that a dilapidated wooden house with a leaky roof could be deemed to have a good view? And what about a cowshed? Is that even habitable? Goodness, let us hope no one ends up with a tent, or else insects will surely invade by night. The contestants were understandably alarmed, while the online viewers reveled in the chaos. Ha! Don't assume I'm oblivious. A century-old crumbling house is dubbed a century-old residence? How amusing. Rural customs are simply mud brick houses, and a pastoral-style cottage is merely a straw hut beside a vegetable patch. Even the program's team exhausted themselves to concoct such names. Had I not seen the images, I would have been deceived as well. Buyer S showcase and seller S showcase. Embracing nature translates to a mere tent. The most ludicrous of all is the panoramic view room, which is nothing more than a roofless wooden structure. The roof exists, albeit as a transparent plastic sheet. The production team displayed a modicum of humanity, yet it was scant. The scenery may be delightful, but the accommodations were utterly inadequate. Those pampered children were bound to face hardships. They must be cautious at night and avoid being carried away by snakes or insects. The production team spared no effort, nor did the audience. The barrage of comments was lively. Cheng Shuo, upon viewing these images, could only smile wryly while supporting his forehead. He had prepared himself psychologically, yet the preparation proved insufficient. All the tricks of the production team were aimed squarely at the contestants. Fortunately, amidst the mediocrity, there emerged a glimmer of hope. Cheng Shuo scrutinized the options and found a two-story building by the lake to be quite appealing. It appeared to be a repurposed school building, spacious, and most importantly, it had a restroom nearby. He must strive to select it. If that fails, he would settle for the tool-filled bungalow, which, while lacking in quality, was at least livable. The rest were simply unacceptable. Naturally, the residences Cheng Shuo found appealing were also noticed by others, who eagerly prepared to compete for them. This situation became a tool for parents to educate their children, with the most fervent being Ding Jing, mother of contestant number 9. You see, only through effort can one reside in the best house. Without effort, you may not even find a place on the main road to sleep. Are you willing to exert yourself to live in the best house? Perhaps accustomed to such educational methods. Several parents cast appreciative glances her way and even echoed her words to their children. Yet, upon hearing this, Cheng Shuo could not help but frown. This education, albeit delayed, had indeed arrived. Cheng Shuo found it troubling, yet felt he had no standing to object. Unbeknownst to him, whether by design or coincidence, Yulan, mother of contestant number 2, received a phone call at that moment. The conversation seemed to pertain to recruitment. She deliberately lowered her voice. And although Cheng Shuo could not discern all the details, 2 phrases struck him profoundly. Masters and PhD holders are everywhere these days. Just pick from the top. Certainly, if they do not strive, they cannot work for you. These words pierced his heart. Regardless of the time they were heard, they were always disheartening. Yet at that moment, Cheng Shuo desperately wished Ding Jing could hear them. The era where one could attain everything through mere effort had long since passed. Education was no longer the sole pathway to success. Without parental support, all effort would prove futile. Unfortunately, Ding Jing was too engrossed in imparting grand principles to notice the conversation around her. She evaded Yulan's verbal blow, but could not escape her daughter's poignant inquiry. After Ding Jing finished speaking, her daughter looked up at her. "Mom, it seems this segment is meant for you parents to complete. Why must I be the one to exert myself?" This question, seemingly naive, starkly revealed her mother's intentions. What was clearly a parental responsibility had habitually been imposed on the child. The desires of the mother, inflated, were expected to be fulfilled by her daughter. Was this not absurd? Yu Shaoran's words seemed to strip away the fade from her mother, leaving her expression awkward and uncomfortable. She wanted to lash out, but, confronted by her daughter's innocent gaze, felt that doing so would only expose her own failings. Suppressing her anger, she felt a pang in her chest. Once the introduction of the residences was complete, the formal segment began. Teacher He Ling's voice resounded once more. "We have gathered numerous questions from the locals. Shortly, I will present these questions, and the parents in the audience may raise their hands to answer. If your response satisfies the locals, you will earn a support vote. However, there is one point for parents to note. To ensure the locals can comprehend, responses must be concise, ideally not exceeding 10 words. The type of house you will inhabit today depends on your performance." Teacher He Ling's announcement sparked further discussion among the audience. Asking for resolution in 10 words seemed a daunting challenge. If it is difficult for one, it is only natural for many. If a solution cannot be found, it is a collective inability and no one will gain an advantage. With this thought, the audience felt a wave of relief. Even Cheng Shuo shared this sentiment. He was not adept at resolving community disputes. He had initially prepared to excel, only to feel deflated. Perhaps sensing her father's helplessness, Cheng Xiaola approached him. "Dad, don't worry. I think 10 words is excessive. 4 words would suffice to resolve the issue. Intrigued, Cheng Shuo asked what 4 words. Some parents might dismiss Cheng Shuo as boastful, claiming that 10 words were inadequate, yet she required only 4. However, Cheng Shuo held a different view. He even adopted a posture of humble inquiry. Observing this, Cheng Shuo smiled mischievously, feigning profundity before finally uttering 4 words that nearly caused Cheng Shuo to lose his balance. Mind your own business. What? Cheng Shuo thought he had misheard and asked for clarification. Mind your own. Ouch. Before Cheng Shuo could finish, Cheng Shuo, without hesitation, delivered a light punch to his son's head. Have you been spoiled? Do you think you can speak to me like that? Believing his son had a genuine point, he was taken aback to find it was merely a jest. Rubbing his head, Cheng Shuo said, Dad, these 4 words could solve 50% of the world's problems. Cheng Shuo merely huffed in response, unwilling to be foolish enough to believe him again. Really? Cheng Shuo insisted, noticing his father's skepticism. He promptly provided examples. Your wife spends too much money. Mind your own business. Your salary is too low. Mind your own business. You failed to pass the civil service exam despite numerous attempts. Mind your own business. Chapter 92. In Huaxia, 4 words can resolve all problems initially. Cheng Shuo scoffed at the notion, but as he listened further, he found it increasingly intriguing. Unable to resist, he posed a few questions. Why do you always score last? None of your business. Your outfit today is truly unappealing. None of your business. By the end of the exchange, Cheng Shuo found himself laughing. As it turned out, this method was indeed quite effective, especially when dealing with chatty relatives. It was simply superb. When one silences another before they can retort, the issue is naturally resolved. Cheng Shuo's cleverness not only persuaded Cheng Shuo, but also resonated with many viewers in the livestream, who deemed it a brilliant strategy, transforming the passive into the active. There is a certain brilliance to it, albeit a bit outrageous, yet inherently reasonable. However, caution was advised, as this approach could provoke backlash if misused. It was suitable for light banter, but ineffective in serious situations. In critical moments, the law holds sway. This strategy works well for minor disputes, provided one disregards the other party's humanity, thus perfectly resolving all dilemmas. The audience wholeheartedly supported the idea. Even those who found it ineffective refrained from mockery, as there was no need to argue with a child. Nonetheless, Cheng Shuo took it to heart. Son, you claim these 4 words can resolve 50% of problems. What about the other 50? None of your business. Upon hearing these 4 words, Cheng Shuo assumed his son was merely being mischievous again and raised his hand to give him a light tap. However, Cheng Shuo, now experienced, had already adopted a defensive posture. Don't hit me. Am I not answering your question? What kind of answer is that? Cheng Shuo was about to retort when a sudden epiphany struck him. None of your business can indeed resolve 50% of the world's issues. And the other 50? None of your business. Realizing the depth of this revelation, Cheng Shuo's raised hand gently fell. He affectionately patted his son's head, acknowledging him as quite the clever little rascal. Cheng Shuo understood, yet the viewers in the livestream remained bewildered. What does this mean? Can someone explain it for those who are less educated? Is it really that hard to comprehend? When you should be studying, you chose to feed pigs. The other 50% of problems are dealt with using none of your business. How does that work? If the couple upstairs is fighting, none of my business. If old Wang is climbing the wall again, none of my business. If old Lu's son isn't his biological child, none of my business. Seriously? This actually works? Laughter erupted, and the phrase was collectively dubbed the 8-character mantra. Once mastered, it instilled an overwhelming sense of power. I'm heading out to confront someone. Brothers, await my news. The barrage of comments was lively, and the live segment proceeded in an orderly fashion. The first conflict requiring mediation was marital discord. The couple had a marriage arranged by their parents. The wife was not particularly attractive and had been constantly belittled by the husband. Mere days into their marriage, they were on the brink of divorce. The villagers had already attempted to mediate, but both were unyielding. Now, with the program crew present, they became the first couple to be mediated. However, as contestants offered various solutions, some advocating reconciliation, others suggesting separation, none of them satisfied the couple. As the situation threatened to stagnate, Teacher He Ling on stage grew increasingly anxious. Surely, you have witnessed couples contemplating divorce around you. How were such matters resolved? Teacher He patiently guided the discussion, but to little avail. No contestant presented any constructive suggestions. Meanwhile, Cheng Shuo remained steadfast, showing no inclination to contribute. While he acknowledged some wisdom in his son's four-word mantra, he did not believe it applicable in this context. The parents in attendance were at a loss, and the viewers in the live stream found the situation tricky. Such private matters between couples are the most challenging to mediate. One misstep can easily offend. I can relate. Once, when the couple upstairs was arguing, I suggested they might as well get divorced. Instead of heeding my advice, they turned on me. They'll brush off any conciliatory remarks with, "You don't understand our pain." Laughter ensued, reflecting the harsh truth that those who truly wish to part ways seldom engage in quarrels. Thus, when faced with such situations, it's best to refrain from interference, lest you become caught in the middle. It was no wonder that the parents had fallen silent. They were indeed wise. As the viewers pointed out, such familial matters are delicate for outsiders to comment on. Regardless of how Teacher He Ling attempted to guide the discussion, the audience remained silent, as if they had all chosen to abstain. Though many longed to cast a supportive vote, they understood it would be futile. The program could not progress without input, and just as Teacher He contemplated skipping ahead, Cheng Shuo Li's hand shot up high. "I know. I can resolve it with 4 words." Everyone recognized that this segment was designed for the parents, excluding the children. Cheng Shuo presumed his son would not participate, yet unexpectedly, at this critical moment, he stepped forward. Cheng Shuo was caught off guard, unable to intervene in time. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Those 4 words were amusing in jest, but in the context of resolving a neighbor's dispute, they would undoubtedly invite scorn. "Don't be reckless, son." Cheng Shuo attempted to stop him, but Cheng Xiaolu was as slippery as an eel, evading capture. Seeing his stubbornness, viewers began to voice their concerns. "Look at how spoiled this child has become, acting without regard for the occasion. A little mischief is fine, but this is going too far. He truly lacks awareness. If all conflicts could be resolved with just 4 words, what need would there be for courts? He requires proper guidance. This cannot continue." Often, viewers were lenient towards Cheng Xiaolu, even tolerating his occasional missteps. However, the current situation was different. The locals welcomed their presence, offering generous hospitality. Now faced with a dilemma, they were being mocked and trivialized. How could they endure such treatment? This sentiment was echoed not only by the viewers, but also by the surrounding parents, who all sought to dissuade him. Yet, the more they tried to stop him, the more determined he became, ultimately standing atop a chair. His visibility was undeniable, making it impossible for anyone to overlook him. Cheng Xiaoli's actions undeniably posed a challenge to the host and the 3 judges. It was undeniable that he was clever. However, addressing such issues had little to do with intelligence. At its core, this situation was a test of social acumen. Those seasoned in navigating society for decades could not offer a satisfactory solution, yet a 7-year-old child boldly proclaimed that 4 words could suffice. This was clearly a disruption. In that moment, many began to form a less favorable impression of Cheng Xiaolu, though he remained blissfully unaware. He continued to raise his hand enthusiastically. Teacher He Ling, seeing no alternative, could only respond, "All right, Xiaolu. Please go ahead." Chapter 93. The Subtlety of Human Relations is an essential course in the University of Society. Upon finally being pointed out, Cheng Xiaolu felt a surge of joy. His posture immediately straightened with confidence. He boldly extended 4 fingers, asserting that all conflicts in Huaxia could be resolved with just 4 words. Moments ago, his remarks were merely whispered among a few parents and online viewers, leaving room for negotiation. However, now that he had declared it so brazenly, Cheng Shuo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The scrutinizing gazes from fellow villagers pierced him like needles, causing him to feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles, drenched in beads of sweat that streamed down his forehead. His mind raced as he contemplated how to wrap things up. Not only was Cheng Shuo tense, but even the host and the 3 judges were visibly anxious. The viewers in the live stream were no better off. At this moment, it was truly inappropriate to dismiss the situation as irrelevant. although Xiaola's personality was somewhat extroverted. Such reckless behavior seemed unwarranted. After all, he was merely 7 years old, a tender age when children are unrestrained in their speech. This was quite the predicament. Familial disputes were already tiresome, and now they had a child inadvertently stirring the pot. Indeed, sometimes divorces erupt without cause, as was the case with myself. My husband is quite the catch, domestic, faithful, and nonviolent, dutifully handing over his entire salary, but I simply do not wish to continue our union. The barrage of comments filled the air. All eyes in the venue were fixated on Cheng Shuo. Seizing the moment, host He Ling inquired, "What are those 4 words?" In this setting, most children would have shrunk back in fear. Yet, Cheng Shuo stood undeterred, puffing out his chest with bravado, disregarding his father's attempts to silence him, and calmly stated, "No return of the betrothal gifts." The unexpected words left Cheng Shuo's eyes wide open. His thoughts shifted from devising a way to clean up his son's mess to pondering whether those words could hold any significance. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. He Ling did not delve into the implications of those words. Instead, he focused on the young couple embroiled in a divorce. Several previous responses had failed to appease them, and their patience seemed to be wearing thin. He Ling feared an explosive reaction, recalling how the couple had already argued fiercely moments before. The young husband was sharp, while the young wife was fiery. If provoked further, the situation could escalate beyond control. To his surprise, both remained silent, the husband lost in thought while the wife, who had been discreetly wiping away tears, appeared to brighten at the mention of those words. After a brief silence, someone in the crowd finally spoke, "That's good. It strikes at the heart of the matter." Others soon followed, adding their voices to the chorus. "Haha! Indeed, those are 4 words." The child was not exaggerating. The consensus emerged. Either they should strive for a harmonious life together or part ways without prolonging the inevitable. No one anticipated such a resolution. The wife desired to make the marriage work, while the husband found her unattractive, resulting in their current predicament. No return of the betrothal gifts is a fair solution. The wife would receive compensation, having been married for mere days, presumably without having consummated their union. A divorce could yield the bride a portion of the betrothal gifts. The brilliance of this answer lay in its restoration of agency to the individuals involved. Either they would work it out or treat the betrothal gifts as compensation for a divorce. This answer was undeniably commendable. Cheng Shuo had not initially contemplated the depth of the response, but upon hearing the villagers' discussions, clarity dawned upon him. He was also taken aback by his son's level of understanding. Suddenly, the memory surfaced of his son acquiring a hidden skill known as the subtleties of human relationships. Could it be the effect of that skill? While the skill might be beneficial, it was equally a testament to his son's intelligence and quick wit. The anxiety that had gripped him finally dissipated. He affectionately patted his son's back. "You clever little rascal." At that moment, viewers in the live stream also experienced a revelation. "Wow, I underestimated him." That response is quite impressive. It was not merely commendable. It directly addressed the crux of the issue. If one finds fault with another, they must be willing to part with the betrothal gifts. If not, they should strive for a harmonious existence. This scenario was a win-win situation. I concede that my earlier skepticism was misplaced. The viewers expressed their satisfaction, and the 3 judges visibly relaxed. Particularly, Xiang Hui, who had been so tense he could scarcely breathe, could not help but commend. This consideration is thorough and hits the nail on the head. Children today are astonishing. Even the concept of betrothal gifts is within their grasp. "I truly feel old." His words bore a hint of regret, but were primarily filled with pride, a poignant reminder of the younger generation surpassing the older. His sentiments were echoed by the other 2 judges, with Yang Xiaodong adding, "The subtleties of human relations are indeed a mandatory course in the University of Society. Excelling in this subject can greatly benefit one's life." With both educators affirming the importance of this lesson, attending parents recognized the need to take it seriously. However, such understanding could not solely be acquired through experience. It also required a certain innate talent. They all concurred that mastering this was far more challenging than merely improving academic performance. Previously, I believed that having a child with good grades was a source of pride. But witnessing Cheng Shuo I now understand what truly constitutes a remarkable child. Beyond average grades, he possesses qualities that are truly commendable. As a result, Cheng Shuo received heightened attention. Several parents shifted from mere pleasantries to genuine interest in forming deeper connections. At this juncture, He Ling's demeanor became more relaxed. He turned towards the young couple and inquired, "You both heard the response from Cheng Shuo. Do you find it useful?" It appeared that the couple was still experiencing a tiff. However, in stark contrast to earlier, the young husband now seemed eager to take his wife's hand. Yet she resisted. Upon hearing He Ling's question, the young man sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "It's useful, very useful. We want to be separating. We will certainly work toward a good life together." His declaration elicited a chorus of teasing from the audience. "You better follow through. We are all watching. Don't force it. If it doesn't work out, just divorce. My son hasn't even found a wife yet. He wouldn't mind her appearance." Exactly. The girl is capable. Even if they part ways, it won't be difficult for her to find someone else, especially with a dowry from her ex-husband. The villagers' playful banter put the young husband on edge as he took his wife and began to walk off the stage, stating, "Don't get any ideas. She is my wife." Chapter 94. They are all relatives, not outsiders, so there is no need to dispute who is right or wrong. After bidding farewell to the couple, Cheng Shuo successfully garnered a supportive vote. Although he did not exert himself, his son proved to be quite capable, allowing him to relish the experience of being uplifted. No sooner had the couple departed than two elderly ladies, adorned with their floral headpieces, approached. "Host, please mediate for us. This old hag constantly speaks ill of my family behind my back. How do we resolve this?" Before teacher He Ling could respond, the second question arose on its own. He hurriedly stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Ladies, please remain calm. Rest assured, we will assist you in resolving this matter." Both ladies, fiery-tempered as they were, continued to argue, their faces flushed, yet still refusing to relent. Teacher He Ling exerted considerable effort to separate them. After a brief interview, he learned that these two had been sisters-in-law for decades, frequently quarreling over trivial matters. This time, the discord stemmed from the sister-in-law's gossip reaching the ears of the younger sibling, leading to this public confrontation. Upon grasping the background of the situation, the online audience became quite animated. From marital disputes to sister-in-law conflicts, these were truly epic quarrels. My mother and my aunt have been at odds for decades now. With no teeth left, they still bicker endlessly. This was indeed a tricky situation. Without shared interests, how could one mediate? Exactly. Earlier there was a matter of dowry involved. But this is purely a case of mutual disdain. The four-character adage seemed ineffective here. The online community sensed yet another formidable dilemma, seemingly impossible to resolve. However, the parents in the audience held a different view. After teacher He Ling finished speaking, Father Li Aimin of Group 7 raised his hand. "All right, let's hear what Father Li has to propose." "It's simple." Li Aimin confidently stood up. "Just apologize and be done with it." To ensure his answer did not exceed 10 words, he counted on his fingers as he spoke. After finishing, he wore a smug expression. Yet, his pride lasted but a moment, as the two elderly ladies erupted into another argument. "Why should I apologize? I'm only looking out for her. I don't need your misguided kindness. I would be grateful if you stayed out of my family's affairs. If it weren't for us being relatives, I wouldn't bother with you at all. Who asked you to meddle? Have you checked whether your own rice porridge has gone cold before sticking your nose in my business? Truly a case of a dog meddling in affairs that don't concern it. Did you just call me a dog? Watch me tear your mouth apart." The quarrel escalated dangerously, and it seemed a physical altercation was imminent. Fortunately, teacher He Ling intervened just in time to separate them. This reaction rendered any inquiry into whether Li Aimin's suggestion was effective unnecessary, as he sulkily returned to his seat. "Ladies, please do not be agitated. Let's see if there are better solutions." After calming the two elderly ladies, teacher He Ling turned his gaze towards the audience. Witnessing their fiery demeanor, no one dared to speak up again. This was also because, apart from an apology, no better solution came to mind. Even if the police were to arrive, they would likely suggest a compromise, urging both parties to yield a little. Observing the silence, teacher He Ling focused on Cheng Shuo. Hadn't he just claimed that all conflicts in Huaxia could be resolved with 4 characters? Teacher Heling wished to ascertain whether Cheng Shuo was merely boasting. This time, without waiting for him to raise his hand, Teacher Heling proactively asked, Shuo, can your 4-character mediation method still be applied here? Having participated once, Cheng Shuo's enthusiasm had waned considerably. However, now that he was being asked, he politely stood up, stating, haven't you all already provided the answer? Upon hearing this, everyone present appeared puzzled. If they could provide the answer, what was there to argue about? Not only were the attendees confused, but even the 2 elderly ladies looked at Cheng Shuo quizzically. Seeing their bewilderment, Cheng Shuo sighed as if he were an adult. You all have already said it. We are all relatives. Yet, even as Cheng Shuo pointed this out, many remained oblivious. It wasn't until teacher Zhong Xiuqin from the judges' panel suddenly spoke up. We are all relatives. What is there that can't be discussed? With this succinct statement, the audience seemed to awaken, realizing the truth. Haha, we are all relatives. Why bicker over trivial matters? Indeed, we are all relatives. What grievances can't be resolved? We are all relatives, not outsiders. There is no need to argue over who is right or wrong. We are all relatives. A few words should suffice. Can one really hold a grudge? The audience came to an understanding, and the viewers in the live stream were equally astonished. Wow, this works. Can it be applied directly? When asked whether it was effective, many found it quite reasonable. Indeed, every time my father and uncle had a disagreement, my mother would also bring up this phrase. The people of Huaxiao understand the power of familial bonds. As long as it isn't a matter of principle, these few words are entirely sufficient. You can't deny it. It truly is the case. Upon hearing those words, the expressions of the 2 elderly ladies became quite entertaining. Previously engaged in a life-and-death struggle, they suddenly appeared shy. Both wished to say something, but found themselves at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was the aunt who demonstrated greater composure, speaking first. Sister-in-law, I was in the wrong. I shouldn't have said you married a lazy bum. Please forgive me this once. I promise I won't speak ill of you again. As soon as the aunt finished speaking, the sister-in-law stepped forward to grasp her hand, exclaiming, Sister, what are you saying? We are all relatives. Blood ties bind us. I understand you care about my struggles. Finding a suitable wife is tough, and I bear the burden of everything. Others wouldn't say such things. Once these words were exchanged, the 2 suddenly appeared as close as real sisters. The aunt even wiped away tears, saying, I'm glad you understand. I also regret my lack of tact. Please don't take it to heart. How could I? I know your character. Concern can sometimes lead to misunderstandings. With the issue resolved, the 2 shook hands in reconciliation. Teacher Heling smiled as he escorted the 2 elderly ladies off the stage, his gaze towards Cheng Shuo filled with admiration. If the first instance was a coincidence, what about the second? He no longer doubted Cheng Shuo's abilities. His 4-character method was indeed effective. However, this segment was designed as a task for all parents. A single standout could disrupt the subsequent house selection segment. Hence, Teacher Heling promptly contacted director Chun Bo backstage to inquire whether the game rules could be amended. The director, noticing the situation, immediately responded that if Cheng Shuo could maintain such outstanding performance, he would allow his group to choose first, while the remaining families would draw lots. This way, not only would there be entertainment value, but it would also prevent other contestants from feeling embarrassed due to one child's overshadowing brilliance. Thus, when the rule modification notice was issued to the contestants, they all enthusiastically agreed. Drawing lots was a chance worth taking. Relying on their own abilities, they felt utterly powerless regarding these familial matters. Additionally, they were pleased to witness a child resolving these troublesome issues, finding a peculiar sense of relief. Chapter 95, I believe these 5 words carry greater weight. I am the master of the shoe path. The temporary alteration of the game rules was a carefully considered decision by Chunbo. He had discerned that while these parents possessed a certain acumen in dealing with their children, they were remarkably inept in navigating the complexities of human relationships. Despite the grand preparations and indulgent hospitality, they ultimately failed to make a significant impact. If this were to leak, it would be an embarrassment for the production team. Moreover, having experienced the formidable influence of the village's intelligence station, Cheng Shuo was wary of the potential repercussions should things continue on their current trajectory. After much deliberation, he resorted to this strategic approach. In truth, Cheng Shuo had his own calculations. If Cheng Shuo did not perform well, others would likely show leniency due to his tender age. It must be said that he had a keen understanding of the villagers' fondness for children. Cheng Shuo was not alone in his considerations, as the villagers were equally eager to engage with the children. Unable to wait for the host to call them to the stage, they began to pose their questions. "Little one, I had a bit of a quarrel after drinking with my friends last night. What do you think I should do?" Cheng Shuo pondered for a moment, saying, "It's all in the drink." The laughter erupted, and even the concerned parties could not help but chuckle, giving Cheng Shuo a thumbs up. The audience soon joined in, roaring with laughter. There is no issue that cannot be resolved over a drink. If there is, then have two. After downing a drink, we remain good friends. Everything is implicit in the drink. The atmosphere was exceptionally vibrant, filled with villagers' discussions, contestants' laughter, and the sounds of children at play, rivaling even the liveliness of a New Year celebration. Even the judges, who typically maintained an air of superiority, were flushed with mirth. No one anticipated that a 7-year-old child could grasp the nuances of drinking culture so adeptly. These 4 words were sufficient to dissolve any conflict at the table. Another young man stepped forward to share his dilemma. "I have a colleague who constantly targets me. What should I do?" Yet before he could finish, Cheng Shuo interjected lightly. "We're all working people." This elicited another wave of laughter from the audience, as the sentiment struck home. Indeed, we are all workers. It is best to coexist peacefully. His words resonated deeply. The lively scene captivated the online viewers, who were equally amused, gasping for breath between laughs. How does he understand this so well? It feels as if he hasn't just learned it, but embodies it. Cheng Shuo appeared to possess the qualities of a leader, tackling issues with swiftness and precision. In the world of drinks, it's no wonder that whenever there's trouble, the leader first asks me to pour 3 drinks for myself. His phrase, "we're all workers," encapsulated my current state. As laughter subsided, some viewers found themselves in a brief moment of contemplation, yet they were quickly swept back into the jubilant atmosphere. The villagers' disputes paled in comparison, as many contestants could no longer restrain themselves from joining in. "Shuo, my husband and I often argue. Is divorce an option?" Another chimed in, "My son is always getting into mischief. He simply doesn't understand. My mother is far too strict with me." "It's for your own good," someone added. Even the children exhibited remarkable enthusiasm. The phrase, "it's for your own good," sent the audience into fits of laughter again. Everyone was having a grand time. Yet Cheng Shuo grew slightly exasperated by the incessant inquiries. When someone attempted to ask it another question, he quickly intervened. "I've concluded that many conflicts can be easily resolved with just 4 words. During the New Year, during the holidays, early in the morning, or late at night. Since we're all here, the weddings are done, the pregnancies are announced, and the children are born. Let us endure. Let us make do. It's all part of life. After all, we're family. We're all workers. We're friends. And it's not easy for anyone." Cheng Shuo spoke fervently, likely articulating 50 or 60 words, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. After exhaling deeply, he added, "That's about it. Apply it flexibly." At that moment, even the seasoned host, He Ling, was taken aback, her mouth agape. The expressions of the 3 judges were equally remarkable. Teacher Zhong Xiuqin stared blankly. Teacher Xiang Hui's face reflected disbelief. And Teacher Yang Xiaotong, unusually serious, was hurriedly jotting down notes. Others around him appeared to savor the moment, absorbing the significance of Cheng Shuo's words. It became evident that each word spoken by Cheng Shuo was a revelation to them. It was only then that they truly grasped the profound depth of Chinese culture. With just a few simple phrases, such profound meaning could be conveyed, concise, clear, and universally applicable. The fact that these insights were articulated by a 7-year-old child was nothing short of astonishing. The audience was left in awe, and the online commentary exploded with enthusiasm. "Wow, I can actually learn something from this live stream. It's practical. I'll jot it down. Next time a teacher asks, why didn't T do my homework? I'll have a retort. What should I say? Give me some face. Haha, once I learn it, it'll be useless. I think I could add, you can call the police, which is also quite useful." These were all rather gentle remarks. I feel that 5 words could carry more weight, such as, I am a master of the shoe path. This, my friends, is a physical manifestation of conflict. While you have your mediations, I also possess the 4 words to provoke. What will you do about it? Haha, who is laughing now? At this moment, the gaze of everyone towards Cheng Shuo transformed. Initially, they believed him to be speaking nonsensically, but in a short span, they were met with a reality check. Whether they were parents, villagers, or members of the production team, all of them, seasoned in the trials of society, recognized that Cheng Shuo's words encompassed a multitude of scenarios and interpersonal dynamics. Consider the new year. There is not a single issue that cannot be resolved with the right phrase. When intoxicated and embroiled in conflict, is there a more effective explanation than he just had too much to drink? In the case of marital disputes, offering the line for the sake of the children can swiftly bring about calm. The examples are endless. A simple phrase of mutual understanding can turn strife into harmony. A declaration of no malice can avert conflict. These are universal phrases, applicable in countless situations. Reflecting on this, many parents felt a wave of shame, realizing that despite their years of navigating society, they had been outmatched by a child. The live stream echoed with self-deprecating remarks. Here I am, a respectable community committee member, and I can't even resolve a dispute as well as a child. This is all valuable wisdom. I suggest you take note. If possible, commit it to memory. You will undoubtedly find it useful in the future. Chapter 96. A definitive dimensionality reduction. Once my father intervened, the outcome was unmistakable. After some experience, I felt an overwhelming sense of strength. Henceforth, when anyone comes to me lamenting about quarrels with their spouse, I shall retort with 8 words. Having wed, one must understand each other. If any colleague dares to trouble me, I will firmly point at their nose and declare, we are all employees. Life is challenging for everyone. These words serve not only as a means to mediate conflicts, but also as a source of encouragement for myself. I am still youthful, and all tribulation shall pass. The atmosphere was lively with discussions, and the 3 judges were deeply engaged in conversation. Not to mention, the festive season, whether morning, noon, or midnight, could resolve numerous matters. If all else fails, one could simply rely on the passage of time. The viewers were also adeptly applying these insights. It seemed this segment was expertly designed. The judges not only praised Cheng Shuo, but also extended their commendations to the online audience. They were thoroughly satisfied with this nationwide learning phenomenon. However, this cohort of netizens was unpredictably whimsical. One moment they were earnest, and the next, they veered into absurdity. The pregnancy is confirmed. What can we do? Misfortune can be a blessing. Let's adopt a more open mindset. What a filthy notion. Is it what I think it is? The pregnancy is confirmed. What can we do? He was inebriated. After all, he's an elder. The pregnancy is confirmed. One must simply acclimate. It's no big deal. We are all relatives. So let us not be overly concerned. Such talent abounded that I could easily envision a criminal narrative. Please, don't be like this. It truly frightens me. The tone of the comments shifted dramatically, becoming quite disconcerting. The 3 judges chose to tactfully ignore the chaos. Nevertheless, Cheng Shuo's performance, combined with the viewers' antics, significantly elevated the program's popularity. As the barrage of comments surged, the number of online viewers soared. The weekend and special travel arrangements had already heightened the show's appeal. At the outset, the total online audience reached 5 million, and the television ratings soared past 1. Just when the production team believed they had reached a peak, Cheng Shuo's actions propelled the entire program to new heights. The total online audience surpassed 10 million, and the television ratings skyrocketed from 1 to 1.8, almost doubling the initial figures. This delighted the sponsors who had signed contracts, as they had feared their high-priced advertisements would yield losses, yet the results surpassed expectations. This undeniably validated that this father-son duo was the linchpin of the show's viewership. Cheng Shuo's performance was already remarkable. Unexpectedly, after absorbing his son's 4-character aphorism, Cheng Shuo was struck with inspiration. Having remained silent until now, he suddenly spoke up, I believe this is insufficient. I have an even bolder idea. Cheng Shuo's words instantly captivated everyone's attention. The host, He Ling, inquired with a smile. Oh, something even bolder? Cheng Shuo nodded. Once I utter these 4 words, all that has been said before becomes irrelevant. His provocative statement piqued the curiosity of those around him, including Cheng Shuo. Father, what are the 4 words? Cheng Shuo playfully pinched his son's cheek and replied, people have died. The moment those words escaped his lips, the atmosphere in the venue reached an unprecedented crescendo. The laughter around them was so boisterous it could have startled birds from the trees. The murmurs of agreement were incessant. That makes sense. This is indeed the most ruthless. The elder is indeed the elder. With one utterance, he overshadowed his son's previous remarks. Once those 4 words were spoken, all conflicts seemed resolvable. When a person dies, their debts vanish. This is a universal truth understood by the Chinese. Indeed, if a person has passed, what grievances remain? Cheng Shuo's bombshell left the locals in awe and momentarily shocked the viewers in the live stream. This was an undeniable dimensionality reduction. Once my father intervened, the outcome was clear. There was no room for criticism. This was indeed a game changer. The sentiment resonated. When a person dies, what conflicts can persist? One must adopt a more relaxed outlook. As this segment concluded without any surprises, Cheng Shuo was naturally selected for the preferred 2-story house. As for the other parents, some rejoiced while others lamented. No, how'd I draw the mud brick house? Your mud brick house is acceptable. I drew the straw hut. A cowshed? I refused to sleep there tonight. Had I known I would be sleeping in a tent, I should have brought my bedding, no matter how tired I was. Fortunately, the production team did not go too far. While the accommodations were modest, they were maintained in a clean condition. At least the cowshed was devoid of cattle, and sleeping in a straw hut did not mean lying directly on straw. After all contestants had selected their lodgings, host He Ling promptly announced the next task. You now have half an hour to return and drop off your luggage. At 4 o'clock, we shall commence the next challenge, going to the market. As soon as He Ling's words resonated, a collective wail erupted from the audience. Half an hour is hardly enough. My home is the farthest. It takes me over 10 minutes to walk back. Climbing the mountain was exhausting. I thought we could rest after this. The density of tasks is overwhelming. We are ordinary people, not commandos. How naive of me. I genuinely believed this was a vacation. This is more tiring than a day at work. It was no wonder the contestants voiced their grievances. The incessant succession of tasks was indeed exhausting. Rising at 7 in the morning, enduring over 2 hours of travel, followed by a strenuous hike. While they had a brief respite during mealtime, they also had to engage their minds in conflict resolution. Both their bodies and minds were fatigued. Thus, upon hearing that another task awaited in half an hour, their reluctance was palpable. They no longer made an effort to conceal their feelings. Their expressions betrayed their thoughts. Some appeared despondent, others filled with regret, an array of emotions on display. Observing this scene, the online viewers found amusement in their plight. Still hoping for a break? If you rest, what shall we watch? Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to rest like that. Consider the prize money. Might that provide some motivation? The production team may be harsh, but I adore it, haha. You should have been mentally prepared for the grind. Perhaps you were too ill-prepared this time. Do bring more next time. Watermelons, marinated delicacies, and milk tea are all ready. Who understands the joy I feel at this moment? The viewers reveled in the unfolding drama, while the production team's arrangements aimed to harness the recent surge in popularity. As long as viewers were engaged, even the slightest detail could spark discussion. Just the expressions of these parents already contributed significantly to the program's effect. Seeing their reactions, host He Ling quickly reassured, "Dear parents, please do not fret. The next task is tailored for the children. The production team will provide 20 yuan to allow them to purchase ingredients for dinner at the market. What they procure will determine our evening meal." Chapter 97. The boomerang of suffering education strikes at this very moment. Upon hearing that this segment did not require parental participation, the contestants collectively exhaled in relief. A few even expressed their joy with lighthearted cheers. However, as the entirety of the content was disclosed, their laughter swiftly dissipated. 20 yuan? How could that possibly suffice? Indeed, even in a mountain village with lower prices, 2 individuals could hardly manage to feed themselves. This is absurd. They are certainly up to something again. It turns out that the midday feast was merely a cover for the evening meal. If I send my little rascal to buy provisions, he would undoubtedly return with toys. My daughter is no better. She would spend it all on snacks. After a brief moment of happiness, the group fell back into lamentation. They knew their children all too well, understanding that allowing them to make purchasing decisions would undoubtedly lead to indulgences of their own whims. Several parents felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. Yet, some remained optimistic. My Yao Yao is sensible. She wouldn't make frivolous purchases. Among the children, Tong Yao, the eldest, was already in middle school. For a teenager, shopping was a mundane affair. This task posed little challenge for her. Even with a limited budget, acquiring sufficient food should not be a problem. At this moment, Tong Lily felt quite pleased, believing this segment was tailor-made for her family. Now, her daughter could shine. Tong Lily indeed lacked social finesse, but her age granted her an advantage. She should have kept it subtle. By voicing it so openly, she inevitably drew several disapproving glances. Some perceived the situation as unfair. Yet, lacking any punitive measures, no one dared to play the villain. After all, the worst outcome would be an empty stomach at night, which could serve as a lesson for the children, instilling a sense of memory. As the cries gradually subsided, teacher Cheng Shuo at the judging panel smiled and remarked that, although this was merely a simple purchasing task, it also assessed the children's financial management and planning skills. Figuring out how to buy more food within a limited budget required a bit of cleverness. After her statement, he added that he had noticed many children struggled with communication. A significant number felt intimidated when faced with strangers, a phenomenon you might label as social anxiety. However, in his view, it stemmed from inadequate practice. This task would effectively cultivate that skill. If one hesitated to speak, they would be unable to acquire anything. With this explanation, many parents began to understand the program's good intentions. As long as it provided an opportunity for their children to grow, they were content with the outcome of the evening's meal being left to fate. Observing the parents' acceptance, teacher He Ling quickly spoke up, instructing everyone to return and drop off their luggage. In half an hour, the children should gather here. Jinsher village is not particularly vast, but its layout is rather inconvenient, with some houses situated by the roadside, while others require climbing hills.